It is widely acknowledged that attributes are the innate talents of Pokémon. Exceptional traits can often play a pivotal role in battles, even turning the tides of fate. What if a Pokémon's attributes could be compounded? A fervent Pokémon enthusiast finds himself transported to the Pokémon world, assuming the identity of Ash's twin brother, Red. During a summer camp at the age of 7, he fortuitously encounters a Mew being pursued by Team Rocket, inadvertently activating the attribute compounding system. Ding! Successfully compounded the sniper ability onto Beedrill. Ding! Successfully compounded the Multiscale ability onto Dragonite. Ding! Successfully compounded the Adaptability ability onto Milotic. Thus, Red embarks on a journey to become the most formidable champion of the league. Chapter 1. The Summer Camp, the Beginning of a Dream. In the Kanto region, in the quaint town of Pallet, it is the height of summer, an opportune time for summer camp, as many residents of Pallet have entrusted Professor Oak to organize an enriching experience for their children. Professor Oak graciously accepts the neighbors' requests and generously undertakes the arrangements free of charge. Most children born in Pallet gather outside the Oak Laboratory, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their guide, Professor Oak. Among the throng of excited children preparing for adventure, one boy stands out with his calm demeanor. This boy, with short black hair, dons a red cap, a sleeveless black vest, and a striking red jacket. He wears black training gloves, blue trousers, and white sneakers. This exceptional youth is Red. Not a native of the Pokémon world, Red hails from a realm known as Earth. However, his previous life was fraught with unhappiness. The reconfiguration of his family left him, feeling like a stranger within his own home. The only moments of solace came from his passion for Pokémon, yet he understood that to survive in this bustling city, he must relinquish his seemingly futile hobbies. By a twist of fate, he witnesses an imminent car accident. Moved by the goodness and beauty of the Pokémon world, he cannot bear to let a young girl perish and rushes to save her, only to be struck by a truck himself. His benevolent soul is drawn into the Pokémon world, where he is reborn in Pallet Town, becoming the spirited twin brother of Ash. From a young age, Red awakened his psychic powers and aura abilities, demonstrating remarkable talent that left even the esteemed Professor Oak in awe of his brilliance. Thankfully, Professor Oak took measures to conceal the existence of Red's psychic abilities, shielding him from the prying eyes of malevolent organizations. 7 years have passed since his arrival in this world. Pokémon truly are wondrous beings. Only through personal experience can one grasp the marvels of this realm. Red, you remain as solitary as ever. A familiar voice jolted him from his reverie. He glanced up slightly to see a boy with auburn hair greeting him. It was Blue, Professor Oak's grandson and one of Red's few close friends. Indeed, brother, it's such a rare occasion. Please do not be so aloof. At this moment, Ash chimed in to persuade him. Very well, since you all are pleading with me. Red chuckled helplessly. Only a select few could elicit a smile from him, and clearly, Ash and Gary were among them. After a brief interlude, Professor Oak appeared before the children, and thus commenced an enthralling yet mundane summer camp. Perhaps only Red would find it tedious. Professor Oak led the children to the forest behind the mountain, intermittently sharing essential precautions and relevant knowledge with those aspiring to become Pokémon masters. Most listened attentively, even taking the initiative to pose their questions to Professor Oak, who patiently answered each one without a trace of the authoritative demeanor. Typical of a distinguished academic, this quality is one of the reasons he is so well regarded by the residents of Pallet Town. However, a few unruly youths inevitably disregarded his advice. Red and Ash were among them. The former had already mastered most of the theoretical and practical knowledge, while the latter was simply overly enthusiastic and reckless, disinclined to heed counsel. Professor Oak felt a sense of exasperation. Both were rebellious youths, their contrasting personalities evident even as brothers. Red was not only the epitome of charm among the boys of Pallet Town, but also possessed an extraordinary understanding of Pokémon theory and practice, though his cold demeanor was a slight drawback. Yet, this aloofness was merely a misunderstanding. Red simply preferred not to engage in conversation with strangers, showing warmth only to those close to him. Contemplating this, Professor Oak couldn't help but wonder if all of Hanako's virtues had been bestowed upon Red, as he was undeniably exceptional. From a young age, he had contributed to his family's finances, becoming Professor Oak's assistant at the tender age of 5. He had subsequently published The Multiple Evolutions of Eevee, Understanding Fairy-type Attributes, and the Hidden Abilities of Pokémon, 3 works that sent shockwaves through the research community across various regions. Although all three papers bore the name of Professor Oak, astute readers noted that the true author was a boy named Red, with the professor merely serving as the publisher. Due to the publication of these papers, the research level in the Kanto region advanced ahead of others, pioneering studies on Eevee's multiple evolutions and the comprehension of fairy-type Pokémon. Red, where are you going? Professor Oak noticed that Red had strayed from the group, preparing to venture alone into the depths of the forest. While Red's psychic abilities and aura powers were sufficient to ensure his safety, he was still just a 7-year-old child, and as an elder, Professor Oak was naturally concerned about letting him wander off alone. Don't worry, Professor Oak, I will not engage in any dangerous activities, Red confidently assured him, though it was evident that the professor was skeptical of his words, fully aware of the boy's capabilities. What constitutes a true prodigy? The boy before him was the most vivid example, racing with the Rapidash named Joy, effortlessly creating aura spheres to shatter rocks, and, in an effort to hone his psychic powers, compelling a Fearow flying at Mach 2 to move as slowly as a snail. These various instances have made Professor Oak acutely aware that the young boy before him is anything but an innocent soul that I shall return in half an hour. You know, I have little interest in mingling with those little brats, he declared. And no sooner had he spoken than the young boy vanished using teleportation, disregarding Professor Oak's objections. You are just a child yourself, Professor Oak muttered under his breath, relishing the refreshing air. Having finally escaped the tedium of summer camp activities, the boy felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, such bliss was fleeting through the power of aura. He sensed a group of adults traversing the depths of the forest. Easily leaping into the trees, he discerned a cadre clad in black uniforms, marked by the letter R, moving stealthily several hundred meters away, seemingly engaged in some clandestine endeavor. What's going on? Why is Team Rocket here? He pondered, swiftly employing teleportation to observe further. He refrained from informing Professor Oak, as the urgency of the situation rendered it imprudent to let Team Rocket vanish from sight. Captain, is there truly any sign of Mew's presence here? One member, wielding a scanner, inquired with uncertainty, only to be met with a sharp reprimand from the captain. Of course. Do you think the words of Dr. Yagami are to be doubted? The captain recalled the terrifying figure. Dr. Yagami was a Pokémon researcher recently recruited by Sakaki, his true identity shrouded in mystery. It was known that he held significant importance to Team Rocket, orchestrating numerous experiments from the shadows, a core figure of the organization, far beyond the discussion of mere subordinates. Mew? Dr. Yagami, concealed in the darkness, the young boy pondered thoughtfully, aware that due to the nature of parallel worlds, he could not wholly transpose the narrative of the anime into this reality. Chapter 2. The Convergence of Characteristics and Your Encounter. Captain, we have discovered the trace of Mew, exclaimed a member of Team Rocket. His excitement palpable as the radar device in his hand displayed a red dot pointing towards the thicket ahead. Come forth, Zubat. The squad leader promptly summoned his Pokémon, while the 6 members behind him released their Spearows, all prepared to ensnare Mew with their electric net apparatus, clearly well equipped for the task. Unfortunately, this squad was merely a pawn of Team Rocket, designed to test Professor Okito's stance. Do they truly believe such a lineup could contend with Mew? One member mused, speculating that Mew's mischievous nature made it seem vulnerable. Is that a Pidgey? Another member queried, scrutinizing the radar data repeatedly, realizing the red dot was simply a Pidgey feigning foraging in the grass. Zubat, use Tri-Attack, commanded the squad leader, then turned to admonish his team. You fool. Are you not aware that Mew can disguise itself as an ordinary Pokémon? How could a mere underling possess such comprehensive knowledge of legendary Pokémon? The member lowered his head, feeling unjustly chastised. Zubat unleashed 3 energy spheres, forming a triangle as they hurtled towards Mew. The Tri-Attack had a 20 chance of inflicting burn, freeze, or paralysis on its target. The squad leader aimed to exhaust Mew's stamina before attempting to capture it. Realizing its disguise had been penetrated, Mew instantly transformed into a Pidgeot, utilizing Air Slash to nullify Zubat's assault. Truly, the mythical Pokémon was not to be underestimated. The squad leader exchanged glances with his members, who quickly pretended to direct their Spearows to attack Mew, secretly manipulating the electric net to control it. Mew, however, would not be ensnared by such trivial tactics, though the ensuing commotion inevitably attracted the attention of other Pokémon. A well-developed Beedrill emerged into view, launching its poison sting to incapacitate a Spearow poised to strike. Standing at an impressive height of 13 meters, this Beedrill was far superior to its peers, characterized by its distinctly crimson rings at the tail and razor-sharp stingers, oozing with a menacing purple venom that suggested formidable lethality. The Beedrill's actions incited the squad leader's ire, prompting Zubat to shift its target to the Beedrill. Yet, the battle-hardened Beedrill would not be easily defeated by Zubat. It first released Poison Sting to wear down Zubat, then closed in to unleash its Twin Needle, striking a critical blow. The injured Zubat cried out in agony. Witnessing this, the squad leader's expression darkened, instructing his subordinates to retrieve the electric net and seize the opportunity amidst the chaos of the fight. The sudden appearance of the electric net tormented the Beedrill, allowing Zubat to launch a series of attacks. Gradually weakened, the Beedrill began to exhibit a green aura, signaling its ability, Bug Sense. Bug Sense, when health drops below 13. The power of Bug-type moves increases by 15 times. So it is merely a common ability. If it were Sniper, I might consider nurturing you. The squad leader scoffed. Is it truly glorious to torment a Beedrill? A displeased voice emanated from behind. The squad leader turned in astonishment to find his subordinates defeated by Xiaoqi. 5 Spearows floated in midair, their eyes swirling as they succumbed to Xiaoqi's psychic control. Who are you to dare disrupt our sacred plans of Team Rocket? The squad leader attempted to intimidate Xiaoqi by invoking Team Rocket's notorious reputation, yet Xiaoqi, far from an ordinary boy, was unperturbed by their infamous renown. A wave missile struck Zubat from above, and at Xiaoqi's signal, Beedrill executed its Twin Needle, decisively defeating Zubat. What do you say? Will you join my family? Xiaoqi extended his hand, inviting the Beedrill to join him. He was intrigued by this just and formidable Pokémon. Observing earlier, he noted how other Pokémon fled in fear from Team Rocket, while only Beedrill dared to appear, offering assistance to Mew. After a moment of contemplation, the Beedrill placed its stinger on Xiaoqi's palm, its desire to grow stronger prompting it to wish to become part of this young man's family. Ding! Congratulations, host. On capturing your first Pokémon, the characteristic convergence system has been activated. Identifying Pokémon, Beedrill. Would you like to merge with the Sniper ability? A voice resonated in Xiaoqi's mind, illuminating his thoughts. He had not anticipated possessing a system. Merge with the Sniper ability. Beedrill began to transform, its stingers sharpening into deadly weapons, while its once innocuous round eyes became piercing, a hallmark of the Sniper ability. Xiaoqi keenly discerned that Beedrill still retained its Bug Sense, signifying that it now possessed the benefits of 2 distinct abilities. I have no intention of letting you go, Xiaoqi declared upon noticing the squad leader's desire to flee. He employed his psychic powers to bind him, rendering him as immobile as the other members. If you truly possess skill, challenge me to a battle, the squad leader boasted, attempting to provoke Xiaoqi into letting him escape. Beedrill, first regain your strength. Xiaoqi tossed 2 orange berries, intending to foster a bond with Beedrill through their upcoming battle. Come forth, Rhydon. The freed squad leader immediately released his Pokeball, commanding Rhydon to engage in combat. The squad leader cautiously observed Beedrill, unable to ascertain what Xiaoqi had done, but his long-standing caution urged him not to underestimate the situation. Use focus energy. Beedrill took a deep breath, concentrating intensely to analyze Rhydon's vulnerabilities. Pretend to attack, Rhydon. Use Horn Attack, commanded the squad leader. Dodge. Beedrill flapped its wings, effortlessly avoiding Rhydon's assault, and countered with its Twin Needle, striking at Rhydon's vital areas. With the enhancements of both Bug Sense and Sniper, Beedrill's attack proved astonishingly potent, toppling Rhydon to the ground. How is this possible? A mere Beedrill? The squad leader was incredulous, yet he was once again immobilized by Xiaoqi, his mouth clamped shut. Meh. After the battle, Mew, playfully flitting about, approached Xiaoqi, sensing his kind-hearted wave of energy and joyfully nudging against his cheek. Mew had not encountered such a strong sense of justice in a long time and naturally felt fond of Xiaoqi, relishing his gentle caresses on its soft form. We shall converse later, Mew, Xiaoqi reassured, turning his attention back to the squad leader. Our primary concern now is to deliver these Team Rocket members to the Alliance's prison. Slightly raising his right hand, a wave missile formed in his palm. Xiaoqi swiftly hurled it into the sky, the missile instantly drawing Professor Okito's attention from afar, signaling him of Xiaoqi's predicament. Could it be that Xiaoqi was in danger? Professor Okito hurriedly dialed the Alliance police, requesting immediate deployment of guards for assistance. Half an hour later, this ill-fated squad, intent on capturing Mew yet ultimately serving as pawns, was escorted away by Officer Junsha and her team. Xiaoqi unexpectedly forged a bond with Mew and encountered his initial Pokémon, Beedrill. What he had initially deemed a mundane summer camp activity had transformed into a vibrant adventure, worthy of a lifetime of memories. Chapter 3, The Novice Trainer and the Journey Begins. Pokémon, abbreviated as Pokémon, are truly remarkable creatures inhabiting this planet, with varieties numbering in the hundreds, if not more. Pokémon and humans unite as friends and partners, yet they occasionally find themselves in opposition as adversaries, residing in every corner of the world. Thus, the story of Xiaoqi's journey commences. Time slips away quietly, and over the course of 3 years, Xiaoqi and De Zhenfeng have gradually matured, forming a close friendship with the unexpectedly encountered Meng Huan. Soon, the 3 years will come to an end, and Xiaoqi will embark on his journey at the age of 10. In this world, upon turning 10, one is eligible to receive their own initial Pokémon. However, to acquire the 3 starter Pokémon nurtured by the Alliance and to be granted a Pokémon Pokédex, one must pay a 10-year fee and obtain a recommendation from a Pokémon professor. This is why Xiaoqi took on the role of an assistant at the Mu Research Institute at such a young age, as Huazi needed to cover the expenses for Xiaoqi and his brother Xiaoji. However, being an assistant comes with its perks. All expenses for the 2 brothers were entirely taken care of by Professor Demu, a leading authority in the field of research, for whom these small amounts were hardly a concern. He hoped that Xiaoqi would not let such trivial taxes hinder his future. Good morning, Mom. After finishing his morning routine and dressing himself, Xiaoqi hurried downstairs for breakfast. Due to the exemption from fees, his meals were relatively plentiful each day, adequately providing the nutrition he required, contributing to a physique stronger than that of his peers. Xiaoqi, where is Xiaoji? Huazi inquired curiously. Xiaoji wants to sleep for another 5 minutes. I wonder if he will be late, Xiaoqi replied vaguely. In truth, he could have awakened Xiaoji, but doing so would mean losing the chance of encountering Pikachu, and Xiaoqi did not wish to erase this fateful encounter. Thus, he urged Huazi not to wake Xiaoji. After finishing breakfast, Xiaoqi set off for Demu Research Institute. A keen observer would notice that a Pokeball was already embedded in Xiaoqi's belt, which belonged to De Junfeng. Over the past 3 years, Xiaoqi and De Junfeng had secretly trained together, with Meng Huan as their training partner. Consequently, De Junfeng's strength had surged remarkably, and with the advantage of dual characteristics, it was nearly impossible for trainers of non-elite caliber to defeat him, with even hints of suppression emerging. Upon arriving outside Demu Research Institute, Xiaoqi was greeted by a gathering of adults who cheered and encouraged him. Each newcomer trainer departing from Jinxin Town was a source of pride for them. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xiaoqi entered the institute and discovered that Xiao Mao and a young girl were already waiting for him. The girl, with her delicate features, sported chestnut hair, a white half-circle hat adorned with red stripes, a light blue off-shoulder top, and a red skirt, carrying a light yellow crossbody bag. This person was Eevee, a friend Xiaoqi had made during a summer camp at the age of 7, and their relationship was quite harmonious. I didn't expect you to be late for once. Xiaoqi, Eevee greeted with a smile. A little incident occurred, Xiaoqi replied. Before coming to the Mu Research Institute, he had visited the training forest with De Junfeng to bid farewell to Meng Huan, who had nuzzled against Xiaoqi's cheek with reluctance. However, knowing that Xiaoqi was about to embark on his own journey, Meng Huan departed the forest, leaving no trace behind. How should I put this? Professor Demu scratched his head awkwardly. The little fire dragon I prepared for you encountered an unexpected situation. What do you mean? Xiaoqi asked, puzzled. Could it be that the starter Pokémon granted by the Alliance has gone missing? You'll see for yourself shortly, Professor Demu said as he activated the device, which revealed 3 Pokeballs, with the middle position conspicuously empty. As a time traveler, Xiaoqi understood that Pikachu's Pokeball was concealed within. I'm sorry, Xiaoqi. Since you chose the little fire dragon, Xiao Mao stepped forward to take the Pokeball for the turtle Pokemon. I've been looking forward to this turtle Pokemon for quite some time. Xiaoqi smiled faintly at this. Aside from his affection for it, the turtle Pokemon also had an advantage over the little fire dragon's type, and as Xiao Mao's rival, he was naturally unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Then I will choose the grass seedling. Eevee took the Pokeball for the grass seedling. Observing carefully, Xiaoqi noticed that Eevee sighed with relief, seemingly delighted that the grass seedling had not been chosen by anyone else. Seeing that both Xiao Mao and Eevee had obtained their Pokeballs, Xiaoqi quietly took the Pokeball for the little fire dragon, feeling puzzled about what had transpired with it. Come forth, little fire dragon. He threw the Pokeball. But instead of a warm-hearted little fire dragon, a hostile ember erupted. Be careful, Eevee warned. It's fine. This little flame won't harm Xiaoqi, Xiao Mao replied calmly. Before Xiaoqi stood a wave shield that effortlessly blocked the flames, and as the fire dissipated, a 1-meter-tall little fire dragon with red pupils appeared on the ground. Professor Demu, this little fire dragon's lineage seems. The discerning Xiaoqi sensed that something was different about the little fire dragon. Indeed, this little fire dragon has a lineage of a pure-blood quasi-divine dragon-type Pokémon, inheriting its excellent bloodline. However, it possesses an extremely combative nature. The previous little fire dragon was injured by this one, and reluctantly, I had to assign this uncontrollable little fire dragon to you. Professor Demu explained, cautiously observing Xiaoqi's expression, only to find him smiling faintly, clearly satisfied with the little fire dragon's appearance. Good thing I didn't choose the little fire dragon, Xiao Mao remarked, but he was also met with hostility from the little fire dragon. If it weren't for its wariness of Xiaoqi's presence, perhaps the little fire dragon would have unleashed another ember to silence Xiao Mao. I am quite satisfied with you, but it is not yet time to capture you. Xiaoqi used his psychic power to restrain the little fire dragon and captured it in the Pokeball. Why don't you all release your Pokemon to enhance your friendship? Professor Demu suggested. Xiao Mao readily released his turtle Pokemon, but Eevee hesitated for a moment, as the little fire dragon's impulsive attack had left her with a less favorable impression of starter Pokemon. fearing that her grass seedling might also share a similar temperament. Don't worry, Xiaoqi's little fire dragon was just an accident. Professor Demu noticed Yi Zi's hesitation and reassured her. Xiao Mao and the turtle Pokémon quickly established a good rapport, at first. The turtle Pokémon was a bit shy, but under Xiao Mao's enthusiastic embrace, it opened up, joyfully leaping into his arms. Professor Demu nodded in satisfaction. Proud of his grandson, Yi Zi also released her grass seedling, which, being a grass type, had a gentler disposition. Upon sensing Yi Zi's apprehension, it extended its vines to shake hands with her. Soon, Yi Zi, filled with guilt, hugged the grass seedling, apologizing for her earlier actions. The grass seedling accepted her affection, happily squinting its eyes. Seeing that all three had received their respective starter Pokémon, Professor Demu adopted a serious demeanor, carefully explaining the functions of the Pokédex and Pokéballs, as well as the precautions to take during their upcoming adventures. Yi Zi listened intently, diligently jotting down notes, while Xiaoqi and Xiao Mao appeared somewhat relaxed, as they had already been familiar with these matters for quite some time and needed only to absorb the essential points. Here are your Pokéballs and Pokédex. After concluding his explanations, Professor Demu handed the Pokéballs and Pokédex to Xiaoqi and the others, wishing them success in realizing their dreams during their journeys. Notably, Xiaoqi's Pokédex appeared slightly different, as it was a modified version that he had collaborated on with Professor Demu, making him the sole possessor. Chapter 4. The Charge of the Little Fire Dragon. Xiaoqi, what about the little fire dragon? Xiao Mao inquired tentatively. Professor Demu, may I use the arena in the backyard? Xiaoqi requested. Professor Demu nodded and turned to lead the three of them to the backyard arena. Once they arrived, Xiaoqi released the Pokéball containing the little fire dragon. This time, the little fire dragon refrained from recklessly unleashing Ember, instead observing Xiaoqi's actions, clearly beginning to acknowledge him. Xiaoqi, this little fire dragon is at a considerably high level. Do not take it lightly. Professor Demu cautioned. Rest assured, Dr. Oki, I shall not falter. Xiaoqi caressed the Pokéball at his waist, signaling the arrival of Dazenfeng. Without the need for Xiaoqi to release it, Dazenfeng emerged autonomously from its sphere, its sharp stingers glimmering ominously, exuding an aura of intimidation. Indeed, it is Dazenfeng, Yezi remarked, acknowledging that Dazenfeng was Xiaoqi's initial Pokémon, whose prowess earned Xiaoqi's unwavering trust. That Dazenfeng is no ordinary creature. I have never witnessed it face to feet, Xiao Mao stated gravely, fully aware of Dazenfeng's capabilities. Honed through 3 years of rigorous training, Xiao Huolong refrained from unleashing Flamethrower, opting instead to create a smoke screen to obscure vision. Possessing remarkable combat instincts, Xiao Huolong discerned the formidable presence of Dazenfeng, a commendable fighting talent. Xiaoqi praised, gesturing to Dazenfeng. Dazenfeng nodded, understanding that Xiaoqi wished for it to engage independently. The smoke screen was effortlessly dispelled by Dazenfeng's sword's dance, revealing Xiao Huolong within its line of sight. In a fit of desperation, Xiao Huolong unleashed its rage, succumbing to a berserk state, eager to vanquish Dazenfeng. Remarkable potential to master rage, yet its impulsive nature is regrettable, Xiaoqi observed, recognizing Xiao Huolong's talent while feeling some discontent at its rashness. Dazenfeng, witnessing Xiao Huolong's rage, merely scoffed, despite the temporary boost in power. A reckless Xiao Huolong was akin to a living target in Dazenfeng's eyes. Enraged, Xiao Huolong unleashed a series of flames, which Dazenfeng deftly evaded using quick attack, while Xiao Huolong's stamina began to dwindle. Suddenly, the flames on Xiao Huolong's tail blazed fiercely, igniting its blaze ability, as it intently regarded Dazenfeng, seemingly prepared to engage in a mutual demise. Dazenfeng remained unfazed. The agitated Xiao Huolong was compelled to attack, and under the dual enhancements of blaze and rage, the flames it expelled rivaled those of a fully evolved fire-type Pokémon. Upon witnessing this, Dazenfeng swiftly utilized quick attack to evade. Should it be struck, it risked succumbing to burns. Yet, Dazenfeng was determined to dismantle Xiao Huolong without sustaining any damage, aiming to teach the arrogant creature a lesson about humility. This Xiao Huolong's talent is utterly astounding, Xiao Mao exclaimed in disbelief. The flamethrower just unleashed could rival that of an evolved Charmeleon, emerging from a mere mixed-blood Xiao Huolong. Certainly, both Xiaoqi and Xiao Huolong are fortunate to have encountered one another, Yezi mused. Had she been in Xiao Mao's position, perhaps Xiao Huolong would have ended up returned to the League's breeding grounds or released into the wild of Huohua Valley. Fate led Xiaoqi to Xiao Huolong. Dr. Oki concurred, harboring a personal interest, as he understood Xiaoqi's character. He welcomed powerful and unique Pokémon with open arms. Let us conclude this with one final move, Xiaoqi commanded, observing that Xiao Huolong could no longer muster flames. Xiao Huolong, unwilling to yield, attempted to ignite its flames once more, but only emitted a cloud of black smoke. Dazenfeng seized the opportunity, circling behind Xiao Huolong and executing a decisive X-scissor, toppling it to the ground. After defeating Xiao Huolong, Dazenfeng returned silently to Xiaoqi's side. Noticing Xiao Huolong's injuries, Xiaoqi retrieved a healing spray from his backpack. He tenderly treated Xiao Huolong's wounds. Initially, it whined in discomfort, but soon emitted sounds of contentment from the soothing spray. Xiao Qi reached out to stroke Xiao Huolong's head, and it joyfully nuzzled against his cheek, clearly acknowledging Xiao Qi as its trainer. Indeed, my choice was not in vain, Dr. Oki expressed with delight. Initially concerned that Xiao Qi might be dissatisfied with the unruly Xiao Huolong, he felt relieved upon seeing Xiao Qi's satisfied smile, grateful for his decision. Return, Xiao Huolong, Xiao Qi said, retrieving the healed Pokémon into its Pokeball. Just as he prepared to depart, Xiao Mao interrupted. Xiao Qi, let us engage in a Pokémon battle, he declared. Very well, Xiao Qi replied, sending out Xiao Huolong, which immediately fixated on Dazenfeng, mistakenly believing it was to challenge Dazenfeng once more. Hey, little one, your opponent is right here. Xiao Mao sighed, tossing forth his Pokeball, and Genie Gui emerged, cautiously eyeing Xiao Huolong. As a member of the same initial trio raised by the League, Genie Gui was well aware of Xiao Huolong's notorious reputation. However, being entrusted with its trainer's first battle, Genie Gui briefly set aside past grievances and awaited Xiao Mao's commands with seriousness. Yezi, you should send out Maiwazong too, Xiao Qi suggested, glancing at Yezi, who radiated a fighting spirit. He voluntarily proposed a 2-on-1 battle. Hey, Xiao Qi, do you underestimate Genie Gui and me? Xiao Mao protested, visibly displeased. Genie Gui, prepared for battle, pouted in annoyance, feeling underestimated. Xiao Mao, Genie Gui alone cannot defeat Xiao Huolong, for its strength has surpassed that of the initial trio, Xiao Qi remarked, squatting down to place his hand on Xiao Huolong's head. Soon, you shall witness a new side of Xiao Huolong. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Xiao Qi's mind. Identifying Pokémon, Xiao Huolong. Would you like to apply the solar power ability? Without hesitation, Xiao Qi acquiesced, enhancing Xiao Huolong with the solar power ability. Solar power ability applied. Solar power. Under sunny weather, special attack increases by 15 times, but it loses 18 of its maximum health each turn. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Xiao Huolong's skin shimmered with faint sparks, and the flames on its tail blazed fiercely, as if its blaze ability had been activated. Yet, with its ample stamina, the conditions for triggering blaze had not yet been met. Dr. Oki observed, casting a skeptical glance at Xiao Qi, yet ultimately shook his head. Setting aside the observable changes in Xiao Huolong, those familiar with Xiao Qi understood his psychic abilities. Dr. Oki subconsciously believed that Xiao Qi had used his powers to enhance Xiao Huolong's physique. I entrust you with this, Maiwazong. After adjusting for battle, Yezi sent out Maiwazong to confront the foe. Facing the hostility from Genie Gui and Maiwazong, Xiao Huolong held its head high, unperturbed by the impending onslaught. For these two had trembled in fear at the mere sight of it. Moreover, Xiao Huolong glanced back at Xiao Qi, who believed in it, knowing that its trainer was far superior to the two humans before it. Chapter 5. A complete victory in 1 vs 2, the journey to Miaochao Mountain. I shall serve as the referee for this match, Dr. Oki proclaimed, stepping forward. Now, we have Xiao Qi from Jinshin Town facing off against Xiao Mao and Yezi. Also from Jinshin Town. Each side will utilize one Pokémon, and the first to lose their Pokémon will be declared the loser. The battle begins. Genie Gui, use Water Gun. Maiwazong, use Leaf Blade. Flamethrower, Xiao Qi declared calmly. It was a splendid sunny morning, and the weather was perfect, allowing Xiao Huolong's solar power ability to activate successfully. A searing flame erupted from Xiao Huolong's mouth, instantly vaporizing Genie Gui's water gun and obliterating Maiwazong's feeble leaf blade, subsequently engulfing Genie Gui's form in flames. Genie Gui, quickly use Rapid Spin. Xiao Mao issued his commands with unwavering composure. The engulfing flames were extinguished by the rotating shell, and the obscuring mist was dispelled. Jianai Gui breathed a sigh of relief and steadied itself, grateful for Xiao Mao's timely instructions. Otherwise, it would have found itself trapped in the inferno. Miao Wazhongzi, utilize Hypnosis Powder now. Yizi commanded, use your claws to kick up the dust. Xiao Qi exclaimed. Xiao Huolong swiftly raised the sand with its sharp claws, covering the Hypnosis Powder intended to control it. Despite several rounds of confrontation, Xiao Huolong maintained the upper hand. However, it occasionally furrowed its brow and gasped for breath, raising Yizi's suspicions regarding the situation. How could it be that it hasn't found a single opportunity to attack? Xiao Mao expressed his anxiety. Calm down, Xiao Mao. Yizi interjected. Have you not noticed that Xiao Huolong gasps after every move? Yizi observed the gradual depletion of Xiao Huolong's stamina, revealing a flaw in the power of the sun. It seems you have discovered its weakness. Xiao Qi chuckled softly, lowering his hat. Though Xiao Huolong had already discerned the evasion patterns of Jianai Gui and Miao Wazhongzi. What? X2. Jianai? Doinei. A column of intense flames instantly enveloped both Pokémon. Even if they attempted to evade, Xiao Huolong instinctively pinpointed their positions, leading to their defeat. Come back, Xiao Huolong. After restoring Xiao Huolong's stamina, Xiao Qi withdrew it into a Pokeball. As he prepared to depart, Yizi called out to him. Xiao Qi, please do not misunderstand. I did not stop you to invite you to form a team. Yi Zi's gaze suddenly hardened. I have always admired your talent, which is why Miao Wazhong Zi and I will challenge you again at the court's conference. Hearing Yi Zi's declaration of challenge, Xiaoqi merely smiled lightly. I will be waiting for you. It's a promise. Yi Zi exclaimed joyfully. Ever since she met Xiaoqi, she harbored a subtle admiration for him, which solidified her determination to embark on the journey of the league competition. Hey, don't forget about me. Xiao Mao lamented. Feeling left out of the challenge against Xiaoqi until we meet again, Xiaoqi waved goodbye to the others, turned around, and used teleport with Dazenfeng, leaving Professor Oki and the others awkwardly gazing at one another, astonished by how swiftly Xiaoqi vanished. Yuedin Mountain is renowned as the habitat of the colossal De Yanxi, wherein numerous well-developed specimens thrive. Xiaoqi harbored a keen interest in the gigantic De Yanxi featured in the original story. Its enormous size sparked within him the desire to capture it, especially to avoid future competition with Shiba. The power of wave guidance resides in my heart. Through the exploration of wave guidance, Xiaoqi pinpointed the route of the gigantic De Yanxi and arrived at a peculiar path. This path resembled one formed by the passage of some massive reptilian creature. Observing the surrounding rocks, Xiaoqi deduced that this path had been established not long ago, indicating that the gigantic De Yanxi was near. Suddenly, a roar echoed, as the gargantuan De Yanxi, towering like a skyscraper, appeared before Xiaoqi. Noticing that Xiaoqi blocked its path, the colossal creature bellowed in anger, attempting to intimidate what it perceived as a seemingly weak trainer, convinced that Dazenfeng alone could not defeat it. Missile needle. Countless sharp needles transformed into projectiles, striking the gigantic De Yanxi. It let out a pained cry, surprised by the formidable strength of Dazenfeng's assault. However, this could not tarnish its dignity as the ruler of Yanxi and Yuedin Mountain. The gigantic De Yanxi's tail shimmered with a white light as its steel-like appendage swung toward Dazenfeng. The latter swiftly evaded using quick attack, but was soon met with a barrage of falling rocks, evidently aimed at obstructing its escape. Use Swords Dance to clear the surrounding debris, Xiaoqi commanded. Dazenfeng quickly executed Swords Dance, enhancing its offensive power, while its twin stingers appeared even more indomitable. Use Brick Break. Dazenfeng's stingers glimmered with a white light as they struck the gigantic De Yanxi's head, inflicting double damage due to its vulnerability. Bolstered by Swords Dance, the gigantic De Yanxi struggled to withstand Dazenfeng's fierce onslaught. Shaking its dazed head, the colossal creature coiled its tail around the nearby boulders and abruptly hurled them. Employing Rock Slide, countless rocks plummeted from above, but Dazenfeng remained unfazed, using Brick Break to shatter them all. Unwilling to yield, the gigantic De Yanxi retaliated with Stone Edge, unleashing numerous sharp stone blades toward Dazenfeng, which countered with Missile Needle, dismantling the attack. Cross Brick Break. Xiaoqi commanded once more, sensing that the gigantic De Yanxi's stamina was waning and intending to utilize this maneuver to secure its defeat. Dazenfeng's stingers crossed, emitting a dazzling white light as two brick breaks struck the gigantic De Yanxi, knocking it to the ground. The colossal creature, in disbelief, gazed at Xiaoqi and Dazenfeng, unable to comprehend how it had been so thoroughly vanquished. Join me on the path to becoming the world's strongest, De Yanxi. Seeing that the gigantic De Yanxi still retained a trace of energy, Xiaoqi refrained from ordering Dazenfeng to continue the assault and instead extended an invitation to become companions. Do you truly believe that reigning over the small Yuedin Mountain is your life's ambition? Xiaoqi articulated the creature's inner turmoil. With a roar, the gigantic De Yanxi shook its head vigorously, expressing its desire to avoid being a frog in a well. What do you think of Dazenfeng's strength? Xiaoqi continued his inquiry. The gigantic De Yanxi nodded in acknowledgement, having previously underestimated Dazenfeng's prowess. It had not anticipated the seemingly weak creature's formidable capabilities, but it understood that Dazenfeng's strength was undoubtedly cultivated by Xiaoqi. Are you willing to follow my lead and assist me in becoming the world's premier Pokémon master? Of course, I shall also help you become a powerful being. Xiaoqi produced a Pokeball, his fervent gaze fixed on the gigantic De Yanxi, awaiting its response. After a moment of contemplation, the colossal creature lowered its proud head and gently nudged the Pokeball in Xiaoqi's hand, transforming into a beam of red light and entering the sphere. The gigantic De Yanxi yearned for something beyond the confines of being a ruler in a small mountain. This battle against Xiaoqi had sparked within it a sense of aspiration. Among its kin, none dared to challenge its authority, while many hapless trainers who strayed into its territory fled in terror upon witnessing its imposing figure and scarred visage, lacking the courage to attempt capture. Come forth, De Yanxi. Xiaoqi released the gigantic De Yanxi once more, retrieving a healing spray from his bag to tend to its wounds. During the process, the colossal creature was startled by Xiaoqi's teleport, as it suddenly found itself atop its head, leaving anyone in such a situation taken aback. Once again, welcome to our team, De Yanxi, Xiaoqi said, a slight smile gracing his lips, reflecting his good spirits. Chapter 6, Golden Falcon. Route 1 serves as the essential passage from Jinshin Town to Chongpan City. If Jinshin Town is deemed the birthplace of dreams for novice trainers embarking on their journeys, then Route 1 is the pathway extending those dreams. This route is home to small Pokémon such as Xiaolada, Bobo, and Lai Ke, with Xiaolada being particularly fond of pilfering food from unsuspecting novice trainers. Prior to arriving at Route 1, Xiaoqi had imbued the gigantic Dian Shi with the sturdy ability, believing that it did not require speed and should not possess conflicting attributes like shattered armor. Sturdy, one-hit knockout moves are ineffective against Pokémon with this ability. Furthermore, when such a Pokémon is at full HP and receives a lethal blow, it will always retain 1 HP. Xiaoqi discovered, while augmenting the formidable characteristics of the giant Dian Sha, that a Pokémon could only possess 2 characteristics simultaneously, though these could be exchanged. Uncertain if he could eventually bestow a 3rd characteristic as his prowess grew, Xiaoqi did not dwell on such thoughts. In his perspective, the characteristic augmentation system was merely an auxiliary tool, not the master of his journey. He believed that true strength was cultivated through gradual growth, a treasure worthy of remembrance. As Xiaoqi traversed the path, a small Lada stealthily concealed itself in the grass, evidently eyeing the food within Xiaoqi's backpack. Unbeknownst to Lada, this novice trainer was not to be trifled with. Fortunately, upon witnessing Xiaoqi's formidable presence, Lada wisely retreated. "Come forth, Xiao Huolong," Xiaoqi exclaimed. Releasing the Pokeball, the excited Xiao Huolong materialized before him. Xiaoqi discreetly pointed towards a nearby fierce Jian, instructing, "Defeat it. This is your first task." With confidence, Xiao Huolong pounded its chest and strode towards Jian, displaying no signs of nervousness. Xiaoqi quietly retrieved the Crimson Pokédex, a collaborative creation with Professor Demu, containing extensive data on Pokémon from various regions. It not only facilitated remote control of Pokeballs, but also provided detailed analyses of Pokémon information, complete with photography and telephonic capabilities. As Xiaoqi would say, the best could always be improved, and further enhancements to this version of the Pokédex were forthcoming. Through the scanning of the Pokédex, Xiaoqi learned of the moves currently mastered by Xiao Huolong: Claw, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Flamethrower, and Dragon Tail. Notably, Xiao Huolong's combative nature was reflected in its arsenal of moves, predominantly offensive, with smokescreens serving as a distraction. Xiaoqi felt increasingly satisfied with Xiao Huolong, knowing that a Pokémon's strength is partly determined by its innate talent. From birth, his Xiao Huolong had surpassed its peers, and its future achievements were undoubtedly promising. With an air of swagger, Xiao Huolong approached Jian, which halted its foraging, its hostile gaze fixed upon the fiery creature. Wild Pokémon generally harbored animosity towards those nurtured by humans, especially aggressive species like Jian. As Xiao Huolong entered its attack range, Jian flapped its wings and lunged forward, intending to strike with its sharp beak. Xiao Huolong smirked disdainfully, recalling a prior encounter with a Dazenfeng, and Jian, incensed by this mockery, charged headlong at Xiao Huolong. The latter slowly opened its mouth, a blaze of flames forming at its lips, and unleashed a flamethrower that decimated Jian, leaving the charred remains exuding a tantalizing aroma that almost awakened Xiao Huolong's primal instincts. Xiaoqi did not intervene, believing that such wild instincts could enhance a Pokémon's potential. If necessary, he could always procure some imitation meat to supplement their feed. After effortlessly dispatching Jian, Xiao Huolong scampered back to Xiaoqi, eagerly extending its head for praise. Xiaoqi smiled gently, stroking the exuberant Xiao Huolong. Occasional encouragement was essential for a Pokémon's growth, especially for one as youthful as Xiao Huolong. Xiaoqi felt no desire to capture Jian, despite its potential to enhance attack with the sniper characteristic. Ultimately, it could not compare to a Beedrill capable of Mega Evolution. Thus, he looked forward to capturing a uniquely gifted Bobo. Ignoring the unconscious Jian, Xiaoqi understood that wild Pokémon typically possessed self-healing abilities, barring fatal injuries. They could recover. In contrast, domesticated Pokémon might gradually lose this capability due to prolonged treatment. Along the way, many wild Pokémon became training targets for Xiao Huolong, which, intimidated by Xiaoqi's imposing aura, chose to retreat rather than rebel. Upon realizing there were no more wild Pokémon to train against, Xiao Huolong let out a disappointed sigh, clearly relishing the thrill of swiftly defeating opponents. It was no surprise, considering that within the official breeding grounds of the Alliance, Xiao Huolong consistently dominated over the other starter Pokémon. Only the encounter with Dazenfeng had instilled a shadow of doubt, tempering its once boastful demeanor, yet this had indirectly spurred Xiao Huolong's growth. Just as Xiaoqi contemplated recalling Xiao Huolong to seek a new locale for capturing Bobo, a Jian clutching a piece of bread flew past in sheer terror, as if being pursued by something dreadful. In a flash, a golden figure streaked by, and Xiaoqi, with keen perception, quickly identified it as a shiny golden Bobo. It appeared to be approximately 1 meter tall. Xiaoqi estimated the height of the golden Bobo, and had it not been for the absence of 3 tufts of long feathers atop its head, he might have hastily mistaken it for a golden BB bird. given its impressive stature that rivaled his evolved form. Typically, Bo are gentle creatures. However, this golden variant exuded an air of ferocity, instilling fear even in its natural adversary, Jian. It seemed as if the golden Bo was toying with Jian. Xiaoqi speculated, for its speed far surpassed that of Jian, which could not keep up unless it was merely to mock it. After 3 minutes of a cat-and-mouse game, the golden Bo appeared to grow weary. Suddenly, it accelerated, outpacing Jian, executed a swift turn, and with a move akin to a returning swallow, knocked Jian to the ground. Had it mastered the move swallow? Remarkable. Clearly, a new companion was on the horizon. Xiaoqi had already envisioned the golden Bo as his Pokémon. After snatching the bread, the golden Bo disdainfully kicked Jian aside and seemed ready to depart. Completely ignoring Xiaoqi and his battle-ready Xiaohualong would not allow such a formidable opponent to escape, unleashing a flamethrower to obstruct the golden Bo's retreat. Only then did the golden Bo register Xiaoqi and Xiaohualong's presence. Having been preoccupied with the thrill of tormenting Jian, Bo, let my Xiaohualong challenge you to a battle. Should you lose, you must become my Pokémon, Xiaoqi declared. The golden Bo nodded instinctively, having encountered many aspiring trainers who made similar claims, most of whom ended up on the receiving end of a thorough beating. Thus, it regarded Xiaoqi as another inexperienced novice, overlooking the threat posed by Xiaohualong. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, and Xiaohualong began to emanate a fiery aura, triggered by its solar power characteristic. Flamethrower, Xiaoqi commanded. A searing pillar of fire surged toward the golden Bo, which, startled, hastily dodged. However, its earlier carelessness resulted in its right wing being singed black. Enduring the pain, the golden Bo gazed in disbelief at Xiaohualong below. This was no ordinary flame. The golden Bo was certain that Xiaohualong was the strongest opponent it had encountered thus far, and it regretted its earlier nonchalance. Yet, the current situation was beyond its control. Continue the relentless flamethrower, Xiaoqi ordered. The solar power characteristic had a side effect. It consumed Xiaohualong's stamina with each passing turn, indicating that prolonged combat was not feasible. The searing flames surged forth once more, yet JNSBB deftly evaded them with its swift movements. Following this, it executed a collision. But the intended target was not the fiery little dragon, rather the surrounding branches. JNSBB understood that recklessly engaging in close combat with the little dragon would not be a prudent choice. Indeed, the ability to adapt in battle was commendable, acknowledged Xiao-Ch. With a fierce gale, JNSBB lifted the branches, unleashing a barrage towards the little dragon. To avoid injury, the little dragon had no choice but to redirect its focus onto the branches, thus providing JNSBB an opportunity to launch its attack. In a swift maneuver, JNSBB executed YNFN, targeting the little dragon. The struck little dragon, enraged, triggered its hidden fury, its eyes turning a deep crimson. Several flames wildly locked onto the airborne JNSBB, which was filled with terror at the unfolding spectacle, bewildered as to why a single YNFN had ignited such wrath in the little dragon. Remain calm. JNSBB was on the verge of losing its fighting spirit, ultimately succumbing to the last strike of X, which defeated it. Xiao-Ch utilized the power of aura to stabilize the little dragon's rampaging state. Upon regaining consciousness, the little dragon quickly unleashed X, thoroughly vanquishing JNSBB. Go Pokeball. Xiao-Ch tossed the prepared Pokeball, which struck JNSBB's body, transforming it into a beam of red light that was absorbed into the ball. Perhaps it was the little dragon's ferocity that instilled fear in JNSBB, as the Pokeball showed no signs of shaking, achieving a perfect capture. Chapter 7. Resting by the lake. Come forth, BB. Xiao-Ch released BB once again. The newly captured BB had developed a dependency on Xiao-Ch, yearning to nestle in his embrace, especially after the psychological shadow cast by the little dragon. The little dragon, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched its face, not realizing it had caused such a state for its companion. All right. The little dragon didn't mean to, Xiao-Ch comforted, then retrieved healing spray and burn spray from his backpack to treat BB. Initially, the pain from the treatment caused BB to cry out, but under Xiao-Ch's soothing words, it gradually began to enjoy the refreshing sensation of the healing spray. Soon, its injuries were healed, and it exchanged greetings with the little dragon, acknowledging each other's presence. Ding. Identifying Pokémon, BB. Would you like to add the ability Sturdy Chest to the ability Wobble? After a brief consideration, Xiao-Ch opted to grant BB the Sturdy Chest ability. Wobble. In a state of confusion, evasion rate increases when a move is used on a Pokémon with this ability while in a confused state. The accuracy is halved. Sturdy Chest. The defensive capabilities of a Pokémon with this ability do not decrease and are unaffected by effects that lower defense. In Xiao-Ch's view, BB's attack style primarily relied on absolute hit rate and speed. Thus, The wobble ability conflicted with BB's inherent sharp eyesight. Conversely, the sturdy chest ability would stabilize BB's defense, serving to maintain the balance of battle. The addition of the ability brought subtle changes to BB. With curiosity, BB puffed out its chest, realizing its physique had become unexpectedly robust, which filled it with pride as it called out a few times toward the little dragon, indicating a desire for another battle. The little dragon, however, shook its head in resignation, ignoring BB's challenge and instead lounging on a rock to bask in the sun. Observing the little dragon's indifference, BB remained nestled in Shi-O-Ch's embrace. Intelligent BB understood that its transformation was due to Shi-O-Ch's assistance. Gazing at him with admiration, the aura of strength emanating from Shi-O-Ch captivated BB, who aspired to receive the same nurturing as the little dragon, determined to become a powerful flying-type Pokémon. After a brief respite, Shi-O-Ch returned both the little dragon and BB to their Pokeballs and traversed the small forest alone, arriving at a picturesque lakeside suitable for a picnic. The environment was idyllic, with fresh air, crystal-clear waters, and lush vegetation, making one wish to linger for days. Shi-O-Ch retrieved essential travel items from his backpack, preparing provisions for both himself and his Pokémon. Notably, the travel backpack in this world was not ordinary. It utilized the Alliance's advanced spatial technology, allowing for the storage of large items such as tables and tents without causing crowding or excess weight. As Shi-O-Ch worked as Professor DM's assistant, his travel backpack was one of the Alliance's latest products, capable of holding 25 cubic meters of space. Most of his required items barely filled it, alleviating any concerns about crowding. Everyone come out. Shi-O-Ch threw 4 Pokeballs, and DZH-NF-ing, the little dragon, the colossal DYNSH, and the newly joined JNSBB appeared on the open ground. During this time, DZH-NF-ing and DYNSH regarded BB with curiosity, intrigued by their new companion. The robust BB stood tall, facing its elder counterparts without a hint of fear, though the observant DZH-NF-ing noticed the subtle tremor in BB's legs. All right, you needn't scrutinize BB like a criminal, Shi-O-Ch remarked with a hint of exasperation, recognizing that shiny Pokémon were indeed rare, which explained why DZH-NF-ing and DYNSH were observing BB so intently. Nibbling on bread, Shi-O-Ch took out a fishing rod and bait from his backpack, intending to catch a water-type Pokémon. Behind him, the 4 Pokémon were enjoying their meal, with the little dragon and BB voraciously devouring their food as if in competition. DZH-NF-ing and DYNSH exchanged resigned smiles, acknowledging that they were simply 2 children. Chapter 8, The Crimson Figure. With bread in his mouth, Shi-O-Ch leisurely seated himself on the ground and cast his fishing rod. The rod and bait were of high quality, ensuring that he would not encounter the embarrassing scenario of catching nothing. In a short while, he caught numerous water-type Pokémon, yet they were all merely KIY, unworthy of training. Just as Shi-O-Ch contemplated giving up on finding a water-type Pokémon for his team, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching, causing the previously stationary KIY to flee in terror, leaving behind a lake's surface gradually shrouded in shadow. This aura? Shi-O-Ch furrowed his brow, sensing that the approaching aura was tainted with an evil essence, reminiscent of vengeful intent. Before he could retract his fishing rod, a blood-red figure abruptly surged from the lake's surface. Fortunately, Shi-O-Ch reacted swiftly, stepping back to maintain a safe distance. The splashed lake water fell like fine rain. Though it was a scene worthy of admiration, Shi-O-Ch had no inclination to appreciate it in the moment. As the lake regained its tranquility, an enormous presence dominated the surface, towering at an imposing height of 9 meters, instilling a sense of fear. The blood-red figure conjured images of a malevolent dragon in Shi-O-Ch's mind. Before him stood a shiny LNB-OLELing of a striking crimson hue. This was no ordinary shiny LNB-OLELing, Shi-O-Ch deduced, as typical shiny LNB-OLELing were merely red, while the one before him was a more sinister shade of blood red, with its underbelly and sides transformed from pale yellow to pitch black, evoking an immediate sense of dread. The blood-red LNB-OLELing's crimson eyes fixated intensely on Shi-O-Ch, as if it intended to rend him asunder. A fierce roar erupted, sending countless weak wild Pokémon scattering in panic. While Shi-O-Ch's 4 Pokémon were affected by the intimidation emanating from the blood-red LNB-OLELing. Intimidate. A Pokémon with this ability frightens opponents upon entering battle, causing them to falter and reducing their attack by 1 stage. It seems another new companion is about to join us, Shi-O-Ch exclaimed joyfully, showing no signs of fear at the appearance of the blood-red LNB-OLELing. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, the formidable Beedrill willingly approached his side, ready to engage in a Pokémon battle against the blood-red Gyarados. The Charmander and the gigantic Onix quietly took their positions at the back, intending to witness the clash between Beedrill and the formidable Gyarados. Pidgey, however, looked on with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why its master would place faith in what appeared to be a frail bug-type Pokémon. Pidgey's skepticism was understandable, as it had never been privy to Beedrill's true strength and had an inclination to pursue Beedrill itself, thus perceiving it as an ordinary bug Pokémon. The blood-red Gyarados, on the other hand, had no intention of waiting for Xiaoqi. Upon recognizing Beedrill as its adversary, it unleashed a powerful water gun from its mouth. A torrent of water comparable to a cannon. Dodge, commanded Xiaoqi. The immense water gun obliterated the rocks behind Beedrill, its terrifying power once again heightening Beedrill's alertness. Pin Missile. Xiaoqi directed Beedrill to engage in a war of attrition, and countless needles struck the massive form of Gyarados, further inciting its wrath. Gyarados countered by spinning itself and unleashing Dragon Rage, transforming the lake water into a violent water vortex that dismantled the Pin Missile assault. Following this, a thick fireball was hurled towards Beedrill, clearly indicating that this Gyarados had mastered both forms of Dragon Rage. Is it overly concerned about the damage from Pin Missile? Xiaoqi pondered. It was well known that Gyarados possessed water and flying attributes, meaning the damage from Pin Missile would only inflict half the effect. Xiaoqi had merely intended to exhaust Gyarados' stamina, never anticipating such a convoluted defensive reaction from it. Could its attributes be? Xiaoqi tentatively attempted to exert mental control, only to have his efforts shattered by Gyarados' roar. It's a dark type, Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise, realizing that only dark types could entirely negate psychic type damage. This Gyarados was no ordinary shiny Gyarados. It had undoubtedly been clandestinely altered by some organization. Xiaoqi concluded, his gaze filled with disdain, and he felt a twinge of sympathy for Gyarados' plight. That look again. That look again. You humans are all a bunch of hypocrites. The sympathy Xiaoqi felt struck a nerve in Gyarados' fragile psyche. It lashed out with its tail, creating tumultuous waves that surged towards Xiaoqi, but he dodged effortlessly. I see. You are a Pokémon with a resilient spirit. I apologize for my earlier actions. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's apology, Gyarados was taken aback. It was the first time a human had expressed remorse towards it. However, this gesture did little to quell the tempest of emotions within Gyarados. To earn Gyarados' allegiance, Xiaoqi knew it was imperative to defeat it thoroughly. Beedrill, use Swords Dance to enhance your power, then follow up with Brick Break. Xiaoqi commanded. Through the Pokédex scan, Xiaoqi had ascertained that the blood-red Gyarados was of the water and dark type, indicating that fighting-type moves would inflict double damage. Gyarados attempted to freeze Beedrill with Ice Beam, but the agile Beedrill deftly evaded the attack. After another Swords Dance to bolster its prowess, Beedrill unleashed a series of Brick Breaks, striking Gyarados' form and eliciting a pained roar from it. I do not know what transpired in your past, nor will I harbor sympathy for you. For I recognize you possess the heart of a champion. A true champion requires no pity from others. They shatter their nightmares through their own strength. Xiaoqi extended his right hand, inviting, join me on this journey to become the strongest in the world, Gyarados. Gyarados trembled upon hearing those words, longing for this moment. It had never required the sympathy of others, only someone to help it grow stronger and exact revenge. The fury within Gyarados gradually subsided, and it fixed its determined gaze upon Xiaoqi and Beedrill. However, the proud Gyarados was unwilling to submit to Xiaoqi without proving itself worthy. I admire your spirit, Xiaoqi said. Beedrill, use X-Scissor. Beedrill's crossed stingers materialized behind Gyarados, evidently inspired by Xiaoqi's words, as it prepared to confront Gyarados with its utmost potential. Gyarados struck the lake's surface with its tail, creating a wall of water, and then opened its mouth to unleash a more powerful hydro pump. This time, Xiaoqi refrained from issuing commands, allowing Beedrill to fight autonomously. Beedrill employed Quick Attack to evade Gyarados' onslaught, ultimately breaking through the water column with sheer force and landing an X-Scissor strike to Gyarados' head. Gyarados swayed its massive body, casting a final glance at Xiaoqi, who nodded in approval, before it succumbed with a faint smile. Chapter 9, Subject Number 1. This is Team 11, reporting on the status of Subject Number 1. In the shadows, a member of Team Rocket clad in black uniform reported everything he had witnessed through a walkie-talkie. The encounter between Xiaoqi and Gyarados had been meticulously recorded, and the footage was sent to the research base, awaiting directives from the nefarious Dr. Yaguruma. Has it been captured? Could this boy be? The member set down a small device, projecting a hazy image of Dr. Yaguruma, who scrutinized the footage. Upon seeing Xiaoqi's face, he was momentarily stunned. The prior plan to collect Mew's genes had been thwarted by Xiaoqi, and now fate had brought them together once more. You need not concern yourselves with this boy for now. I have secretly dispatched personnel to abduct him. Little did I expect this boy to be an assistant to Professor Okido, possessing formidable psychic abilities that render him nearly invulnerable to ordinary threats. Do not waste your efforts. Dr. Yaguruma displayed a mischievous grin, noting that Sakaki seemed particularly interested in the boy. The Team Rocket members had grown accustomed to referring to Dr. Yaguruma by Sakaki's name, and he paid little heed to it, aware that as a low-ranking member, he could not afford to overstep boundaries. I believe this boy will soon challenge Sakaki in Shirjima City. Subject number 1 shall serve as a gift for this boy, allowing other teams to study the evolution wavelength and forcibly evolve Magikarp. It is a pity for this modified, shiny Gyarados. Despite this sentiment, Dr. Yaguruma exhibited no visible remorse, as if he could produce countless such modified creations. Report. Subject number 2 has encountered an incident and has escaped from the laboratory. We are currently in hot pursuit. A squad leader approached Dr. Yaguruma, delivering news of the recent events. Upon learning of subject number 2's escape, the squad leader faced Dr. Yaguruma's reprimand. You incompetent fools. Retrieve it at once. I have no intention of making a habit of remodifying the same Pokémon. The failure to collect data on subject no. 2 was the source of Dr. Yaguruma's agitation. Without turning his head, Dr. Yaguruma severed the connection, leaving behind a flustered Team Rocket member. I should leave quickly. Recognizing Xiaoqi's prowess, the member had no intention of attempting a capture, as he lacked any outstanding abilities. His only virtue lay in obeying orders. Relieved that Dr. Yaguruma had abandoned the idea of reclaiming the blood-red Gyarados, he turned and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was administering healing spray to Gyarados, who relished a rare moment of tranquility, enjoying Xiaoqi's gentle touch. Curiously, the previously rampaging Gyarados now resembled a placid child, leaving the other Pokémon astonished. Seemingly aware of their gazes, Gyarados shyly turned its head away, completely shedding the ferocious demeanor it had displayed in the lake. Go Pokeball! After the Crimson Bailalong was healed, Xiaoqi threw the Pokeball in his hand, successfully capturing the Crimson Bailalong within. The Crimson Bailalong, acknowledging Xiaoqi, exhibited no signs of struggle and was perfectly subdued. Come forth, Bailalong. Xiaoqi released the Crimson Bailalong once more, enhancing its confidence with the overconfidence ability. The Crimson Bailalong sensed a transformation within its body, gazing at Xiaoqi in astonishment. Had it not known Xiaoqi's character, it might have succumbed to a violent outburst. Fearing further modifications. Overconfidence. The Pokémon with this ability increases its attack by 1 stage upon defeating any opponent. Rest assured, I will not harm you, Xiaoqi reassured, employing his aura powers and psychic abilities to expel the detrimental genes from the Crimson Bailalong's body. Drops of dark liquid escaped from within, rapidly corroding the lake's environment upon contact, revealing the terrifying nature of these substances. To prevent ecological damage, Xiaoqi utilized his psychic powers to isolate the contaminated lake water, collecting the experimental liquid into a vial, intending to send it to Professor Okido in Masera Town for further study. Once the black liquid was expelled, the Crimson Bailalong sighed in relief, relishing the rare comfort. Although these experimental liquids could accelerate the growth of its malevolent traits, vastly enhancing its strength, they would also adversely affect its psyche, gradually transforming it into a mindless beast driven solely by destruction. Gratefully, the Crimson Bailalong nuzzled against Xiaoqi, its eyes seemingly conveying myriad emotions. Xiaoqi patiently cradled the Bailalong's cheek, silently sharing its inner turmoil. The other 4 Pokémon gathered around the Crimson Bailalong, striving to alleviate their companion's suffering, a scene that deeply moved the Bailalong, which shed a solitary tear. This tender moment was interrupted by the arrival of a young girl. The Crimson Bailalong glared at her in displeasure, causing the girl to cower in fear and sit on the ground, unable to move. I didn't mean to, she quickly expressed, trembling. Xiaoqi, taken aback by her demeanor, recognized the orange-haired girl with braids as his brother Xiaoji's future travel companion, Xiaoxia. Bailalong, do not frighten her. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, the Crimson Bailalong averted its gaze. However, Xiaoxia, still traumatized by the sight of the Bailalong, remained seated. Observing this, Xiaoqi stepped forward and extended his hand to help her up. I apologize. I heard a loud noise and came over out of curiosity. Xiaoxia explained to Xiaoqi, her gaze shifting to the Pokémon behind him with intrigue. Her eyes widened as she realized the unique nature of these Pokémon. Even the seemingly ordinary Dazenfeng could not escape her keen perception. Having witnessed Dazenfeng defeat the Crimson Bailalong earlier, she understood that appearances could be deceiving. How come your Pokémon are so powerful? We seem to be the same age. After encountering Xiaoqi's impressive lineup, Xiaoxia couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. She had aspired to be the world's greatest water-type Pokémon master, leaving the Hualan Gym in a huff. Yet she had achieved little since, only managing to catch Magikarp nearby. Even when a more talented Magikarp appeared, she lacked the desire to capture it, as its evolved form. Bailalong represented her childhood fears. Hello, I am Xiaoqi from Masera Town. It is a pleasure to meet you. Noticing Xiaoxia still observing his Pokémon, Xiaoqi took the initiative to greet her. Hello, I am Xiaoxia from Hualan City. I am also delighted to meet you. Upon learning that Xiaoqi was a newcomer from Masera Town, Xiaoxia gazed at him in disbelief, considering that she had embarked on her journey before him. Yet their strengths appeared so disparate. Xiaoxia, if you wish to catch a good water-type Pokémon, you might try fishing by that waterfall. Xiaoqi pointed in the direction he indicated, where Xiaoxia had caught Xiaoji. Without this timely guidance, their future travels might have been jeopardized. Naturally, as Xiao Zhi's elder brother, Xiao Qi was concerned for his safety. He surmised that Xiao Zhi was currently on an adventure with Pikachu. Chapter 10, The Phoenix King and the Rainbow Feather. Bailalong, use Iron Tail. Dazenfeng, you do the same. Xiao Huolong, use Flamethrower to catch Bobo. Bobo, continue using Quick Attack to evade the flames. At this moment, Xiao Qi was commanding his Pokémon in training. Dazenfeng, having trained with Xiao Qi for years, instinctively knew what to focus on without needing further direction. The Crimson Bailalong and the massive Dazenfeng executed Iron Tail simultaneously, testing their respective strengths. In Xiao Qi's view, both Pokémon were powerhouses, utilizing their size to overpower opponents. Setting aside the disadvantages of type matchups, a contest of strength was the most fitting method to hone their capabilities. Xiao Huolong and Bobo's training regimen was more dynamic. Xiao Huolong was currently refining its flame release speed, while Bobo aimed to enhance its agility. Xiao Qi occasionally tossed small stones to disrupt them, further training their reaction times. Engaging in training was intoxicating, and it was evident that both Xiao Qi and his 5 Pokémon were deeply absorbed, oblivious to the dark clouds slowly encroaching in the distance. A unique trial awaited Xiao Zhi, quietly unfolding. Xiao Zhi, you must persevere. Xiao Qi understood that only by overcoming this challenge could Xiao Zhi and Pikachu forge an unbreakable bond, entrusting their hearts to one another. After an indeterminate amount of time, Pikachu, charged with electricity, ultimately defeated the encroaching flock of firefinches. Xiao Zhi collapsed, momentarily losing consciousness. With a swoosh, the azure light dissipated as Xiao Qi teleported to the scene, feeling the electrical particles in the air. Fortunately, it was merely a trial. The dark clouds dispersed, warm sunlight bathing the land once more. Approaching the unconscious Xiao Zhi and Pikachu, Xiao Qi retrieved a healing spray from his backpack to tend to them, believing this ordeal would forge an indelible bond between them. As Xiao Qi administered treatment, Xiao Zhi and Pikachu awoke from their stupor. Upon seeing Xiao Qi, Xiao Zhi's previously anxious heart settled, and he smiled at his brother, saying, "Bro, I didn't embarrass you, did I?" "Of course not. You have always been my pride." Xiao Qi replied with a smile. A portion of the firefinches regained consciousness, attempting to retaliate against Xiao Zhi. However, by now, Xiao Zhi and Pikachu had formed a connection, and Xiao Qi had no reason to allow the firefinches to act so brazenly. "Xiao Huolong, take care of them." Xiao Qi threw the Pokeball in his hand, and Xiao Huolong appeared before the firefinches. Realizing the might of Xiao Huolong, the firefinches attempted to flee but were swiftly defeated by a single flamethrower, showing no signs of movement. "What a powerful Xiao Huolong. It truly lives up to being my brother's Pokémon," Xiao Zhi exclaimed in astonishment, surprised that the firefinches that had relentlessly pursued him were so easily vanquished by Xiao Huolong. Moments later, the clouds completely cleared, revealing a vibrant rainbow in the sky. Countless Pokémon marveled at the spectacle, as a Pokémon radiating golden light and a divine aura descended from the heavens. Kin Wong, one of the legendary divine beasts representing the Chengdu region, has not graced the eyes of humanity for many years. It is said to appear before those with kind hearts, possessing the miraculous ability to resurrect the deceased. Wherever Kin Wong flies, a rainbow is formed, and those fortunate enough to witness it are believed to attain eternal happiness. Upon hearing his brother's explanation, Xiao Zhi nodded in bewilderment, still struggling to fully grasp the significance of the words. Chapter 11, vs Chongpan Dojo. Xiao Qi did not accompany Xiao Zhi to the Pokémon Center, intending to challenge the Chongpan Dojo before heading there. To alleviate Xiao Zhi's worries, Xiao Qi promised to meet him at the Pokémon Center that evening. Upon reaching the Chongpan Dojo, it was evident that it stood as the mightiest dojo in the Kanto region. The dojo's master, Sakaki, operates in the shadows as the leader of Team Rocket, straddling the line between the League and the nefarious organization. During his tenure as the master of the Chongpan Dojo, Sakaki discreetly leveraged the League and the city of Chongpan to generate substantial profits for Team Rocket, infiltrating the League's ranks with his confidence to continue relaying intelligence for Team Rocket, thus exemplifying a true master of both light and dark. "I am Xiao Qi from Jinshin Town, seeking a formal challenge against the dojo trainer, Sakaki." 2 guards, wielding massive axes, stood at the entrance of the dojo. They exchanged glances, initially intending to dissuade Xiao Qi from entering, as it is rare for novice trainers to challenge the Chongpan Dojo right away, especially with night approaching, prompting both guards to wish to finish their shifts. However, upon witnessing the fierce determination in Xiao Qi's gaze, they momentarily hesitated. Ultimately, the guards relented, and their axes struck the ground, causing the grand doors to swing open. "Is there a challenger?" Sakaki inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing Xiao Qi's image, he smiled faintly, surprised to encounter the young boy so soon. Xiao Qi's arrival illuminated the dojo, dispelling the darkness that enveloped it. He looked up towards Sakaki, who was situated on the 2nd floor. "I am the trainer of the Chongpan Dojo, Sakaki," Sakaki declared. "I am Xiao Qi from Jinshin Town." Xiao Qi responded, quite confident. "I see. I accept your challenge." The match was set between Xiaoqi, the challenger from Jinshin Town, and the dojo trainer, Sakaki. Each side could utilize 3 Pokémon, and the battle would conclude when all Pokémon on one side lost their ability to fight, with no time limit imposed. During the battle, only the challenger could freely swap Pokémon. The 2 guards transformed into referees, announcing the commencement of the match. Go, Tyranitar. Sakaki, reclining on the sofa of the second floor, lazily dispatched Tyranitar to battle. Xiaoqi countered with his colossal Onix. I entrust you with this, Onix. The massive Onix nearly touched the ceiling, showing signs of potentially breaking through. Tyranitar, excited by the sight of its opponent, huffed eagerly. The imposing Onix let out a fierce roar, vowing to secure a thrilling victory for Xiaoqi in its inaugural battle. An impressive Onix. It seems to have been captured in the Yuedin Mountains. It's hard to imagine you can control such a powerful Onix. Truly an outstanding novice trainer, Sakaki remarked, intrigued by Xiaoqi's genuine prowess. The incident involving Dr. Yimu secretly mobilizing Team Rocket to attack Jinshin Town had caught Sakaki's attention as well. He had no desire to offend Professor Oki unduly. After sending spies to investigate, he became aware of Xiaoqi's existence. Faced with this exceptionally gifted trainer, Sakaki felt a sense of admiration, especially since Xiaoqi had chosen Beedrill as his initial Pokémon, piquing Sakaki's interest. Tyranitar, use Drill Run. Onix, use Iron Tail. The drill on Tyranitar's forehead spun continuously, but the colossal Onix, undeterred, unleashed its strong tail, striking Tyranitar's face without fear of the drill run. Following a straightforward test of strength, the massive Onix forcefully sent Tyranitar flying. Tyranitar, use Hammer Arm. Onix, use Takedown. In yet another clash of strength, both the colossal Onix and Tyranitar stood their ground, determined to defeat each other through sheer power. With Onix's hard-headed trait, it could use Takedown repeatedly without concern. Mr. Sakaki, Onix's tail is still ready, Xiaoqi asserted confidently. Suddenly, the massive Onix surged forward, forcefully pushing Tyranitar back several steps, and with a swift iron tail, struck Tyranitar at a critical point. Final Rock Slide, Xiaoqi commanded. Numerous sharp stone blades, controlled by the massive Onix, overwhelmed the fatigued Tyranitar, ultimately leading to its defeat. Roar. The colossal Onix let out a victorious cry, gleefully approaching Xiaoqi while most would be intimidated by the scarred visage of Onix. Xiaoqi exhibited no fear, instead affectionately patting the giant creature. Impressive strength, and your technique flows remarkably well. It's hard to believe you are merely a fledgling trainer, Sakaki praised, his admiration for Xiaoqi evident, prompting Xiaoqi to heighten his vigilance. Tyranitar can no longer battle, the referee announced. Now, I will call upon you. Sakaki retrieved a Pokeball, and a sturdy Nidoking emerged onto the battlefield in a flash of white light. Return, Onix. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoqi recalled his Onix and took out another Pokeball. I entrust you with this, Gyarados. Also appearing for its first battle, the blood-red Gyarados emerged, roaring fiercely and utilizing its Intimidate ability to diminish Nidoking's attack power. However, Nidoking's eyes turned crimson, its muscles bulging, and it exhaled murky white vapor in an angry glare at the blood-red Gyarados. It appears to possess the rivalry ability, Xiaoqi surmised, noting that his male Gyarados had provoked the male Nidoking's fighting spirit. Could this Gyarados possibly be experiment subject number 1 from Dr. Yimu? I never expected this boy to capture it, Sakaki mused, harboring no covetous thoughts toward Gyarados. As the clandestine leader of Team Rocket, Sakaki had encountered many rare Pokémon and was only intrigued by divine beasts. He could easily allow Dr. Yimu to continue his research on subjects like Gyarados. Similarly, Gyarados had only been exposed to Team Rocket members under Dr. Yimu's command and bore no impression of Sakaki. Otherwise, upon encountering Sakaki, it would undoubtedly have gone into a frenzy. However, Xiaoqi remained largely unaware of these underlying details. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. The sudden Hydro Pump nearly overwhelmed Nidoking, but Sakaki swiftly commanded a blizzard attack, freezing the water into icicles. Use Mega Punch, Sakaki ordered. In a fit of rage, Nidoking shattered the icicles, sending countless shards hurtling toward Gyarados. Just as Gyarados prepared to clear the debris, Nidoking lunged at it, landing a Mega Punch squarely in Gyarados' abdomen. Enraged by the attack, Gyarados opened its blood-red maw and bit down hard on Nidoking's right arm, disregarding Nidoking's desperate struggles. Use Brick Break. Sakaki continued to command, showing no concern for Nidoking's safety. Following the order, Nidoking, despite the pain in its right arm, retaliated with a Brick Break to Gyarados' head, forcing Gyarados to momentarily release its grip, allowing Nidoking to escape. Indeed, the attributes have shifted. No wonder it is Dr. Yimu's creation. The data regarding the Xiahong Baoli Long had long been transmitted to Sakanoki. To validate this data's feasibility, Sakanoki specifically borrowed the Piwa of Nido Wong. Unexpectedly, the attributes of Xiahong Baoli Long had indeed been successfully altered by Dr. Xiamu. Such a talent, worthy of comparison to Dr. Oki, must be well retained within Team Rocket. As Sakanoki contemplated this, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. If he could not bind Dr. Xiamu firmly to Team Rocket, he would not hesitate to eliminate this unpredictable factor himself. Chapter 12. The Realm of Battle. Balilong. Use Water Tail. Accompanied by a torrent, Xiahong Balilong's tail struck Nido Wong, sending it flying several meters away. Super Horn Attack. The toxic horn of Nido Wong emitted a brilliant light as it charged towards Xiahong Balilong. Could it be that Sakanoki has discovered the attributes of Balilong? Xiaoqi speculated. As a gym leader, Sakanoki could not possibly be unaware of type advantages. Typically, a water-flying type like Balilong would be unaffected by bug-type moves such as Super Horn Attack. It appeared that the earlier Piwa was Sakanoki's method of confirming this fact. After a brief contemplation, Xiaoqi quickly grasped the essence of the situation and understood the relationship between Xiahong Balilong and Team Rocket. However, it was not yet the time for revenge. Until Xiaoqi reached his true potential, he could not act recklessly, as he did not wish for his family to be implicated. He utilized Ice Beam to freeze Nido Wong's feet, immediately following up with Water Tail. Perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Nido Wong, despite having its feet frozen, managed to break free swiftly and charged towards Xiahong Balilong once more. The best defense is offense. Xiaoqi commanded Balilong to retaliate with Water Tail. The collision of techniques created a shockwave, shattering the surrounding stone pillars. Had it not been for the timely maintenance by the staff, part of the Tokiwa gym might have collapsed. Both Xiahong Balilong and Nido Wong retreated several steps, perhaps in pursuit of victory. The residual evil energy within Xiahong Balilong began to awaken, emanating a dark aura. Suddenly, Xiahong Balilong unleashed a wave of evil, striking Nido Wong, which was still recuperating and thus had no strength left to evade the attack, landing squarely on it. Seizing the opportunity, Xiahong Balilong employed Bite, tearing into Nido Wong's body as if to rend it in two. Calm down, Xiaoqi urged, radiating his aura to awaken the rampaging Xiahong Balilong. Upon sensing Xiaoqi's discontent, Xiahong Balilong regained its senses, refusing to let the evil energy control its body. Final Destruction Ray, commanded Xiaoqi. Xiahong Balilong, undeterred, bit down on Nido Wong, gathering energy particles in its mouth and releasing a destruction ray that pierced through the ceiling, completely defeating Nido Wong. Nido Wong is unable to battle, the referee announced. Impressive strength, but your Balilong has yet to master its power, Sakanoki praised. Xiaoqi recalled Xiahong Balilong, preparing for the next battle, but Sakanoki, situated on the second floor, stood up slowly and extended his right hand, stating, having won 2 matches, you are, by rights, qualified to receive the green badge. It was evident that Sakanoki had no intention of continuing the battle. After all, it was merely a test for trainers, and most gym leaders did not employ their true strength. Growing weary of it all, Sakanoki planned to directly bestow the badge upon Xiaoqi. No, Mr. Sakanoki, I wish to witness your true strength alongside my companions, Xiaoqi exclaimed, throwing forth a Pokeball, summoning his well-developed Dazenfeng to the battlefield. Xiaoqi's Dazenfeng was notably larger than its counterparts, reaching a height of 13 meters, and its dual stingers and toxic needles were sharper than usual. Ah, Dazenfeng, Sakanoki reminisced, recalling how, at the age of 10, he too had received his first Pokémon. However, being of common birth, he could only capture less notable Pokémon, though this did not diminish his aspirations. After fortuitously acquiring a rare gift from Tokiwa Forest, Sakanoki embarked on the path of strength with his Dazenfeng, but gradually strayed off course as he matured, losing the Tokiwa power within him and no longer recognizing the path of evil he had taken. This Dazenfeng is the testament of my efforts over the past 3 years. I entrust you with it, Dazenfeng, Xiaoqi shouted, a rare moment of excitement for him. I see, Sakanoki said, retrieving a high-grade ball from around his neck and tossing it. Then let you experience true strength. Another Dazenfeng appeared on the battlefield, its faint aura intimidating Xiaoqi's Dazenfeng, which showed no sign of fear. As the battle commenced, it launched an attack with Needle Bomb. Sakanoki refrained from issuing commands, allowing his Dazenfeng to fight autonomously, believing that Xiaoqi and his Dazenfeng posed no threat to his strength. Sakanoki's Dazenfeng utilized Quick Attack to evade all incoming attacks, swiftly following up with a cross scissor that struck Xiaoqi's Dazenfeng's back. Although it only dealt half the damage, it was enough to leave the latter gasping for breath. Young man, sometimes recklessness does not equate to strength, Sakanoki remarked calmly, seemingly dissatisfied with Xiaoqi's performance, though he soon found himself taken aback. Why? Why do I feel this dissatisfaction? For this potential future adversary, Sakanoki's first instinct was not to eliminate him, but to recruit or witness his growth. Dazenfeng is the proof of my hard work. Xiaoqi lowered his hat slightly, revealing only his left eye. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Xiaoqi's left eye began to glow crimson, and Dazenfeng on the field also began to change, establishing a mental connection with Xiaoqi. A powerful aura clashed with Sakanoki's Dazenfeng's aura, affecting everything in the vicinity, even without a direct clash of techniques. The realm of intent? Sakanoki was astonished. He had not expected such a young individual to become a practitioner of intent. What is intent? There are many forms, but the most prevalent is the realm of battle intent, a domain where the trainer and Pokémon establish a mental connection that unleashes the Pokémon's latent potential, altering the dynamics of combat and utilizing instinct to overcome opponents. The realm of battle intent was a state Xiaoqi and Dazenfeng had inadvertently triggered during their battle with Minghuan, honed over 3 years of training into a set of conditions they could skillfully activate. Dazenfeng, use cross scissor. Xiaoqi shouted. Sakanoki was taken aback, having never expected Xiaoqi to display such fervor. In his observations over the years, he had always perceived Xiaoqi as a rather aloof youth. Perhaps sensing the passion between Xiaoqi and Dazenfeng, Sakanoki's Dazenfeng did not evade, directly clashing with a cross scissor, though it quickly suppressed Dazenfeng's offensive. Unyielding are we? Sakanoki furrowed his brow as the downed Dazenfeng struggled to rise. Xiaoqi intended to bolster Dazenfeng with psychic and aura energy, but was rejected by Dazenfeng, which wished to defeat the senior through its own genuine strength. Dazenfeng, use cross scissor. The recovering Dazenfeng charged towards Sakanoki's Dazenfeng, its crossed scissor glowing emerald. Could one fight fearlessly even against a formidable opponent? Sakanoki pondered, his body subtly emanating the verdant power of Tokiwa. Ah, I remember. The excitement I once felt. The sensation of blood boiling and burning with fervor. Once, I too, like this young boy, implored and infused my emotions into Pokémon. I experienced an obsession with Pokémon akin to his. On the battlefield, the Beedrill looked incredulously at its master, taken aback by the faint yet palpable aura of CHNGP emanating from Sakaki. How long had it been since it witnessed this power? During Sakaki's descent, Beedrill had steadfastly remained by his side, yet it longed for the days when Sakaki was filled with hope. It was astonishing that this human could evoke the long-lost aspirations of its master. Beedrill gazed deeply at Xiaoqi, committing his appearance to memory. Thank you, young man, for helping me rediscover that feeling. Because of you, I shall no longer suppress my strength. Sakaki shouted. Beedrill, use Drill Run. The Beedrill, exhilarated, executed the move. A rare occasion when it responded to Sakaki's command, clearly valuing Xiaoqi and Beedrill immensely. Beedrill, unleash your ultimate attack. The two Beedrills soared toward the center of the arena, the collision of their moves generating immense pressure, causing the ceiling above to shatter and crash to the ground. Yet, neither Xiaoqi nor Sakaki paid heed to such details, remaining focused on the unfolding events. Ultimately, Sakaki's Beedrill launched across scissors, sending its opponent flying. Injured, Beedrill collapsed, devoid of the strength to continue battling. Come back, Beedrill. Sakaki suddenly recalled Beedrill, refraining from completely vanquishing Xiaoqi's weakened Beedrill. In response to Xiaoqi's confusion, Sakaki remarked, challenging formidable opponents is commendable, and sparing them from total defeat is a form of recognition. As his words faded, Sakaki tossed a green badge from his hand and turned, disappearing from Xiaoqi's view. This match is your victory. This badge is rightfully yours. The realization struck Sakaki that the long-lost aura of CHNGP still resided within him. Perhaps it was not CHNGP that abandoned him, but rather he who willingly relinquished it. Chapter 13, Pokémon Center. Having successfully acquired the green badge, Xiaoqi was in high spirits. Although he could not defeat Sakaki's Beedrill, this experience enlightened him and Beedrill about the essence of true strength. It was precisely because of this failure that Xiaoqi and Beedrill would further evolve. After all, during their time in Masera Town, they primarily trained with Mew and seldom encountered other formidable opponents. Xiaoqi pondered softly about the incident with the red Gyarados, realizing that this gym challenge revealed the connection between the Crimson Gyarados and Team Rocket. It was evident that Sakaki held little curiosity about his arrival, confirming that he had likely been under Team Rocket's surveillance throughout his journey. It seems I must employ my aura to observe my surroundings. Xiaoqi resolved to heighten his vigilance, ensuring that none of his intelligence fell into enemy hands. After challenging the CHNGP gym, the knight enveloped CHNGP city. To avoid worrying Ash, Xiaoqi promptly set off to the Pokémon Center to reunite with him. Moments later, upon entering the Pokémon Center, Xiaoqi immediately spotted Ash, who was sitting despondently in a chair, clearly racked with guilt over his impulsiveness. After all, Miss Joy had just reprimanded Ash, leading him to question his qualifications as a Pokémon trainer. The Ash I know is not the one sitting here in such disarray. Hearing a familiar voice, Ash looked up to see his older brother approaching, a look of disappointment etched on his face. Brother, I wanted to explain, Ash began, but Xiaoqi interjected. What you need to do right now is pray for Pikachu's safety and call our mother. Following Xiaoqi's pointed direction, Ash noticed the telephone in the Pokémon Center. Notably, most phones in this world come equipped with video capabilities, eliminating concerns about the two parties being unaware of each other's appearances. Ash sat before the phone, connected with home, while Xiaoqi quietly stood nearby. Mom, my brother and I will take good care of ourselves. Please don't worry too much. After hanging up, Ash turned to Xiaoqi, eager to inquire about his brother's recent activities. I just challenged the CHNGP Alliance gym and earned this green badge, Xiaoqi said, retrieving the badge from his clothing and presenting it to Ash. Alliance gym? Ash questioned, puzzled. To participate in the Alliance Regions tournament, we must defeat at least 8 gym leaders and obtain their badges. Only then can we enter the Alliance tournament, Xiaoqi explained to Ash. Alright, as soon as Pikachu recovers, I will challenge the CHNGP gym. Ash, the spirited youth, instantly shed his earlier despondency upon hearing about the gym challenge, eagerly envisioning earning a green badge like his brothers. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Xiaoqi cautioned, dousing Ash's excitement with a dose of reality. The CHNGP gym is the most powerful in the Kanto region. Few can genuinely defeat gym leader Sakaki. My green badge was earned with Sakaki's acknowledgement. You and Pikachu are currently too weak. I doubt you could even get past the gatekeeper. Xiaoqi admonished Ash for his ignorance. While challenging powerful foes is commendable, recklessly seeking defeat is foolish. Given that Pikachu struggles against a flock of Spearows, the CHNGP gym is far beyond reach. Yet, Ash, do not be too disheartened. Noticing Ash's unease, Xiaoqi attempted to offer him some praise. Ash, do you know what you possess that I do not? Impulsiveness and ignorance? Ash replied, resigned, his expression one of familiar acceptance. Xiaoqi paused. While Ash's statement was not entirely incorrect, it was not what he intended to convey. Clearing his throat, he asserted, your profound love for Pokémon is something I cannot match. Although I too cherish Pokémon, I know I cannot genuinely devote myself entirely as you do. And that is one of your virtues. Seeing his brother's serious demeanor, Ash pondered, questioning whether he truly embodied what Xiaoqi described. Among many Pokémon trainers, Ash is the only one who unhesitatingly rushes to rescue his Pokémon, even at the risk of his own life. This is something Xiaoqi admires in Ash. However, Ash remains too immature and requires guidance. Chapter 14. CHNGPing Forest. Awaking in the early morning, Xiaoqi's long-standing training had conditioned him to rise at 6 o'clock. To avoid being disturbed last night, he had even used earplugs. After completing his morning routine, Xiaoqi savored a delightful breakfast before embarking on his journey to CHNGPing Forest. CHNGPing Forest is predominantly home to bug and flying-type Pokémon. Many insect-catching youths roam here, seeking to fill their initial 6 Pokémon teams. Xiaoqi planned to capture a gifted Scyther, whose evolved form, Scizor, conveniently possesses a Mega Evolution. Come forth, Little Fire Dragon and Pidgey. Xiaoqi released 2 Pokeballs, summoning Little Fire Dragon before him, while Pidgey soared overhead. Among Xiaoqi's 5 Pokémon, Little Fire Dragon and Pidgey were the weakest. To expedite their evolution, Xiaoqi had no qualms about allowing them to engage in a massacre within CHNGPing Forest. Your task is to defeat all the Pokémon you encounter, Xiaoqi commanded. Little Fire Dragon and Pidgey nodded in agreement, eager to showcase their recent training success. Little Fire Dragon could hardly contain its desire to vanquish foes with its fiery breath. At that moment, a plump green caterpillar leisurely crawled towards Xiaoqi. Without waiting for the caterpillar to react, Xiao Huolong unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing it entirely, showing no hint of hesitation. Be cautious of fire hazards. Flames should not be used in the forest, Xiaoqi admonished, before using his psychic abilities to disperse the remaining flames of Xiao Huolong. Observing how effortlessly Xiaoqi dismantled his flames, Xiao Huolong gazed at his master with admiration, clearly yearning for his master's prowess. Be good, when you grow up. It will be your turn to protect me, Xiaoqi said with a smile, gently stroking Xiao Huolong's head. This gesture incited a tinge of jealousy in the hovering Bobo, who promptly descended into Xiaoqi's embrace, nuzzling against his cheek. Noticing this, Xiaoqi patted Bobo to soothe its jealousy. Due to the presence of Xiao Huolong and Bobo, the surrounding Pokémon fled in panic. Having witnessed their companions being easily defeated by the two, the duo had undoubtedly become the demons in the eyes of the fleeing Pokémon, prompting them to make a hasty exit. Perhaps the disturbance had stirred significant unrest. A young samurai clad in traditional Japanese armor was now hiding in the grass, observing Xiaoqi's every move. However, since the incident at the Tokiwa gym, Xiaoqi had passively activated a portion of his aura-sensing abilities. The moment the samurai stepped into Xiaoqi's detection range, he became aware of the samurai's presence. Realizing that Xiaoqi had his back turned, the samurai seized the opportunity to rush behind him, brandishing his katana, intending to deliver a strike. Yet, Xiaoqi seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He sidestepped the samurai's ambush with a deft maneuver and retaliated with a swift kick, sending the samurai sprawling to the ground. He then pinched the fallen katana between his fingers, casting an irritable glance at the samurai. Using the blunt side of your katana for a sneak attack, truly befitting a samurai? Xiaoqi scoffed, displaying disdain for the samurai's actions, who, aware of his own impropriety, blushed with embarrassment. You are the source of the turmoil in this area. I shall challenge you, the samurai declared. If you think I have disrupted the environment of the Tokiwa forest, you are gravely mistaken, Xiaoqi replied coolly. Most of the defeated Pokémon can recover on their own. For those seriously injured, I will personally tend to them. I will extinguish the remaining flames directly. Apart from temporarily quieting the Pokémon in this area, I have caused no harm. Xiao Qi's explanation left the samurai speechless. Reflecting on what he had witnessed, he began to see the validity in Xiao Qi's words. The wilderness is far more severe than any book can convey. Wild Pokémon must consciously train to become stronger if they do not wish to serve merely as experience points. Everything I have done has indirectly fostered their growth, Xiao Qi stated earnestly. This made the samurai ponder for a long time. Ultimately, Xiao Qi was simply training his Pokémon and had committed no wrongdoing. The sudden unrest in the area had led the samurai to misconstrue the situation as something dire. Xiao Huolong. Could it be that you are the Xiao Qi mentioned by Xiao Mao? The samurai's gaze fixed on Xiao Qi, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, indicating that confrontation was inevitable. If you seek the Xiao Qi from Shinshin Town, that would be me, Xiao Qi replied nonchalantly. As Xiao Huolong instinctively positioned itself for battle. I entrust this to you, Dejia, Kairi. The samurai threw a Pokeball, summoning Dejia for combat, but soon regretted it. For he had struggled against Xiao Mao's Genequai, let alone facing Xiao Huolong, which had the type advantage. Please, make your move first. Xiao Qi observed the samurai's discomfort. Dejia, use cut. The samurai commanded. Dejia, with its sharp horns, charged menacingly at Xiao Huolong. In contrast, Xiao Huolong exhibited no signs of anxiety. Upon receiving Xiao Qi's command, it unleashed a single jet of flames that completely engulfed Dejia. In just one move, the samurai fell to his knees, unable to accept his defeat. After defeating Dejia, Xiao Huolong scurried back to Xiao Qi, nuzzling his palm. My brother will soon arrive at the Tokiwa forest. Perhaps you would like to battle him? Xiao Qi suggested to the samurai, adding, I almost forgot to mention, that fellow is quite the spirited child. Chapter 15, The Proud Warrior. After defeating the samurai, Xiao Qi learned from him the whereabouts of the scyther residing in the Tokiwa forest. Rising to his feet, Xiao Qi set off towards the location of the scyther, intending to capture a formidable specimen. The aura resides within my heart, Xiao Qi murmured, closing his eyes to sense the aura emanating from distant creatures. After a brief search, he pinpointed a scyther whose aura was significantly stronger than its counterparts. But at that moment, the scyther seemed to be under siege, as it was being attacked by 5 of its kind. Without delay, Xiao Qi utilized teleport to arrive at the scyther's location. To his astonishment, he found a shiny blue scyther engaged in combat with 5 others, who clearly rejected the existence of this anomaly and displayed hostility, launching attacks against it. The blue scyther was undoubtedly the most striking of the 6. Its vibrant hue standing out against the green backdrop of the Tokiwa forest, which typically allowed ordinary scyther to blend in seamlessly with their surroundings. However, the unique blue scyther struggled to camouflage itself amidst the forest, which motivated it to enhance its abilities for better survival. The leading scyther initiated the confrontation with a quick attack, closing in on the blue scyther, who defiantly countered with its own quick attack. To the astonishment of the other scyther, the leader was sent sprawling 3 meters back, nearly crashing into a tree. Subsequently, the blue scyther executed a leaf blade, decisively defeating the leader. Witnessing this, the remaining scyther heightened their vigilance. They had not anticipated that their combined assault would fail to topple the blue scyther, which had already taken down its leader. Do you truly think you pathetic creatures are capable of defeating me? The blue scyther scoffed, brandishing its scythe-like arms as a challenge to the others. Don't get too cocky. The old clan leader has already been defeated by the new leader. No Pokémon can shelter you now. One of the more rebellious scyther retorted. The blue scyther was the sole offspring of the clan leader residing in the Tokiwa forest. And although it faced rejection from its peers, the authority of the clan leader had kept them from expressing it openly. However, as time passed, the old leader's strength waned, and his frail body could no longer sustain the demands of high-speed combat. During this period, he was defeated by younger scyther, leading to his expulsion from the clan. I believe you have misunderstood something. It was not you who expelled me. I voluntarily chose to abandon this useless clan. The blue scyther asserted, displeased, and surged forward to unleash a fury cutter, knocking the brash scyther to the ground. The 3 remaining scyther, clearly intimidated, instinctively took a few steps back. Yet, the enraged blue scyther showed no intention of letting them off easily. It executed a swift move to appear behind them, delivering a barrage of air-slash attacks that defeated them without sustaining a single blow. Impressive strength. I hold you in high regard, scyther. After the blue scyther vanquished its kin, Xiao Qi appeared before it unhurriedly, unabashedly expressing his admiration. The scyther remained silent, raising its arms, the sharp scythes glimmering with a blue hue. Should Xiao Qi attempt any unfavorable actions towards it, the scyther would not hesitate to allow him to experience a swift air slash. Submit to me, and become my companion, Xiao Qi invited, undeterred by the scyther's threat. The Fateful Mantis nodded slightly. If it were a normal battle for subjugation, the proud Fateful Mantis would disdainfully drive away the little Qi. It sought to defeat the little Qi openly, extinguishing any delusions of being tamed. The little Qi remained silent, quietly placing a hand on his waist. as a Pokeball activated on its own, summoning the formidable Beedrill, which appeared before the Fateful Mantis. As a naturally proud warrior of the bug type, the Fateful Mantis was well aware of Beedrill's might. Although Beedrill lacked any particularly outstanding traits compared to its peers, the aura it exuded was sufficient to alert the Fateful Mantis. Since being defeated by Sakiki's Beedrill last time, it had intensified its training, striving to train at every possible moment. However, this obsessive behavior drew a reprimand from the little Chi, who noted that while appropriate training can enhance strength, relentless obsession could lead to ruin. Forget it. I have no home anyway. If following this trainer can make me as strong as Beedrill, then so be it. The Fateful Mantis glanced at the forest behind it and sighed slowly. After a moment of contemplation, it came to terms with its situation. Although it had tacitly accepted that it was now the little Chi's Pokémon, it still felt the need to prove its strength through battle, lest the little Chi underestimate it. The Fateful Mantis scythe glowed with a verdant light as it initiated a series of air slashes toward Beedrill. Though the latter received no command from the little Chi, it swiftly evaded the assault with its quick attack. TCH, am I not qualified to give orders? The Fateful Mantis retorted, charging at Beedrill with a series of slashes. If I am not mistaken, your ability is Skill Link. That last flash clearly exceeded the norm. The little Chi deduced, his theoretical knowledge as an assistant to Professor Okito reaching a pinnacle that rivaled that of some Pokémon researchers. Skill Link increases the power of moves with a base power of 60 or less by 50. The Fateful Mantis did not react, evidently conceding to the little Chi's assessment. The clash between the Fateful Mantis slashes and Beedrill's twin needle resulted in the latter overpowering the former. Following a brief exchange, the smaller Beedrill surged forward, overwhelming the Fateful Mantis, which was forced to retreat and left deep skid marks on the ground. Such overwhelming strength, I never imagined I could not withstand a single blow. After this simple contest, the once proud Fateful Mantis realized the disparity in their strengths. It understood that continuing the battle would only deplete its remaining stamina. Thus, it decided to exert all its abilities in one go to attempt to inflict damage on Beedrill. Slowly closing its eyes, the Fateful Mantis radiated a green light as it used Sword's Dance, concentrating intensely to deliver a fateful blow to Beedrill. Beedrill made no move to counter, allowing the Fateful Mantis to focus, a display of confidence from a true warrior. Suddenly opening its eyes, the Fateful Mantis lunged forward, executing a X-Scissor. Beedrill, quick to react, countered with its own X-Scissor, nullifying all of the Fateful Mantis' offensive maneuvers. Ultimately, the Fateful Mantis, exhausted, was struck by Beedrill's poison jab and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the little Chi swiftly threw a prepared Pokeball, which struck the Fateful Mantis, transforming it into a beam of red light that was drawn into the ball. The Fateful Mantis offered no resistance and was perfectly captured by the little Chi. Come forth, Fateful Mantis. The little Chi activated the Pokeball, releasing the captured Fateful Mantis, who emerged panting, clearly still recovering from its previous injuries. Noticing this, the little Chi retrieved healing spray and antidote spray from his backpack to treat the Fateful Mantis, as Beedrill's earlier poison jab had left the Fateful Mantis afflicted. With careful attention, the little Chi administered treatment, and the Fateful Mantis gazed deeply at him, closing its eyes to relish the soothing relief. Despite its serious injuries, it remained silent, its long-standing pride preventing it from voicing discomfort. Having successfully captured the Fateful Mantis, the little Chi also bestowed upon it the ability Bug Prowess, further enhancing its attacking power. Chapter 16. The Power of Tokiwa, Experiment Subject Number 2. Ding. Congratulations. The host has captured the initial roster of 6 Pokémon. The system will automatically upgrade. The familiar voice echoed in the little Chi's mind. Since the activation of the trait enhancement system at the age of 7 during summer camp, he had not heard the system's voice for quite some time. Only the default sounds emitted during the enhancement of Pokémon traits. To his surprise, capturing the Fateful Mantis had triggered an upgrade notification. About half an hour later, the trait enhancement system successfully upgraded, and the little Chi glanced at the Fateful Mantis standing beside him, the familiar attributes panel materializing in his mind. Pokémon, Fateful Mantis, Shiny, Cyan. Type, Bug Flying. First ability, Skill Link. Second ability, Bug Prowess. Moves, Flash, Slash, Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, Cut, Charge, Quick Attack, X-Scissor. Air Slash, Swords Dance, Swords Dance. Personality, arrogant, mocks the boastful weak, yet holds respect for the strong. Background, the junior clan leader of the Fateful Mantis tribe in Tokiwa Forest, often scorned by its kin due to its cyan skin. However, this exceptionally gifted Fateful Mantis easily defeats any challengers that dare provoke it. Over time, it developed an arrogant demeanor, believing that no Pokémon, aside from its father, the clan leader, could rival it, with its glowing scythe seemingly concealing terrifying lethality. Evidently, this attributes panel was a new feature following the system upgrade. In addition to allowing a simple overview of Pokémon data, it also provided insight into their temperaments and backgrounds, thereby assisting the little Chi in understanding his Pokémon better. He gently stroked the Fateful mantis head, though its height of 1.8 meters made it difficult to reach. Despite its haughty nature, the Fateful mantis respected its trainer, lowering its head to allow the little Chi to pet it properly. Fateful mantis, from this day forth, I shall no longer let you endure past sufferings. The little Chi's words caused the bowed Fateful mantis to tremble, but for the sake of its pride. It suppressed its emotions and calmly nodded at the little Chi, as if loneliness were of little consequence to it. Ding. Detecting changes in Tokiwa Forest. The system's voice resonated in the little Chi's mind, presenting an image of a scene in which a boy received the blessings of Tokiwa Forest. However, upon closer inspection, the little Chi realized the boy bore a striking resemblance to the current Team Rocket boss, Sakaki. This guy can't possibly be the infamous Sakaki, can he? The little Chi sighed, clearly recognizing the boy's true identity. Is this the power bestowed by Tokiwa Forest? In his mind, the image of Sakaki, having received the power of Tokiwa, curiously gazed at the Beedrill beside him, attempting to place his hand upon it. A remarkable scene unfolded as the injuries on Beedrill were enveloped by emerald green light, visibly healing at an astonishing rate until no trace of injury remained. Truly, the blessings of Tokiwa Forest, the little Chi exclaimed, as the image in his mind faded. He closed his eyes, savoring the vision of the power of Tokiwa, feeling a burgeoning desire for it within his heart. Host, please do not feel disheartened. A plan for you to acquire the power of Tokiwa has been arranged. The system's voice echoed in his mind, revealing the entire plan for obtaining the power of Tokiwa. I see, the little Chi murmured. The time period he found himself in coincided with a decade following the last bestowal by Tokiwa Forest, indicating that humans present within the forest had the opportunity to receive the power of Tokiwa. It seemed that this power was destined to be his. The more one ventures into the heart of the realm, the more potent the forces of nature become. Following the map in his mind, Xiaoqi gradually made his way towards the center of the forest, with the flying mantis silently trailing behind him. In a secluded area of Chongpan Forest, there lay an abandoned laboratory of Team Rocket. Infuriated, a black-haired, red-eyed young man surveyed his surroundings, seemingly intent on tearing the escaped experiment number 2 to shreds. This man, named Ichuan, was the squad leader of the rocket team. Recently promoted, he had received the task of assisting Dr. Xiamu, and had anticipated that this association would elevate his status, considering Dr. Xiamu was a favored figure close to Boss Ban Mu. With the right flattery, he believed he could easily ascend to the rank of brigade leader. However, plans often falter amidst unforeseen changes. Pokémon chosen by Dr. Xiamu to become experimental subjects were anything but ordinary. Seizing the opportunity when Ichuan and his men lowered their guard, experiment number 2 broke free from its confines, effortlessly overpowering the rocket members in its path, and swiftly escaping the laboratory. Left feeling guilty, Ichuan faced the stern reprimands of Dr. Xiamu, vowing to ensure that experiment number 2 would soon experience the consequences of its actions. In truth, Ichuan had not anticipated that experiment number 2 would be so audacious. Despite deploying numerous subordinates at potential escape routes, none managed to halt its flight. Ultimately, the root of the issue lay with Ichuan himself, whose nonchalant attitude had influenced the lackadaisical approach of his subordinates. Just then, a shadow appeared overhead, and Ichuan looked up excitedly to see his Pokémon, Dazuche, returning from its search. Have you found any trace of experiment number 2? Ichuan inquired hastily. Dazuche shook its head regretfully, but then seemed to notice something, pointing towards the central area where Xiaoqi was located, indicating that there might be a chance to find experiment number 2 there. Everyone obeyed. Following Dazuche deeper into the forest, Ichuan commanded that rather than aimlessly searching, it was wiser to trust Dazuche's instincts. Upon reaching the heart of Chongpan Forest, the flying mantis that had accompanied Xiaoqi was taken aback. It had never ventured this far into the forest, as the outer areas were ensnared by thick vines, leaving little reason to explore the depths. Little did it know that a hidden world lay within. Thank you for your efforts, flying mantis, Xiaoqi praised, retrieving the weary creature into its Pokeball. Throughout their journey, the flying mantis had tirelessly sliced through the thick vines, proving itself invaluable. Sensing the increasingly pure force of nature, Xiaoqi quietly approached a nearby lake. Although the scenery was breathtaking, there were no signs of Pokémon inhabiting this secluded part of Chongpan Forest. Following the system's prompts, Xiaoqi emanated his psychic and aura powers, allowing both forces to resonate with the surrounding natural energies. Before long, the sturdy trees began to sway with the gentle breeze, and luminous green orbs floated in the air like fireflies, illuminating the environment and stirring the imagination. Observing this spectacle, Xiaoqi discreetly captured the scene with his Pokédex. The resonance of natural power ultimately acknowledged Xiaoqi's presence, as the floating green orbs began to merge, guiding him toward the center. The amalgamated orbs ascended above Xiaoqi before finally integrating into his being. Congratulations, host, on successfully gaining the recognition of Chongpan Forest and comprehending the power of Chongpan. Chapter 17. The Evolution of Eevee with Grace. The power of Chongpan, distinct from psychic and aura abilities, primarily manifests in the ability to communicate with Pokémon, understand their innermost thoughts, heal wounds, and soothe troubled spirits. This is indeed a remarkable ability. After acquiring the power of Chongpan, Xiaoqi felt a soothing calm envelop his mind. However, just as he contemplated leaving Chongpan Forest, a commotion erupted as a group burst into his reconnaissance zone. Rushing forward, Xiaoqi discovered members of Team Rocket clad in black uniforms pursuing a Pokémon. Is that an Eevee? Xiaoqi questioned, perplexed as to why a mere Eevee would warrant such a massive pursuit by Team Rocket, or if perhaps this Eevee possessed some unique qualities. Try attack, Electrode, use Thunderbolt, commanded the squad leader, sending out his Pokémon to direct Electrode to strike the fleeing Eevee. As a surge of electricity erupted from Electrode, it seemed destined to hit Eevee, but suddenly, Eevee radiated a brilliant white light and evolved into a Jolteon. The charged ability of Jolteon allowed it to absorb the current, countering with a Thunderbolt of its own. No Thunderstone required for evolution? Xiaoqi marveled. Jolteon's subsequent actions left Xiaoqi further astonished, as flames surged towards Jolteon. It exhibited no sign of fear, instead emanating another burst of white light, transforming into a Flareon. The fire-type Flareon absorbed the flames and retaliated with a flamethrower. This is bad. Experiment number 2 is too powerful, a Team Rocket member lamented. Indeed, a remarkable creation of Dr. Xiaomu. Each one chuckled, stepping from the shadows with a sinister gaze fixed on Eevee. The flames had been the handiwork of his own reward, a Dapu Huolong, received after his promotion to squad leader. Previously, each one had only managed to obtain a small fire horse for strength, but by aligning himself with Dr. Xiaomu, he had gained a formidable Dapu Huolong, which he was eager to showcase to garner admiration from his subordinates. Team Rocket, experiment number 2. Could this Eevee, capable of evolving at will, be another of Team Rocket's subjects like the Gyarados? Xiaoqi swiftly assessed the situation, glaring disapprovingly at Team Rocket's reckless destruction of Chongpan Forest. I implore you to cease. De Zhifeng and the Flying Mantis once again threw Team Rocket into disarray. Although they aspired to capture this powerful Pokémon, the capabilities of both De Zhifeng and the Flying Mantis quickly disabused the Rockets of such ambitions. The Flying Mantis charged forth, executing a series of slashes to defeat the Pokémon attacking it, followed by a whirlwind blade that separated Team Rocket from Flareon. Team Rocket, I will not allow you to act with impunity, Xiaoqi remarked coolly, casting a glance at De Zhifeng and the Flying Mantis. Pokémon, De Zhifeng. Type, Bug Poison. Primary ability, Bug Sense. Secondary ability, Sniper. Moves, Poison Sting, Fury Attack, Swords Dance, X-Scissor, Brick Break, Poison Jab, Agility. Personality, a lone wolf who holds deep loyalty to companions, willing to sacrifice everything, including life, for Xiaoqi. Background, a maverick from a colony of De Zhifeng residing in the forest, unwilling to be confined by the constraints of its group, it roams freely across various terrains. Its keen gaze appears to pinpoint the vulnerabilities of foes, and the poison at the tip of its stinger is thrice as potent as its kin, once struck. The dreadful toxin rapidly envelopes the enemy's body, yet for the sake of an exhilarating battle experience, it rarely deploys the stinger, except to teach arrogant adversaries a lesson. Pokémon, Flying Mantis, Shiny, Blue. Type, Bug Flying. Primary ability, Technician. Secondary ability, Bug Sense. Moves, Quick Attack, Fury Cutter, Agility, X-Scissor, Air Slash, Hone Claws. Personality, Arrogant. Upon witnessing the depiction of Dazenfeng's personality, Xiaoqi was momentarily taken aback, lowering his head and adjusting his cap. Mistaking the creature for a wild Pokémon come to his aid, the fire spirit, unable to sustain itself, transformed back into Eevee. Although capable of undergoing a metamorphosis, this change was accompanied by excruciating pain. Had it not been for the instinct to survive, Eevee would never have consented to such a transformation. Who dares to interfere with our sacred plans of Team Rocket? Ichwan exclaimed impatiently. The events of the past few days had deprived Ichwan of restful sleep, and he cast a stern glare at Xiaoqi, who had unwittingly disrupted their operations. It was merely an annoyance to him. With a furrowed brow, Xiaoqi ignored the increasingly frosty demeanor of Ichwan. Duck Squawk Fire Dragon, unleash Flamethrower. Zubat, deploy Air Slash. Dazenfeng effortlessly dodged the flames, while the Flying Scyther retaliated with a precise Air Slash. Try Attack Magneton, use Thunderbolt. The stunned captain of the team quickly issued the command. Onyx. Xiaoqi threw a Pokeball, summoning the towering Onyx into view, who easily redirected the Thunderbolt underground. How can this be? This Onyx is far too colossal. Ichwan exclaimed in horror, as the sunlight filtering through the forest was now entirely obscured by the massive Onyx. Pokémon, Onyx. Type, Rock Ground. First ability, Sturdy. Second ability, Sand Force. Moves, Rock Slide, Rock Blade, Iron Tail, Sand Tomb, Dig, Sandstorm, and Body Slam. Personality, gentle-natured, yet yearns for extraordinary strength. Background, the sovereign of the Onyx clan from Mayakashin, Endowed with formidable leadership qualities, its progeny scattered across every corner of Myakashin, safeguarding the clan's security. However, due to the monotony of its ordinary life, it longs to encounter powerful trainers. Employing Iron Tail, although it failed to inflict significant damage on Tri-Attack Magneton, it was sufficient to send it crashing to the ground. Body Slam, Xiaoqi commanded. The immense Onyx lunged forward, its entire mass overwhelming the Magneton, accompanied by a faint tearing sound. This move was exceptionally suited for Onyx, a Pokémon characterized by its high defensive capabilities. The violent noise jolted the startled onlookers back to reality, as they were unprepared for the swift defeat of the Magneton by the gargantuan Onyx. Duck Squawk Fire Dragon. Swiftly execute Fire Punch. Zubat, rush in with Poison Fang. Each one roared, unprepared for Xiaoqi's formidable strength. The fire-imbued fists of Duck Squawk Fire Dragon charged at Dazenfeng, who, in response, employed Shadow Clone, creating numerous duplicates that swirled around Duck Squawk Fire Dragon, obscuring its vision. As Zubat approached, the Flying Scyther seized the opportunity to utilize Quick Attack, securing the offensive and sending the attacking Zubat flying. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, if you do not attend to your injuries, you shall soon close your eyes for eternity, Xiaoqi warned, tossing a healing spray towards Eevee. Initially, Eevee regarded Xiaoqi with hostility, but under the disapproving gazes of Dazenfeng and the Flying Scyther, it ultimately succumbed to Xiaoqi's stern tone, reluctantly picking up the healing spray and departing, casting a lingering glance at him before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Do not leave. You belong to Team Rocket. Each one attempted to pursue Eevee, but was halted by the Flying Scyther's air slash, which sent him sprawling to the ground. I harbor no intentions of sparing you, Xiaoqi stated coldly, harboring no fondness for the members of Team Rocket before him. As the remaining Team Rocket members contemplated fleeing, Xiaoqi signaled the massive Onyx to intimidate them. The Onyx let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the forest, petrifying everyone in place. Observing this, Xiaoqi silently dialed the police station in Nibi City, awaiting the arrival of Miss Junsha, to accompany him to Nibi City once the authorities concluded their business. Chapter 18. Arrival at Nibi City, Xiaoqi and Wu Nong. Due to the notorious reputation of Team Rocket, familiar sirens echoed from afar before Xiaoqi could express his impatience. The Team Rocket members sighed in resignation, acknowledging their fate. Only each one, newly appointed as the squad leader, seethed in regret, his anger directed primarily at Xiaoqi. Thank you for your contributions to the Pokémon League. Miss Junsha greeted Xiaoqi warmly, extending her right hand. In response, Xiaoqi extended his hand in return, engaging in the pleasantries. You two brothers are truly idealistic rookie trainers. I have heard tales of Xiaoji from Miss Junsha in Shurjin City. Miss Junsha from Nibi City remarked. This is the responsibility we bear as Pokémon trainers. Xiaoqi replied, his gaze drifting elsewhere as memories of past events flooded back, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. That morning, he had witnessed the Pokémon Center reduced to ruins, thanks to Xiaoji and Pikachu's extraordinary efforts. It's a shiny Pokémon. The other officers marveled at the Flying Scyther, having never witnessed Dazenfeng's prowess. They turned their attention towards the Flying Scyther, which regarded their awe with disdain, deeming it mere superficial acclaim. To avert unnecessary complications, Xiaoqi had already returned the massive Onyx to its Pokeball, preventing any fright to the officers. You all will regret this. Chief Sokka will not let you off easily. Each one threatened, but was quickly subdued by the other officers. Fortunately, he sealed his lips in time. Had he revealed Sokka's true name here, he might have found himself eliminated by Team Rocket's assassination squad before even reaching the League prison. With the incident in Shurjian Forest concluded, Xiaoqi departed, comfortably seated in the police car en route to Nibi City. To avoid any misconceptions that he was a prisoner, Xiaoqi insisted on occupying the front passenger seat, inhaling the fragrant scent emanating from Miss Junsha at the wheel, and gradually closed his eyes for a brief respite. Time elapsed, and Xiaoqi ultimately arrived in Nibi City. Traveling by car proved far more convenient than on foot, allowing him to leisurely admire the scenery along the way. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, for relying excessively on transportation would detract from the essence of travel. Moderation was key. Here, Xiaoqi felt compelled to critique a certain Xiaomao, yet the proud Xiaomao was disinclined to heed others' advice, even when Dr. Oki repeatedly urged him. Only through personal encounters with failure would Xiaomao truly evolve. In preparation for the upcoming gym challenge, Xiaoqi first visited the Pokémon Center, entrusting his Pokeballs to Miss Joy for healing. Although Xiaoqi possesses the power of Chongpan, which allows him to effectively heal Pokémon, the medical expertise at the Pokémon Center is undeniably superior. After all, the Joy family has long been the esteemed medical practitioners of the Pokémon League. Moreover, excessive reliance on Chongpan's power could also jeopardize Xiaoqi's health. True to his routine, upon arriving in a new locale, Xiaoqi would contact his home, reassuring Huaji of his safety. After heeding Huaji's admonitions, Xiaoqi would nod in silent acknowledgement before reaching out to Professor Oki to inquire about the origins of the experimental liquid. This liquid evidently stemmed from the nefarious creations of the long-missing Pokémon researcher, Xiaomu. Professor Oki held no fondness for Xiaomu, as their ideals diverged significantly within the realm of Pokémon research. The composition of the liquid leaned towards that of a stimulant, albeit with detrimental effects. Pokémon injected with this substance would gradually devolve into feral combatants, a product explicitly banned by the League. It was astonishing that Xiaomu had managed to produce such a concoction. Enraged, Professor Oki lamented that individuals like Xiaomu, who recklessly tamper with Pokémon, do not deserve the title of Pokémon researcher. When I captured a Scyther in Chongpan Forest, I fortuitously encountered Team Rocket, who were pursuing a target dubbed Experimental Subject Number 2, an Eevee capable of evolving into fire, water, or electric forms at will. Although Xiaoqi did not witness the transformation of Eevee into a water type, he meticulously noted the 3 stripes between its brows, each representing the colors of fire, water, and electricity, signifying its ability to assume 3 evolutionary forms. It was utterly outrageous that such a test subject was not limited to just a Gyarados. Professor Oki expressed his disdain, wishing fervently to apprehend Xiaomu, but at present, Xiaomu was under the protection of Team Rocket, and the League was temporarily unaware of his exact whereabouts. Regarding the experimental liquid residuals within the Gyarados, I will endeavor to develop an antidote, and I trust that by the time you reach Hualan City, you will be able to collect the restorative potion from the Pokémon Center. Professor Oki assured Xiaoqi, I am uncertain about the fate of that Eevee, having been so recklessly altered by Team Rocket. I fear it has lost all faith in humanity. Xiaoqi murmured. Upon their initial encounter in Chongpan Forest, Xiaoqi witnessed the despair in Eevee's eyes, mistaking him for a member of Team Rocket, feeling hopeless about its impending fate. Fortunately, Xiaoqi managed to defeat Team Rocket, granting Eevee a brief respite. Speaking of Xiaoqi, where is he not by your side? Professor Oki inquired, puzzled. Xiaoqi is on his own journey. Traveling together may not yield the best results, and besides, his impulsive nature does not complement my own, which may hinder our progress. Xiaoqi explained. In response, Professor Oki nodded, agreeing with Xiaoqi's perspective. Everyone has their own adventure story. There is no need to forcibly integrate into another's team. Xiaoqi, although you are following the elite route, it would be prudent to capture more Pokémon. After all, participating in the League Conference with a limited number of Pokémon is quite arduous. Even Xiaomao has already captured over 20 Pokémon. Professor Oki advised, noting that efficiently rotating battle teams is one of the pathways to victory. Blindly relying on only 6 Pokémon can lead to exhaustion, allowing opponents to easily devise strategies to counteract your team, which is detrimental to subsequent matches. Rest assured, Professor Oki, I will not confine myself to merely 6 Pokémon. I believe the journey ahead will present me with more extraordinary Pokémon. Xiaoqi declared confidently. Xiaoqi from Jinxing Town, your Pokémon have been healed. Please proceed to the counter to collect them. Upon hearing the announcement from the front desk, Xiaoqi exchanged a few casual remarks with Professor Oki before hanging up and heading to the counter to retrieve his Pokémon. Just as he exited the Pokémon Center, a middle-aged man with stubble fixated on him. Before Xiaoqi could react, the man began to peddle his wares, which turned out to be mere stones. Don't go, young man. These stones not only brew tea, but can also be used in salads. The man, evidently unwilling to let go of Xiaoqi as a potential customer, fervently promoted his goods. However, Xiaoqi showed no interest, as he recognized this man as Wu Nong, the father of Xiaojiang, who had yet to return home. Observing Xiaoqi heading towards the Nibi gym, Wu Ning ceased his sales pitch and, with a serious expression, addressed Xiaoqi. Are you going to challenge the Nibi gym trainer, Xiaojiang? Let me be frank. Most novice trainers cannot defeat Xiaojiang. You seem to be a newcomer to your journey. I advise you to reconsider. What do you mean? Xiaoqi responded. Xiaojiang's abilities should not be confined to the diminutive Nibi city. He harbors grand aspirations. However, due to his irresponsible father, who claimed he was to become a Pokémon master, he abandoned his family without a trace. His mother, fed up with his prolonged absence, left home, leaving Xiaojiang to care for his younger siblings and assumed the role of gym leader, unable to leave Nibi city. Wu Nong recounted Xiaojiang's plight, his words drenched in regret for his past arrogance, foolishly aspiring to be a Pokémon master, only to fail and be too ashamed to return home. In my view, children do not need fathers who are extraordinary. They simply require someone to be by their side, sharing a joyful childhood. Xiaoqi remarked calmly, not waiting for Wu Ning's response as he waved goodbye and proceeded towards the Nibi gym. Sensing Xiaoqi's determination, Wu Nong resolved to personally observe Xiaoqi's gym challenge. Chapter 19, Obtaining the Gray Badge. Moments later, Xiaoqi arrived at the entrance of the Nibi gym, which was adorned with rocky aesthetics, unmistakably indicating its type. Gently pushing the door open, he found the interior shrouded in darkness. Xiaojiang, seated upon a rock, was oblivious to Xiaoqi's arrival. Lost in his musings, should I pursue the warm-hearted Miss Joy or the valiant Miss Junsha? The choice is indeed difficult. Witnessing Xiaojiang's playful antics, even Wu Nong, as a father, felt the urge to cover his face in embarrassment. Yet, one could not entirely blame Xiaojang. Having lost his mother, he subconsciously altered his criteria for companionship to that of a mature sister figure. Ahem, Xiao Qi from Jinxing Town, here to challenge the Nibi gym. Xiao Qi's declaration startled Xiaojang, who suddenly realized that someone had entered the gym, thus exposing his earlier antics for all to see. Ahem. The gym challenge is an official league competition, distinct from casual battles on the roadside. There are rules to follow, Xiaojang stated with a serious demeanor, completely shedding his previous playful demeanor. Rest assured, I will not be defeated. Upon seeing Xiao Qi's confident expression, Xiaojang abandoned his attempts to dissuade him. Recalling his recent defeat at the hands of a newcomer from Jinxing Town, seeing Xiao Qi nod, Xiaojang snapped his fingers, illuminating the previously dark surroundings. The side curtains extended to reveal the battle arena, forming a rocky battlefield. The competition rules dictated a 2 versus 2 match. Whichever side's Pokémon could no longer battle would be deemed the loser, allowing challengers to switch Pokémon during the match. My first Pokémon is here, come forth. Xiaokangxi. Xiaojang threw his Pokeball, and a Xiaokangxi appeared on the rocky battlefield. Go Bobo. Xiao Qi also tossed his Pokeball, revealing a golden Bobo, which briefly astonished Xiaojang before he quickly furrowed his brow. Do you not even understand the most basic principles of type advantage? Although the shiny Pokémon possesses remarkable strength that surpasses its peers, Xiaojang was somewhat perplexed by Xiao Qi's choice to send out Bobo against it. Underestimating one's opponent can prove to be exceedingly perilous. Bobo, use Steel Wing. Bobo swiftly descended, its wings radiating a brilliant light, striking the unprepared Xiaokangxi. Xiaokangxi, Xiaojang exclaimed anxiously, regretting his earlier dismissal of the opponent. He had not anticipated that this Bobo had mastered the Steel Wing, a move that countered his own Pokémon. In order to challenge the Nibi gym, Xiao Qi had trained his Xiahua Long and Bobo in the Shijia Forest, allowing them to learn Iron Tail and Steel Wing, respectively. I apologize for my previous actions, Xiaokangxi. Use Rollout. The weary Xiaokangxi transformed into a ball, leveraging the rocky terrain to gather momentum and launch itself at the airborne Bobo. Hurricane, followed by Steel Wing. Bobo flapped its wings to hinder Xiaokangxi's speed, then seized upon an opening, delivering a decisive blow with Steel Wing, resulting in Xiaokangxi's defeat. I cannot believe this young boy possesses such formidable strength. No wonder he exudes confidence, Wu Neng murmured from the shadows, observing the battle. I underestimated your capabilities. You are indeed stronger than that Xiaomao. But the next round will not be so simple. I entrust you with this, DYNSH. Xiaojang recalled the unconscious Xiaokangxi and sent forth his initial Pokémon, DYNSH, to engage in battle. Just then, the victorious Bobo gleamed with excitement, transforming in size. As the bright light faded, a well-developed, 14-meter-tall golden Biber bird appeared in the rocky arena. Compared to its previous form, this Biber bird now exuded an aura of ferocity, resembling a golden raptor. The Biber bird, curious about its transformation, occasionally preened its feathers with its beak. It has indeed evolved, Xiao Qi exclaimed joyfully, recalling that the training in Shijia Forest had sufficiently prepared the Biber bird for evolution, perfectly coinciding with this gym challenge. Pokémon, Biber bird, shiny, golden. Type, normal, flying. First ability, Keen Eye. Second ability, strong chest. Moves, quick attack, hurricane, agility, return, wing attack, Steel Wing. Personality, fiercely competitive, yet occasionally displays a childlike demeanor, deriving pleasure from tormenting its rival, Lixua. Background, residing in the Route 1 area. It was abandoned by its parents due to its unusual coloration. Living alone on Route 1, it realized it was destined to survive and began rigorous training from a young age. After an incident where Lixua stole its food, it developed a penchant for tormenting its rival. Return, Biber bird. This time, I am counting on you, Xiahua. Xiao Qi recalled Biber bird and sent out Xiahua for battle. Upon its entrance, Xiahua glared menacingly at DYNSH, displaying no signs of fear. After all, its companion, the massive DYNSH, was far more imposing than the current opponent. Your Pokémon truly is unique. Xiaojang, aspiring to be a breeder, noticed the difference in Xiahua and urged DYNSH to remain vigilant. DYNSH, use Tackle, dodge and use Iron Tail. Xiahua skillfully evaded the attack, and the successive Iron Tail strikes caused DYNSH to falter, crying out in pain. As DYNSH attempted to catch Xiahua, it was interrupted by a Dragon Breath attack. Witnessing Xiaohua's mastery of Dragon Breath left Xiaojang astonished. The battle had not persisted for more than a few minutes when DYNSH collapsed, and victorious Xiahua stood atop DYNSH, triumphantly raising its arms in celebration. The excited Xiahua glowed with white light, gradually transforming into a well-developed Huke Ngling, which proudly raised its arms, exhaling scorching flames. Its robust tail smashed against the rocks, sending debris flying, while its sharp claws shattered the fragments, with the flames engulfing its tail symbolizing its might. Pokémon, Huke Ngling. Type, Fire. First ability, Blaze. Second ability, Solar Power. Moves: Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, Iron Tail, Outrage, Fire Fong, Fire Punch, Heavy Slam, Dragon Claw. Brick Break. Personality: highly combative, unafraid of formidable foes, with a penchant for sunbathing. Background: an elite starter Pokémon cultivated in the Kanto League breeding grounds. It is notorious for its combative nature and extraordinary talent, often causing headaches for the staff due to injuries inflicted on the other starters. Its lineage includes a mysterious quasi-legendary dragon-type Pokémon, harboring an unawakened draconic bloodline. To ensure optimal development for his Pokémon, Xiaoqi invested significantly in premium Pokémon feed, coupled with appropriate training, resulting in Hu-K-Ng-L-ing reaching a height of 16 meters, almost rivaling the 17-meter height of its evolved form, Pn-Hu-Ling. Xiaoqi, congratulations on acquiring the gray badge. I never imagined I would become your fodder, Xiaojing jested, celebrating Xiaoqi's victory and clearly acknowledging his prowess as a trainer. Xiaojing, witnessing his son's defeat, Wu Neng, hidden in the shadows, wore a complex expression. Just as he prepared to leave, he unexpectedly spotted his children gathered in the audience. Their tearful eyes fixed on Xiaoqi, who had received the gray badge. How can this be? How could my brother possibly lose? Xiaojing's younger siblings were unable to accept their elder brother's defeat, bursting into tears, which drew a reprimand from Xiaojing. He contemplated speaking, but remained silent for a moment, unable to scold his younger siblings, instead casting an apologetic glance at the composed Xiaoqi. Failure is not something to lament. Your brother defended the honor of the Nibi gym, and you should be proud of Xiaojing. Xiaoqi praised, unfazed by the children's antics. This young man truly has a broad mind, Wu Neng murmured. Typically, a trainer would be infuriated by such behavior, yet Xiaoqi remains calm, completely unfazed. Xiaojing, I understand your difficulties and empathize with your plight. My own father was similarly irresponsible. I share your sentiments. Xiaoqi expressed, revealing a complex emotion. You may pursue your dreams alongside my brother, Xiaoji, and I believe your father will return soon. Afterward, Xiaoqi cast a glance toward the concealed Wu Neng, having been aware of his presence from the onset. Is that so? Thank you for your well wishes. Xiaojing exhaled, seemingly devoid of hope for his father's return, which pained Wu Neng deeply, as this was not his desired outcome. Farewell, Xiaojing. Xiaoqi waved goodbye as he departed after securing the gray badge. Noticing his younger siblings still looking despondent, Xiaojing playfully made a face, saying, Do not be sad. Now I have a reason to visit Miss Joy. I am quite happy about this. His playful antics brought laughter to his siblings, restoring the joyous atmosphere of the Nibi gym. Chapter 20, The Yuedin Mountain Incident. The following morning, Xiaoqi awoke from his slumber, completed his morning routine, and after breakfast, departed from the Pokémon Center, heading towards Hu-Lin City, with the journey taking him through Yuedin Mountain. Yuedin Mountain is renowned for its abundance of moonstones, famous for the presence of wild pipi and frequent meteor showers. The fallen meteors in this area, of course, yield moonstones. Moonstones are items that facilitate Pokémon evolution, gradually becoming sought-after commodities. In pursuit of the purest moonstones, many merchants have flocked to the area, recklessly excavating the stones and disturbing the environment of Yuedin Mountain, as well as the routines of the Pokémon within the caves. Currently, however, Xiaoqi is engaged in a Pokémon battle with a mountaineer who has a penchant for excavating moonstones. L-N-G-L-N-G-S-H. Use Rollout. Hu-K-N-G-L-Ing. Use Heavy Slam. Both Pokémon stood their ground, showcasing their prideful strength in combat. Xiaoqi glanced at the mountaineer L-N-G-L-N-G-S-H and utilized the system to query its data. Pokémon, L-N-G-L-N-G-S-H. Type, Rock, Ground. Ability, Sturdy. Techniques, Rolling, Rock Slide. Self-Destruct, Rock Blade, Body Slam, Million-Ton Heavy Punch. Roar. Feel the pain of my fists grinding together. The fiery dinosaur, Huachonglong, exerted itself to push the rolling stone aside, cautiously retreating a few steps. Its robust tail thumped against the ground intermittently, betraying the agitation of its emotions. Use Rock Smash and Iron Tail. Xiaoqi commanded. Oh no, get out of the way, Longshi. The mountaineer exclaimed in distress. Longshi managed to gain a brief advantage, thanks to its high defense stats, while Huachonglong's Rock Smash and Iron Tail not only dealt double damage, but also had a chance to lower Longshi's defense, making it a true nightmare for the latter. Seizing the opportunity, Huachonglong unleashed Flamethrower, the thick pillar of fire engulfing Longshi instantly. Though it scoffed at using flames to defeat Longshi, it was willing to employ fire to remind Longshi of its own limitations. In that case, Longshi will use Body Slam. The mountaineer shouted, determined to give it a final push. Huachonglong's claws and tail erupted in white light, relentlessly striking against Longshi's impending charge. Longshi mustered all its strength, but ultimately fell before Huachonglong. Seeing Longshi defeated, the mountaineer reluctantly withdrew it into a Pokeball, casting an appreciative glance at Xiaoqi. If you wish to unearth a moonstone, I recommend a particular location. Following the mountaineer guidance, Xiaoqi arrived at the entrance of a cave. The moment he stepped inside, He heard the faint sound of digging, indicating that someone was already diligently excavating moonstones. A few Zubat, unable to withstand the noise, frantically fled their roosting cave, forced into the blinding sunlight outside. Inside the cave, to facilitate the extraction of moonstones, people had installed lighting fixtures on both sides. This, however, caused Sandshrew to collapse from dehydration, while Para sporadically grew mushrooms on its back due to the illumination. These were all exceedingly unusual phenomena. Damn it! Is there really a moonstone here? A disgruntled roar echoed from within, unmistakably belonging to a boisterous old woman. Come out, Scyther. Use wing attack. A gust of wind rushed towards the depths of the cave, drawing out two individuals who were mining. Surprisingly, you are not Musashi and Kojiro? Who are you? Since you have sincerely inquired, I shall make an exception and enlighten you. To prevent the destruction of Earth. To safeguard the peace of the planet. To uphold the tenets of love and honesty through villainy. A playful and humorous villainous duo. Yamato. Shansuk. We are the rocket team, traversing the cosmos. A rosy, pink tomorrow awaits us. The duo emerged from the cave's depths, their uniforms bearing several tiers, clearly the handiwork of Scyther. Yamato, fearing exposure, refrained from grand gestures. Though it seemed no one was paying attention to her. You despicable brat, what do you want? Yamato fumed. Don't underestimate us as mere side characters like Musashi and Kojiro. Shansuk scoffed. I intend to stop you from destroying the cave's environment. As for you two, you are no different from Musashi and Kojiro. You insufferable wretch. Go, Rattata. Don't get cocky, kid. Go, Infernape. The two dispatched their Pokémon to battle, while Scyther approached leisurely, ready for a one-on-two confrontation. A shiny Scyther. It seems our mission may succeed. Yamato rejoiced, having previously taken on the task of excavating moonstones with Shansuk. They had thought it would be a simple endeavor. Yet they found themselves without even a single inexpensive moonstone. You seem quite confident, Xiaoqi remarked casually, allowing Scyther to fight autonomously against the likes of Yamato and Shansuk. Xiaoqi felt no need to issue commands. Scyther lazily sharpened its scythes, signaling the duo to proceed. Arrogant fool, Yamato exclaimed in disbelief, never imagining she would be looked down upon by a Pokémon. Infernape, rush in and use Fury Swipes. Rattata, you two, charge in and use Tackle. Scyther first employed Double Team to evade the attacks. Countless duplicates surrounding Infernape and Rattata, leaving Yamato and Shansuk bewildered. Lacking special abilities, they could not discern Scyther's true form. The multitude of Scyther then converged, crossing their blades to unleash Fury Cutter. Rattata was struck by the cross-cut from behind, nearly collapsing. Infernape, use Brick Break. Shansuk urgently commanded, realizing that Xiaoqi was no ordinary trainer, unlike the third-rate trainers he had previously encountered. Scyther's blades gleamed with white light as it countered Infernape's Brick Break with its own, subsequently overpowering Infernape and pushing it back. Two sides emitted a green glow, continuously slashing at Infernape's body. Infernape, Shansuk exclaimed nervously, but as Scyther's relentless assault ceased, the injured Infernape fell to the ground, eyes swirling, rendered unable to continue. Now only the barely surviving Rattata remained, and it was swiftly defeated by Scyther's quick attack. We are the great rocket team. What do you intend to do? Yamato trembled in fear, attempting to invoke the name of the rocket team to intimidate Xiaoqi. However, Xiaoqi showed no fear of their reputation, instructing Scyther to keep an eye on Yamato and Shansuk while he retrieved his Pokédex and dialed the police station in Nibi City. Half an hour later. Thank you for your cooperation. It is thanks to trainers like you, filled with a sense of justice, that we can easily capture the rocket team. Miss Junsha, who arrived, shook Xiaoqi's hand with admiration. She was taken aback to learn that this 10-year-old boy had repeatedly thwarted the rocket team's evil plans, igniting a sense of respect within her, as she herself had not yet become a competent trainer at such a young age. I entrust this to you, Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly, his tone suggesting a lack of concern. Knowing that Yamato and Shansuk would soon be released by Sakaki, and that the purpose of sending them to the police station was merely to extract funds from Sakaki. After dismantling the lighting fixtures alongside Miss Junsha, Xiaoqi bid her farewell and ventured deeper into the cave, as his own goal was also to obtain a moonstone, unwilling to return empty-handed. At that moment, a petite Pippi peeked out, adorably gazing at Xiaoqi. Upon noticing his presence, it eagerly waved for him to follow, leading him to the site where the Pippi clan worshipped the moonstone. To express gratitude for Xiaoqi driving away the rocket team, a Piku, seemingly the clan leader, instructed its kin to present a moonstone. Pippi handed the moonstone to Xiaoqi, who looked at the stone in surprise. The moonstone in his hand was evidently larger than those found in the market, containing double the energy. A splendid harvest. I never expected to acquire a superior moonstone. Chapter 21 versus Hulan Gym. Crossing the Yuedin Mountain, Xiaoqi finally arrived in Hulan City. Upon reaching, he immediately headed to the Pokémon Center to register for a room and entrusted his Pokeballs to Miss Joy for healing. Afterward, he visited the phone station to call home, reassuring Huazi of his safety. Xiaoqi from Jinshin Town, you have a package. Hearing the announcement, Xiaoqi surmised it was a recovery potion sent by Professor Okido. After collecting the potion, he dialed the Okido Laboratories number, and the screen displayed Professor Okido, who was once again indulging in instant noodles, a sight Xiaoqi had grown accustomed to. You must have received your package too. This recovery potion allows Gyarados to perfectly harness the evil factors within without losing its sanity. It effectively integrates its inner power, Professor Okido explained. According to Dr. Demu's assessment, the malevolent factors within the blood-red Bally Dragon predominantly linger in its abdomen and flanks. Otherwise, the originally pale yellow hue of these areas would not have transformed into a pitch-black shade. If Dr. Demu's theory holds merit, it may allow the blood-red Bally Dragon to simultaneously master both water-flying and water-dark forms. Thank you, Dr. Demu. Xiaoqi expressed his gratitude, realizing upon noticing Dr. Demu's dark circles that this restorative potion was not as easily concocted as he had imagined, but rather the result of Dr. Demu's recent tireless efforts. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, swiftly capture more formidable Pokémon for me to study. I hold your discerning eye in high esteem. Dr. Demu jested, reassuring Xiaoqi that he need not take it to heart. In Dr. Demu's view, every novice trainer departing from Jinshin Town was akin to his own child, all deserving of pride as Pokémon trainers from Jinshin Town. After administering the restorative potion to the blood-red Bally Dragon, it indeed conformed to Dr. Demu's assertions. The dragon could thereafter freely switch its attributes, with the most apparent transformation being the color of its abdomen and flanks. The water-flying form showcased a pale yellow hue, while the water-dark form exhibited a deep black color. Upon arriving outside the Hualon Gym, it resembled an aquarium at first glance, making it difficult to perceive it as a league gym, especially since the external promotions centered around water ballet, adorned with elaborate posters of the Hualon Three Sisters water ballet, appealing only to a specific audience. Entering the Hualon Gym, Xiaoqi was greeted by the mesmerizing water ballet performance of the Hualon Three Sisters, with the audience predominantly comprised of middle-aged men, leading to an unmistakable understanding of their intentions for attending the gym. Due to the lack of seating, Xiaoqi reluctantly leaned against the wall, quietly urging the performance to conclude swiftly. His murmurs, however, annoyed a man in the back who had been lost in daydreams, prompting him to turn sharply towards Xiaoqi, only to be met with a chilling glare from the boy. Unbeknownst to the man, Xiaoqi exuded a subtle psychic aura, causing a palpable tension that immobilized him. Really, my legs are aching after standing for so long. I should stretch. Xiaoqi cast a sidelong glance at the pretentious man before lowering his hat and awaiting the end of the performance. After what felt like an eternity, the announcement of the performance's conclusion finally echoed, allowing the audience to exit in an orderly fashion. Impatient, Xiaoqi seized the moment to descend the stairs in search of the Hualon Three Sisters. The sisters, still basking in the pride of their recent performance, exchanged compliments about each other's beauty. Xiaoqi approached them quietly, and before he could speak, the eldest sister, Yinghua, chimed in. Little brother, it's not appropriate to idolize at such a young age. You should consider your health and avoid those shady uncles. Xiaoqi paused for a moment, producing a Pokeball from his waist to signal that he had come to challenge the gym. Why so aloof, little brother? Aren't you afraid of not attracting any girls? The second sister, Chongpan, teased, attempting to pinch Xiaoqi's cheek, only to be met with his indifferent evasion. Finding the sisters uninteresting, they led Xiaoqi to the battle arena, which was a vast water pool equipped with several floating platforms designed for standing on water. Now, we have Xiaoqi from Jinshin Town facing off against a trainer from the Hualon Gym. The battle format is 3 versus 3, with only the challenger allowed to swap Pokémon. There is no time limit. Let the official match commence, the referee declared. Both Xiaoqi and the eldest sister, Yinghua, released their Pokeballs simultaneously. Yinghua summoned King Fish, while Xiaoqi unleashed the fierce blood-red Bally Dragon, eager to engage in battle after truly mastering its powers. Thus, Xiaoqi decided to have the blood-red Bally Dragon lead the first match. The formidable presence of the blood-red Bally Dragon caused the water's surface to rise, nearly toppling Yinghua from her platform. King Fish trembled in fear upon seeing its opponent. The blood-red Bally Dragon let out a fearsome roar to intimidate its foe, causing King Fish's resolve to falter and its attack power to wane. Are all novice trainers from Jinshin Town this terrifying? Yinghua lamented, recalling how the Hualon Three Sisters had recently endured a crushing defeat at the hands of Xiao Mao, only to face another daunting challenge from Xiaoqi. If you don't make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bally Dragon, use Water Tail, Xiaoqi commanded. With a thunderous roar, the blood-red Bally Dragon unleashed a torrent of water as it swung its tail, sending King Fish flying out of the arena in a single, decisive blow. The blood-red Bally Dragon, bolstered by its overconfidence, experienced a surge in muscle mass, further amplifying its attack power. We surrender, the three sisters exclaimed in despair, having lost all confidence and will to fight after witnessing the swift defeat of King Fish. Seeing the absence of worthy opponents, the blood-red Bally Dragon wore an unsatisfied expression. It appears your Bally Dragon truly relishes battle, Ingwan noted with a smile. How about you take charge of the Hualan gym for a day? Champu proposed. What a splendid idea. This way, your Bally Dragon can engage in a proper battle, and we can salvage the reputation of our Hualan gym. Ingwa concurred. Oh, so you are aware of the need to restore the gym's reputation, Xiaoqi remarked, noting that the three sisters were solely focused on perfecting their water ballet performances, their dedication waning to the point where they struggled against even mediocre trainers. Meanwhile, the blood-red Bally Dragon approached Xiaoqi, eagerly imploring him to accept the sister's request, as it yearned for the opportunity to unleash its full potential in combat. Hooray! Here is the blue badge you deserve. It's a special edition from the eldest sister. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's agreement, the Hualan three sisters beamed with joy. Inghua, amidst Xiaoqi's bewildered gaze, retrieved a blue badge from her chest and presented it to him, imbued with a feminine fragrance. Wow, sister, you are indeed bold. Champu blushed. This little brother has quite a handsome appearance, though his demeanor is rather cold. With that, Inghua leaned in and kissed Xiaoqi on the cheek as a reward for his agreement to guard the Hualan gym for a day. The other two sisters, unwilling to be outdone, approached him with similar intentions, but Xiaoqi skillfully evaded them. Still dazed from Inghua's kiss, he had not anticipated such boldness from the trio, who seemed to be insatiable, not sparing even a mere 10-year-old boy. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I leave the glamorous gym in your hands. After accepting this unexpected responsibility, the Hualan three sisters finally had the opportunity to indulge in a leisurely shopping spree, investing half of their earnings in skincare products to maintain their beauty. Chapter 22. The weakest gym is deceptive. Now, Xiaoqi stood alone in the Hualan gym, while the blood-red Bally Dragon sank quietly to the bottom of the pool, awaiting the arrival of challengers. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, Xiaoqi sensed the approach of another presence. He opened his drowsy eyes to find a challenger, seemingly around 12 or 13 years old, standing before him, ready to challenge the Hualan gym. You are the temporary gym leader for the day, Xiaoqi explained, noticing the challenger's bewildered expression as they surveyed their surroundings. Can someone so young really serve as a substitute gym leader? Well, I'm determined to claim that blue badge, the challenger declared boldly. Xiaoqi chuckled lightly, knowing that the Hualan three sisters had not given him any extra blue badges, signifying that he must defeat every trainer who dared to challenge him. It seems you possess quite a bit of confidence. The rules for the match are 1 versus 1. I will be using a water-type Pokémon, and you may send out your fighter now, Xiaoqi stated calmly, leaping onto the floating platform as the challenger followed suit, readying their own Pokémon. Oh, the Sanhei Kangwa, indeed a commendable choice, Xiaoqi Yu remarked, offering a reluctant compliment. Pokémon, Sanhei Kangwa. Type, electric and steel. Ability, magnet pull, which ensnares steel-type Pokémon, preventing their escape. Moves, thunder shock, thunderbolt, electromagnetic wave, discharge, metal sound, lock-on, thunder. The Sanhei Kangwa can levitate in midair, unbound by a float, while also unleashing electric currents to counter water types, making it a formidable fighter, though regrettably facing off against Xiaoqi. Come forth, blood-red Bukelong. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's command, the crimson Bukelong emerged from the depths of the pool, its massive form obstructing the challenger's view of the Sanhei Kangwa, causing the water level in the battlefield to drop significantly. With a fierce roar, the Sanhei Kangwa was intimidated, resulting in a decrease in its attack power. Pokémon, Bukelong, variant shiny, blood red. Types, water, dark, and flying. Primary ability, intimidate. Secondary ability, overconfidence. Moves, crunch, hurricane, dragon rage, ice fong, water tail, water gun, hydro pump. Destruction ray, ice beam. Personality, prone to rage, yet yearns for warmth, cherishing the bonds of kinship that are hard-won. Background, originally evolved from a remarkably gifted golden Kiryu. It unfortunately fell into the clutches of the nefarious Dr. Evilwood, becoming test subject number 1, infused with malevolent violent factors that tainted its original skin. Currently, its genes are under control, allowing it to effortlessly shift between 2 forms. What fortune it is to face a Bukelong. Though the challenger's gaze revealed a longing for the blood-red Bukelong, it was primarily the excitement for the impending blue badge that ignited their enthusiasm. Initially, upon observing Xiaoqi's composed demeanor, the challenger presumed they faced a formidable opponent, only to discover that the Pokémon dispatched was one they could counter with a 4-fold advantage. Xiaoqi disregarded the challenger's excitement, uninterested in enlightening them about the fact that his Bukelong was merely doubly weak to electric types, as it currently assumed its dark dragon form, comprised of water and dark attributes. Water tail. The blood-red Bukelong swung its tail, sending the Sanhei Kangwa crashing into the water. Xiaoqi had no intention of alerting the challenger, as battles often hinge on seizing the initiative. Sanhei Kangwa, unleashed Thunderbolt. Despite being irked by Xiaoqi's sudden assault, the challenger quickly issued commands to the Sanhei Kangwa. Utilizing the principle that water conducts electricity, the Sanhei Kangwa emitted a thunderbolt within the pool. Haha, thanks to your Bukelong. Do not forget that the battlefield of the Hualan Gym is entirely composed of water. Water conducts electricity, and Bukelong is 4 times weak to electric types. Even your shiny Bukelong is not exempt. The challenger boasted, envisioning Xiaoqi reluctantly handing over the blue badge, their arrogance palpable. Good command, but unfortunately, Xiaoqi remarked calmly, showing no concern for the blood-red Bukelong enduring the electric current, for at that moment, the Bukelong was in its dark dragon form, meaning the thunderbolt would only inflict double damage. The blood-red Bukelong withstood the thunderbolt, opening its gaping maw to seize the Sanhei Kangwa tightly. The terrified Sanhei Kangwa struggled desperately, but the enraged Bukelong was relentless. Sanhei Kangwa, quickly release all your power and use thunder. The challenger shouted, intent on a mutually destructive outcome. The blood-red Bukelong, unwilling to experience the electric shock again, retaliated with crunch, forcefully tossing the Sanhei Kangwa aside. The thrown Sanhei Kangwa failed to transfer its electric current into the water, leaving the blood-red Bukelong unscathed. However, the enraged Bukelong showed no regard for the Sanhei Kangwa's thoughts, gathering golden energy particles in its mouth and unleashing a powerful destruction ray that struck the Sanhei Kangwa directly. Amid the challenger's gasps, the Sanhei Kangwa fell to the ground, its eyes swirling, having lost its combat ability. Regrettably, you have not yet demonstrated the strength required to obtain the blue badge, Xiaoqi stated. Then, indifferent to the challenger's reaction, leisurely reclined in a chair, closing his eyes to rest. The victorious blood-red Bukelong flexed its muscles, emitting a triumphant roar, yet dissatisfied with its performance. It offered neither the challenger nor the Sanhei Kangwa a favorable glance, silently submerging back into the depths of the pool. The challenger, witnessing this, fell into silence, quietly recalling the Sanhei Kangwa. He had no desire to invite trouble, for capturing a fierce and powerful Pokémon like the blood-red Bukelong was beyond his capabilities. After the challenger departed, Xiaoqi rose to employ the power of J-Band to heal the injured blood-red Bukelong. The Bukelong gazed up at Xiaoqi with admiration as he tended to its wounds, nudging its face closer to Xiaoqi's. Unfazed, Xiaoqi affectionately stroked the blood-red Bukelong. Once the Bukelong's injuries were mended, Xiaoqi received yet another challenge from a new contender. Hello, I am here to challenge the Hualan Gym. This time, the challenger was a delicate young girl, her demeanor and words far more pleasant than the previous challenger. Though Xiaoqi contemplated urging her to forego the challenge, he ultimately remained silent. Gym trainers cannot refuse challengers. The match rules are 1 vs 1. Defeat it, and you shall earn the blue badge, Xiaoqi explained, as the water pool behind him stirred, revealing the massive form of the blood-red Bukelong before the girl. Gulp. The girl swallowed nervously, realizing this was nothing like the advertised weakest gym. I beg of you, Zerus. Eventually, the girl sent forth her Pokémon to battle, but as soon as Zerus appeared, it accidentally slipped and fell into the pool. The kind-hearted blood-red Bukelong could not bear to watch, rescuing the hapless creature. Xiaoqi, exasperated, adjusted his cap, finding the girl's naivety astonishing. Not to mention the comical scene of Zerus, the grass-type moves were utterly ineffective against the blood-red Bukelong. The outcome was a single roar from the blood-red Bukelong, which frightened both the girl and Zerus, leaving no opportunity for warm-up. And Xiaoqi had to attend to the fainted girl. Following this, Xiaoqi faced a succession of challengers, all of whom were defeated by the blood-red Bukelong. When confronted with fighting and bug-type challengers, the Bukelong adeptly transformed its attributes, mitigating damage significantly. Due to Xiaoqi's vigilant guarding of the Hualan Gym that day, a peculiar urban legend of the blood-red Bukelong began circulating in Hualan City. Chapter 23, The Beastmaster Xiaoming, Pokémon Enhancer. Awakened from slumber at dawn, Xiaoqi completed his morning routine and, with a piece of bread in his mouth, departed from the Pokémon Center, setting off alone toward the direction of Dryleaf City. Along the way, he stumbled upon a plain where numerous weak trainers lingered, challenging one another to bolster their strength. Whirlwind Slash, Xiaoqi commanded. The Flygon dispatched the opposing Rattata effortlessly, achieving victory without even a warm-up. As Xiaoqi passed through, he had amassed an impressive streak of 45 consecutive victories, with challengers seeking to claim his record, only to be defeated by a single move from the Flygon. Such an impressive, shiny Flygon. With your prowess, I believe you have a chance to defeat Xiaoming, the trainer of Rattata extolled. Xiaoqi offered no response, merely nodding silently. He had grown weary of engaging with the trainers in this area. Their lack of strength was one thing, but their ignorance in believing they could enhance their abilities by remaining here was sheer arrogance. In the original narrative, Ash frequently encountered such third-rate trainers, his consecutive victories swelling his pride until he was ultimately bested by the local champion, the Beastmaster Xiaoming. However, it cannot be entirely blamed on these trainers, as most of them have yet to reach the designated age of 10. Many parents, driven by their own selfish desires, capture Pokémon for their children, presenting them as birthday gifts, which inadvertently leads to their lack of strength. The Pokémon League's unofficial gym boasts an astounding record of 87 consecutive victories. Truly a hubristic individual. Xiaoqi lamented that if this were not a remote location, Perhaps a member of the league seeking to enhance their performance might indeed apprehend Xiao Ming for his infractions. Establishing a gym without the league's approval is prohibited, and to brazenly declare it as such on a signboard is tantamount to self-destruction. According to the travel route, Xiao Mo might also pass through this area. Yet the fact that Xiao Ming's winning streak remains unbroken indicates that Xiao Mo dismisses these third-rate trainers, neglecting to engage with the ostentatious Xiao Ming. Otherwise, he would have long been defeated by Xiao Mo's Kami Turtle. Ultimately, that fearless Shuckle is merely a creature that has not faced formidable water-type Pokémon. Can a training pool compare to the experience of battling water-type Pokémon regularly? Are you the sudden powerhouse that has emerged in this vicinity? I have heard that you possess an impressive blue Scyther. Would you care to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? A voice emerged from behind Xiao Qi, and upon turning, he discovered Xiao Ming standing there, his tone exuding arrogance as he took pride in his undefeated streak. You possess quite a bit of confidence. Xiao Qi remarked coolly. Allow me to disclose some information. The Pokémon I am utilizing is Shuckle, and you may employ a water-type Pokémon to counter it. However, my Shuckle has been trained to no longer fear water. Xiao Ming boasted, striding through the door with self-satisfaction, while Xiao Qi silently followed suit. Moments later, the two stood upon the battlefield, simultaneously throwing their Pokeballs. Go, Shuckle. Off you go, Pidgeotto. A golden shiny Pidgeotto appeared. Xiao Ming exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing his Shuckle retreat a step at the mere gaze of Pidgeotto. Ever since its evolution, Pidgeotto had taken on the fierce demeanor of a raptor. Even the supposed counter, Spearow, seemed insignificant in its presence. Shuckle, attack! Xiao Ming commanded, cracking his whip against the ground, and the Shuckle, understanding the signal, immediately launched a rollout attack. Just a few tricks, Xiao Qi replied indifferently, suggesting that instead of wasting time on such gimmicks, one should focus on enhancing their own strength. Xiao Qi directed Pidgeotto to use Steel Wing. With a radiant flash, Pidgeotto's wings struck down the approaching Shuckle, sending it crashing to the ground. Impossible! Xiao Ming gasped in disbelief, nearly dropping his whip. He had always relied on this move to defeat flying-type opponents attempting to dominate the skies, but in Xiao Qi's eyes, it appeared utterly naive. Hurricane! Pidgeotto flapped its wings, summoning a tempest. Given Pidgeotto's size, nearly akin to its evolved form, Pidgeot, the hurricane it unleashed was far more ferocious than that of an ordinary Pidgeotto, causing Shuckle, accustomed to battling regular Pidgeotto, to struggle against the powerful winds, desperately trying not to disappoint its trainer. Well done, Shuckle! Xiao Ming encouraged, swinging his whip once more. This time, Shuckle used Dig to evade Pidgeotto's hurricane attack. There will always be a moment for it to emerge. Pidgeotto remained vigilant, attentively listening to the sounds below, nodding in understanding. Pidgeotto closed its eyes to focus on the surrounding noises. Suddenly, it opened its eyes wide, pivoting towards a specific direction, swiftly executing a quick attack that knocked Shuckle down once more. Shuckle, hang in there. Do not forget our vow. We aim to achieve 100 consecutive victories before embarking on our journey. We must earn our league badges together and participate in the quartz conference of our dreams. Xiao Ming encouraged, though his tone bore a hint of reluctance, for he was acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Xiao Qi using a whip to command, jumping into the pool to overcome a fear of water, dreaming of 100 consecutive victories before venturing forth. All these actions were merely self-deceptive gestures. Xiao Qi criticized Xiao Ming without mercy. Return, Pidgeotto. Xiao Qi recalled the still eager Pidgeotto into its Pokeball, releasing another Pokeball to reveal a fierce crimson Gyarados that appeared on the battlefield. Obeying Xiao Qi's command, it unleashed a slightly restrained water gun, striking Shuckle, who was still struggling, causing it to emit a cry of pain. I concede. Please, do not harm my Shuckle any further. Xiao Ming cried out, finally realizing how ridiculous his persistence had been. Even a gentle water gun from the Gyarados left Shuckle in such a state of fear. A wise choice. Xiao Qi recalled Gyarados and tossed a healing spray from his backpack, urging Xiao Ming to hasten in treating Shuckle. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming wiped away his tears and carefully applied the healing spray to his Pokémon. Throughout the treatment, Shuckle gazed at Xiao Ming with guilt, licking away his tears and offering a remorseful cry. It is not your fault, Shuckle, Xiao Ming reassured, shaking his head. Leave this place, train diligently to evolve Shuckle, and challenge the league gyms. Only then can your strength improve. Remaining here will only diminish your abilities, Xiao Qi remarked coolly. Thank you for your guidance. I will strive to grow stronger alongside Shuckle and challenge you at the Quartz Conference. Xiao Ming declared earnestly, resolved to face Xiao Qi anew at the conference. Motivated by gratitude for his advice, abandoning his foolish obsession with 100 consecutive victories, both Xiao Ming and Shuckle found their mindset significantly more relaxed. At that moment, Shuckle's body erupted in a brilliant white light, transforming before Xiao Ming's eyes into a well-developed Shuckle King. Overcome with excitement, Xiao Ming embraced the newly evolved Shuckle King, tears of joy streaming down his face. All along, Shuckle had met the conditions for evolution but had suppressed its desire to evolve for the sake of Xiao Ming's dreams. Now, liberated from the obsession with 100 consecutive victories, Shuckle actively evolved into Shuckle King. Are you not going to take me for a tour? Xiao Qi teased, glancing at Xiao Ming's abode. Elated, Xiao Ming led Xiao Qi to explore his training grounds, where he had set up various fitness equipment to train his Pokémon, with dumbbells occupying the majority. Although a self-taught endeavor, Xiao Ming had conducted thorough research on Pokémon feed, investing substantially in purchasing the appropriate nourishment for his Pokémon's training, which indirectly fostered their strength. Your concept of a Pokémon enhancer is quite commendable, Xiao Qi remarked, offering rare praise, which made Xiao Ming proud as he began to explain the functions of the Pokémon enhancer. Xiao Qi nodded, retrieving his Pokédex to capture a few images, intending to commission Professor Oki to have 6 similar Pokémon enhancers crafted for himself. However, Xiao Ming's Pokémon enhancer was only suitable for smaller Pokémon and could not accommodate Shuckle King. Thus, Xiao Qi felt no need to purchase one from Xiao Ming, as his 6 Pokémon were rather unique and would require custom fabrication. Moreover, the materials used in Xiao Ming's enhancer were too rudimentary, merely capable of restraining limb strength. Xiao Qi could easily have Professor Oki commission an expert to create a more effective enhanced version. Chapter 24, The Infatuated Xiao Chun, awakened promptly at 6 in the morning. Intending to release all his Pokémon for their daily training session, Xiao Qi furrowed his brows as he noted the accumulation of snow outside his tent. Were it not for his extraordinary constitution, he might have already succumbed to the cold. Who on earth could be so careless? Little Qi, feeling discontent, subsequently tossed out the Pokeball containing Yuedin. As Yuedin emerged, its inherent heat gradually melted the surrounding snow. In an effort to demonstrate its prowess to Little Qi, Yuedin unleashed a fiery vortex, obliterating the snow in a radius of several meters. Striking a pose with its hands on its hips, eagerly awaiting praise from Little Qi, however, to its surprise, Little Qi playfully admonished it with a light tap on the head. Do not use your flames indiscriminately. Although the weather seems peculiar now, do not forget that we are in a forest. You wouldn't want to be captured by Miss Jun Sha and thrown in jail, would you? Little Qi jested. Yuedin appeared to take this seriously, nodding earnestly as it resolved to remember, not wishing to be separated from its master. Flakes of snow occasionally drifted down from the sky, but as they approached Little Qi, they were effortlessly deflected by the psychic energy he emanated, creating a faint, invisible barrier around him. After a brief wash and a hearty breakfast, Little Qi packed the tent into his backpack and, accompanied by Yuedin, set out to uncover the source of the current predicament. While the snowy blanket transformed the forest into a picturesque scene, the harsh conditions were not conducive for travelers. Should they suffer frostbite, finding medical assistance would be nearly impossible, as there were no Pokémon centers or hospitals in this remote wilderness. Moments later, Little Qi and Yuedin stumbled upon 5 noble youths and a snowman-like boy who appeared to be enduring torment, dressed in extravagant noble attire. The 5 youths had adorned themselves with various warming gadgets to stave off the cold. It was rather peculiar that they would prefer to cover themselves in ostentatious decorations rather than exchange their noble uniforms for more comfortable clothing, which struck Little Qi as exceedingly amusing. However, at that moment, the 5 noble youths were interrogating the snowman boy, seemingly attempting to fill in the gaps in his knowledge of Pokémon theory. What Pokémon is this? One red-haired boy queried, producing a photograph, though the snow obscured the image, rendering only the wings faintly visible. Is it BB? The snowman boy replied. Though we are in this icy realm, the distinction between these 2 avian Pokémon is strikingly clear, chided a green-haired youth. That would be Lichu. The snowman boy corrected. Correct. But it is expected you would know that. What we now inquire about is the moves Lichu excels in, continued the green-haired boy. Lichu is proficient in Peck, learns Roost at level 3, learns Leer at level 8, masters Focus Energy at level 11, and acquires Fury Attack at level 16. The snowman boy answered promptly, appearing to be quite familiar with this knowledge. These are merely foundational concepts. Now I ask you, at what level does Lichu meet the evolution criteria? And what is its evolved name? What is its ability? The red-haired boy pressed, not letting the snowman boy off the hook. This question seemed to stump the snowman boy, leaving him silent, his body trembling under the biting cold as he became increasingly engulfed in snow. Xiao Chun, do you consider yourself a Pokémon research school student? I hope you can answer this question in tomorrow's stormy practical class. The 5 youths expressed their dissatisfaction with Chun's performance, leaving behind a parting remark as they prepared to depart. Lichu evolves into Dizu Chu at level 20, with its standard ability being Keen Eye and its hidden ability being Sniper. Just then, Little Qi emerged from the swirling snow, causing the 5 youths to regard him with hostility while casting astonished glances at Yuedin, impressed by its robust physique. Hey, how much is that Yuedin worth in alliance coins? Name your price, the red-haired boy demanded, entirely disregarding the increasingly frosty glare from Little Qi. Before they could react, Yuedin erupted in a torrent of flames towards the red-haired boy. Its anger not only directed at the disrespect shown to Little Qi, but also at the suggestion of being sold, which struck a deep chord within Yuedin. Had it not been for Little Chi's desire to avoid unnecessary trouble, the red-haired boy might have ended up hospitalized for 3 months. Nonetheless, when Little Chi utilized his psychic powers to control the flames, he intentionally allowed some embers to ignite the red-haired boy's clothing, forcing him to strip off the burning garments to escape the inferno. You will pay for this. Those who offend trainers from our Pokémon research school will face dire consequences. The red-haired boy threatened as he and his companions retreated in disarray, leaving behind the struggling Xiao Chun, who was unable to flee due to his snowman predicament and thus remained to await Little Chi's judgment. Do not be alarmed. I am not a villain, Little Chi stated calmly, instructing Yuedin to use its fiery tail to melt the snow encasing Xiao Chun. However, due to the earlier display of Yuedin's ferocity, Xiao Chun was so startled by its approach that he fainted, rolling his eyes back in terror. This is not my fault, Yuedin exclaimed, pointing at Xiao Chun in an innocent manner that elicited a chuckle from Little Chi observing this. Little Chi harnessed his psychic abilities to gather the surrounding snowflakes, melting them into water that he splashed onto Xiao Chun's face. The cold splash roused Xiao Chun, and upon realizing that Little Chi meant him no harm, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Recalling the events of the original animation, Little Chi realized he had entered the territory of the Pokémon Research School, an institution primarily focused on the theoretical study of Pokémon, often organizing outdoor environmental practical lessons for training purposes, which explained the current wintry scene. This school, often referred to as the Pokémon Noble School, implied an affiliation with affluent families, though some ordinary households, unwilling to resign to their fate, also enrolled, thus contributing to the visible class stratification within the institution. I never imagined your school has yet to close. I truly wonder what you squander your funds on, Little Chi remarked, recalling his invitation to the school during his tenure as an assistant to Professor Qi, which was ostensibly framed as an exchange program. In reality, it was merely an attempt to capitalize on Professor Qi's reputation to further promote the Pokémon Research School's name. Given Little Chi's notable standing in the research community, the school proposed an exchange student program, but he had outright declined. Preposterous. Although the school promised to cover my tuition, I have no intention of squandering my time on largely futile theoretical knowledge. It is common knowledge that the quality of the court's conference has been declining in recent years, partly due to this Pokémon Research School, which pays exorbitant fees to the Alliance so that its graduates can participate in the conference without the usual prerequisites for obtaining gym badges, indirectly leading to widespread disappointment regarding the event. Actually, you were aware of the previous questions, weren't you? Little Chi's words momentarily startled Xiao Chun, who indeed knew the answers. What they did was termed the Whip of Love, and thanks to them, I learned that Li Chu evolves into Dizu Qiyu. The evolved Dizu Chu can also learn high-damage moves such as dive, pursuit, and foul play. Xiao Chun replied without hesitation, a stark contrast to his previous bewilderment, suggesting he had purposely concealed his knowledge. Were you afraid that answering correctly would prompt them to pose even tougher questions? Little Chi speculated. Precisely. Such a conservative response satisfies their criteria while preventing expulsion from the school. My parents worked tirelessly to secure my admission here. I do not wish to disappoint them. Xiao Chun responded truthfully. The practical course in the snow is now concluded. Tomorrow's practical class will be conducted in the rain. The announcement echoed, and soon the accumulated snow melted rapidly, revealing the true visage of the Pokémon Research School to Little Chi. Alas, I am going to be drenched like a drowned rat, Xiao Chun lamented, yet he bore no grievances towards the unfolding events, as if he had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Reclaiming the Charizard, Xiao Chi followed Xiao Chun into the Pokémon Research Academy. To illustrate the rigors of academic life, Xiao Chun pointed to a senior under the tree, who was a repeat student, diligently immersed in his studies. This individual, fearing the disgrace of not receiving his diploma, had remained at the academy, engrossed in theoretical knowledge. Unfortunately, he had become obsessed, and even the current students showed him no compassion. How foolish it was. With such a mindset, he might have enhanced his abilities through travel, yet remaining here would only lead to his gradual decline. That person was beyond redemption, Xiao Chi scoffed, devoid of any sympathy. Lacking a clear goal as a Pokémon trainer, even if he ventured out, he would likely be the one clutching books and asking questions aimlessly. Xiao Chun wished to retort, but upon recalling the formidable Charizard, she wisely chose to remain silent. To emphasize the prowess of the Pokémon Research Academy, Xiao Chun highlighted her possession of 2 league badges, to which Xiao Chi responded with unrestrained laughter, completely disregarding Xiao Chun's flushed embarrassment. If you were a trainer with 3 league badges, you could challenge our senior champion, Miss Yutong Dai. She is a trainer of considerable strength. Possessing more than 3 badges, your skills may not be sufficient to defeat her. After saying this, Xiao Chun produced an autograph photo of Yutong Dai, gazing at it with adoration, as if it were a rare treasure. According to your logic, this admiration is sanctioned by Yutong Dai. Do you not resent her? Xiao Chi nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Xiao Chun's words, unable to contain himself. It's perfectly fine, even if one bullies others. It doesn't matter, as long as they are cute and beautiful, Xiao Chun stated earnestly, completely oblivious to Xiao Qi's perception of her as a sycophant. It must be said, Miss Yutong Sheng Dai was indeed striking, her mere photograph capable of capturing the hearts of her peers, yet Xiao Qi regarded her with disdain. Chapter 25, Xiao Qi's Assault. To elucidate the potential of the Pokémon Research Academy, Xiao Chun brought Xiao Qi to the Pokémon Battle Simulation Room. Although termed a Pokémon Simulation Battle, it was essentially a turn-based game played on an arcade machine. In the Pokémon Simulation Battle, I typically use the Hualan Gym for warm-up exercises, Xiao Chun explained to Xiao Qi, engaged in a battle game featuring a Mewtwo and a Starmie. The Mewtwo on the screen effortlessly defeated the Starmie with a single move, disregarding evasion and damage calculations, merely indulging in self-congratulatory data for the sake of victory. Xiao Qi dismissed it, recognizing that only weak individuals would immerse themselves in such meaningless data. Displeased by Xiao Chun's occasional arrogance, Xiao Qi resolved to rectify her misconceptions directly. You wish to battle me in Pokémon? No. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's challenge, Xiao Chun quickly shook her head in refusal. Fully aware of the disparity in strength presented by the Charizard, she had no desire to meet her demise unnecessarily. Do not be anxious. Let us battle using your simulation data. I trust that your Pokémon Research Academy can provide at least these 2 Pokémon, right? Xiao Qi said with a light laugh, preparing for battle opposite Xiao Chun. I will not lose. This is a Starmie's Pokeball, and it will not defy the trainer's commands during combat, so you can confidently issue your orders. Xiao Chun's eyes reflected confidence, evidently steadfast in her belief regarding her recent simulation results. Foolish girl. Xiao Qi chuckled lightly, tossing out the Pokeball, and a Starmie appeared before them. Seeing this, Xiao Chun also released her Mewtwo to engage. In a place devoid of water, a water-type Pokémon cannot prevail, Xiao Chun declared with confidence. Water Gun. The Starmie, showing no hesitation, unleashed a torrent of water that struck Mewtwo, its immense force overwhelming even the grass-type Mewtwo, which collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. Mewtwo is supposed to be resistant to water, Xiao Chun exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom the unfolding events. Hence, you are incapable. That Starmie's strength evidently surpassed Mewtwo's. Even with the advantage of type, it would be challenging to defeat it. Clad in a dazzling uniform and flanked by 5 previously fleeing youths, the arrogant Yutong Sheng Dai appeared before Xiao Qi. It must be noted that Yutong Sheng Dai's beauty was indeed captivating, explaining why Ash from the original series blushed upon encountering her, albeit due to the inconsistencies in her character development early on. However, the occasional arrogance exuded by Sheng Dai irked Xiao Qi, as this girl seemed to look down upon others, perhaps due to being pampered since childhood. Miss Sheng Dai, that fellow just insulted our academy. The red-haired youth pointed at Xiao Qi. You had better take it back, lest you risk losing your fingers. Xiao Qi replied coldly, emanating an intimidating aura that made the red-haired youth quickly retract his finger. What an arrogant brat, Sheng Dai remarked. Though she had also felt trepidation at Xiao Qi's icy demeanor, she nonetheless stepped forward resolutely to uphold her academy's honor. Sheng Dai, miss. Not only the 5 sycophants but even Xiao Chun beside Xiao Qi gazed at Sheng Dai with hearts in their eyes, as if she were an invaluable treasure. Sheng Dai relished the attention from her admirers, a source of pride for her, yet Xiao Qi's unyielding gaze left her feeling discontented. However, Sheng Dai was not foolish enough to inquire directly. Instead, she asked about Xiao Qi's purpose for visiting the Pokémon Research Academy. Purpose? Merely passing through, Xiao Qi replied nonchalantly, entirely indifferent to Sheng Dai's increasingly sullen expression. Xiao Qi, you should leave promptly. Miss Sheng Dai is our senior champion. She could exceptionally elevate you to an intermediate level. Xiao Chun hurriedly interjected, hoping to repay her earlier rescue. But Xiao Qi ignored her advice and stepped forward to meet Sheng Dai's gaze directly. If you wish to uphold the dignity of your Pokémon Research Academy, then try to defeat me. Xiao Qi's tone elicited displeasure from Sheng Dai, and the 5 youths behind her were provoked, brandishing their Pokeballs, eager to showcase their prowess in front of Sheng Dai. Leave it to us, Miss Sheng Dai. We will teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Do not think that merely possessing a Charizard grants you any advantage. 5 beams of white light dissipated, revealing Nidorino, Rattata, Machop, Ponyta, and Shelder in the arena. The Starmie trembled in fear at the sight, losing all desire to fight. Return. Xiao Qi recalled the frightened Starmie, wearing no expression of surprise. It had no emotional connection to the Starmie, which had no reason to fight for him. Go forth, Charizard. Xiao Qi tossed out the Pokeball, unleashing his Pokémon for battle. Roar. The moment Charizard appeared, it let out a fearsome roar, effortlessly asserting dominance over the 5 Pokémon. Such a towering Charizard. This does not align with the information in the books, Sheng Dai exclaimed, her beautiful eyes fixated on Charizard, attempting to analyze its extraordinary attributes. It must be acknowledged that the Pokémon of these elite students were indeed well developed, yet their imposing presence barely matched that of wild Pokémon, resembling delicate greenhouse flowers. Even faced with 5 foes, Charizard exhibited no caution, lazily emitting sparks from its mouth, a clear sign of disdain. How infuriating. Even the Pokémon is so arrogant. The red-haired youth fumed, commanding his Ponyta to unleash Flamethrower. Charizard, scoffing dismissively, opened its mouth, completely absorbing the flames from Ponyta before exhaling a fierce column of fire that struck Ponyta directly. Regrettably, my Ponyta possesses the Flash Fire ability, the red-haired youth bragged. As Ponyta, unaffected by the fire attack, reveled in the warmth of the flames. Smiley face, Pokémon with this characteristic are unaffected by fire-type moves. When hit by a fire-type move, the Pokémon's attack and special attack are multiplied by 1. 5. Xiaoqi did not intend to command Huakonglong, allowing it to battle autonomously. Sheng Dai, noticing Xiaoqi's calm demeanor, curiously moved aside to silently observe the battle. Since flames are ineffective, let us see how well you handle this move. Huakonglong opened its mouth, and the red-haired boy mistakenly believed it was a flame. So he let Xiao Homa remain in place to enjoy the moment. To his astonishment, Huakonglong unleashed not flames, but the equally searing dragon breath. The cerulean dragon breath struck Xiao Homa's body, and the paralysis rendered it immobile, allowing Huakonglong to charge forward and defeat it with a single dragon claw. How could this be? That Huakonglong could master dragon-type moves so skillfully. Sheng Dai exclaimed, frantically flipping through the books in his hands, eager to uncover the truth. You all, come at once, Xiaoqi said nonchalantly. The victorious Huakonglong dismissively waved its hand, beckoning the remaining Pokémon to come forth and meet their demise. An arrogant display that thoroughly enraged the others. Initially, they had planned to wear down Huakonglong with a wheel battle, but now, with Xiaoqi and Huakonglong exhibiting such hubris, they no longer cared about fairness. Sheng Dai was about to intervene and stop the four, but then he reconsidered, wanting to witness the true strength of Huakonglong, and thus remained in place, closely observing every move made by Xiaoqi and Huakonglong. For a moment, Sheng Dai was captivated by the formidable aura radiating from Xiaoqi's visage, a power he had never before witnessed at the Pokémon Research School. Xiaoqi continued to let Huakonglong battle independently. Without the troublesome Xiao Homa, Huakonglong immediately used Whirlwind to encircle the four Pokémon, then charged in to bite Rada fiercely with its flame fang. The burning Rada screamed in terror, and Huakonglong followed up with a steel tail, sending it crashing against the wall. Tai Jiabei, use Water Gun. Nidorino, use Horn Attack. Howley, use Brick Break. The remaining 3 Pokémon launched their assault. Huakonglong calmly assessed the situation, first using Flamethrower to evaporate Water Gun into mist. Then, leveraging the mist, it approached Nidorino, forcefully intercepting the incoming Horn Attack. Pressing one hand against Nidorino's poisonous horn and hurling it into the air, sending it flying out of the window with a steel tail. Simultaneously, Howley approached Huakonglong with Brick Break. Huakonglong countered with Dragon Claw, and through rigorous training, it easily overpowered Howley, defeating it with a close-range Flamethrower. Now only the defensively strong Tai Jiabei remained. Huakonglong slowly advanced, disregarding Tai Jiabei's fearful gaze, its hands glowing white as it prepared to unleash Brick Break to defeat it. You shall not succeed. Tai Jiabei quickly retreated into its shell upon hearing the command from its trainer. Huakonglong, seeing this, secretly delighted in Tai Jiabei's decision to defend, as it provided an opportunity to hone its close combat skills. Bang! Bang! Huakonglong joyfully executed Brick Break, landing repeated hits on Tai Jiabei's shell. No matter how loudly the blue-haired boy shouted, Huakonglong showed no mercy. Ultimately, Tai Jiabei could not withstand the relentless Brick Break attacks, and its shell opened wide. Eyes spiraling, Huakonglong had single-handedly defeated 5 opponents, achieving a flawless victory without a single sign of injury. Chapter 26, The Arrival of Du. You are merely clutching books and engaging in futile theoretical education, unable to defeat even second-rate trainers in the wild. You are nothing but useless greenhouse flowers, Xiaoqi criticized, not sparing the assembled crowd a glance. Sheng Dai, who had been observing the battle from the side, did not refute him, as Xiaoqi's strength was sufficient for him to point out the shortcomings of the Pokémon Research School. Do you not wish to challenge me any further? My Huakonglong is quite eager, Xiaoqi said to Sheng Dai, whose Huakonglong showed no signs of fatigue after defeating 5 Pokémon, brimming with excitement. I entrust this to you, Long Long Sure. Sheng Dai threw a Pokeball, sending out Long Long Sure, a Pokémon that counters fire types, in hopes of defeating Huakonglong. Turning to see that Xiaoqi had no intention of giving commands, Huakonglong decisively charged forward to employ Brick Break. Sheng Dai quickly instructed Long Long Sure to use Rollout. The powerful vibration caused by Long Long Sure's attack made it difficult for everyone to maintain their footing. Taking advantage of Huakonglong's momentary lapse, Sheng Dai seized the opportunity, striking Huakonglong's head with Long Long Sure's Brick Break, causing it pain. You have only defeated some third-rate opponents, yet you are arrogant enough to be unprepared for defense, Xiaoqi admonished. Accepting the criticism, Huakonglong looked ashamed. It could have leapt into the air with Steel Tail to evade, but had been struck due to its blind confidence. What a strict individual. Sheng Dai was astonished by the performance of both Xiaoqi and Huakonglong. Clearly, Huakonglong's talent would make most trainers envious. Yet the trainer Xiaoqi did not praise Huakonglong, but instead criticized it for its mistake. What puzzled Sheng Dai even more was that Huakonglong displayed not a trace of displeasure, willingly accepting Xiaoqi's guidance. Huakonglong, use Whirlwind to trap Long Long Sure. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's command, Huakonglong swiftly unleashed a pillar of fire to ensnare Long Long Sure. Although the flames could not inflict effective damage, they temporarily restrained Long Long Sure's movements. Oh no, Long Long Sure, quickly use Rock Blade. Sheng Dai cried out in alarm. Too late. Huakonglong executed Brick Break. Trapped by the flames, Long Long Sure did not even hear Sheng Dai's command and took the hit from outside the fire pillar directly, falling to the ground from Huakonglong's close-range Brick Break to its head. Miss Sheng Dai has suffered a terrible defeat, Xiao Chun said in disbelief. Realizing that the idol she admired was so easily defeated, doubts began to creep into her mind about remaining at the Pokémon research school. How could this be? This guy must have given Huakonglong performance-enhancing drugs. The followers exclaimed. Silence. I know my opponent's strength. Losing to Xiaoqi had not been embarrassing. But the clamoring of the 5 followers made Sheng Dai feel utterly humiliated. What a powerful Huakonglong. Truly worthy of being recommended by Professor Ohm. Praise echoed from behind. Xiaoqi turned to see a red-haired figure cloaked in a cape, the Dragon Master Du, appearing at the entrance, gazing at him with admiration. Are you perhaps the Dragon Master Du? Sheng Dai gazed at Du with admiration, curious why he was present. Actually, I am here on the commission of Principal Yutong. After all, I was once a student at this research school. Upon hearing that Du was a graduate of the Pokémon research school, the expressions of Sheng Dai and the others swelled with pride. Du had graduated from their school, instantly redeeming the disgrace inflicted by Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi said nothing, merely glancing at Du with indifference, devoid of any admiration or fear, as if Du were an ordinary person in his eyes. What piercing eyes! The aura he exudes is astonishing. Not only was Xiaoqi assessing Du, but Du was also observing Xiaoqi. One of the reasons Du had come to the Pokémon research school was indeed because of Xiaoqi previously. Professor Ohm had applied to the League for the right to use Master Balls. The League, in order to evaluate Xiaoqi's strength, promptly commissioned Du to assess him. Based on the travel logs provided by Professor Ohm, Du had speculated that Xiaoqi would arrive at the Pokémon research school, and he was pleasantly surprised to find that he had been correct. Hello, Mr. Du, Xiaoqi said coolly. You too, Xiaoqi. I have heard many things about you from Professor Ohm. I did not expect that you are not only an outstanding Pokémon trainer, but also remarkably accomplished in Pokémon research. Du praised. It is to assess the right to use the Master Ball, correct? Directly articulated the reason for his visit, which startled Du for a moment before he nodded approvingly at him. Indeed, the usage rights of the Master Balls are exceedingly stringent. Yet due to the remarkable contributions your thesis has made to the Alliance, the higher-ups have entrusted me with these 2 Master Balls to give to you. Du retrieved 2 miniature Master Balls from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoqi. The Master Ball, adorned in a purple exterior with an emblem at its center, was tightly clutched in Xiaoqi's hand. He was aware that he had passed the Alliance's review. After all, his contributions over the past 3 years were considerable, with 3 papers sufficiently promoting economic exchanges in the Kanto region. Coupled with the endorsement from Professor Oki, obtaining the Master Balls was practically a foregone conclusion. Can this dilapidated school really cultivate a champion-level trainer? Xiaoqi mused. You rascal! Sheng Dai exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for words, especially since Xiaoqi had easily defeated her moments ago. In fact, Du scratched his head awkwardly. I am not a graduate of this school. I dropped out midway to travel. Due to a lack of practical knowledge, I remained at the bottom. So I decided to embark on my journeys instead, which has led me to where I am today. How could this be? Sheng Dai gasped in despair, realizing that such a powerful dragon-type champion, Du, was once an underperforming student at the Pokémon research school. This revelation left her disheartened about her own institution. Long time no see, Du. An elderly man approached, and apart from the trio of Xiaoqi, Du, and Sheng Dai, the other students were persuaded to leave by the elder. Grandfather. Sheng Dai sidled up to the old man with a sense of grievance. Good to see you again. Principal Yutang, Du said with respect, as this elder was indeed one of the upper echelons of the Alliance. Grandfather, this guy just slandered our school. Sheng Dai protested. Sheng Dai, the points this young man made are, in fact, correct. Unbeknownst to us, our school has strayed from its original intent. Principal Yutang remarked with a weary expression. He had established the school to be a place of aspiration for Pokémon trainers, only for it to transform into a greenhouse for the affluent. Sheng Dai was left speechless, her faith in the Pokémon research school shaken. Upon hearing Principal Yutang's words, her desire to set out on her own journey solidified. Grandfather, I want to travel just like Mr. Du. I will personally defeat him at the court's conference. Sheng Dai declared, issuing a challenge to Xiaoqi that is a commendable idea. Grandfather was just about to suggest you travel, as you are well acquainted with the theoretical knowledge provided by this school. It is time to enrich your understanding through practice. Principal Yutang stated, instructing the butler beside him to prepare the travel supplies for Sheng Dai. Wait, before that, I must have one final challenge with you. Sheng Dai interjected, stopping Xiao Qi from leaving. She took out a carefully maintained Ultra Ball. Principal Yutong was momentarily astonished to see the Ultra Ball, realizing that his granddaughter was even deploying her starter Pokémon. I entrust you, Sharpedo, Sheng Dai proclaimed proudly. This is the starter Pokémon gifted to me by my sister. The previous Rhydon was merely my commonly trained Pokémon. Is that so? Quite intriguing. Xiao Qi replied nonchalantly, sending out his Charmeleon for battle. After a brief rest, Charmeleon was back in optimal condition, ready to face Sharpedo. This Charmeleon has developed remarkably. It truly lives up to its hybrid lineage. Du commented, well aware of Charmeleon's background, which was no secret within the Alliance. After all, Charmeleon had injured many of the starter Pokémon while still being raised by the Alliance, making it a headache for breeders. An exceptional Pokémon deserves an exceptional trainer. Du smiled. After a brief conversation with Principal Yutong, he quietly left, casting a lingering glance at Xiao Qi, etching his appearance into memory. Xiao Qi, I await your arrival at the court's conference. Once outside, the two prepared for battle. Sharpedo, use Sandstorm. Sharpedo roared, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. The emergence of the sandstorm unsettled Charmeleon, causing it discomfort and inflicting occasional damage. With the weather clear and sunny, Charmeleon's ability, Solar Power, activated, igniting the flames on its tail fiercely. Under Xiao Qi's command, Charmeleon employed Flame Vortex to counter the surrounding sandstorm. Use Dual Chop. Sharpedo lunged forward, its glowing claws attempting to track Charmeleon's movements, but Charmeleon deftly evaded the attack. Flamethrower. The blazing flames surged forward, prompting Sharpedo to attempt to split the fire with a chop. However, bolstered by solar power, the flames were not easily extinguished, breaking through Sharpedo's defense and scorching its claws. How reckless, Sheng Dai lamented, realizing her blind command had led to a disastrous turn of events. Having lacked confidence in defeating Charmeleon from the outset, now Sharpedo was also afflicted by a burn status. As Charmeleon endured the sandstorm's onslaught, Sharpedo suffered from the pain of its burn. Both Pokémon charged at each other, simultaneously unleashing Dragon Claw. After several rounds of confrontation, the effects of the sandstorm dissipated, and Charmeleon recognized this was a prime opportunity to determine the victor. Use Dragon Claw to seize Sharpedo for the final strike. Charmeleon roared, tightly grasping the escaping Sharpedo. Sheng Dai sensed the impending danger and hastily commanded Sharpedo to evade. But Charmeleon had already prepared to unleash Flamethrower. A searing pillar of fire instantaneously engulfed Sharpedo's body, and due to Charmeleon's heightened excitement, this flame was a more intense azure hue. As the flames receded, Sharpedo lay on the ground, burned and unable to continue the fight. Chapter 27, Superior Dragon Fang. Well done, Xiao Qi praised. Roar. Hearing Xiao Qi's commendation, Charmeleon let out an excited roar, flames flickering from its mouth in a display of enthusiasm. To think even Sharpedo lost, Sheng Dai said dejectedly, still observing Charmeleon's state and noticing it was not fatigued, indicating that Charmeleon had indeed maintained the upper hand throughout the battle. Sharpedo's talent is commendable. It must possess the ability Sand Veil. Otherwise, it wouldn't have initiated battle with a sandstorm to affect the environment. It's a pity your reckless offense squandered the opportunity. The strategy did not align with Sharpedo's characteristics. I hope you grow during your future travels. If I were to command Sharpedo, I would first have it utilize Sandstorm to enhance its evasion. Then order it to use Sand Tomb to ensnare the opponent, followed by employing Dragon Breath for attrition, ultimately delivering the finishing blow with Dragon Claw. I will challenge you again at the court's conference, Sheng Dai declared earnestly. Her determined gaze slightly altered Xiao Qi's perception. After all, this Sheng Dai was merely spoiled by those around her and needed someone like Xiao Qi to instill some discipline, thus unlocking her potential. What an exciting battle. No wonder you are recognized by Xuecheng and Du as a Pokémon trainer. Principal Yutong applauded, showing no surprise at Sheng Dai's defeat. Grandfather, how could you? Sheng Dai pouted in frustration, feeling immense grievance as her grandfather continued to praise Xiao Qi. What you need to do now is sincerely apologize to Xiao Qi. You have been so pampered that you failed to realize when your personality became so proud and arrogant. If you had employed strategies like Xiao Qi, perhaps Charmeleon wouldn't have had such an easy time defeating Sharpedo. Principal Yutong sternly rebuked Sheng Dai's prideful behavior, acknowledging that he had inadvertently spoiled his granddaughter. In the Pokémon Research School, most students could not match Sheng Dai, and the few competitive opponents often let her win due to her appearance. This prolonged state of privilege inevitably affected Sheng Dai's mindset. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Upon reflecting on my own mistakes, Sheng Dai ultimately offered an apology to Xiao Qi, which indirectly indicates a transformation in Sheng Dai's mindset. Principal Yutong, witnessing this, smiled slightly, feeling satisfied with Sheng Dai's growth. Xiao Qi, I sincerely thank you for your role in altering Sheng Dai's perspective. This is the dragon tooth entrusted to me by Du Gang, said to awaken the draconic bloodline within your Charmeleon. Principal Yu Tung instructed the butler to present an exquisitely crafted gift box, within which lay a tooth radiating a powerful aura. The appearance of this top-quality dragon tooth captured Charmeleon's attention, its fiery gaze fixated on the tooth, yearning to absorb its energy immediately. No worries, Xiaoqi replied with a gentle smile, accepting Principal Yu Tung's gift, recognizing that such a gesture need not be persistently declined. The dragon tooth was rightfully his, as he had assumed a role akin to a mentor for Shengdai. Thus, it would be remiss not to accept some form of reward. After departing from the Pokémon Research School and embarking on several days of travel, Xiaoqi traversed the forest and eventually arrived at a beach suitable for prolonged training. Nearby stood a tall lighthouse, guiding wayward travelers who chanced upon this location. Xiaoqi was well aware of the lighthouse's owner. It belonged to Zheng Hui, a Pokémon researcher of great repute, rivaling Professor Okido. Although the lighthouse appeared diminutive from a distance, one could only comprehend its true height upon approach, as the pinnacle became obscured from view. Xiaoqi walked to the lighthouse and rang the doorbell, which resonated with an eerie chime. Soon after, Zheng Hui's voice emanated from the intercom, inquiring as to the visitor's identity. It is Xiaoqi from Xinshin Town. Ah, so it is Dr. Xiaoqi. What a pleasure to meet you. Welcome to my humble abode. Since Xiaoqi had published 3 research papers, he had garnered respect within the academic community, earning the title of Dr. Xiaoqi. Dr. Zheng Hui, I hope to stay with you for a while as I arrange training for my Pokémon. It would be my honor. We can also discuss the theory of Eevee's various evolutions. A friend of mine was fortunate enough to evolve his Eevee into a moonlight spirit due to your paper. The door adorned with depictions of various Pokémon creaked open, its age betrayed by the sound. Upon entering, Xiaoqi found himself enveloped in darkness. But as he stepped further inside, lights gradually illuminated the space. Before him stood a Kairyu, yet Xiaoqi felt no apprehension, for this Kairyu was merely a puppet donned by Zheng Hui. Upon seeing Xiaoqi, Kairyu pressed a button, and Zheng Hui emerged from within the puppet, explaining his choice to inhabit it. I believe that being within a Pokémon costume allows me to understand their emotions better. I yearn to delve deeper into the feelings of these fossil Pokémon. The meeting of the 2 Pokémon researchers naturally sparked numerous scholarly discussions, particularly revolving around the various forms of Eevee's evolutions. During this period, the Kanto region had long believed that Eevee had only 3 evolutionary forms. Thus, upon encountering Xiaoqi's paper, the initial reaction was one of skepticism, perceiving it as mere trickery. However, curiosity compelled some to experiment, leading to a commotion in the research community that ultimately validated Xiaoqi's findings. Furthermore, Xiaoqi's subsequent paper on hidden abilities elucidated why 2 Pokémon of the same species could exhibit such disparate battle capabilities. A notable case was Beedrill. The ability of one Beedrill to sense impending danger was entirely different from that of a sniper Beedrill, with the latter easily overpowering the former. While engaged in academic discourse with Xiaoqi, Zheng Hui inadvertently revealed his reason for residing at the lighthouse. He was awaiting the emergence of a mysterious colossal Pokémon. This enigmatic creature, which Zheng Hui had fortuitously discovered recently, emanated an aura of loneliness and despair that tugged at his heartstrings. He yearned to comprehend the creature's emotions, which was why he remained at the lighthouse. I longed to see it again. I truly wished to encounter it once more. From the original narrative, Xiaoqi surmised that this gigantic, mysterious Pokémon was likely a Lotzi, a species that had perhaps awakened from ancient slumber, given its extraordinary size, akin to the ancient Pokémon resting behind Xinshin Town. After conversing with Zheng Hui, Xiaoqi made a phone call home to inform Huazi of his safety. During their conversation, Xiaoqi learned of Xiaoji's whereabouts. He had just recently completed his challenge at the Hualan Gym, significantly lagging behind Xiaoqi's pace, as Xiaoqi was no novice to navigation. Shortly thereafter, Xiaoqi contacted Professor Okido to inquire about the arrival of the Pokémon enhancers he had commissioned. Professor Okido informed him that the enhancers would arrive the following day, allowing for a day of relaxation for the Pokémon to prepare for the upcoming training. Xiaoqi, why have you yet to send a Pokémon over? Professor Okido chided. Xiao Mo has already captured nearly 40 Pokémon, and even Yeji occasionally sends some over. You 2 brothers are lagging far behind. Unable to endure Professor Okido's nagging, Xiaoqi ultimately acquiesced, planning to capture a Pokémon or 2 soon to appease the professor, for he could hardly tolerate being lectured. Chapter 28, Full-Scale Training. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the location was set for full-scale training at Zheng Hui's Lighthouse Beach. Come forth, my partners. Xiaoqi released 6 Pokeballs, and 6 beams of light dissipated to reveal Beedrill, Charmeleon, a gigantic Onyx, Pidgey, a Crimson Gyarados, and a Scyther, all awaiting training commands with solemn expressions. During this period, you will train on the beach, and you must exert yourselves even harder than usual. A colossal Pokémon awaits us, and our objective is to defeat it as thoroughly as possible. Xiaoqi pointed to 6 Pokémon enhancers set a short distance away. Products he had commissioned from Professor Okido at great expense, designed to significantly enhance the Pokémon's physical capabilities. Beedrill, you will take the enhancer on the far left. Each enhancer is labeled with a name, and yours is primarily for your arms and back, while also restricting your proud speed and attack. You must wear this daily to amplify your training results. Upon hearing this, Beedrill flew to the enhancer's location, deftly securing it to its body. True to Xiaoqi's words. As soon as the enhancer was donned, Beedrill felt discomfort, yet its extensive training had already equipped it to overcome numerous obstacles. After a brief adjustment, Beedrill swiftly returned to its original position, awaiting Xiaoqi's command. Charmeleon, your enhancer focuses on your limbs, back, mouth, and tail, providing comprehensive restrictions. Since you possess numerous offensive capabilities, you require all-encompassing training. Charmeleon's enhancer was also tailored for its evolved form, Charizard, which had acquired flight capabilities. To facilitate Charmeleon's adaptation to its future flight, Xiaoqi specifically designed the enhancer to restrict its back muscles. The limitations on its limbs and tail aimed to enhance its close combat abilities, ensuring it could better subdue opponents, while the mouth training was to improve its biting power and the speed of flame release. After processing Xiaoqi's directives, Charmeleon quickly donned the enhancer. Though its expression reflected strain, it persevered and returned, albeit noticeably slower than Beedrill. This made the other Pokémon aware of the challenges ahead. Yet none exhibited fear in their gazes, for their aspiration to grow stronger was their unwavering conviction. Onix, your enhancer references the evolved form of Steelix, primarily restricting your body, tail and mouth. For now, focus on strengthening your body and tail, while ensuring to balance work and rest. The colossal Dayenshi donned its enhancer. Due to its immense size, its speed was somewhat diminished, yet it swiftly returned to its original position. Bird, your advantage lies in your speed. Thus, your enhancer restricts your wings, causing a decrease in your velocity. You must strive to overcome this limitation. Along, your situation mirrors that of Dayenshi. Your sharp fangs serve as your means of attack, so you must engage in additional training focused on your biting strength. Flying Mantis, I have tailored your enhancer for your future evolution into Yuedin Mantis, primarily limiting your limbs to strengthen your muscles, enabling you to excel in speed. After all 6 Pokémon donned their respective enhancers, the intensive training commenced. After several days of rigorous training, the 6 Pokémon adapted to the constraints of their enhancers. And now Xiaoqi was ready to issue the second phase of training orders. Dazenfeng, seek out a rocky area to hone your stinging ability. Remember to soak in seawater before practicing. This will serve as resistance training. Once the seawater fully evaporates, you must soak again, as you are the mainstay of the team. I will also employ psychic abilities and wave guidance to further your training. While you train, you must endure the mental pressure and attacks from my wave projectiles, responding with agility to avoid them. Should you be struck, the gravitational force imposed upon you will double. Kin Wong, I command you to stand at the edge of the beach, making contact with the seawater as much as possible to conquer your fear of it. When the waves crash, use your flames to evaporate them, but do not act recklessly. If your flames cannot withstand the power of the waves, retreat swiftly. The flames of Kin Wong's tail symbolize life, but they do not imply that it cannot come into contact with seawater. This is merely a misconception held by the uninformed. Dayenshi, your training is not dissimilar to that of Kin Wong, yet your fear of water is even more pronounced. I will not force you to come into contact with seawater. A moderate soak will suffice, primarily to conquer your inner fears and enhance your physical reaction speed. You should also practice submerging in sand pits to hone your skills. Bird, your proudest attack is your wings. To strengthen the muscles in your wings, when the waves appear, you are forbidden from using long-range moves like air slash. You must approach the waves and use your wings to block them, striving to slice through the waves. Along, your training ground is the deep sea, where the pressure is far more intense than at the surface. You must overcome this challenge. In addition to physical training, you must begin to master the timing of releasing your destruction beam, continuously emitting it to minimize side effects, thereby gaining absolute offensive power. Flying Mantis, like Dazenfeng, seek out a rocky area. Your training methods will be largely similar. Remember to soak in seawater beforehand to apply your own weight, using slashes to continuously strengthen your arm muscles. That will be all. Everyone is dismissed. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's instructions, the 6 Pokémon cheered in unison before swiftly dispersing. Truly, Xiaoqi's Pokémon are remarkable. Such high-intensity training would be unbearable for ordinary Pokémon. Only these few unique Pokémon of Xiaoqi are willing to undergo such arduous efforts to grow stronger. From a distance, Jinghui marveled, realizing that if it weren't for the bond between Xiaoqi and his Pokémon, he might have mistaken this for cruelty. Once, when he offered well-intentioned advice to Xiaoqi, he was swiftly frightened away by Kin Wong's flames. Jinghui still vividly remembers the impatience on Kin Wong's face, as if to say, "Leave. Do not hinder my resolve to become stronger." Time passed, and Xiaoqi and his companions successfully arrived at the beach where Xiaoqi was located. During this time, Xiaoqi had a minor dispute with Xiaoxia. It was merely Xiaoqi boasting about acquiring 2 league badges, met with Xiaoxia's sharp retorts, stating that the badges were given by others and that the 6 Pokémon he owned had almost all chosen to follow him. Additionally, Xiaojing remarked that it was normal for Pokémon trainers to capture 20 or 30 Pokémon, which ignited Xiaoji's competitive spirit. He was determined to prove himself to Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, rushing to the beach in search of his 7th Pokémon. As Xiaoji admired the beauty of the sunset, a poorly developed Kingler scuttled past him. While it was termed a Kingler, it was only slightly larger than Xiaoji's 2 hands, resembling more of a small crab. However, eager to prove himself, Xiaoji decided to capture the Kingler using his own strength. During the skirmish, Xiaoji quickly picked up a branch from the ground. As Kingler attempted to snip the branch, he threw a Pokeball, successfully capturing it. Since Xiaoji already held 6 Pokémon, the surplus Kingler was sent to Professor Okito's lab. Alas, where's my Pokémon? It vanished. How could this happen? Xiaoji exclaimed in panic upon realizing that the Pokeball at his feet was missing. What do you mean, how could this happen? Don't you know this? Xiaoxia approached, exasperated, and explained, a Pokémon trainer can only carry a maximum of 6 Pokémon. After Xiaoxia and Xiaojing clarified the situation, Xiaoji learned that the hard-earned Kingler had been sent to Professor Okito's lab. Suddenly, an unsettling thought crossed Xiaoji's mind. Fearing that Professor Okito might make a hot pot out of his Kingler, prompting him to urgently try to call the professor. Pika! Pika! Just then, Pikachu leapt up excitedly, pointing towards Jinghui's lighthouse in the distance. Realizing that a lighthouse indicated the presence of people, and people meant a phone, Xiaoji eagerly ran over to contact Professor Okito. Xiaoxia and Xiaojing, thrilled at the prospect of a comfortable bed to sleep in, followed suit. However, on their way, unexpected events unfolded. A powerful destruction beam pierced the rocks before Xiaoji and his companions, the force nearly causing them to stumble, while Pikachu was knocked to the ground by the impact. What was that? In Xiaojing's line of sight, a crimson figure emerged on the sunset-lit sea, its blood-red eyes turning towards Xiaoji and his friends. Xiaojing then realized that not far away was a massive, crimson Bailalong. Chapter 29, The Challenge from Xiaoji. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Without delay, sensing the danger, Xiaoji quickly commanded Pikachu to attack, while Xiaojing attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Oh no, provoking such a powerful Pokémon is not a wise choice. Xiaojing gazed nervously at the crimson Bailalong, which displayed a distinctly human-like contempt. The pale yellow parts of the Bailalong's skin transformed into a deep black, and its aura shifted significantly as it braced itself against Pikachu's Thunderbolt. Impossible! Xiaoxia gasped in horror. As someone aspiring to become a master of water-type Pokémon, she was all too familiar with Bailalong's attributes. Normally, Bailalong is a water-flying type, which is 4 times weak against electric-type moves. However, the crimson Bailalong before them seemed abnormal. This is bad. We've completely enraged Bailalong. Xiaojing panicked. As the murderous intent in the crimson Bailalong's eyes became apparent, golden energy particles began to gather at its mouth, preparing to unleash a powerful destruction beam. Dazenfeng, stop Bailalong. Use Cross Scissor. Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoji momentarily forgot his fear and joyfully turned to see Xiaoqi nearby. In Xiaoji's mind, the appearance of his brother signified safety. Realizing the attack had struck the wrong target, the crimson Bailalong had no choice but to dissipate as much energy as possible, hoping not to harm Xiaoji's trio. Amidst the frantic gazes of the 3, the Beedrill surged forward, confronting the devastating beam of destruction. With its twin stingers crossed, it emitted a radiant light, executing a decisive move to shatter the destructive force. Truly, it exemplified the prowess of its master's initial Pokémon. The crimson Gyarados reflected inwardly, acknowledging that despite the depletion of some energy, its destructive beam was not easily countered, especially as Beedrill had dismantled the damage using its innate strength. Ash, you are far too reckless, rebuked Xiaoqi, realizing that had he not detected the commotion in time, the trio would have found themselves in peril. Accustomed to reprimands, Ash lowered his head in silence, while the crimson Gyarados, attempting to slip away, also faced Xiaoqi's scolding. Both sides bore their respective faults. The Gyarados should not have recklessly practiced the destructive beam without assessing its surroundings, and Ash ought not to have impulsively attacked, especially when he lacked the capability to do so, marking him as a foolhardy youth. Is this really Xiaoqi's Gyarados? But why does it have a different hue? Xiaoxia inquired, gazing at the uniquely colored crimson Gyarados. Unfamiliar with shiny Gyarados, she mistakenly assumed all shiny Gyarados resembled the crimson variant. This was a significant misjudgment, as the crimson Gyarados was a modified version of the shiny Gyarados, fundamentally distinct from the ordinary variant. Due to Ash and his companions' unexpected intrusion, the training of the other 4 Pokémon was abruptly interrupted. They sensed the clash between Beedrill and Gyarados and decided to investigate for themselves. Wow! Are these all your Pokémon, big brother? Each one is equipped with a limiter, Ash exclaimed, astonished as the other 4 Pokémon swiftly converged around Xiaoqi, their formidable presence leaving Ash and his companions in awe. Was he intentionally withholding his full strength from the outset? Brock whispered, suddenly realizing that during their challenge at the Nibi gym, Xiaoqi had deliberately sent out Pokémon with type disadvantages, using the battles to encourage their evolution. That Scyther must be Xiaoqi's 6th Pokémon, Xiaoxia remarked. Most Pokémon trainers are extremely protective of their initial 6 Pokémon. So being chosen as Xiaoqi's 6th implies that Scyther possesses remarkable potential. Even its shimmering emerald hue is enough to highlight its extraordinary nature. Incredible, Ash murmured, reflecting on his own initial 6 Pokémon, feeling a wave of discouragement wash over him. He had never surpassed his older brother, except in his passion for Pokémon, where Xiaoqi willingly conceded defeat. All right, I challenge you, big brother, Ash declared with fervor, intending to engage Xiaoqi in a 6 versus 6 Pokémon battle. That's impossible, Ash. The disparity in strength between you and Xiaoqi is far too great, Xiaoxia retorted sharply, but her words held a kernel of truth, given Ash's current lax training regimen. He could not hope to defeat any of Xiaoqi's Pokémon. I think we should head to the lighthouse to rest first, Brock suggested, hoping to dissuade Ash from the battle under the guise of needing to recuperate. However, the fiery Ash would not be easily swayed. It's all right. Big brother can use his psychic powers to help us get to the lighthouse quickly. It must be noted that Ash, in matters of Pokémon battles, displayed a clever edge, knowing to ask Xiaoqi to teleport them swiftly to the lighthouse. Seeing their persuasion efforts fail, Xiaoxia and Brock stepped back, clearing space for the two brothers to engage. Ash, as your elder brother, I must advise you. I take Pokémon battles extremely seriously, and you must bring your utmost strength to face my onslaught, Xiaoqi stated gravely, casting a glance as Scyther moved closer, positioning itself before Ash and Pikachu. What Pokémon is this? Ash instinctively pulled out his Pokédex to analyze Scyther's data. Scyther, the Mantis Pokémon, uses its sharp scythes to sever its prey's life, and only in rare instances does it take to the skies with its wings. It appears quite menacing, Ash shouted. I'm counting on you, Pikachu. Lead the charge. Pikachu. Use Thunderbolt. Double team. Scyther swiftly dispersed, creating multiple illusions, making it impossible for Pikachu to pinpoint its location, even if it unleashed an electric current. It merely struck Scyther's duplicates. Fury Cutter. Scyther's wings began to vibrate, producing a piercing sound that invaded Pikachu's ears, disrupting its senses. Pikachu clutched its ears in agony, struggling to block out the jarring noise. Fury Cutter. Scyther lunged forward with its crossed scythes, glowing with a vibrant hue, and decisively defeated Pikachu. Pikachu is unable to battle, Brock announced, acting as the referee for this match. Butterfree, I entrust you. Ash hurled another Pokeball, summoning the bug-type Butterfree to battle. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder. Butterfree flapped its wings, releasing a cloud of sleep powder in an attempt to lull Scyther into slumber. Swords Dance. Scyther twirled rapidly, dispersing the sleep powder with a powerful gust, inadvertently causing Butterfree to inhale some, leading it to collapse on the ground, fast asleep. Oh no. Swords Dance significantly boosts a Pokémon's attack power. Ash is now in a precarious situation. Brock, having never witnessed Xiaoqi's true strength, was unaware of the impending offensive Ash would face. Air Slash. Scyther struck forward, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of wind that barreled toward the slumbering Butterfree, defeating it in one swift move. Butterfree is unable to battle, Brock declared, casting a worried glance at Ash, but ultimately sighed in resignation. After all, Xiaoqi was Ash's elder brother, and it was not his place to teach him a lesson. Squirtle, I am counting on you, Ash called out, tossing his Pokeball. And Squirtle appeared, brimming with energy. Squirtle, use Water Gun. A jet of water shot towards Scyther, only to be effortlessly sliced in two by Scyther's raised scythe. The disparity in strength is truly vast. Xiaoxia gasped, noting that thus far, Scyther bore no visible injuries, showing no signs of even warming up. Air Slash. Scyther unleashed another brutal gust, prompting Ash to command Squirtle to retreat into its shell for defense. To his dismay, Squirtle's sturdy shell was marked by the wind blade, further illuminating the formidable prowess of Scyther to Ash and his companions. So naive, Scyther charged forward, using Fury Cutter. Scyther swiftly approached Squirtle, its right scythe glowing with a radiant light, landing a decisive blow on the immobile Squirtle. Moments later, Squirtle peeked out of its shell, dazed. Squirtle is unable to battle. Chapter 30. The Emergence of the Ancient Dragon. Pidgeotto, you are the one. This time, Ash sent out Pidgeotto, which had a favorable type matchup. Upon seeing Pidgeotto, Scyther instinctively mistook it for its golden counterpart, but, upon noticing Pidgeotto's ordinary coloration and underdeveloped physique, scoffed at the earlier misjudgment. Pidge. Pidgeotto glared furiously at Scyther, as the latter's condescending behavior had thoroughly provoked it. Not much of a fighter, but quite the temper. Scyther taunted, as Brock announced the start of the match. Pidgeotto disregarded Ash's command, dashing towards Scyther with a quick attack. Scyther, too, utilized quick attack, leveraging its ability to easily overpower Pidgeotto, sending it hurtling away. In truth, even without the advantage of specific traits, Fateful Tanglang can overpower BB Bird through sheer strength, as Pokémon battles transcend mere games. The concept of data does not hold definitive power. BB Bird, use Flame Blitz. Ash commanded, his gaze unwavering. Whirlwind Slash. Fateful Tanglang paused momentarily, gathering the surrounding air currents, which enveloped its scythe. Then, with a sudden opening of its eyes, Fei Tiantanglang struck forcefully forward, unleashing a sharp, colossal gust that shattered BB Bird's flame blitz and struck upward at BB Bird. BB Bird is unable to battle. Now, Ash was left with only Huolong and Miao Wazhongzi, both in their initial forms, posing no threat to Fei Tiantanglang. Miao Wazhongzi, it's you. As the white light faded, Miao Wazhongzi gazed solemnly at Fei Tiantanglang. Miao Wazhongzi, use Vine Whip. Miao Wazhongzi extended its 2 vines towards Fei Tiantanglang. This time, Ash chose not to give orders, allowing Fei Tiantanglang to fight autonomously. To everyone's surprise, Fei Tiantanglang did not retaliate, permitting the vines to entwine around its scythe. Witnessing this, Ash was filled with excitement as he urged Miao Wazhongzi to use Leaf Blade to strike Fei Tiantanglang, marking the first instance of effective damage to it. Oh no, is Fei Tiantanglang going to use its strength to pull Miao Wazhongzi closer? Brock speculated, and indeed, the subsequent events unfolded as he predicted. After reluctantly preserving Ash's dignity, Fei Tiantanglang yanked Miao Wazhongzi forward, leaving it no chance to react before being defeated by a series of slashes. Miao Wazhongzi is unable to battle. Ash, are you ready to give up? Xiao Qi inquired languidly. No, I will not surrender even at the last moment of battle. This is the principle you taught me, and it is the belief I have carried throughout my journey. I rely on you, Huolong. Ash adjusted his cap and hurled Huolong's Pokeball with determination. Fei Tiantanglang, retreat. Upon hearing this, Fei Tiantanglang swapped places with Huolong faced with its evolved form. Huolong gazed in awe. Could this be Huolong's evolution? Ash exclaimed, eager to retrieve the Pokédex. Huolong, the flame Pokémon, is the evolution of Huolong. It ruthlessly defeats its opponents with sharp claws. When faced with formidable foes, it becomes exhilarated, and a blue-white flame ignites on its tail. After retrieving the Pokédex, Xiao Qi glanced at Ash with a hint of exasperation. Ash, you should try to improve your knowledge about Pokémon instead of pulling out the Pokédex every time you encounter one. Isn't it convenient? Ash replied shyly, then re-established his focus on the battle. Little one, don't lose your concentration during the fight, Huolong advised, displaying a rare smile towards its junior. However, the moment the battle commenced, Huolong swiftly shifted into a fierce combat stance, locking its gaze on a Huolong, emanating an aura that stunned the unprepared Huolong. Hurry and use Flamethrower, Ash urged, but to his dismay, Huolong faltered at that crucial moment. Dragon Claw. Huolong opened its mouth, absorbing Huolong's feeble flames. Its raised hands glowing with emerald light, delivering a Dragon Claw that knocked Huolong to the ground. The battle concluded with Ash's complete defeat. Misty and Brock wished to comfort Ash, but they were taken aback by Ash's nonchalant retrieval of Huolong. Given that he had just suffered a significant loss at the hands of Xiao Qio, I'm quite used to such things. It's only natural to be easily defeated by my brother, Ash said, scratching his head with a resigned expression. Ash, your journey has been far too laid back. Your Pokémon probably spend most of their time inside their Pokeballs aside from battling and eating. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's words, Ash nodded in acknowledgement. Strength is not solely derived from battles. Adequate training is essential as well. If you regularly commanded your Pokémon to train, you likely wouldn't suffer such a humiliating defeat. Xiao Qi imparted his wisdom, and Ash listened attentively. Though Xiao Qi knew Ash would probably forget in a few days and would need occasional reminders to retain his lessons. Alright, let me take you to Dr. Jinghui for some rest, Xiao Qi declared, using teleportation to bring Ash and the others to Jinghui's lighthouse. With cozy rooms and comfortable beds, Ash and his companions were overjoyed. Once inside the lighthouse, worried about the safety of Daki and Xia, Ash hurriedly called the Damu Research Institute. Soon, Dr. Damu's image appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Dr. Damu enjoying hot pot, Ash despaired, kneeling in frustration over the fate of his lost Daki and Xia. What is this? How could I possibly eat a Pokémon? I've been taking good care of your Daki and Xia, and besides, that one is as scrawny as a skeleton. It doesn't even look appetizing. Xiao Mao's Daki and Xia is far more delectable than yours. Dr. Damu chuckled as he savored hot tofu. He then shifted the camera to reveal a Daki and Xia of enormous size beside Ash's diminutive one, both housed in aquariums. The comparison resembling that of a giant and a dwarf, leaving Ash feeling quite insecure. Subsequently, Dr. Damu informed them that Xiao Mao had captured a total of 45 Pokémon, causing Ash to become speechless with anxiety. For he had always viewed Xiao Mao as his rival and could not accept being left behind. Rest assured, currently Xiao Qi has the least number of captured Pokémon, with only 6. You at least managed to transport one malnourished Daki and Xia, Dr. Damu praised, though Ash found this remark rather awkward. What? Xiao Qi is on the elite path. Ash is clearly weak and uninterested in capturing Pokémon. He pulls out the Pokédex every time he encounters one, resulting in the Pokémon escaping. Misty retorted, leaving Ash feeling quite embarrassed. Soon after, Brock called everyone for dinner. Although Xiao Qi could cook, he opted for simplicity due to training, so upon seeing the delightful dishes prepared by Brock, Jinghui couldn't help but salivate. As a Pokémon researcher rarely indulged in such delicacies, often settling for instant noodles. The topic of the gigantic mysterious Pokémon arose once more at the dinner table. As Jinghui shared his yearning for the enigmatic creature, his words imbued with a mythical quality, captivating Ash and his companions with visions of the mysterious Pokémon. With Ash even more eager than Jinghui to uncover its true form. Having already known the truth about the mysterious Pokémon, Xiaoqi remained composed. His excitement lay solely in the upcoming battle with the ancient Dratini, for his training during this period was aimed at challenging it, seeking to surpass himself once more. After dinner, the fog gradually enveloped the lighthouse, leaving only the light to signify its existence. Yet the once dazzling light could not illuminate the opposite shore, mirroring Jinghui's inability to discern the true form of the ancient Dratini, as if it were deliberately concealed. Just as Jinghui lamented that he would not encounter it tonight, a solitary echo resonated from across the lighthouse, prompting Jinghui to swiftly press the switch, allowing the lighthouse to emit a matching sound in response. Two solitary voices reverberated between the lighthouse and the sea, and the ancient Dratini emerged before their eyes, gradually approaching the lighthouse, shrouded in mist. To prevent the rocket team from inciting the wrath of the ancient Kwa El-ing, Xiaoqi had previously instructed his Scyther to keep a vigilant watch over the rocket team below. Upon locating them, Scyther swiftly dispatched them with a decisive blow, turning them into mere meteors. What an annoying sensation. Ash turned his gaze to the sky, mistakenly believing he was imagining the voices of the rocket team. Dr. Jinghui, what do you think the emotions of a long, lonely, mysterious Pokémon would be upon arriving at a lighthouse, only to find that its response is not from its kind? A solitary remark from Xiaoqi made Jinghui shudder, as he realized he had acted out of selfishness, neglecting the consequences. If the ancient Kwa El-ing were to be provoked, there would be no escape for them. Rest assured, Dr. Jinghui, my training thus far has been solely to challenge this ancient Kwa El-ing, Xiaoqi declared earnestly. Ancient Kwa El-ing? Brock queried, perplexed. Kwa El-ing? Indeed, the silhouette of this mysterious Pokémon resembled that of Kwa El-ing, yet its size. Jinghui seemed to grasp something, gazing at Xiaoqi with astonishment. Xiaoqi retrieved his Pokédex and scanned the data on the ancient Kwa El-ing, which promptly provided its analysis. Kwa El-ing, the dragon Pokémon, is the evolved form of HK El-ing, sometimes referred to as the embodiment of the sea. It is also known as the incarnation of destruction. However, when it encounters individuals who have accidentally drowned or distressed vessels, it guides them towards land, embodying a truly benevolent spirit. Chapter 31. The Battle Between Sea and Land. Evolution under the Dragon's Might. What? It is indeed Kwa El-ing. After hearing the Pokédex's analysis, Jinghui's incredulous gaze was fixed upon the ancient Kwa El-ing. But only by comparing it to the typical Kwa El-ing did he accept that this mysterious Pokémon was indeed the ancient Kwa El-ing. I never expected the true identity of the mysterious Pokémon to be Kwa El-ing, but how could its size be so? Jinghui pondered. BB Bird. Use Whirlwind to disperse the fog, Xiaoqi commanded, dispatching BB Bird to clear the mist, allowing Ash and the others to behold the true form of the ancient Kwa El-ing. As the fog lifted, the appearance of the ancient Kwa El-ing came into view, adorned with mysterious gray stripes that occasionally radiated magical energy. Akin to the ancient Pokémon slumbering behind Jinshin Town, is Kwa El-ing truly a benevolent Pokémon? Why do I feel that its expression is filled with fury? Ash quivered, feeling deceived by the diminutive humans. Even if the ancient Kwa El-ing had a gentle temperament, it could not contain its anger any longer. With a furious lash of its tail, it obliterated the lighthouse, transforming the grand structure into ruins. Fortunately, Xiaoqi swiftly employed his psychic abilities to shield Ash and the others. I understand Kwa El-ing's feelings. I have been selfish for too long, solely focused on understanding Kwa El-ing's emotions while neglecting the loneliness it felt in seeking companionship. Jinghui confessed, filled with regret for his previous actions. He had intended to empathize with the ancient Kwa El-ing, but ended up causing it pain. After demolishing the lighthouse, the ancient Kwa El-ing's expression gradually shifted from anger to somberness, evidently having tempered its rage somewhat, yet it remained resentful over Jinghui's deception. The power of the aura resides within my heart, Xiaoqi murmured, utilizing his aura to communicate with the ancient Kwa El-ing in an effort to alleviate its fury. If you are searching for companions from the ancient era, I know of a place where 3 ancient Pokémon lie in slumber. Is that true? I do not wish to be deceived by you humans a second time. A voice echoed in Xiaoqi's mind, and he understood it was the ancient Kwa El-ing employing telepathy. Upon receiving Xiaoqi's promise, the ancient Kwa El-ing felt a sense of relief, at least having a goal to pursue rather than endlessly wandering the vast sea. As for why the ancient Kwa El-ing chose to trust Xiaoqi, it was partly due to Xiaoqi's righteous heart and the aura he possessed, and partly because the ancient Kwa El-ing sensed the rainbow feather upon him. Such a person could not possibly be malevolent, hence the ancient Kwa El-ing chose to believe in Xiaoqi. During their communication, Xiaoqi learned that the ancient Kwa El-ing had awakened due to an unforeseen event and had been wandering this era for several years in search of ancient Pokémon from its time. Kuai-Ling, let us engage in a Pokémon battle. Xiaoqi's fervent gaze met that of the ancient Kuai-Ling, and sensing his fighting spirit. The ancient Kuai-Ling did not refuse, but instead moved its colossal form to the surface of the sea near the lighthouse, indicating that this would be the battlefield. Rest assured, I will not engage in anything reckless, Xiaoqi replied, noticing the worried expressions of his companions. He confidently tossed 6 Pokeballs, summoning 6 Pokémon to the beach, all gazing solemnly at the ancient Kuai-Ling, which represented the opponent he had trained to defeat. In preparation for this battle, the 6 Pokémon shed their training gear. Let your companions join in. That may give you a chance to win against me. Since the ancient Kuai-Ling had suggested a team battle, Xiaoqi naturally accepted, as a wheel battle might not exhaust the ancient Kuai-Ling, while a team battle could potentially yield victory. Pokémon, Kuai-Ling, Ancient Variant. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Multiscale. When HP is full, damage from incoming attacks is reduced to 1/4. Moves, Hurricane, Dragon Rage, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dive, Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Dragon Dance, Fire Punch. Outrage, Oblivion Wing. Personality, Benevolent. Description, the ancient Kuai-Ling is a powerful Pokémon from the ancient era. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. Charmeleon, use Flamethrower. Onix, use Rock Slide. Bird, use Air Slash. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump. Scyther, use Fury Cutter. The 6 Pokémon unleashed their moves simultaneously. Yet the ancient Kuai-Ling showed no signs of slackening. It sensed the formidable strength of the 6 Pokémon before it and knew it must confront them earnestly. Not wanting to dampen Xiaoqi's fervent fighting spirit, the ancient Kuai-Ling let out a mighty roar, its right fist charged with electricity, and with a single thunder punch, it nullified all incoming attacks. How could this be? It dismantled my brother's attack with a single move, Ash exclaimed, still unable to comprehend the power of the ancient Kuai-Ling, overwhelmed by the spectacle unfolding before him. Indeed, it is not an opponent to be easily defeated. Brock remarked solemnly. All they could do now was await Xiaoqi's strategy, Jinghui said with concern. Ash, you must believe in Xiaoqi's strength. Misty reassured, urging Ash not to fret. In that case, let us give it our all. Xiaoqi gradually lowered his hat, revealing only his left eye, which glowed a fierce crimson. His body erupted with astonishing psychic energy, resonating with the aura and the power of the evergreen, harmonizing with the 6 Pokémon on the field. The psychic energy enhanced the Pokémon's reflexes, allowing them to better evade damage and exploit weaknesses. The aura fortified their bodies and senses, amplifying their attacks and precision, while the power of the evergreen provided stamina recovery, enabling them to endure intense battles. Beedrill not only received the boost of these 3 abilities, but also established a telepathic connection with Xiaoqi, triggering a state of battle intent. This is truly eye-opening, Jinghui marveled, as this scene surpassed his previous understanding of Pokémon trainers, representing a new realm entirely. What is happening, Brock? Ash inquired, confused. This is an inexplicable phenomenon, but it is clear that it signifies an enhancement in ability. Brock responded. Xiaoqi and the 6 Pokémon unleashed their combined aura, dispersing the surrounding fog, and the battle with the ancient Kuai-Ling became immediately clear. The ancient Kuai-Ling gazed seriously at Xiaoqi and his 6 Pokémon. Human, you are powerful, and your companions trust you immensely. The ancient Kuai-Ling acknowledged the strength of Xiaoqi and his 6 Pokémon, deciding to no longer hold back. In the ancient times, the colossal Kuai-Ling unleashed a torrent of flames from its gaping maw, while the antennae upon its head crackled with fierce electricity, and its wings beat vigorously, generating a formidable tempest. Witnessing this spectacle, Ash and his companions hastily retreated, unwilling to impede the battle being fought by Xiaoqi. Dazenfeng, use Drill Peck. Bail Along, unleash Hydro Pump. Daanxia, channel the electricity into the ground. Dazenfeng spun like a steel drill, cleaving the storm in two, as the blood-red Bail Along directed a powerful column of water to counter the blazing flames of the ancient Kuai-Ling. The massive Daanxia boldly absorbed the electric assault, directing it into the earth. Hua Qianlong, use Dragon Breath. Bird and Feitian Tangsang, execute air slash simultaneously. Hua Qianlong expelled a verdant Dragon Breath, while Bird and Feitian Tangsang unleashed sharp wind blades that intersected with the Dragon Breath, striking the ancient Kuai-Ling and inflicting damage. Remarkable, Xiaoxia exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting to injure the formidable ancient Kuai-Ling. We have trained tirelessly on the beach to defeat you, ancient Kuai-Ling. Xiaoqi shouted, his face alight with excitement. The ancient Kuai-Ling regarded Xiaoqi and the Pokémon with approval, but its piercing gaze soon settled upon the massive Daanxia, swinging its tail to employ Water Tail, intending to vanquish the Pokémon that countered its electric abilities. The gigantic form of Kuai-Ling stirred the waves, and as its Water Tail surged forth, Daanxia swiftly utilized Dig to evade, while the other Pokémon braced themselves to withstand the ancient Kuai-Ling's onslaught. Dazenfeng unleashed a barrage of twin needle strikes, employing a frenzy of attacks. Hua Qianlong's claws shimmered with emerald light as it struck at the Kuai-Ling's tail. Bibabird's wings burst forth with brilliance, engaging in relentless assaults, while Fatian Tangsang glowed with azure light, charging forth to execute Fury Cutter. The blood-red Bailalong, not to be outdone, transformed into its menacing dragon form, baring its sharp fangs as it aimed to crush the tail of the ancient Quilong. The pain compelled ancient Quilong to retaliate, swiftly turning to unleash Dragon Claw, knocking the 5 Pokémon to the ground, and releasing Dragon Pulse that coalesced into a colossal wave, hurtling toward them. The imposing Dianxia, undeterred, utilized Body Slam to absorb the force of Dragon Pulse, striving to shield its companions. Huoqianlong, rush in to absorb the energy of Dragon Pulse and evolve under its might. Xiaoqi commanded, tossing forth a prepared Dragon Fang. Trusting Xiaoqi implicitly, Huoqianlong seized the Dragon Fang and boldly surged towards Dianxia, absorbing the energy as a brilliant light of evolution erupted from its body. Huoqianlong evolved. Its form transformed. Sprouting wings from its back, formidable horns from its head, and 5 sharp claws from its limbs, distinct from the typical 3-clawed Charizard. More astonishingly, its scales glistened, enveloped in a layer of dragon scales, embodying the essence of a true dragon. At this moment, Charizard reached a height of 27 meters, towering over the average Charizard by a full meter, its physique robust and devoid of the usual rotundity, its powerful arms capable of delivering formidable punches, while its tail sprouted 5 sharp spines, exuding a fierce aura. Chapter 32, The Gift of the Ancient Quilong. Roar. The dragon-scaled Charizard radiated an imposing presence, astonishing all present. Xiaoqi rejoiced at Charizard's metamorphosis, marveling at how the absorption of the Dragon Fang and Dragon Pulse energy had transformed it into a dragon-type Pokémon. Pokémon are indeed wondrous beings. There exist myriad phenomena in this world that I have yet to comprehend, igniting immense anticipation within me. At this moment, Jingwei longed to dive into the ocean of knowledge, lamenting that the research lighthouse had been destroyed by the ancient Quilong, leaving him to watch Xiaoqi's battle from the sidelines. The remaining 5 Pokémon celebrated Charizard's evolution, delighted by their companion's newfound strength. In response to their cheers, Charizard unfurled its wings, its back muscles honed by rigorous training, allowing it to master the art of flight even on its first attempt. Indeed, my analysis was correct, Xiaoqi murmured, observing the dragon scales adorning Charizard. He promptly consulted the attribute system to examine Charizard's new abilities, discovering that it now possessed the traits of Blaze and Multiscale. The previous solar power trait had been replaced. But this was fortuitous, as Xiaoqi intended for Charizard to develop into a physically offensive powerhouse, making Multiscale advantageous for its current state. Thanks to the Multiscale trait, Xiaoqi learned that Charizard's lineage traced back to a Quilong, a lineage shared by only 2 Pokémon, Quilong and Lokia. It was evident that Charizard was born of a male Quilong and a female Charizard. Charizard's evolution drew the attention of the ancient Quilong, which scrutinized it closely. Recognizing the Quilong blood coursing through its veins, realizing why it could absorb its Dragon Pulse to facilitate its own evolution. To validate its growth, Charizard resolved to employ its newly acquired technique. With a fierce glare, Charizard radiated a menacing aura, golden-purple energy enveloping its form, coalescing into the likeness of a majestic dragon. Charizard transformed into an energy dragon, surging toward the ancient Quilong, executing Dragon Dive. As Charizard's type had shifted to Fire and Dragon, the Dragon Dive received an attribute bonus. The ancient Quilong, for once, adopted a serious defensive stance, realizing that the approaching Charizard was a Pokémon evolved from its own energy, heightening its vigilance. Dazenfeng. Unleash Pin Missile. Dianxia, utilize Rock Slide. BB Bird and Fatian Tangsang, execute Air, Slash together. Bailalong, employ Ice Beam. The 6 Pokémon unleashed their attacks in unison, prompting the ancient Quilong to counter with Dragon Dive, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Even Ash and his companions, positioned at a distance, felt the tremors, relieved that they had refrained from recklessly approaching this unprecedented battle. As the smoke cleared, Xiaoqi retracted his protective barrier, which had nearly shattered from the immense destruction. The ancient Quilong and the 6 Pokémon ceased their assaults simultaneously, revealing the exhaustion etched upon their faces, their injuries worsening, while the ancient Quilong appeared unfazed. The ancient Quilong shattered the ice encasing it, a testament to the efforts of the blood-red Bailalong, which had exerted itself to immobilize the ancient Quilong. Now, it lay weary upon the ground, devoid of strength to continue the fight. The other Pokémon were similarly fatigued, their energy waning. Yet they summoned their remaining strength to stand firm against the ancient Quilong. Observing their plight, the ancient Quilong rolled its eyes, bemused by the intensity of their training session. Quilong, I concede this match. With the objective achieved, Xiaoqi sought to avoid further provoking the ancient Quilong. His purpose had always been to foster the growth of his Pokémon and unleash Charizard's potential. The ancient Quilong before him was not akin to the 3 slumbering ancient Pokémon in Shinshin Town. It had awakened years prior and regained its strength, while the latter had only recently broken free from their seals and had yet to fully recover their powers. The ancient Quidong nodded in quiet approval of Xiaoqi's words. The 6 Pokémon contemplated a rebuttal but ultimately chose to remain silent, acknowledging their own inadequacies. Quidong, we shall become stronger and challenge you again, Xiaoqi declared with fervor, eliciting a chorus of shouts from the 6 Pokémon, each vowing to grow in strength until they could unite to defeat the ancient Quidong. The passion displayed by Xiaoqi and his Pokémon seemed to ignite a flicker of hope within the ancient Quidong. After a moment of contemplation, the ancient Quidong resolved to take Xiaoqi to a special place, an island where Quidong resided. Understanding that the ancient Quidong harbored no ill will, Xiaoqi reassured his friends, signaling to the Pokémon to remain calm, promising he would return shortly. As they silently watched Xiaoqi ride away on the ancient Quidong, the 6 Pokémon remained behind to recuperate and reflect on their recent battle. The ancient Quidong brought Xiaoqi to Quidong Island, where the resident Quidong joyfully approached, showing no fear towards the ancient Quidong, whom they revered as their guardian. These are all my subjects, the ancient Quidong explained. Although they belonged to the same lineage, the ancient Quidong regarded only those Pokémon from its era as companions. The ordinary Quidong were merely kin. Thus, the ancient Quidong rarely lingered near Quidong Island, only appearing when the island faced peril. The ancient Quidong instructed a seemingly elder Quidong to depart. Reluctantly, the elder approached Xiaoqi and presented him with a Pokémon egg, marked with gray stripes. This is one of the few eggs capable of absorbing my bloodline's power. I hope you will take it on your journey and nurture the unhatched mini long within, the ancient Quidong expressed earnestly, half pleading with Xiaoqi to care for the egg. Without hesitation, Xiaoqi agreed, recognizing the egg's significance. Should all go as planned, the mini long that would emerge would be extraordinarily powerful, having absorbed the ancient Quidong's bloodline. Its innate talent set to surpass its peers. After the battle with the ancient Quidong, Xiaoqi had already contemplated raising a Quidong. How could he refuse the ancient Quidong's request? Then I entrust this to you. With your strength, I believe the creature hatched from this egg will surely surpass its father. The ancient Quidong said. The father of the egg was the leader of the Quidong, who, despite his reluctance to part with the child, desired nothing more than for it to grow strong and earn the guardian's recognition, suggesting that Xiaoqi was no ordinary human trainer. Perhaps his offspring had found a worthy companion. After a brief exchange, Xiaoqi secured the Pokémon egg in his backpack. To prepare for any unforeseen circumstances regarding the egg, he had packed a high-quality nurturing capsule before embarking on his journey, which now proved to be fortuitous. Witnessing Xiaoqi's meticulousness allowed the leader of the Quidong to finally set aside his lingering reluctance, silently praying for Xiaoqi and his child. Having acquired a new companion, Xiaoqi swiftly returned to the beach atop the ancient Quidong. Upon seeing him, the 6 Pokémon, now healed, joyfully rushed toward him, eager to glimpse the egg he held. This little one will be your companion from now on, Xiaoqi grandly introduced the egg, eliciting curious expressions from the 5 Pokémon. Only the Charizard, with its keen senses, caught the distinct scent emanating from the egg, turning in surprise to regard the ancient Quidong. Can that old fellow still reproduce? I wonder how the mother manages it. Charizard mused in disbelief as it compared the sizes of the ancient Quidong and a regular Quidong, finding them utterly mismatched. You little rascal. I can adjust my size at will. Moreover, this egg is merely the offspring of my subjects, having absorbed a fraction of my bloodline's power. The ancient Quidong's furious voice echoed in Charizard's mind, prompting Charizard to avert its gaze and reassess the egg in Xiaoqi's hands. If this little one has indeed absorbed the ancient Quidong's bloodline, does that not imply? The 6 Pokémon exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Hey, let's not frighten the yet-to-be-born offspring, Xiaoqi remarked, noticing the fierce determination in the Pokémon's eyes, appearing somewhat helpless. This little one has yet to be born. Look, I've gained a new companion, Xiaoqi exclaimed in surprise. This also subtly indicated that he had earned the ancient Quidong's acknowledgement. Brock reflected wistfully. Truly, Xiaoqi is remarkable, unlike some individuals, Misty hinted. Casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoqi, what are you talking about, Misty? Xiaoqi replied, flustered. Amidst the laughter and joy, this episode came to a close. Chapter 33. The Withered Leaf Gym and Ma Zhisher's cruelty. Having departed from Jinghui's lighthouse together, Xiaoqi temporarily joined Xiaoxi's party. The four set off for Kai City, intending to challenge the Withered Leaf Gym for the Orange Badge. Unlike in the original story, where they often got lost, with Xiaoqi's company, the trio quickly arrived in Kai City. It was indeed Xiaoxi's misguided directions that had caused their previous detours, Misty pointed out. Although both Xi and Xiaoxi were often directionally challenged. What are you talking about? As Xiaoxi attempted to protest, Misty locked her gaze onto him with a fierce intensity, causing him to tremble and wisely fall silent. Observing the warm exchange between Xiaoxi and Misty, Xiaoqi quietly smiled, appreciating the camaraderie that allowed for light-hearted banter, a delightful aspect of their journey. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center to register for a room and request Nurse Joy's assistance in healing their Pokémon, they found the center unusually busy. Trainers frequently rushed in, pushing their severely injured Pokémon, most suffering from paralysis due to electric shocks, and some were even singed, presenting a grim sight. These Pokémon were defeated by Majishar's Raichu at the Withered Leaf Gym. You need not feel too sympathetic. Most of them are inexperienced trainers who have yet to reach the league's designated age, often possessing Pokémon given as gifts by their parents. These trainers likely believe that obtaining a league badge is a matter of pride, recklessly challenging official league gyms, only to become fodder for the Withered Leaf Gym. Xiao Qi remarked, inciting the ire of the defeated trainers present. Xiao Ji and his companions attempted to persuade Xiao Qi to leave, but a mere glance from him silenced the trainers, who had never encountered such a chilling gaze, more terrifying than the Raichu that had defeated them. To train a Pokémon without understanding its needs or the principles of type advantages. Blindly leading your Pokémon to their demise is far more ludicrous than lamenting your losses. Instead of complaining, you ought to reflect on your own shortcomings. Xiao Qi reprimanded, finding their lack of basic knowledge appalling, especially when they aspired to challenge the league gym. After hearing Xiao Qi's admonishment, most trainers lowered their heads in shame. The announcement prompted Xiao Qi and his companions to approach the counter to collect their Pokémon. Seeing Pikachu in high spirits, Xiao Ji expressed his desire to send Pikachu into battle at the Withered Leaf Gym. However, Pikachu, happily munching on an apple, shook its head vigorously in refusal upon witnessing the grievous conditions of the injured Pokémon. Pikachu repeatedly questioned Xiao Ji, asking if it didn't matter that he had been reduced to such a state. Indeed, if we can secure victory, then that is all that matters. With unwavering confidence, Xiao Ji cheerfully tugged at the reluctant Pikachu, intending to head straight to the Kuyu Daoguan. However, in a decisive act, Pikachu unleashed a surge of electricity upon Xiao Ji, determined to thwart his plans. Yet, Xiao Ji's resolve proved unyielding. Thus, the quartet of Xiao Ji swiftly arrived at the entrance of the Kuyu Daoguan, whose exterior was adorned with a striking pattern of intersecting lightning bolts, unmistakably indicating its affiliation with the electric-type Pokémon. Upon entering the dojo, two of Majishar's subordinates approached, and upon noticing that the challenger was a mere 10-year-old novice trainer, they couldn't resist mocking Xiao Ji and his companions, likening them to reckless wild trainers who had met their demise previously. Master, here comes another sacrifice. They jeered. Majishar, exuding irritation, expressed his disdain for the routine challenges posed by third-rate trainers, which partially explained his recent ruthless demeanor. Such a formidable presence, Xiao Gang remarked, taken aback by Majishar's towering stature, which undeniably instilled a sense of intimidation in Xiao Ji and the others. When Xiao Ji declared his intention to challenge the Kuyu Daoguan, he was met with derision from the towering Majishar, who referred to him as a baby. Upon noticing the trembling Pikachu at Xiao Ji's feet, Majishar's laughter intensified. Indeed, the Pokémon of a baby is also a baby. Ha! His subordinates joined in, ridiculing Xiao Ji and Pikachu. Allow me to demonstrate what an electric-type Pokémon truly is, Majishar proclaimed as he tossed a Pokeball, from which Raichu emerged, towering over Pikachu at twice its size. Raichu's condescending gaze ignited Pikachu's fighting spirit, dispelling any prior trepidation. With newfound determination, Pikachu stepped forward, locking eyes with Raichu. Is that Raichu? Xiao Ji exclaimed as he consulted his Pokédex. Raichu, an electric-type mouse Pokémon, is the evolved form of Pikachu, capable of delivering over 100,000 volts of electricity, enough to incapacitate an Indian elephant. Did you hear that? If you wish to flee, now is your chance. Majishar taunted, attempting to dissuade the reckless Xiao Ji from continuing, though a glance at the quietly observing Xiao Qi revealed a formidable aura that gave him pause. Do not underestimate my Pikachu, Xiao Ji declared confidently, as Pikachu crackled with electricity beside him. To become a Pokémon master, one must allow their Pokémon to evolve on the day of capture. Majishar chuckled, patting Raichu's head, reveling in the might of his Pokémon. Oh, so this Raichu lacks the speed of Pikachu? Xiao Qi quipped, momentarily startling Majishar, who realized the truth in Xiao Ji's words. Evolution does not equate to training. Pikachu and I shall prevail with speed. Xiao Ji's impassioned declaration ignited Pikachu's fighting spirit, prompting it to step forward, eager to face Raichu. What a rarity. Pikachu is eager to battle. Xiao Gang marveled. Of course, Xiao Xia empathized with Pikachu's plight, recalling her experiences of being teased by her three elder sisters. It seems you won't comprehend the terror of electricity until you are thoroughly shocked, Majishar stated, agreeing to Xiao Ji's challenge. The battle between the dojo trainers begins now. The trainers will battle one-on-one, with Majishar using Raichu and challenger Xiao Ji using Pikachu. There is no time limit. The match commences. The referee announced as the bell rang. Go Raichu. Let's go Pikachu. The two Pokémon charged at each other simultaneously. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Pikachu emitted a surge of electricity. However, Raichu did not evade, absorbing the electric damage directly. Raichu, show it what true electricity feels like. Use Thunderbolt. Raichu unleashed a more potent Thunderbolt, striking Pikachu with tremendous force. Even as an electric type, Pikachu succumbed to the overwhelming electrical assault and fainted on the ground. Xiaoji ultimately acted too rashly. Perhaps utilizing speed could have afforded him a chance at victory. Xiaoqi observed the battle, realizing that Pikachu was no match for Raichu. Unable even to master the basic Thunderbolt, Pikachu returned. Concerned, Xiaoji called Pikachu back after hearing the advice from Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang. Yet, the indomitable Pikachu resolutely shook its head, charging back toward Raichu, intent on defeating it personally. Pets are still pets. A simple move suffices to bring them down. Raichu, use heavyweight punch. Ma Ji-Shi commanded, aiming to decisively defeat Pikachu with a single blow. Raichu's left fist glowed with white light, striking Pikachu back. Under Ma Ji-Shi's command, Raichu followed up with a heavyweight kick, leaving Pikachu reeling from the two powerful blows, nearly collapsing. Raichu's strength is indeed formidable. Team Rocket, concealed in the shadows, marveled, astonished at how their once-defeated Pikachu now found itself in such a dire predicament. Pikachu, this is unlike you. Come on, retaliate. Team Rocket encouraged. For Pikachu was their longtime target, and being so easily defeated by Raichu would undermine their aspirations. Alright, deliver the final blow with Thunderbolt. Ma Ji-Shi decided to strike hard, intending to teach Xiao Ji and Pikachu a lesson that not every reckless trainer could challenge the Kuyu Dao Guan. Beedrill. Xiao Qi's cold voice resonated through the Kuyu Dao Guan as the Pokeball at his waist activated, revealing Beedrill, which easily negated the Thunderbolt. Raichu trembled in fear at Beedrill's intimidating presence. Even if constantly provoked, as a dojo trainer, you cannot resort to such brutality. Do you still uphold your responsibilities as a dojo trainer? Xiao Qi's icy gaze silenced Ma Ji-Shi momentarily. He had not anticipated Beedrill's strength would so easily intimidate his Raichu. Indeed, the arrogance of Ma Ji-Shi is overwhelming. Team Rocket continued to ridicule. Clearly, Pikachu is unable to continue battling, and yet you, as a dojo trainer, still command Raichu to use Thunderbolt. This directly contravenes the essence of your role. Xiao Gang chastised, asserting that a dojo trainer's duty is to guide aspiring challengers, not to mercilessly defeat them and extinguish their desires for gym badges. Having endured incessant disruptions from reckless challengers, Ma Ji-Shi expressed his exasperation, stating, I have long since grown impatient with these reckless individuals. Despite my efforts to guide them kindly, they continue to send mere novices to challenge the dojo, wasting my time. His lack of remorse further infuriated Xiao Qi in that case. Your next challenger is me, Xiao Qi declared coldly, his left eye now a blazing crimson. Chapter 34, Utter Defeat of Ma Ji-Shi. Xiao Qi trains Xiao Ji. The battle between the dojo trainers begins now. The trainers will battle one-on-one, with Ma Ji-Shi using Raichu and challenger Xiao Qi using Beedrill. There is no time limit. The match commences. The referee announced, ringing the bell. This time, Ma Ji-Shi refrained from recklessly commanding Raichu to attack, as Beedrill's subtle presence intimidated Raichu into inaction. Ma Ji-Shi was struck by fear at the sight of Xiao Qi's crimson left eye, unable to comprehend the source of the boy's fury. Pokémon, Raichu. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Moves, Thunderbolt, Heavyweight Punch, Heavyweight Kick. Description, captured during the Pikachu era, Raichu was forcibly evolved, resulting in significant loss of speed and agility. Since you are not going to attack, I shall not hold back. Raichu, use Thunderbolt. Ma Ji-Shi shouted, rallying his Raichu. Though apprehensive of the mighty Dazzlefang, upon hearing the command from Ma Ji-Shi, Raichu resolutely unleashed a powerful Volt Tackle. The high-voltage current surged forth from its body like a lightning serpent, aiming to ensnare the airborne Dazzlefang. The electric serpent pierced through Dazzlefang's form. Just as Ma Ji-Shi was elated, believing he had triumphed over Xiao Qi, he realized that the original Dazzlefang was merely an afterimage left by its swift movements. Suddenly, the Dazzlefang materialized behind Raichu, executing a devastating cross-cut with its glimmering dual stingers that struck Raichu's back with ferocity, leaving 2 deep gashes. This singular maneuver left Raichu gasping for breath, devoid of any strength to retaliate. What? Ma Ji-Shi was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Qi to command Dazzlefang for a relentless assault, especially when Raichu was already incapacitated. It was evident that Xiao Qi sought vengeance. Thunder! Raichu cried out in agony as it was bombarded by a multitude of needles, eliciting a pain scream that even Ash and his companions could not bear to witness. Only Xiao Qi and Dazzlefang remained indifferent, gazing coldly at Ma Ji-Shi as he rushed forward to cradle his battered Raichu, repeatedly pleading for surrender. You can only truly understand the anguish of the trainers you have mercilessly defeated by experiencing it yourself, Xiao Qi stated apathetically. Although irritated by the provocations from those with lesser skills, one should refrain from allowing emotions to intrude upon Pokémon battles. If you feel vexed, you might consider allowing your 2 subordinates to undertake the preliminary challenges before confronting you in a Pokémon battle. Xiao Qi comprehended Ma Ji-Shi's frustrations stemming from being persistently hounded by novices, yet this could not serve as an excuse to forsake the responsibilities of a gym leader. Having learned from this encounter, Ma Zhishe exhibited considerable restraint, adopting a markedly humble demeanor towards Xiaoqi. After all, this 10-year-old boy had effortlessly bested him. Admiration for the strong is an intrinsic part of the culture of Pokémon trainers. Ash, I shall await your challenge at the Kuyang Gym tomorrow, Ma Zhishe proclaimed. Only then realizing the striking resemblance between Ash and Xiaoqi, it dawned on him that he had indeed hit a brick wall, explaining Xiaoqi's earlier expression of intent to defeat him. Alas, it is a brother's duty to stand up for his younger sibling. I can only lament my misfortune. With a resigned shake of his head, Ma Zhishe handed the orange badge to Xiaoqi, who had now successfully acquired 4 league badges. Accompanied by Ash and the others, Xiaoqi returned to the Pokémon Center. While Pikachu had not sustained serious injuries, it was imperative to seek treatment, for it had been rendered incapable of retaliating against Raichu. Pikachu lay on the hospital bed, sulking. During a heartfelt conversation between Ash and Pikachu, Nurse Joy approached Ash with a suggestion to defeat Ma Zhishe using a Thunderstone she had fortuitously acquired, enabling Pikachu to evolve into Raichu and thus overcome Ma Zhishe's Raichu. Xiaoqi stood silently by, respecting Ash and Pikachu's autonomy in this decision. The lurking Team Rocket also awaited Pikachu's choice. Although Xiaoqi was aware of their presence, at this moment, Team Rocket resembled cheerleaders for Pikachu, prompting Xiaoqi to refrain from interfering with their actions. When Ash held the Thunderstone and looked at Pikachu, Pikachu retaliated by striking Ash's palm with its tail, causing Ash to drop the Thunderstone onto the hospital bed, signaling Pikachu's intent to defeat its evolved form, Raichu, on its own terms. I understand. Together, we shall vanquish Ma Zhishe and Raichu, Ash declared earnestly, gripping Pikachu's paws. Pikachu insisted on defeating Raichu by itself, for victory cannot be attained without effort. Meowth, hiding in the shadows, translated this sentiment, shedding tears of emotion. At this moment, Team Rocket resolved to become Pikachu's cheerleaders, rallying Ash and Pikachu to triumph over Ma Zhishe and Raichu. Given this, Ash, you and Pikachu should rest well and then accept my special training. Both Ash and Pikachu recognized Xiaoqi's prowess, and upon hearing of Xiaoqi's offer for specialized training, they were filled with exhilaration. However, Pikachu, fatigued from insufficient rest, fainted once more on the hospital bed. Time passed, and soon the recovered Pikachu regained its spirits. Following Ash to the private arena in the backyard of the Pokémon Center, where Xiaoqi and Eevee Bird awaited their arrival. Shiny Pokémon are indeed extraordinary. Even having seen Eevee Bird multiple times, one cannot help but be captivated by its golden feathers, Brock remarked, indirectly praising Xiaoqi's skill in raising Pokémon. Had Eevee Bird been nurtured poorly, it would never have attained such radiant glory that rivaled the sun. Ma Zhishe's Raichu possessed a notable weakness, its speed. Having evolved from Pikachu using the Thunderstone, it lacked the agility that Pikachu excelled at, including the move's quick attack and high-speed maneuvers. Xiaoqi explained, Ash, your primary task with Pikachu is to practice speed and fully master Volt Tackle. After detailing the training regimen, Eevee Bird and Pikachu commenced their special training. Eevee Bird approached Pikachu with a slicing air slash, which Pikachu narrowly evaded, causing a nearby branch to split cleanly in two without a trace of damage. Both Ash and Pikachu swallowed hard, astonished at the sheer power of Eevee Bird's attack. Before Pikachu could react, Eevee Bird swiftly dashed in front of it, delivering a blow that knocked Pikachu to the ground. Do not lose focus during training. Battles are often lost due to minor oversights, Xiaoqi admonished, urging Ash and Pikachu to heighten their awareness. This big-headed guy is ruthless. Even his own brother shows no mercy, Musashi scoffed. It's no wonder his Pokémon are all so formidable, Kojiro expressed enviously, feeling that he and Musashi could hardly entertain the thought of competing for Xiaoqi's Pokémon. Now is not the time for such discussions, Meowth retorted angrily. Our primary objective is to encourage Pikachu and help it regain its confidence. What are you distracted by? Eevee Bird's wing attack struck Pikachu, who attempted to evade. You think you can escape my assault with that sluggish speed? Dream on. With a rapid spin, Eevee Bird unleashed a fierce tornado, drawing Pikachu into its vortex and rendering it immobile. Seeing Pikachu on the verge of collapse, Team Rocket suddenly emerged. This time, they did not disrupt the training. Instead, clad in peculiar black outfits, they waved banners and fans, shouting, Pikachu, go, go. Victory is yours. Perhaps spurred by Team Rocket's encouragement, Pikachu rallied itself, breaking free from the tornado's grasp, tapping into its latent potential to unleash a formidable Volt Tackle. Eevee Bird, recognizing the threat, quickly evaded, unwilling to make a fool of itself before Xiaoqi. We are the cheerleaders for those challenging the gym, offering our loving support. Seeing the bewildered expressions on Ash and the others, Team Rocket hastily concealed their true intentions, unaware that their clumsy disguise had already been uncovered by Xiaoqi and his companions. As Team Rocket prepared to depart, Misty smiled and waved in gratitude, saying, Thank you, Team Rocket, for your support. The fleeing Team Rocket nearly stumbled upon hearing her words, puzzled as to how their expertly crafted disguise had been so easily penetrated. Yet their intentions were noble, and encouraged by their presence, Pikachu grew more courageous, transitioning from being unable to evade BB Bird's onslaught to gradually managing to hold its ground. The training for speed had been barely successful. Now it was time for electrical training. Xiaoqi stated calmly, based on recent performance, Pikachu can activate its potential in moments of crisis, allowing for more effective mastery of Volt Tackle. Your next sparring partner is it? Xiaoqi hurled the Pokeball in his hand, summoning the majestic Scyther. Before Scyther's form could fully materialize, two gleaming blades of light flashed before Pikachu, reflecting the sun's rays off its sides. Gulp. Unlike the leniency shown during the training with Pidgey, Scyther's training was exceptionally rigorous. Before Pikachu could react, Scyther swiftly approached and unleashed a series of slashes, sending Pikachu scrambling to evade. Scyther's speed of attack was far superior to that of Pidgey. Just as Pikachu felt relieved for dodging the assault, the chilling scythe was already closing in. Chapter 35, The Battle of Vengeance, Ash vs. Magishur. That Pidgey dared not lose focus during our battle. Where do you find the audacity? Scyther mocked. Fortunately, Pikachu managed to evade the lethal scythe just in time. Pika-Pi! Pikachu exclaimed in terror. Fully aware that Scyther had been serious, had it not evaded promptly, it might have collapsed to the ground, slow to react and hesitant in its movements. Pikachu's distraction during the battle darkened Scyther's expression. A weakling like you doesn't take the battle seriously at all, Scyther declared, exuding a formidable aura as countless sharp blades of air were unleashed from its sides, relentlessly closing in on the hastily dodging Pikachu. Cold sweat dripped from Pikachu's forehead, and overwhelmed by fear, it momentarily contemplated surrendering. What should I do? This creature truly intends to kill me. Is this how you give up? Is your desire for vengeance so insignificant? Or do you lack the courage to become a true champion? Scyther questioned, a flicker of displeasure crossing its gaze as it gestured towards Xiaoqi. Observing this, Xiaoqi silently nodded, leading Scyther to set aside its prejudice against Pikachu. Brother, isn't this too harsh? Ash expressed his concern, unable to bear the thought of Pikachu being subjected to such cruelty, even for the sake of training. Ash, do you think Pokémon battles can be won merely by shouting loudly? If you and Pikachu continue to maintain such a childish mindset, you won't just fail to become a Pokémon master, you won't even be able to defeat Magishur of the Koreha Gym. Xiaoqi reprimanded, his stern tone leaving Ash momentarily speechless. Ash, who was typically assertive with others, dared not argue when it came to Xiaoqi and Hanako. Misty looked worriedly at Ash and murmured, Ash, these are experiences you must endure. Brock reassured, though he too felt pain to witness Pikachu being harmed by Scyther. Perhaps it would be better to abandon vengeance and simply enjoy being your trainer's companion, Scyther taunted, declaring that the realm of battle was not one for weaklings like them to tread. With a sweep of its arms, Scyther combined two sharp blades of wind into a massive gust, directing it towards the injured Pikachu on the ground. Perhaps out of defiance, or perhaps out of fear, a tumult of emotions surged within Pikachu, and in that moment, it released a powerful electric current to resist the impending giant gust. Has it finally mastered the release of its electric current? Scyther mused, a hint of satisfaction in its eyes as it utilized Quick Attack to shield Pikachu from the wind blade's assault. Why are you doing this? Pikachu questioned incredulously, unable to believe that the indifferent Scyther would willingly take on harm for its sake. Don't get carried away. I merely execute my trainer's orders, Scyther retorted coldly, shattering the residual wind blade with a slicing strike, casting a dispassionate gaze towards Pikachu. You barely passed, Xiaoqi remarked, nodding, yet emphasizing that further training was necessary. Ash and Pikachu, who had just felt exhilarated, simultaneously lowered their heads in disappointment upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, believing the training had concluded. The following day, after completing special training, Ash and Pikachu arrived at the Koreha Gym, filled with fervor, accompanied by Xiaoqi and the others, eager to witness Pikachu defeat Raichu. As they approached the entrance of the Koreha Gym, they observed several novice trainers defeated by Magishur's subordinates. Realizing they couldn't even surpass the gatekeepers, most trainers turned away, aware of their inability to challenge Magishur, thereby sparing him the daily complaints about forced gym challenges. Upon noticing Xiaoqi and his companions, the two subordinates hurried back inside the gym to summon their leader, Magishur, who instinctively trembled upon seeing Xiaoqi subsequently. Magishur's gaze shifted to the confident Ash, and upon recognizing the difference between Ash and Pikachu, he consented to Ash's gym challenge, though he remained skeptical that Pikachu could defeat his Raichu. The gym battle commenced, featuring a one-on-one duel between the gym trainer Magishur's Raichu and the challenger Ash's Pikachu, with no time limit imposed. Let the battle begin, the referee announced as the bell rang. Go Pikachu! Go Raichu! Pikachu charged forth to engage Raichu in close combat. Raichu intended to strike Pikachu with its tail, but was taken aback as Pikachu nimbly dodged the attack. Raichu was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how the little mouse had become so agile since yesterday. With joy radiating from its expression, Pikachu realized that its effortless evasion was the fruit of yesterday's intense training. and it felt grateful for the assistance provided by Pidgey and Scyther. Impossible. Raichu, use Tackle. Ma Zhisher commanded, unable to believe Pikachu's sudden surge in strength. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. What? Ma Zhisher exclaimed, astonished as he witnessed Pikachu moving at high speed. Raichu looked around in confusion, unable to locate Pikachu. Damn it. In that case, Raichu, use Thunderbolt to cover the entire area. I refuse to believe it won't hit. Raichu remained stationary, gathering electric energy before unleashing it in a powerful surge, momentarily engulfing the arena in a blinding flash. Even the glass above the gym shattered. And Ma Zhisher confidently commanded Raichu to cease its attack, certain that the feeble Pikachu could not withstand Raichu's high-voltage discharge. Pikachu! Ash cried out in concern. It's over. Ma Zhisher proclaimed with confidence. As the explosive smoke from the electrical discharge dissipated, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone except Xiaoqi. Pikachu stood unharmed. Its tail embedded in the ground, acting as a natural lightning rod, channeling the previously unleashed electricity into the earth. I see, what a clever strategy. Brock praised, recognizing that Pikachu had utilized its tail as a grounding wire. Pikachu is amazing. The trio of Team Rocket, hiding in the shadows, marveled, further solidifying their resolve to capture Pikachu in the future. Now is the time for a counterattack. At the sound of his brother's call, Ash immediately directed Pikachu to launch an offensive. Pikachu first executed a quick attack, colliding with Raichu before swiftly turning its body to deliver a powerful Iron Tail to Raichu's face. The Iron Tail technique had been learned under Xiaoqi's strict orders, allowing Pikachu to diversify its attack strategies and ensuring its tail was not merely decorative. Ash had only discovered the existence of Iron Tail the previous day, having previously thought Pikachu's tail was just an ornament. Impossible. Raichu, quickly use Thunderbolt. Ma Zhisher urged, anxious not to lose to Ash. Raichu attempted to unleash its electric power, but found itself in a daze, having exhausted its energy from the earlier Thunderbolt, struggling to catch its breath. Raichu could not produce even a spark of electricity. Now's your chance, Pikachu. Show Raichu our Thunderbolt. Ash shouted excitedly. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a surge of electricity, channeling the formidable power of 100,000 volts into Raichu, who was momentarily stunned and subsequently struck down by the assault, collapsing to the ground. Raichu lost its combat ability, and the referee proclaimed the victor of this match to be the young trainer from Masera Town, Ash. Hooray! Pikachu, we have triumphed! Ash exclaimed with excitement, lifting Pikachu in celebration, who reciprocated the joy of victory, a testament to their arduous struggle the previous day. It seemed that I had evolved Raichu too early. The two defeats led Masashi to recognize Raichu's weaknesses, and after awarding the orange badge to the victorious Ash, he resolved to retreat for a week to diligently train Raichu's speed. Unfortunately, this would pose challenges for future challengers. Only a select few might still manage to defeat Raichu by leveraging speed. Once Masashi concluded his training, such naive thoughts would likely prove futile. Chapter 36, The Blinding Team Rocket. Time passed unnoticed, and after Ash received the orange badge, Chi accompanied Ash and his companions as they departed from the Koreha gym, intending to reach the harbor and head to the next gym location. A refreshing sea breeze greeted them as they arrived at the dock, where several luxurious vessels came into view, igniting dreams of one day indulging in such opulent travel. Among them, a grand luxury cruise ship captured their attention. This was the renowned St. Anna, the most famous cruise liner at Koreha City's dock. I wish to board such a ship and see what lies across the sea. Ash mused. Indeed, this way, we could encounter a greater variety of Pokémon. Brock concurred. Absolutely. I want to sunbathe on the ship's deck and enjoy a leisurely journey. Misty chimed in excitedly. The trio's eyes sparkled with visions of embarking on the St. Anna, with Ash eager to battle Pokémon trainers aboard, Misty longing for sun-soaked relaxation on the deck, and Brock fantasizing about winning the affection of a wealthy lady aboard, leading to a blissful life. Amidst their enthusiasm, she remained calm. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that this luxurious St. Anna was merely a facade for Team Rocket's nefarious schemes. Over the years, the St. Anna had been covertly funded by Team Rocket, which was now preparing to ensnare Pokémon trainers. Once the cruise ship ventured far from Korea City, hidden members of Team Rocket would emerge from within, capturing all the trainers' Pokeballs in one fell swoop. But you lack sufficient funds, Chi remarked nonchalantly. Alas, the trio sighed. His words abruptly pulled Ash, Misty, and Brock back to the harsh reality, their previous excitement dissipating as they cast a lingering gaze at the St. Anna before deciding to leave. Chi, a sweet voice called from behind. Turning, Chi saw a girl with chestnut hair running towards him, enveloping him in a warm embrace, a faint floral scent wafting from her. After sensing her enthusiasm, he gently pushed her away. The girl, upon noticing Ash nearby, blushed and shyly hid behind Chi. Long time no see. YZ. Ash greeted. The girl, YZ, was one of the new trainers from Masera Town, and the two brothers were pleasantly surprised to encounter her here. It's been a while, Ash and Chi, YZ replied, her demeanor stabilizing, though she nervously fidgeted with her clothing. Upon seeing Chi again after a long time, she excitedly rushed to embrace him, but with Ash nearby, she felt flustered, unsure of how to act, especially since Ash, being oblivious, remained unaware of the awkwardness. Chi, on the other hand, was taken aback by YZ's demeanor. He had previously thought she viewed him as a rival to surpass, yet now it seemed different. YZ, under Chi's gaze, felt her ears flush with embarrassment. Luckily, Ash broke the tension by asking, YZ, what brings you to Kureha City's dock? By the way, how many badges have you collected? I defeated the Kureha gym leader, Masashi, a couple of days ago, and now I have 3 league badges. YZ replied, producing an exquisite box containing the 3 badges, the gray badge from Nibi City, the blue badge from Hanamura City, and the orange badge from Kureha City. Noticing Brock beside Ash, YZ recalled that her gray badge had been bestowed by him, which surprised her to see him traveling with Ash. After a brief inquiry, she learned of Brock's departure from Nibi Gym. You are truly kind-hearted, Brock. If I had encountered such a father, I would have certainly taught him a lesson. YZ declared angrily, shaking her small fist determinedly. Achoo! Far away in Nibi City, Wooning sneezed, curiously rubbing his nose as he gazed into the distance. Could it be that Brock is thinking of me? Unfortunately, the truth was far from this. At that moment, Brock was secretly admiring a wealthy lady boarding the ship, his eyes sparkling with affection, leaving YZ astonished, unaware of what was happening. Thankfully, Misty promptly pinched Brock's ear to correct his behavior. By the way, Chi, do you have tickets for the St. Anna? YZ asked, producing a ticket she had won unexpectedly. She gazed dreamily at the St. Anna, thrilled at the prospect of boarding a luxury cruise for the first time in 10 years. Congratulations. You all seem like incredibly lucky individuals. Just then, the flamboyant Musashi and Kojiru approached, dressed in student uniforms. While Musashi looked somewhat normal, Kojiru had transformed into the appearance of a high school girl, leaving Chi with a psychological shadow, while YZ looked at Chi in confusion, not understanding why he occasionally covered his mouth and averted his gaze. The truth is, we have complimentary tickets for this ship, Musashi explained, producing 4 tickets for the St. Anna. Beside him, Kojiru added in a high-pitched voice, super. Cough. Chi turned away, feeling an inexplicable regret for accompanying Ash and the others to the harbor. Musashi and Kojiru's clumsy disguises did not fool Chi, yet he preferred not to uncover their true identities, as Kojiru's antics were simply too glaring. Team Rocket, using the pretext of a date with their boyfriends, half-heartedly handed over the tickets to Chi and his friends before excitedly leaving, showing no remorse for their generous gift. Then please enjoy yourselves. With that, Musashi and Kojiru departed, their exuberance once again assaulting Chi's senses. Minutes later, hidden in the shadows, Team Rocket celebrated their successful disguise as they saw Chi and his friends head towards the St. Anna. I believe I am quite suited to play a little girl. Am I not? Kojiru remarked, still unable to return to his original demeanor, but was promptly silenced by Musashi's sharp reprimand. Stop talking nonsense, fool. Let us hurry. Musashi pulled the fallen Kojiru into a watchtower, a secret base for Team Rocket to communicate with Sakaki. Pressing the contact button, the screen displayed Sakaki's image, deliberately obscured to prevent recognition. Hello, boss. They chorused. It seems you are all well prepared, Sakaki remarked coolly. Indeed, they responded in unison. At this moment, a cat, affectionately referred to as Cat Lauda, approached to relish the gentle caresses from Ban Mu. What? That is Cat Lauda. Upon witnessing this, Meow Meow's defenses crumbled, exclaiming, Old Lauda, I am indeed your pet, am I not? You have failed time and again. My disappointment knows no bounds. In contrast, this fellow is simply adorable. Meow Meow lamented. If you wish to earn my affection, this mission cannot afford another failure. Have you distributed the invitations for the S-Ing and NHO yet? Ban Mu inquired. They have been sent out. All aspiring trainers eagerly accepted them. Musashi responded. But is it truly wise to be so generous in welcoming them? Kojiro questioned. Puzzled. I am the host of this party, Ban Mu replied coolly. My subordinates have infiltrated the S-Ing and NHO. I intend to seize all the Pokémon belonging to those trainers lured aboard. Truly worthy of being the boss. You are indeed clever. Meow Meow hastily agreed. This time, you must succeed. Yes, boss. Musashi and Kojiro affirmed. I will do my utmost. Meow Meow declared. Chapter 37. The young Kojiro, above welcome. Please come in. A few of the group, including Xiaoji, arrived at the ticket gate of the S-Ing and NHO. The ticket inspector briefly glanced at their tickets before gesturing for them to enter, warmly welcoming them. The luxurious hall unfolded before their eyes, currently hosting a Pokémon trainers exchange party, where numerous trainers shared their travel experiences, inevitably accompanied by Pokémon battles. Xiaoji was drawn to the ongoing battle nearby and dove into the crowd center. A boy utilizing a shiny Starf had engaged in a match against a gentleman wielding a Rata, but it was evident that the boy with the shiny Starf was at a disadvantage. Rata, use Flying Kick. Shiny Starf, use Tackle. The two Pokémon charged toward each other, entering close combat, but soon retreated cautiously, awaiting their trainer's commands. Rata, unleash your Fury Fangs attack. commanded the gentleman. At his command, Rata sank its fangs into the gem of shiny starf, and before the boy could issue a command, a sharp cracking sound reverberated through the venue as Rata shattered the gem, causing shiny starf to collapse onto the ground. Rata triumphed over shiny starf, and the victory sign illuminated above the gentleman. The boy, heartbroken, cradled his injured shiny starf, while the gentleman displayed a nonchalant demeanor, reveling in his pompous performance. This was merely a trivial simulation battle. One could say that the goddess of victory favored me, the gentleman modestly proclaimed, instantly capturing the attention of the audience, who were drawn to his self-satisfied expression. A stunningly adorned lady approached, draping her arm around the gentleman's shoulder, exclaiming, "You are quite impressive." "Thank you, Madam Agi," the gentleman replied, turning to the boy. "Perhaps you should train your shiny starf a bit more. Now, is there any brave soul willing to challenge my Rata?" Having garnered the lady's favor, the gentleman decided to showcase his prowess in hopes of winning her heart. "I am fired up," Xiaoji declared, his eyes ablaze with determination as he rushed toward the gentleman, revealing a Pokeball. "My Butterfree shall be your opponent." "Very well," the gentleman acquiesced, believing Xiaoji to be an easy target. "How tiresome. He seems overly eager," Misty remarked. "This person cannot possibly defeat Xiaoji," Xiaoji stated calmly, predicting that the gentleman would likely declare a draw as Rata began to falter. "Surely not. How shameless," Leaf exclaimed, yet she trusted Xiaoji's integrity, confident he would not misjudge others. "Rata, use Flying Kick. Butterfree, employ Tackle." The familiar close combat sequence ensued as the two Pokémon clashed, striving to deplete one another's stamina. Following this, the gentleman commanded Rata to execute its finishing Fong attack to conclude Butterfree, but alas, with its flying prowess, Butterfree evaded Rata's strike effortlessly. "Butterfree, use Sleep Powder." Depleted of energy, Rata could not escape Butterfree's attack and unwittingly inhaled a copious amount of sleep powder. "That is sufficient. We shall call it a draw." Just as Xiaoji instructed Butterfree to finish Rata, the gentleman stepped forward, scooped up Rata, and hastily declared the match a draw before departing, entirely disregarding Xiaoji's frustrated expression. "What nonsense. I clearly won. How shameless." As a Pokémon trainer, Leaf recognized who the true victor of the match was, and the majority of onlookers voiced their discontent with the gentleman's unsportsmanlike conduct. Fortunately, the gentleman promptly whisked away the lady. Had he lingered, he might have faced her ire for this incident. "Hey, you there. Come here for a moment." The trainer party was a resounding success, attracting numerous businesses willing to invest. Kojiro, still wandering, was called over by an uncle selling Magikarp. Kojiro looked at the uncle with confusion, completely unaware of the fate that awaited him. "Take a look at my Pokémon," the Magikarp uncle exclaimed, seizing Kojiro's attention as he pointed mysteriously at the Magikarp in his tank, boasting of its extraordinary qualities. "What is so special about it?" "It's just an ordinary Magikarp," Kojiro inquired, puzzled about the uncle's intentions. "Oh, you wouldn't understand. This is the king of all Magikarp. The Magikarp king," the uncle boasted. "It doesn't seem that impressive," Kojiro replied, clearly not easily deceived, yet this was all part of the uncle's plan. "Look at how healthy it is. Observe." With that, the uncle handed the Magikarp to Kojiro. Since Kojiro was not the one nurturing it, the Magikarp promptly splashed water, and Kojiro remarked on its vitality. "Let me share a secret. This Magikarp can produce gold." The uncle whispered to Kojiro, signaling him to keep it down. "Gold?" Kojiro trembled with excitement, gazing at the Magikarp in his arms. "Yes. Each time it lays eggs, it produces 1,000. If 1,000 Magikarp each produce 1,000 eggs, that is 1,000,000. Just think about how astronomical that number becomes." Sensing Kojiro's interest, the uncle continued to extol the Magikarp's wonders. "This Magikarp sells for 10,000. After 3 rounds of egg laying, you could earn over 100 million. Over 100 million. Kojiro exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. "A wealthy person indeed. You could buy as many Pokémon as you desire." With those words, Kojiro's mind began to envision himself as a wealthy individual, liberated from his parents and basking in prosperity. "This Magikarp normally sells for 10,000, but with the egg-laying kit, nurturing kit, and baby care kit, I can offer it to you for 30,000. I'll buy it. I'll buy it." Kojiro shouted excitedly, unwilling to let the uncle take back the Magikarp. "Oh, my dear customer, I can already see the golden glow radiating from you." The Magikarp uncle smiled joyfully, pleased to have duped another gullible soul, marking yet another profitable day. With a swift exchange of money for goods, Kojiro acquired the Pokeball containing the Magikarp, a golden ball painted with vibrant hues, while the uncle pocketed the 30,000 from Kojiro. Due to insufficient funds, Kojiro even resorted to advancing Musashi's wages, thereby shouldering another debt for their trio. How naively innocent. Observing Kojiro depart, the Magikarp uncle set his sights on his next target, the owner of the voice approaching, none other than the red-capped youth, Xiaoji. "Young man, would you care to make a fortune?" In truth, the KIW-ing that I just sold to that young man was of a second-tier quality. And by sheer coincidence, this first-tier KIW-ing is now available for you. The KIW-ing uncle once again performed his old routine, animatedly describing the splendid scenery that would befall the young man after acquiring the KIW-ing, seemingly more delighted than if he had made a profit himself, which left the young man feeling utterly foolish. Oh, if what you say is true, then why don't you cultivate it yourself? Why instead would you benevolently sell such a precious KIW-ing to us? Realizing that the young man was not as foolish as the previous buyer, the KIW-ing uncle decided to pack up his stall and seek new targets. Uncle, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I believe you would very much like to erase this footage. I wonder what kind of retribution you would receive from Miss J and SH. The young man leisurely played with his Pokédex, which prominently displayed the scene of the KIW-ing uncle deceiving his previous buyer. Initially, the young man had been silently observing the exchange, and he was astonished at how easily the previous buyer had been duped, truly the hallmark of a wealthy second generation. Sir, I am unclear about what you were saying. The KIW-ing uncle was now sweating profusely, never expecting to encounter such a formidable opponent in the young man. Realizing he was about to be taken advantage of, he quickly lamented his circumstances, exclaiming that he had 6 children to support and was reluctantly forced into such deceitful work. The young man, however, cared little for the KIW-ing uncle's predicament. If one chooses to deceive others, one must be prepared to be deceived in return. As a Pokémon assistant and honorary doctor, the young man had no shortage of funds, making it unnecessary to rob the KIW-ing uncle of the meager earnings he had managed to acquire through trickery. Seeing that the young man had no intention of seizing his money, the KIW-ing uncle hastily boasted about his merchandise, hoping that the young man would leave satisfied and not reconsider. Are you certain this creature is a KIW-ing? The young man pointed helplessly at a KIW-ing hiding in the corner of the fish tank, which clearly differed in size from its counterparts. Even its red skin had evidently been painted with cheap dye by the KIW-ing uncle, and it was beginning to show signs of fading, gradually revealing its true appearance. The young man retrieved his Pokédex, confirming the creature's identity. CHUQY, the fish Pokémon. Known for its tattered fins that render it unappealing, leading to its neglect by other trainers, it can thrive in both oceans and rivers. Chapter 38. The Hypocritical Gentleman and Ash's Belief. Wow. Every time I see this creature's true form, I find it utterly grotesque. Mocked the KIW-ing uncle. The previously withdrawn CHUQY, upon hearing the uncle's derision, angrily broke free from the surrounding KIW-ing, emerged, and shot a jet of water at the KIW-ing uncle. The uncle, wishing he could teach the CHUQY a lesson right then and there, restrained himself, recognizing the young man's intention to take the CHUQY. To his surprise, a CHUQY from the Hoenn region had appeared in the Kanto region, showcasing an intriguing talent. The young man scanned the data of the CHUQY and found it possessed the hidden ability Adaptability. This revelation caught his attention, for such an ability was no trivial matter. Had the young man not possessed the ability stacking system, he might have regarded the CHUQY's ability with indifference, as this Pokémon would evolve into a beautiful Milotic, renowned for its lovely form, yet the young man's system allowed for a different approach. The ability stacking system not only enabled the fusion of 2 abilities, but also allowed for periodic changes of abilities and the reintroduction of abilities that would normally vanish upon evolution. This meant that the CHUQY could retain the adaptability ability upon evolving into a Milotic. While the young man analyzed the CHUQY's data, the previously aloof creature suddenly glimmered with blue light in its eyes, attempting to cast hypnosis on the young man. Sensing an attempt to manipulate his mind, the young man retaliated, unexpectedly shattering the fish tank. Most of the KIW-ing scattered to the ground, flopping about, while the CHUQY, having suffered a backlash from its psychic attempt, fell into a state of unconsciousness. It can use hypnosis? Quite an impressive move to inherit, the young man remarked with a smile. It was no wonder the CHUQY had developed so well, likely having used hypnosis on its fellow KIW-ing to secretly feast on their food, explaining the stunted growth of some KIW-ing. Sir, witnessing the young man's display of psychic prowess, the KIW-ing uncle was utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, all he desired was for the young man to leave, changing his address from young man to sir, for he realized that a psychic being was not someone of his humble status he could afford to offend. I am quite satisfied with this CHUQY. Did you not find any other items while capturing it? The young man inquired, clearly not intending to depart. The KIW-ing uncle, understanding the young man's intent, tearfully presented a scale, a token from the time he accidentally caught the CHUQY, which had been drawn in by the allure of the scale. Why, it is a beautiful scale. It seems the conditions for evolution have also been met. The young man beamed with quiet delight, realizing that the CHUQY sought to evolve into a Milotic to escape its unsightly form, only to have been fortuitously caught by the KIW-ing uncle, who had yet to even touch the beautiful scale. The KIW-ing uncle, having unilaterally delivered the goods, tearfully bid farewell to the young man. who had intended to privately sell the beautiful scale to a noblewoman aboard the NNHO, only to inadvertently provide it to the young man instead. One could only say that evil begets evil. Manipulating the Pokédex, the young man temporarily transferred Beedrill to Professor Key's lab, allocating the vacant space to the CHUQY, intending to first cultivate a bond with it before allowing it to evolve into a Milotic. Having gained a new companion, the young man turned to seek the whereabouts of Ash and his companions, and upon glancing over, he found Ash and the others indulging in the delectable dishes laid before them, for such culinary delights were not easily enjoyed during their travels. Even Pikachu was fervently devouring high-quality electric rodent feed, tears of joy welling up in its eyes. The young man, witnessing this scene, smiled helplessly, casually picking up a sandwich to taste, finding it indeed quite good, while the nearby soup melted in his mouth, prompting a faint smile from him. Xiaojia. At that moment, YZ approached, signaling for the young man to open his mouth. Reluctantly, he obliged, and she placed a grape into his mouth for him to savor. Not bad, he replied moderately, eliciting a satisfied smile from YZ, just as she was about to continue her strategy to win over the young man. The previously fleeing gentleman returned, accompanied by the noblewoman, approaching Ash. Hey, are you having fun here? It was the same uncle from earlier. Although dissatisfied with the outcome of the match, Ash was not one to hold grudges. To be honest, your Butterfree is quite impressive, the gentleman praised. Indeed, chimed the noblewoman beside him, her stunning makeup and dulcet tones causing Brock, still chewing his food, to blush and exclaim, so beautiful. Misty, having grown accustomed to such attention, simply ignored it. That's because I trained it with great effort. Ash boasted proudly. What do you think of my Rattata? Your Rattata is quite decent. Ash replied honestly, merely to spare the gentleman's pride. Excellent. In that case, how about a trade? I propose exchanging my Rattata for your formidable Butterfree, the gentleman declared. The young man remained silent, yet the glass in his hand began to show signs of fracturing. He harbored no fondness for those who disregarded the sentiments of Pokémon and cavalierly exchanged them as mere commodities. In the gentleman's eyes, Pokémon were nothing more than items to be casually traded, devoid of any emotional attachment. A trade? Ash queried, perplexed. Individuals possessing Pokémon are well aware that they can exchange them with those they admire. This is a fundamental truth. The gentleman chuckled, perceiving the confusion on Ash's face, subconsciously regarding him as a naive target. Is that so? Ash furrowed his brow, as this notion starkly contrasted with the trainer knowledge his brother had imparted upon him. He intended to make an excuse to depart, wishing to avoid further idle conversation, yet the gentleman clearly had no intention of releasing Ash from his clutches. The exchange of Pokémon among friends cultivates deeper and broader friendships. This, indeed, embodies the camaraderie among Pokémon trainers, forming a widespread network of friendship throughout the Pokémon world. Such nonsense. Ash angrily shoved the gentleman aside, nearly toppling him. It was precisely due to my affection for Pokémon that I strive to capture them as companions. My brother taught me that Pokémon are friends and family to us trainers. A person like you, who trades Pokémon at will, could never aspire to be a Pokémon master. Witnessing Ash's unprecedented fury, Misty and Brock momentarily froze, but soon resolutely stood by Ash's side, affirming his ideals. If becoming a Pokémon master necessitates exchanging my companions, I would rather relinquish that dream. Ash's declaration filled nearby trainers, who had intended to trade their Pokémon, with guilt, causing them to lower their heads in apology to their Pokémon, as most trainers initially captured Pokémon out of affection rather than the pursuit of power. What an insensible fellow. The gentleman, accompanied by a lady, attempted to depart, but a lethal gust of wind sliced the table before them in half, startling the gentleman into immobility. For someone like you, a lesson must be imparted before you relent, Ash declared coldly, his accompanying Scyther already poised for battle. The earlier gust being its doing. Do not be so arrogant. You two are merely fledglings in this realm, the gentleman retorted, hurling a Pokeball, summoning a Rhydon. Your Rhydon is likely frequently exchanged as well, Ash remarked nonchalantly. Upon its arrival, Rhydon displayed a sense of resignation, lacking enthusiasm for the impending battle. Its eyes reflecting disappointment and sorrow, entirely devoid of emotional connection to the gentleman behind it, likely due to its frequent exchanges having led to profound disillusionment with trainers. This does not concern you. The gentleman, exasperated, clearly struck a nerve with Ash's observation, and in a bid to salvage his image, commanded Rhydon to attack Scyther. It seems Rhydon harbors no desire to fight, Ash scoffed. Lacking any emotional bond with the gentleman, Rhydon chose to ignore the command, contentedly closing its eyes and resting on the ground, indifferent to the battle with Scyther. Scyther, rather than feeling anger, empathized with Rhydon's plight. Had I not encountered my master, I might still be wandering in the Judo forest, devoid of companions. Scyther reminisced about the joyful moments shared during travels with Ash and friends, a smile of contentment gracing its features, cherishing those memories. Ash had no intention of harming Rhydon, for it was innocent in this situation. With a subtle signal to Scyther to focus on the gentleman, Ash discreetly employed psychic hypnosis on Rhydon. In a short while, under Ash's mental suggestion, Rhydon succumbed to slumber, occasionally emitting soft snores, much to the gentleman's dismay, as he found himself embarrassed before the lady. "You useless creature." The irate gentleman attempted to strike Rhydon with his cane, only to be intercepted by Scyther, which elegantly executed a flurry of slashes, shredding the gentleman's attire and leaving him clad only in his undergarments. "Scoundrel," the lady scolded, witnessing the gentleman's humiliation, and promptly abandoned him. "You insufferable brat." The gentleman sought to retaliate against Ash, only to find himself levitating helplessly, with numerous trainers witnessing his disgrace, leading to a total loss of dignity. Chapter 39, The Battle Aboard the SS Anne. Dreaming foolishly. Do you truly believe the SS Anne is a place for your free indulgence? Far away in Shirogane City, Sakaki was monitoring the SS and surveillance, noting the gathering of prey in the hall and preparing to direct his subordinates to execute the plan. How curious. I did not expect this lad to be aboard the SS, and it seems circumstances have changed. The screen before Sakaki displayed Ash controlling the gentleman, and Sakaki, well aware of Ash's prowess, surmised that this plan would likely end in failure. Very well, I had no intention of placing the responsibility on that trio for success anyway. Sakaki mused. Just the taxes collected from vendors will suffice to break even. He held no expectations of Musashi, Kojiro, or Meowth achieving anything significant. After Ash dealt with the gentleman, Team Rocket's scheme proceeded as planned. The entrances around the hall were sealed, and many disguised Team Rocket members tore off their disguises, brandishing devices capable of absorbing Pokeballs, intimidating the bewildered trainers. "Hey, old man, where are you? Return my money," a despondent voice echoed, revealing Kojiro aimlessly wandering the hall, desperately searching for the uncle who had deceived him regarding a Magikarp, completely oblivious to the nefarious plot unfolding. "Time to get to work," Musashi exclaimed, dragging Kojiro to change into Team Rocket uniforms. Just as the crowd remained in confusion, the hall's lights abruptly dimmed, a spotlight illuminating Musashi and Kojiro atop a platform, both equipped with devices to absorb Pokeballs, to prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world. We embody love and truth. The charming yet sinister villains. Musashi, Kojiro, we are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. White light. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That's right. Meow. Unlike their usual exuberant introductions, this time Kojiro appeared notably deflated, having just lost all his possessions to the deceitful uncle. It is quite amusing indeed. The very purpose of this party was to seize the assets of Pokémon trainers, yet Kojiro, a member of Team Rocket, fell victim to the Magikarp uncle's scam, thus explaining his disheartened demeanor. Therefore, all Pokémon here shall be taken by Team Rocket, Musashi proclaimed, before the trainers present could react. The ready Team Rocket members activated their absorption devices, siphoning away most trainers' Pokeballs, while outside, the weather suddenly turned ominous, heralding a terrifying storm. Team Rocket members attempted to seize Ash's Pokeballs, only to be incapacitated by Pikachu's electric shock. "Rather than allow you to take away our Pokémon, we shall fight to the bitter end." Ash's impassioned words ignited the fighting spirit of those present. They too possessed their own pride, and would not permit Team Rocket to belittle them. "He speaks the truth. Yes, I concur. Indeed, let us battle." Trainers hurled their Pokeballs into the fray. Although some were absorbed, the fortunate survivors unleashed their Pokémon, resulting in a multitude of diverse Pokémon emerging, causing Team Rocket members to realize their precarious situation. Observing that Team Rocket lacked strength, Ash granted freedom to his companions. In an instant, Ash and the Pokémon of other trainers executed a combination attack, their swift onslaught overwhelming Team Rocket, who had no opportunity to retaliate with their own Pokeballs. Utterly unprepared for Ash's fearless counteroffensive, as the trainers celebrated their triumph over Team Rocket, they raised their hands in jubilant cheer. "These are our proud Pokémon, and we shall not allow Team Rocket to take them, not for a moment." Xiao Ji, filled with fervor, subtly emerged as the spiritual leader among the crowd, while Xiao Qi silently nodded in agreement, recognizing that his own passion could ignite the fighting spirit of others, a testament to Xiao Ji's unique charm. Upon witnessing the inevitable turn of events, the trio from Team Rocket discreetly slipped away, just as Musashi pondered how to explain the situation to Sakaki. A ferocious wave crashed against the Saint Anu, causing the vessel to tilt sharply. The precious Pokeball containing Kojiro's prized Pokémon tumbled from his grasp, a ball that had cost him thousands. Distraught, Kojiro disregarded the peril and rushed forward, lamenting the loss of his pre-advanced salary. In quick succession, a torrent of waves mercilessly battered the Saint Anu, exacerbating its precarious tilt. The passengers gathered around the captain, vociferously questioning his navigation decisions. "I apologize. By the time I noticed, the ship had veered off course due to the waves," the captain explained with a smile, attempting to deflect blame onto the storm outside. "Why didn't you notice sooner?" They continued to press, unwilling to relent. "Everyone, please remain calm. Though a tempest rages outside, rest assured, the Saint Anu is heading towards the harbor, and I guarantee this ship will not sink." The captain's resolute tone suggested a conviction that belied the truth. Only he was aware that the Saint Anu was beyond salvation. The previous battle had compromised the ship's navigational capabilities, and his current aim was merely to placate the passengers, allowing him to secure a place on the lifeboat. Another colossal wave struck the Saint Anu, and as the passengers struggled to maintain their footing, the captain had already boarded the lifeboat, demonstrating an astonishingly swift escape. He pulled the lifeboat down, assuring the crowd, "Fear not. This ship will absolutely not sink." The onlookers, momentarily stunned by the captain's audacious maneuver, soon erupted into chaos, desperately vying for a place on the lifeboat, forgetting the camaraderie they had just displayed in their battle against Team Rocket. "We must board the lifeboat now, or we may miss our chance," Eevee exclaimed anxiously, as disputes erupted over the last available spot on the lifeboat. Despite the Saint Anu being equipped with sufficient lifeboats, the passengers, gripped by fear of sinking, refused to yield their positions, convinced the ship would succumb to the depths at any moment. These individuals have lost all reason. Rushing in would be futile, Xiao Qi mused, contemplating the idea of utilizing water-type Pokémon to float to the surface amid the waves. But plans often falter in the face of reality. "Oh no, my Milotic!" Eevee cried out as the ship tilted dangerously, causing a Pokeball at her waist to slip away. Seeing it roll off, she dashed forward without a moment's hesitation, desperate to retrieve her runaway Pokeball. Eevee, Xiao Qi and the others were caught off guard by this unforeseen event, but they were not the type to abandon a companion. Their priority was now to assist Eevee in recovering her lost Pokeball. "Don't they fear for their lives?" a passenger on the lifeboat exclaimed, perplexed by Xiao Qi and his friend's actions. "Who cares? We need to leave now," another trainer replied impatiently, eager to escape. Viewing Xiao Qi and his companions as mere obstacles compared to his own survival, Eevee sprinted after the distant Pokeball, and fortunately, Xiao Qi successfully used his psychic abilities to regain control of it, returning the Milotic's Pokeball to her grasp. Before Eevee could express her gratitude, another tremendous wave crashed towards the Saint Anu, this time tilting the ship at a visibly alarming angle. Those fortunate enough to escape cast complex glances at the capsizing Saint Anu, but many felt a sense of relief at their survival. Their concern for Xiao Qi and his friends fading from their minds despite having fought alongside them moments before. At that moment, the shameless captain reappeared among the crowd, sweat beading on his brow, as he disregarded the sinking ship and asked with a tone of feigned concern, "Please, everyone listen. If you are not here, please respond." After 3 agonizing seconds, the captain exhaled in relief, confirming that all were safe. The survivors bore witness once more to the captain's extraordinary actions. As the Saint Anu flipped completely, several individuals experienced weightlessness, but Xiao Qi swiftly used his powers to keep them suspended in midair. Otherwise, any collision with hard surfaces could lead to unconsciousness or worse. "I'm so sorry, everyone. It's all my fault for being so reckless," Eevee lamented, realizing that Xiao Qi and the others could have boarded the lifeboat, but chose to stay behind to help her. "It's all right, Eevee. Do you think we would abandon our companions?" Xiao Qi replied gently. "Exactly, Eevee. As long as we have our elder brother with us, we are absolutely safe," Xiao Ji proclaimed, displaying an astonishing lack of concern for their dire situation. Xiao Ji's naivety left Xiao Xia speechless. "Fortunately, we are still in the initial stages of sinking and have not completely submerged. If Xiao Qi used his powers to protect us, we might have awakened to find ourselves deep underwater," Xiao Gang noted with trepidation. "Our only option is to escape using water-type Pokémon. We need to find a suitable exit," Xiao Qi declared, strategizing their escape from the Saint Anu. Chapter 40, The Escape. While Xiao Qi and his companions searched for an appropriate exit, Xiao Qi sensed the rising water level within the ship had increased significantly, undoubtedly due to a breach allowing seawater to flood in. The surge of water was, of course, the handiwork of Team Rocket, who, having just regained consciousness, sought to vacate this troublesome location. Musashi efficiently directed Arbok to use a corrosive solution on the deck, successfully allowing seawater to flood back into the ship, submerging Team Rocket entirely. Recalling his childhood memories of assembling the Saint Anu model, Xiao Xia proposed a plan to break through from the bottom of the ship. As the pathways to the deck were nearly inundated, Xiao Qi and his companions had to navigate from the vessel's underbelly. As they searched for a route, Xiao Xia sent out her Kingdra, which fortuitously rescued a nearly drowned Team Rocket. When Kingdra brought them to the surface, Xiao Ji and the others were startled by their appearance, while Xiao Qi was momentarily taken aback, for Team Rocket now resembled ghastly water spirits. As expected, once Team Rocket regained consciousness, they immediately began to bicker with Xiao Ji and his friends, eager to determine superiority. "If you wish to perish, I wouldn't mind letting you taste the seawater again," Xiao Qi declared coldly, incredulous that Team Rocket still sought to cause trouble at such a critical moment. Under Xiao Qi's pressure, Xiao Ji and Team Rocket were compelled into a temporary alliance, though the mischievous Pikachu, while shaking hands with Meowth, couldn't resist releasing a jolt of electricity, singeing Meowth in the process. Xiao Xia admonished the playful Pikachu for its antics. Yeezy stood quietly beside Xiao Qi, puzzled by the enmity between Xiao Ji and Team Rocket, but acknowledging that their foremost priority was to flee the Saint Anu. There is a staircase above, which is crucial for reaching the bottom of the ship. Please hurry, Xiao Gang. Summon your Onyx to serve as a ladder, Xiao Qi urged. However, the immense size of Onyx rendered it impractical for such a task. Is that it? Please, Onyx, Xiao Gang called out, releasing the Pokeball. As the light faded, Onyx adeptly positioned itself as a ladder, enabling everyone to ascend successfully. After a brief moment, Xiao Qi and his companions arrived at the entrance to the power room, only to find that the passage leading to it had been destroyed in the recent battle, with fierce flames still raging below. Watch this, I'm counting on you. Me OWCO. Yeezy immediately conceived a plan, dispatching Me OWCO to use its Vine Whip to connect the passage. The Vine Whip of Me OWCO was far sturdier than that of Me OWZHZ and was double in number, allowing the group to swiftly traverse via the vines to their next destination. Ultimately, they reached the bottom of the ship by destroying the iron plate above. They could escape with the aid of water-type Pokémon. The group began to assign roles, with Xiao Qi riding on the blood-red BOLLing, while Yeezy, lacking a water-type Pokémon capable of carrying others, joined him on the same BOLLing. Xiao Ji summoned G and Gu, and Xiao Xi dispatched GOJ and Y. As Xiao Gang had no water-type Pokémon, Xiao Xi lent her HIXing to him. The group tied ropes around their waists and their Pokémon, preparing for departure. Observing this, Xiao Qi commanded the blood-red BOLLing to bite through the iron plate above, creating a substantial breach as torrents of seawater surged into the ship's hull. Team Rocket, hurry up and follow us. As they took their leave, Xiao Ji reminded the dazed Team Rocket, puzzled as to why they had not deployed any water-type Pokémon. Wait a minute, how are we supposed to follow? Musashi exclaimed anxiously, lamenting her lack of water-type Pokémon. Musashi and Meowth, stranded at the bottom of the ship, began to complain, while Kojiro, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a peculiar laugh. Kojiro, what has got into you? Musashi asked fearfully, misinterpreting his laughter as madness born of despair. Ha ha ha. You two have always mocked me, but I foresaw this moment, Kojiro said, puffing out his chest as he revealed a golden Pokeball. That SAKIYWing. Musashi and Meowth quickly knelt before Kojiro, placing all their hopes on the KIYWing he held. The King of Fish, KIYWing. An excited Kojiro even recited this catchphrase, completely unaware of the calamity that would soon unfold. Indeed, you are truly remarkable, Kojiro. From now on, I will heed your every word. Musashi and Meowth fervently praised him, entirely oblivious to the despair that lay ahead. That is good to hear. Come forth, KIYWing. Kojiro proudly summoned the KIYWing, declaring that purchasing it with his advanced salary was indeed the right choice. The trio of Team Rocket secured ropes around themselves, ready to follow the KIYWing to safety. But the KIYWing continued to splash about in the water. After a few moments of stunned silence, they suddenly realized that the KIYWing was famously known as the weakest and most pitiful Pokémon. The despair following shattered hopes proved to be fatal, as Team Rocket and the KIYWing were swiftly engulfed by the sea, while the S-ing and NHO gradually sank to the ocean floor. Xiao Qi and Yeezy temporarily separated from Xiao Ji and his companions. Due to their psychic abilities, Xiao Qi and Yeezy could breathe freely within their psychic barrier, and the blood-red BOLLing's powerful presence deterred many water-type Pokémon, just as Yeezy thought they were safe. A gang of 5 ordinary BOLLing intruded upon the blood-red BOLLing's line of sight. Most Pokémon harbor hostility towards their differently colored counterparts, and the BOLLing gang regarded the blood-red BOLLing as an adversary, while wild Pokémon generally looked down upon those raised by humans. Consequently, the BOLLing gang perceived Xiao Qi and the blood-red BOLLing as foes. A bunch of arrogant fools. BOLLing. Use Destruction Beam. Xiao Qi commanded coldly. He typically refrained from provoking wild Pokémon unless it was to train his own. However, should a wild Pokémon declare war first, Xiao Qi had no qualms about teaching them a lesson. Dazzling golden energy particles gathered in the blood-red BOLLing's mouth, prompting the BOLLing gang to hastily defend themselves. But it was too late. A destruction beam effortlessly defeated 3 of the BOLLngs, causing the remaining 2 to entertain thoughts of fleeing. The victorious blood-red BOLLing's muscles began to swell, bolstered by its excessive confidence, thereby increasing its attack power by 3 levels. The blood-red BOLLing fixated on the 2 remaining BOLLngs, demonstrating no intention of letting them escape. Yeezy refrained from urging Xiao Qi to spare the BOLLngs. Had the blood-red BOLLing not possessed sufficient strength to intimidate, she might have found herself in peril. Thus, Yeezy held no sympathy for the BOLLing gang's plight. instead deriving a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Xiaoqi, when will I ever truly understand you? Eevee gazed at Xiaoqi with admiration. She had always followed in his footsteps, striving to surpass him through her own efforts. However, after spending time together, she realized how ludicrous the notion of surpassing him was. In her eyes, Xiaoqi had never revealed his true strength, always perceived as the exemplary child in the eyes of the neighborhood. Water tail, Xiaoqi ordered. Roar. The blood-red Bolling let out a fearsome roar, instilling dread in the two Bollngs. Without time to ponder, the massive tail of the blood-red Bolling crashed onto the faces of the two Bollngs, the terrifying impact rendering them incapacitated. Roar. The blood-red Bolling's muscles swelled once more, raising its attack power by 5 levels. Yet, at that moment, there were no opponents left, and the blood-red Bolling wore a disappointed expression. Just as it turned to expect praise from Xiaoqi, it noticed that Xiaoqi had already left its side, seemingly searching for something at the ocean floor. Oh no, where did that human girl go? The blood-red Bolling then realized that Eevee, who had been standing on its back, had suddenly vanished. Turning around, it saw Xiaoqi utilizing his wave-guiding abilities to locate the missing Eevee. After a quick assessment, Xiaoqi deduced the reason for Eevee's departure from the blood-red Bolling. It was simply that the blood-red Bolling had been too engrossed in battle, neglecting Eevee's well-being, and the aftermath of the conflict had made it difficult for her to maintain her balance, forcing her to detach from the blood-red Bolling's body. My body feels so heavy. Could it be that I haven't even spoken to Xiaoqi? As seawater filled her lungs, Eevee gradually closed her eyes, hazily perceiving a figure approaching. Just as she was about to lose consciousness and could no longer breathe, warm air filled her mouth. Without a moment's thought, Eevee greedily inhaled the precious air, oblivious to its source. As her consciousness slowly returned, Eevee suddenly opened her eyes to find Xiaoqi administering artificial respiration. It was impossible not to feel embarrassed, yet at this critical juncture, her priority was to escape. Thus, she did not overtly resist, even discreetly extending her tongue to connect with Xiaoqi's. Preoccupied with saving her, Xiaoqi did not notice Eevee's sudden gesture, mistakenly believing that the airflow was insufficient, and continued to exert himself in rescuing her. Suddenly feeling a gentle nibble on his tongue, Xiaoqi realized that Eevee had regained consciousness and promptly instructed the blood-red Bolling to ascend to the surface in a single breath, breaking through the encirclement. Upon returning to the surface, Xiaoqi and Eevee gasped for the hard-won air, only to quickly discover that Xiaoqi and his companions were no longer nearby. Oh no, I hope Xiaoqi and the others are not in danger. Eevee expressed her concern. Don't worry, with Xiaoqi's strength, he will surely not succumb to this sea. Our primary objective now is to locate an island. Xiaoqi replied. Chapter 41, The Foot of Evolution. Having successfully escaped, Xiaoqi and his companions fashioned a rudimentary raft from the remaining planks, currently searching for the separated Xiaoqi and Eevee. Rest assured, Xiaoqi will undoubtedly be safe. Xiao Gang reassured the anxious Xiaoqi. Although Xiaoqi understood that his brother's strength would prevent any misfortune, the distress of their separation inevitably led him to entertain some negative thoughts. Which direction should we head now? Xiaoqi surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself surrounded by vast ocean, with no signs of land within his line of sight. In ancient times, there was a man named Nuaya who discovered land by observing a dove returning with a branch. Xiao Gang proposed. What a splendid idea. I shall emulate him. Xiaoqi exclaimed, retrieving the Pokeball containing Bai Bai Niao. I entrust this task to you, Bai Bai Niao. Upon receiving Xiaoqi's command, Bai Bai Niao soared into the sky in search of any signs of nearby islands. However, during its search, it inadvertently caught sight of a bouncing Liao Yuwang on the surface of the water, along with the trio from Team Rocket entangled behind it. Bai Bai Niao broke into a cold sweat, secretly lamenting the fate of Team Rocket, believing them to have met their end. Moments later, Xiaoqi and his companions managed to retrieve Team Rocket along with Liao Yuwang, but upon observing their stillness, they mistakenly assumed Team Rocket had perished. Despite their previous discord, they had once fought side by side. Just as Xiaoqi and his friends were about to send Team Rocket to a watery grave, the seemingly lifeless Team Rocket suddenly sprang to life, glaring furiously at Xiaoqi's group. Meowth, who had been resting against Kojiro, fell unceremoniously into the water as a result. Zombies! Xiaoqi and his friends exclaimed in fear. We are not dead yet. Musashi retorted angrily. Water! Water! I'm afraid of water. Help! Meowth struggled desperately on the surface, while Pikachu curiously observed the flailing Meowth. Fortunately, Meowth's instinct to survive propelled it back onto the floating board. Meanwhile, on Xiaoqi's side, Eevee sneezed, her body trembling. Although Xiaoqi had used his psychic abilities to shield them from the ocean water, Eevee had unfortunately fallen from the blood-red Liao Yuwang and was once again submerged in the sea. Coupled with the panic of escape, she was bound to catch a slight cold. Are you catching a cold? I'll find you some medicine, Xiaoqi said, turning to rummage through his backpack for cold medicine. Yeezy stood silently beside him, her head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. What am I to do? Not only have I lost my first kiss, but I also feel too embarrassed with Xiaoqi. As her mind spiraled deeper into embarrassment, Yeezy's face flushed crimson, even her ears turning red, prompting Xiaoqi to mistakenly believe her cold had worsened. Xiaoqi, was that your first kiss just now? Yeezy asked softly. But if it weren't for Xiaoqi's keen hearing, he would not have caught her words. No, he replied nonchalantly, causing Yeezy's defenses to crumble. She never anticipated that Xiaoqi had lost his first kiss as well. Then, who did you give your first kiss to? Yeezy asked, her tone laced with indignation, tugging at Xiaoqi's sleeve in a sudden surge of energy. It was taken by some idiot older girl, Xiaoqi replied with indifference. But Yeezy noticed a hint of embarrassment on his face, as if the kiss had not been entirely voluntary. Feeling uncomfortable with his damp gloves, Xiaoqi removed them and carefully wrung them out, placing them in his pocket, a detail that did not escape Yeezy's notice. Xiaoqi, did that person give you those gloves? Yeezy inquired tentatively. Indeed, that idiot thought my hands were getting damaged from training every day, so she gifted me these gloves. To prevent them from wearing out, she sends me a new pair every year. Over time, I have grown accustomed to wearing them, Xiaoqi said, a nostalgic glimmer in his eyes despite his dismissive words about the idiot older girl. I'll help you test the water temperature. Slowly sipping from a cup of warm water, Xiaoqi determined it was just right before handing the cup and cold medicine to Yeezy, urging her to take it quickly. Yeezy, feeling shy, turned her back to Xiaoqi, though disappointed about his lost first kiss. She still gazed joyfully at where their lips had met. No, Yeezy. How can you betray Xiaoqi's concern for you like this? Caught in a struggle, Yeezy was torn between the urge to kiss Xiaoqi and the fear of misinterpretation. But the rare opportunity before her beckoned, putting her in a dilemma. What is it? Is it still too hot? Xiaoqi asked curiously, reaching for the cup in Yeezy's hands. No need, she exclaimed anxiously, as if he were about to take away her treasure. This amusing scene left Xiaoqi momentarily bewildered, but he urged Yeezy to take her medicine. With utmost seriousness, Yeezy swallowed the cold medicine, carefully turning the cup to the spot where Xiaoqi had just drunk, lowering her head as if savoring something. Yeezy, you truly have no shame. Unbeknownst to Xiaoqi, she had engaged in an indirect kiss with him, her cheeks burning bright red, leaving Xiaoqi confused and mistakenly thinking she had a high fever. Just as he was about to offer assistance, Yeezy quickly declined, fearing he would notice something unusual. The next day, awakening from their slumber, Xiaoji and his companions felt utterly exhausted from their recent escape. Had it not been for their growling stomachs urging them to rouse, they might have slept until the afternoon. The floating vessel housed not only Xiaoji and his friends, but also Team Rocket and Liao Yuang. While Liao Yuang continued to energetically thrash about, both Xiaoji and Team Rocket appeared to be in a state of despair, starving and pondering how to replenish their energy with food. I'm so hungry, Xiaoji lamented. Indeed, I wonder how long it has been since we last ate, Xiaogang concurred. Had I known this would happen, I would have feasted heartily at the party on the Saint-Denis, Xiaoxia grumbled, her expression one of regret. Team Rocket, witnessing this, also regretted their hasty actions, realizing they had failed their mission without having a proper meal, leaving them in dire straits. At this moment, Liao Yuang, still bouncing on the board, became the focal point for food, with everyone except Xiaoxia, who understood water-type Pokémon, regarding it as a meal. However, they were ignorant of Liao Yuang's anatomy, which consisted solely of scales and bones, devoid of any edible flesh. Unable to withstand his hunger, Meowth rushed at Liao Yuang, sinking his sharp teeth into its body, only to have his teeth broken against Liao Yuang's tough scales. Crying in pain, he retreated to a corner. This fish is just full of energy, but serves no purpose as food, Kojiro complained. That is why I said you were fooled, Musashi retorted. I don't want you anymore. Get away from me. An irate Kojiro kicked Liao Yuang into the water, not forgetting to add, I despise you. I feel a bit sorry for it. Xiaoxia remarked sympathetically. Kojiro's actions left a deep impression on Liao Yuang, which could not comprehend the significance of its efforts to rescue Kojiro and the others from the ocean. Instead of receiving praise, it was regarded as food and ruthlessly kicked away by the very person it had saved. Feeling wronged, its emotions shifted from sorrow to fury. Liao Yuang's gaze became fierce, and it began to shake violently, attempting to unleash its inner rage. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Liao Yuang erupted in a burst of white light, undergoing a dramatic transformation into a menacing, fierce-looking Balulong, its murderous intent focused squarely on Kojiro. It actually evolved. Xiao Gang exclaimed in shock. It must have evolved due to its anger. Xiaoxia explained. I am your master. You must obey, Kojiro shouted, only to be struck down by Balulong's furious roar. He attempted to retrieve his Pokeball to capture it, only to discover that the ball had long since been washed away by the sea. Jiao Jinyu, Baoshi Hai Xing, Hai Xing Xing. Xiaoxia unleashed 3 water-type Pokémon in one breath. just as Xiao Gang mistakenly believed she intended to engage in battle with the BLLing. Xiao Xia shouted for them to flee. The three Pokémon bound the ropes on the boat to themselves and began a race against the BLLing, while the others on board exerted their utmost effort to paddle swiftly. After several minutes of pursuit, the BLLing, exhausted, decided to abandon Ash and the others, prompting them to halt and cautiously observe its next move. Ash and Xiao Gang speculated that the BLLing had recently evolved and lacked stamina, but Xiao Xia gazed solemnly at the roaring BLLing, as if foreseeing impending trouble. The BLLing's roar attracted 4 wild counterparts in the vicinity, and the 5 BLLing fixed their furious gazes upon Ash and his companions, beginning to circle collectively, stirring the waters. Together, they unleashed dragon rage, creating a ferocious water vortex that obscured Ash's view. Before he could react, the terrifying water vortex engulfed them all. Chapter 42. The Release of Cho-Cho-Yu. On an uninhabited island. Thank you for your hard work, BLLing, Xiao Qi said as he withdrew it into its Pokeball, relieved to have found a suitable island for respite. Otherwise, they would have drifted at sea for some time. That's Xiao Qi, I'll go change my clothes, Eevee said, her face flushed from the seawater soaking her garments. No need, Xiao Qi replied nonchalantly, unaware of Eevee's growing embarrassment. Xiao Qi, we are still too young for such things, Eevee protested shyly, shaking her head in dismay, leaving Xiao Qi puzzled. Ignoring Eevee's misunderstanding, Xiao Qi's eyes glimmered with blue light as he used his psychic abilities to separate the seawater from their clothes, causing 2 spheres of water to drop to the ground. This spectacle astonished Eevee, who was about to find a corner to change her clothes. Her expression transformed from initial shyness to excitement, then ultimately to disappointment. A sentiment fully understood between them. I never expected psychic powers could serve such a purpose, Eevee exclaimed, feeling her clothes, which were now completely dry, as if sun-dried. Everyone come out. After a brief tidying up, Xiao Qi allowed his Pokémon to rest momentarily. Charizard, the massive Onyx, Pidgey, the Crimson BLLing, Scyther, and the newly joined Cho-Cho-Yu appeared before them. Excluding Xiao Qi, Eevee and the 5 Pokémon cast curious glances at the newly added Cho-Cho-Yu. Who is this child? Eevee inquired, pulling out her Pokédex to scan Cho-Cho-Yu, only to be greeted with the mechanical voice declaring, no data. In this world, many Pokémon remain undiscovered. Huh, how can that be? Could it be this child is not a Pokémon from the Kanto region? Eevee pondered, glancing helplessly at Xiao Qi, seeking answers to her confusion. Cho-Cho-Yu, a Pokémon unique to the HN region, is regarded as a feeble fish Pokémon, akin to the Kanto region's Magikarp, yet possesses potential equal to that of Magikarp. Once it evolves, it will transform into a formidable Pokémon, Xiao Qi elucidated, pulling out his Pokédex to showcase the data on its evolution. Minami. Minami, the caring Pokémon, is the evolved form of Cho-Cho-Yu, reputed to be the most beautiful Pokémon, possessing the power to soothe anger and hatred, thus quelling conflicts. Wow, this child can evolve into such a beautiful Pokémon. Pokémon truly are miraculous creatures. Eevee marveled, incredulous that Cho-Cho-Yu could become a stunning Minami. Is this a vase? No. From the master's perspective, this fellow undoubtedly possesses talents I have yet to discover. The Crimson BLLing mused inwardly, despite understanding Xiao Qi's discerning eye for Pokémon. The initial presentation of Cho-Cho-Yu left the BLLing speechless. How can such a timid and introverted Pokémon be considered a companion? The other 4 Pokémon shared the same sentiment, as they were part of Xiao Qi's original 6, forming a collective. The replacement of Beedrill with Cho-Cho-Yu inevitably sparked a hint of rivalry among the 5 Pokémon. Little one, do not be afraid. We will not harm you. Sensing Cho-Cho-Yu's inner trepidation, Xiao Qi used his powers of tranquility to soothe its spirit. Under the calming influence, Cho-Cho-Yu gradually stabilized its emotions, yet remained shy and withdrawn. Could it be due to its troubled past? Xiao Qi speculated. A wild Cho-Cho-Yu seeking to evolve into Minami could only find beautiful scales, unlike the captured ones that could be nurtured by a trainer to enhance their beauty. Pokémon, Cho-Cho-Yu. Type, Water. Ability, Adaptability. Moves, Water Gun, Tackle, Hypnosis. Personality, Introverted, fixated on finding a way to evolve. Experience. Born in the waters between the Kanto and HN regions, it developed a desire to evolve after witnessing its kind touch beautiful scales to become Minami. It has traversed the seas in search of beautiful scales for evolution. By chance, it found beautiful scales in a coral area, but was mistakenly caught by an uncle's Magikarp, who now believes it to be a variant of Magikarp. Welcome to our team, Cho-Cho-Yu. From now on, we are companions and family. To the astonishment of the other Pokémon, it was the proud Scyther who first welcomed Cho-Cho-Yu. Following Scyther's lead, the remaining 4 Pokémon smiled and welcomed Cho-Cho-Yu into their ranks, leaving it overwhelmed with excitement, as it had not received such a warm welcome in ages. However, Cho-Cho-Yu understood that this kindness stemmed from Xiao Qi. I will nurture you into an exceptional Minami. and you will be the most beautiful Minami. Xiaoqi promised, yet mere words could not fully open Cho-Cho-Yu's heart. Easy, please settle in with Charizard and the others. I will take Cho-Cho-Yu to clean off the dirt. If possible, gather some sour berries for me. They can effectively enhance Cho-Cho-Yu's beauty. With that, Xiaoqi took Cho-Cho-Yu, who feigned resistance, and left Yeezy exchanging glances with the 5 Pokémon. Everyone is so different from ordinary Pokémon. Yeezy praised, particularly noting Charizard's current appearance, which shattered her preconceived notions. If I had to choose between Charizard and the 7 Stars bird, I would unhesitatingly select the Dragon-type Charizard before me. In terms of looks alone, Charizard surpasses all Dragon-type Pokémon. Though Yeezy was complimenting herself, the 5 Pokémon showed no regard for her sentiments. After casting a few glances in her direction, they went about their business. Only Xiaoqi could command them. How is this fair? Yeezy lamented. In that case, everyone come out. With a flash of white light, my BS, Pippi, Pudding, Bidi, Ivy, and Nito Nana appeared before Yeezy, who wore a glum expression, prompting them to gather around to comfort her. My Pokémon are the best. Unlike Xiaoqi's Pokémon, who all share his aloof demeanor, Yeezy grumbled, her expression radiating exasperation. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi diligently wiped Cho-Cho-Yu's body with a soft towel soaked in seawater, careful not to apply too much pressure and cause it pain. He recounted a childhood story told by Han Zi to the 2 brothers, wherein the protagonist was a Cho-Cho-Yu that transformed into a Minami, akin to a Pokémon world rendition of the Ugly Duckling. The Cho-Cho-Yu gazed longingly at Xiaoqi, unaware that the beautiful scales lay nestled within Xiaoqi's backpack. Yet, at this moment, Xiaoqi's self-love had already eased the Cho-Cho-Yu's heart. Creatures that have suffered bullying often respond to the world with initial indifference. But upon feeling warmth, they can easily open their hearts to others. Cho-Cho-Yu, you must believe that every creature in this world has its own purpose. And do not succumb to despair. Xiaoqi gently caressed the Cho-Cho-Yu's face, saying, it is not just me. The Hu-El-Ing and others are your companions and family. Even that fellow, the flying mantis, has warmly welcomed your arrival. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on Xiaoqi's lips, surprised that it was indeed the flying mantis that first welcomed the Cho-Cho-Yu. As dusk approached, the sea's surface became a picturesque sight. Even the previously complaining Yeezy now admired the scenery. The uninhabited island was abundant with varieties of fruit-bearing trees, making it easy to find what they needed, including the astringent fruits desired by the Cho-Cho-Yu. Of course, this was not solely Yeezy's achievement. Although she had not directly addressed Yeezy, the Hu-El-Ing and the Bai by Niao had sensibly found a cave suitable for habitation. The massive Dianxi and the blood-red Bol-Ing were responsible for transporting materials and settling in, while the flying mantis ventured into the woods to search for edible fruit, demonstrating clear division of labor. Unfortunately, Yeezy and the Mio Wachao, who wished to help, were inexplicably demoted to the status of assistants. Chapter 43, The Holiday of LNPLQ. The next day, a roar resonated. The blood-red Bol-Ing opened its great maw, using water gun to dissipate the waves crashing towards them. After spending a night on the deserted island, Xiaoqi and Yeezy decided to leave early in the morning, heading towards a human-populated city. They rode upon the blood-red Bol-Ing, following the route previously surveyed by the Bai Niao toward a leisure resort city. White sandy beaches, azure seas, refreshing air, and beautiful women in swimsuits. That was LNPLQ. Upon their arrival at the beach, the entrance of the blood-red Bol-Ing drew considerable attention, causing unnecessary trouble. The very identity of the Bol-Ing species instilled fear in the vacationers, for it was indeed a notoriously fearsome Pokémon. Rumor had it that a certain town was utterly destroyed overnight after angering the Bol-Ing clan, leaving no trace behind. Of course, this was merely an urban legend. To this day, the League officials had yet to determine the whereabouts of the town that had supposedly been annihilated by the Bol-Ing. Indeed, trouble has arisen, Yeezy remarked helplessly. Observing the situation, Xiaoqi recalled the blood-red Bol-Ing, his eyes shimmering with blue light, and in an instant, he vanished from sight with Yeezy, leaving the startled onlookers to mistakenly believe that a ghost-type Pokémon was playing tricks. Moments later, the two, now in their swimsuits, returned to the beach. The earlier commotion caused by the blood-red Bol-Ing had been overshadowed by the rumors of ghost-type mischief, and fortunately, no one had dared to film the spectacle. Xiaoqi donned dark swim trunks, draped in a crimson outer garment, and still wore his red cap, while Yeezy chose a white swimsuit adorned with a light blue translucent cover-up and skirt, ensuring her figure remained modestly concealed. Is that not Xiaoqi? The rumors about the blood-red Bol-Ing are indeed true. I had a feeling it was you. But I never expected you would choose to vacation in LNPLQ. A familiar voice called out from behind. Turning around, Xiaoqi was greeted by Professor DM, accompanied by Huzi. Xiaoqi, my child, Huzi exclaimed, embracing him. Have you been sleeping well during your travels? How has your food been? Has the journey been arduous? Huzi had so much she wished to convey to Xiaoqi, and he leaned against her shoulder, listening to her concerns. Although they often contacted each other via video calls, nothing compared to being together in person. Through their conversation, Xiaoqi learned why the two were in LNPLQ. Just days prior, Huzi had received an invitation for a community care trip and fortuitously encountered Professor DM, who wished to take a break, thus joining her to LNPLQ. I see, Xiaoqi nodded, realizing that his father, who had been away for so long, seemed to have a special relationship with Professor DM, which accounted for the professor's ongoing concern for Xiaoqi's family. Hello, Professor DM, Aunt Huzi. Yizi greeted shyly, surprised to encounter Xiaoqi's family here. Ah, Yizi, after your journey, you are always welcome to visit our home, Huzi warmly invited. Secretly observing the way Yizi looked at Xiaoqi, as if she had guessed something. Xiaoqi, it has been a while. I never expected to see you here. Xiao Mo appeared, greeting Xiaoqi, before turning his astonished gaze toward Yizi. Are you two traveling together? And no. Yizi's face flushed instantly as she hurriedly replied. Not at all. We encountered some unexpected events and are temporarily staying together, Xiaoqi clarified. Indeed, I must defeat Xiaoqi at the court's conference. Traveling with him would only diminish my resolve. Yizi declared firmly, not forgetting her promise to Xiaoqi, then I shall join in. I have long wished to challenge Xiaoqi again. Xiao Mo's fervent gaze met Xiaoqi's for a brief moment. Xiaoqi, you have not forgotten the trainer's handbook, have you? How could I forget? Xiaoqi adjusted his cap, knowing that once trainers locked eyes, a Pokémon battle was inevitable. Indeed, wait for me a few minutes. I will retrieve my Pokeballs. Xiao Mo was surprised by Xiaoqi's swift agreement, but, fueled by excitement, hurriedly ran off to fetch his Pokeballs. This child is as impulsive as ever, Professor DM chuckled. Xiao Mo, who is usually so proud, becomes noticeably impatient when it comes to battling Xiaoqi. Much like Ash. Xiaoqi, how did you come to LNPLQ? I heard that the SST Anu from KY City sank due to an attack by Team Rocket, and several trainers have reportedly gone missing. Professor DM inquired, puzzled. Strictly speaking, Yizi and I are among those listed as missing trainers, Xiaoqi explained. Professor DM, do not be misled by those reports. Yizi interjected angrily. The party on the St. Anu was orchestrated by Team Rocket behind the scenes to seize trainers' Pokémon, using all manner of tactics to distribute invitations. All to easily steal Pokémon from the trainers on board. Is that so? I had no idea Team Rocket's influence had penetrated this deeply, Professor DM remarked, displeased. No wonder the organizers could easily disguise so many members on the St. Anu. Thank goodness we encountered Xiaoqi. Otherwise, Team Rocket's evil plan would have succeeded. Actually, Yizi added, the credit for defeating Team Rocket mainly goes to Ash. Oh, the impulsive Ash led the charge? Professor DM exclaimed, astonished. Learning from Yizi the details of how Ash had rallied the trainers to defeat Team Rocket. This journey has been so perilous. It must have been tough for you two brothers. Huzi expressed her concern. Rather than praising Xiaoqi and Ash's strength, she felt more sympathy for the hardships they endured along their journey, something no mother ever wished to see. Don't worry, Mom. Ash and I are doing well. He has encountered trustworthy companions. These are experiences we must all go through on our path to growth. In a brief moment, Xiao Mo returned with 3 Pokeballs, accompanied by his beautiful cheerleading squad. Xiao Mo, you are amazing. The cheers of the crowd instantly captured the attention of many, something Xiao Mo relished. Xiaoqi, I cannot reveal all my strength just yet. We can only have a 3 versus 3 battle for now. Xiao Mo explained. I will defeat you before everyone's eyes. Is that so? I look forward to it. Xiaoqi nodded, agreeing to Xiao Mo's challenge. Bye-bye now. KM Gu, I entrust you with this. As 2 beams of white light dissipated, the golden Bye-bye Niao, bathed in sunlight, radiated a dazzling golden glow that instantly captivated the attention of everyone present, leaving them enamored by the bird's luminous aura. It was indeed the shiny Bye-bye Niao, truly worthy of you, Xiaoqi. Xiao Mao remarked seriously, observing that the size of Bye-bye Niao was surprisingly similar to that of the evolved Baijiao. To be honest, the name Bye-bye Niao is rather mundane. Baijiao sounds far more appealing. At that moment, Kami Gue also awakened from its reverie, realizing that the trainer of the Bye-bye Niao before it was none other than the one who had previously defeated its little Hualong in Jinxin Town, further igniting Kami Gue's competitive spirit. Excellent. Just as expected of my Kami Gue, we shall harness this fervor to defeat Xiaoqi. Xiao Mao encouraged, and thus, a battle commenced. Chapter 44, Xiaoqi versus Xiao Mao, a duel between 2 young ladies. Kami Gue, use water gun. Kami Gue immediately unleashed a robust jet of water from its mouth. Attack with your wings. The wings of Bye-bye Niao glimmered with white light as it confidently approached the oncoming water jet, effortlessly slicing it in half with its wings. Much to the bewilderment of Xiao Mao and Kami Gue. How is this possible? The strength of this Bye-bye Niao is astonishing. Xiao Mao exclaimed in shock. Xiaoqi's Bye-bye Niao must have undergone rigorous training to enhance its wing muscles. Professor Oki quickly deduced the reason, as a seasoned Pokémon professor. He recognized that the muscle definition of Bai Niao's wings was significantly superior to its counterparts. Even the talent of a shiny Pokémon could not account for such exceptional prowess. Truly, Professor Oki is remarkable. Previously, the Bai Niao had been equipped with a Pokémon enhancer at Jinghui's lighthouse, having undergone extensive training to limit the development of its wing muscles. Xiao Qi's statement enlightened Xiao Mao about why Kami Gui's water gun was so easily countered. I underestimated you, Xiao Mao sighed, realizing that his initial probing attack had ended in failure. But Kami Gui is capable of so much more. Xiao Mao asserted confidently. Kami Gui, initiate a rapid spin to stir up the sand. Kami Gui swiftly spun its body, intending to raise a cloud of sand to obscure Bai Niao's vision. Please hold on a moment. A piercing female voice called from the crowd, causing the initially excited Xiao Mao to turn, slightly irritated. Wondering who dared to interrupt his battle with Xiao Qi, it was you. Xiao Qi exclaimed in mild surprise as the girl who appeared before her was none other than Side-Eye Yudo, who had once decided to travel after her time at the Pokémon Research School. What? Are you surprised to see me? Side-Eye's striking makeup drew the attention of many male onlookers, even causing the previously annoyed Xiao Mao to steal a few glances, curious about their relationship. This girl is not simple. As a fellow girl, Yi was well aware of the glances Side-Eye cast toward Xiao Qi. She recognized that look all too well. Wait. Why do I say all too well? How many hearts has Xiao Qi captured? Huazi appeared conflicted, yet pleased with Xiao Qi's charm, thinking that if he were as dense as Xiao Ji, he might never find a girlfriend. At this moment, Side-Eye was also dressed in a swimsuit, yet her style was unexpectedly bold, featuring a black lace design, which undoubtedly held the gaze of most men. So why did you interrupt my battle with Xiao Qi? Xiao Mao inquired, displeased. Because I also regard Xiao Qi as a rival, Side-Eye declared, fixing her gaze on Xiao Qi, asserting that she would never easily forgive him for what he had done at the Pokémon Research School. Oh, the audience murmured with anticipation, eager to see what would unfold next, finding this far more entertaining than a Pokémon battle. Hey, don't make it sound so misleading. Xiao Qi hurriedly corrected Side-Eye's words, wishing to avoid being mistaken for a reckless playboy by Huazi. How dull. Side-Eye pouted, casting a somewhat antagonistic glance at Yi. You are Xiao Qi's travel companion? You don't seem all that impressive. Is that so? Who doesn't know the esteemed reputation of your Pokémon Research School? Yi retorted. My judgment was correct. This girl definitely has feelings for Xiao Qi. No wonder she is taking it out on me. So, do you wish to challenge Xiao Qi again? I'm sorry, but the one battling Xiao Qi right now is me. You can wait aside until we finish. Xiao Mao urged, wishing for Side-Eye to recognize the situation and step aside. He had finally encountered Xiao Qi and was eager for an intense and thrilling Pokémon battle. He could not allow Side-Eye to ruin it. This works out perfectly. I also wish to test the strength of someone who is Xiao Qi's travel companion. Side-Eye provoked, clearly not willing to miss this battle opportunity. Are you suggesting a double battle involving Pokémon trainers? Yi exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, I will team up with this guy, and you will attempt to defeat us alongside Xiao Qi. Side-Eye explained, signaling Xiao Mao to allow Kami Gui to recover. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to gauge Yi's strength. Xiao Mao smirked, realizing that since he could not stop it, he would elevate the battle to a new pinnacle. A double battle among trainers? How intriguing. Professor Oki stepped forward, placing himself at the center of the battlefield, declaring that he would officiate this match. Thank you, Professor Oki. Xiao Qi and Yi exclaimed in unison. Grandfather, let me show you my current strength. Just to clarify, I am not Xiao Qi's travel companion. I merely happen to be traveling alongside him temporarily. Like you, I consider Xiao Qi a rival. Unable to endure Side-Eye's occasional hostility, Yi felt compelled to clarify. It seems I misunderstood. Side-Eye sighed in relief, but remained relentless toward Yi. I must utterly defeat this girl to quell my lingering resentment. Yi thought angrily, feeling that despite making concessions, Side-Eye still refused to treat her kindly. Now, representing the red team, Xiao Qi and Yi will face off against the green team, comprising Xiao Mao and Side-Eye. Each side may utilize 3 Pokémon, and the side whose Pokémon all lose their fighting capabilities will be deemed the loser. Pokémon may be switched during the match, which has no time limit. Professor Oki waved his hands to signal the start of the match. I entrust you with this. Meow watch out. I rely on you, Kala. Yi and Side-Eye simultaneously tossed their Pokeballs, and 2 Pokémon materialized on the battlefield. Excellent. I didn't expect to face a ground-type Pokémon. Yi rejoiced, noting that Meow Wachow had the advantage in terms of type. Yi intended to use Meow Wachow to counter Xiao Mao's Kami Gui, only to discover that Side-Eye's Pokémon was also a Kala, which was weak to grass types. Don't get too complacent. Pokémon battles aren't solely reliant on type advantages. Side-Eye responded calmly, displaying no signs of panic, which caused Xiao Mao to regard her with newfound respect. It seems the Pokémon Research School isn't entirely composed of inept individuals. Kala used noise. A jarring sound erupted, attempting to diminish the defenses of Bai Niao and Meow Wachow. Meow Wachow covered its ears in pain, trying to mitigate the impact of the noise, while Bai Bai Niao overhead displayed a displeased expression. Strange, why is Bai Bai Niao reacting so mildly? Side-Eye pondered. With robust pectoral muscles, it appears that defensive-reducing moves have no effect on Bai Bai Niao. Xiao Mao elucidated, analyzing Bai Bai Niao's unique traits. Professor Oki, watching from the sidelines, nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Xiao Mao's composure and knowledge. What a troublesome trait. It seems ordinary strategies will not suffice. Side-Eye lamented. Miao Waqiao use Leaf Blade. Yi commanded, asserting that they had no time to waste waiting for their opponents to organize their strategy. Countless leaves erupted from Miao Waqiao's back, rapidly approaching Kola and Kami Gue. Kami Gue, employ rapid spin, withdrew into its shell, spinning rapidly and effortlessly dismantling the flying leaves of the leaf blade, reducing them to mere useless fragments through sheer impact. Yeji, the trainer of the, could hardly believe that the leaf blade had been so easily countered. However, no expression of disappointment crossed Yeji's face. After all, their opponent was Xiao Mao. If they were to easily defeat them, it would only sow seeds of doubt in Yeji's mind. Yin Fan, a calm voice emerged from Xiao Qi's lips. But upon hearing it, both Xiao Mao and Sheng Dai displayed expressions of caution. This was an offensive maneuver from Xiao Qi, certainly not one to be taken lightly. Chapter 45, The Truth of Soaring in the Sky. The BB bird soared swiftly into the sky, leveraging its aerial advantage and the dazzling sunlight, rendering it difficult for Kame and Kola to ascertain its precise location. Xiao Mao and Sheng Dai, too, were hindered by the blinding rays, failing to issue commands in time. Kame cried out in pain, retreating a few steps. Despite its defensive preparations, it was still forcefully suppressed by the BB bird. Kola, use Hammer Arm. Not so fast. Use Vine Whip. In an effort to not hinder Xiao Qi, Yeji resolved to stall Sheng Dai as much as possible, allowing Xiao Qi to swiftly resolve Kame. For vines extended from the of, continuously ensnaring the escaping Kola. Kola, simultaneously use Hammer Arm and Bone Club. Kola first struck the vines attempting to ensnare it with Hammer Arm, but the remaining vines struck fiercely against its body. Kola endured the pain and then hurled the Bone Club, which spun powerfully, attempting to hit. Quickly dodge, Yeji commanded, but this played right into Sheng Dai's hands. Kola, now use Soundwave. Oh no, Yeji exclaimed in a panic. The shrill sound emitted from Kola tormented, which, unable to evade in time, was struck on the head by the thrown Bone Club. Excellent strategy, Xiao Mao praised. Of course, after all, I'm the champion of the beginners. Sheng Dai boasted. Return. Sensing the situation was turning unfavorable, Yeji took out a Pokeball to recall it, immediately replacing it with another Pokemon. I entrust you with this, Bien Guai. The soft-bodied, light purple Bien Guai appeared before Kola, seemingly delicate and fragile. Is that what you intend? Sheng Dai realized the potential danger and hurriedly commanded Kola to attack. Bien Guai, transform into Kame and use Water Pulse. The white light enveloped Bien Guai, transforming it into Kame and unleashing Water Pulse. Do not let this happen. Kame, you also use Water Pulse. Xiao Mao quickly intervened, fearing Sheng Dai might eliminate Kame first. Xiao Mao, do not forget, this is a doubles battle. Xiao Qi reminded. BB bird, use Air Slash. The BB bird flapped its wings rapidly, unleashing two sharp blades of wind that targeted both Kame and Kola. Kame's Water Pulse was cleaved in half by the wind blades, and the evasive Kola was struck as well. Kame once again absorbed the BB bird's attack, while Kola, burdened by previous injuries, could not withstand the Water Pulse from Bien Guai, succumbing to defeat with circles in its eyes. Kola has lost the ability to battle, announced Professor Oki. Your Pokemon are truly remarkable, none are ordinary. Sheng Dai complimented, showing no signs of despair over Kola-Kola's defeat as he quickly adjusted his strategy and threw a high ball. Sharp-toothed Landshark, I rely on you. Sharp-toothed Landshark? It does not appear to be a Pokemon from the Kanto region. Yeji refrained from consulting the Pokédex, as it only contained information on Kanto Pokemon. Sharp-toothed Landshark, a dragon and ground-type Pokemon, is a semi-divine Pokemon unique to the Sinnoh region, comparable in status to the Dragonite of Kanto. Though this one has yet to fully evolve, Xiao Qi explained, clarifying Yeji's confusion. Ah, I see. Yeji nodded. Although uncertain of Sharp-toothed Landshark's strength, its status akin to Dragonite indicated its remarkable potential. Oh, are you the one they say possesses talent but lacks strength? At first glance, you seem rather unimpressive. No wonder that individual speaks of you with such disappointment. The BB bird mocked, showing no astonishment at the potential of Sharp-toothed Landshark. For the BB bird, achieving greatness through mere talent without effort was inconceivable, especially as it believed its own potential surpassed that of Sharp-toothed Landshark. Yeji, let us switch opponents. BB bird appears quite intrigued by Sharp-toothed Landshark, Xiao Qi suggested. After enduring 2 assaults from BB bird, Kame had expended considerable energy, and Bien Guai alone would suffice to contend. This has inexplicably turned into a singles round, Professor Oki remarked helplessly. BB Bird, wing attack. Sharp-toothed land shark. Use dual chop. BB Bird descended rapidly, engaging sharp-toothed land shark in close combat. Both were of comparable size, and BB Bird, having undergone rigorous training, possessed formidable strength that was not easily countered. How is this possible? Sharp-toothed land shark is actually being suppressed. Sheng Dai exclaimed incredulously. It was astonishing to see a BB Bird overpowering his main Pokémon. Such a feat seemed utterly absurd, even for a shiny Pokémon. Since that time we departed. My Pokémon have undergone extensive training at the beach, and Charizard successfully evolved that night, Xiaoqi explained, disregarding Sheng Dai's growing despair. What? That individual actually evolved. Cursed fate, I had intended to surpass them, yet I cannot even match their companion. Sharp-toothed land shark struggled to defend against BB Bird's relentless attacks, unwilling to accept its own weakness. Once a reliable partner in Pokémon research class, it had vanquished numerous challengers to Sheng Dai's title. You are distracted. BB Bird coldly remarked, landing a steel wing that sent sharp-toothed land shark stumbling back. Regardless, I, alongside Charizard, was captured by my trainer at the same time. You cannot possibly be foolish enough to believe there is a vast disparity in our strengths. BB Bird derided, finding sharp-toothed land shark's ignorance utterly laughable. You are merely an ordinary bird Pokémon. What is there to be proud of? Sharp-toothed land shark retorted, albeit merely to counter BB Bird's taunts, aware that it could not overcome BB Bird at its current strength. Is that so? BB Bird pondered. It was indeed amusing that it had been kind enough to offer a warning to such minor characters. Regret washed over it for its previous actions. BB Bird ignored sharp-toothed land shark's attempt at retort, flapping its wings to create a cyclone. The beach was caught in this whirlwind, generating a small sandstorm, causing most bystanders to retreat a few steps. Yet, captivated by the thrilling battle, they chose to remain, unwilling to divert their gaze. This is one of the charms of Pokémon battles. BB Bird ascended swiftly, basking in the warm sunlight, while sharp-toothed land shark, grounded, had no choice but to look up to discern BB Bird's attack trajectory. Next, I shall show you what true power means. BB Bird emitted a resounding cry that echoed through the sky, instilling terror in the hearts of nearby insect Pokémon. What strategy do you possess? Sheng Dai anxiously inquired, as the current situation began to deviate from his plans. Am I obligated to inform you? Xiaoqi replied, exasperated. At this moment, BB Bird is fighting independently. I have issued no commands. As we soar higher, the perception of our stature diminishes in the eyes of those who cannot fly. The radiant sunlight bathes the golden plumage of the BB Bird, revealing a remarkable transformation. The dazzling light of evolution bursts forth. Has it finally embraced evolution? It seems that the challenge posed by the Charizard is quite stimulating for the BB Bird. First, 3 clusters of golden feathers on its head elongate, its magnificent wings expand, and its lethal claws shorten, resembling those of an eagle, while its keen eyes constantly lock onto the vulnerabilities of the Sharpedo below. At last, the light of evolution fades, and a majestic 23-meter golden Beedrill emerges in the sky, exuding an aura of regal authority with its piercing gaze and expansive wings. In this moment, the Beedrill emanates an overwhelming presence. Perhaps even those with little knowledge of Pokémon would instinctively perceive it as a powerful divine creature. Chapter 46, Eevee vs. Xiaomao. Tactical advantage. It has evolved. Sheng Dai exclaimed in terror, for the Sharpedo could not previously contend with the BB Bird. And now the visual spectacle of Beedrill's evolution instills a sense of panic in both Sheng Dai and Sharpedo. Meanwhile, in an unexpected turn of events, Xiaomao quipped, fortunately, I replaced my opponent just in time, while keenly observing the battle between Comex and Ditto. Ditto is a remarkably unique Pokémon, possessing the singular ability to transform. By perfectly mimicking its opponent's appearance, it can unleash identical moves, yet due to a lack of genetic alteration, it can only replicate these moves 5 times, with its stamina remaining unchanged. Xiaomao, I never anticipated your Comex would perform so admirably. Even after being worn down by Xiaoqi's Beedrill, it still persists in battle. Eevee praised. During the clash between Xiaoqi and Sheng Dai, Eevee and Xiaomao remained engaged in their own duel. Despite Ditto's advantage in stamina, Comex remains Xiaomao's favorite Pokémon, resulting in a stalemate where both sides exert pressure on one another. Are you not going to replace your Pokémon? Eevee inquired, puzzled. No need. Xiaoqi hasn't replaced his Pokémon, so how could I possibly concede to him? Xiaomao declared resolutely, unwilling to yield on this minor detail. The thought processes of you boys are truly baffling, Eevee remarked, unable to grasp Xiaomao's stubbornness. Perhaps this is the essence of camaraderie among men. With a resounding crash, Comex spun rapidly, crashing into Ditto, unleashing a burst of blue energy as it triggered its torrent ability, propelling a powerful jet of water that knocked Ditto down. Well done, Comex, Xiaomao exclaimed, recognizing this as the pivotal moment in his duel with Eevee. Ditto, use Ice Beam. Comex, aim for the ground and use Water Gun to evade the attack. Xiaomao calmly instructed. With a swift burst, Comex unleashed Water Gun, utilizing the force to momentarily ascend and evade the Ice Beam. Now, descend and unleash the maximum power of Rocket Headbutt. Xiao Mao shouted with fervor. Not good. Ditto, quickly evade. Not a chance. Ice Beam seals off Ditto's escape. Ditto, in a flurry of panic, could not evade in time and was frozen in place by the Ice Beam. Victory was assured. Ditto could not escape, and Comex struck a decisive blow with Rocket Headbutt. Ditto has lost its ability to battle, Professor Okito announced. A white light faded, and Ditto reverted to its soft, pliable form. Come back, Ditto. Yezi retrieved her Pokeball, sending out her next Pokémon. I entrust you with this, Meow Wachow. The rejuvenated Meow Wachow appeared, its expression serious as it faced Comex. Both Pokémon were nurtured by the League during the same era, boasting exceptional talent. Though Meow Wachow had often been bullied by the Charizard in their youth, a reputation earned not without reason. Meow Wachow used Seed Bomb. Comex, utilize Rapid Spin. Xiao Mao confidently commanded. Yezi, you should know that such probing attacks cannot defeat me. That remains to be seen. Yezi replied with a mysterious smile. As Comex deflected the Seed Bomb, she immediately ordered Meow Wachow. Now, use Vine Whip to throw Comex into the air. What? Xiao Mao exclaimed in shock. Comex, quickly evade. For vines extended from Meow Wachow's back, splitting into two paths to ensnare Comex. Then, Comex, use Ice Beam. Xiao Mao shouted, intending to go down together. Meow Wachow, I believe in you, use Solar Beam. Dane. The cry of Meow Waji is Dane, while Meow Wahua is Bana, and Meow Wachow is the original. Meow Wachow gritted its teeth, enduring the chill of Ice Beam. As the warm climate of Lampiki Beach indirectly diminished the move's potency. With ample sunlight, the Solar Beam began to gather energy on Meow Wachow's back. Release it with all your might. Yezi urged excitedly. The golden energy beam struck Comex directly. Comex has lost its ability to battle. This is quite troublesome. Xiao Mao lamented, shaking his head in exasperation, realizing he had underestimated Beedrill's attack power. Had he known, he would have played more conservatively. Though Xiao Mao criticized his own impulsiveness moments earlier, he would have chosen to confront Xiaoqi head-on. Perhaps this is the nature of obsession. Come back, Comex. Xiao Mao withdrew his Pokeball, ready to send out another Pokemon. This time, I shall deploy a powerhouse. Nidorino, you are up. What kind of Pokemon is this? Yezi inquired, retrieving her Pokédex to analyze Nidorino. Nidorino, the poison pin Pokemon, known for its temper and eagerness to battle. Its horn releases potent toxins upon striking its opponent. It looks quite fearsome, Yezi muttered, advising Meow Wachow to remain cautious. Unfortunately, Meow Wachow also possesses the grass type. Otherwise, Nidorino could have leveraged its poison point ability to drain stamina. My Nidorino takes pride in its strength. Nidorino, use Horn Attack. With a beastly roar, Nidorino charged ferociously at Meow Wachow. Meow Wachow, use Vine Whip to intercept. Yezi commanded urgently, attempting to halt Nidorino's advance. Too naive. My Nidorino has undergone strength training. Meow Wachow's Vine Whip cannot hold it back. Xiao Mao declared confidently, not even issuing further commands. Dane. As Meow Wachow's 4 vines coiled around Nidorino, the enraged Pokemon easily tore free, launching itself with its sharp horn to strike Meow Wachow. Dane. Meow Wachow struggled to rise, a vibrant green aura emanating from it. Looks like Meow Wachow's stamina is running low, Xiao Mao murmured, directing Nidorino to continue with Horn Attack. Heavy footsteps approached once more, and Yezi recognized this as her final opportunity. She commanded Meow Wachow to unleash Solar Beam, hoping to take down Nidorino first. The only types capable of countering Nidorino are Ground and Psychic, neither of which Meow Wachow possesses. Conversely, Nidorino could steadily drain Meow Wachow's stamina with brute force. It's too late. Nidorino, use Double Kick. Not good. Meow Wachow, still absorbing sunlight, could not evade and was struck by Nidorino's side kick, followed swiftly by a horn attack that knocked it to the ground. Meow Wachow has lost its ability to battle. Professor Okito looked on with pride, recognizing Xiao Mao's growth. Chapter 47, The Brutality of Beedrill. It appears Yezi is on the verge of defeat. Xiaoqi was not the least bit surprised, as Xiao Mao's prowess had always surpassed that of Yi Zi and Xiao Ji. Had it not been for his careless and arrogant disposition, he might have advanced even further. It appears my companion possesses considerable strength, Saint Dai remarked joyfully. Since he could not defeat Xiaoqi alone, he had no qualms about collaborating with Xiao Mao. You should focus on yourself first, Xiaoqi replied helplessly. If it weren't for the fact that his Baijiao was familiarizing itself with its new body, it would have already vanquished the Jianya Lu Sha. Baijiao soared swiftly into the sky, utilizing its supersonic speed of over Mach 2 to bewilder Jianya Lu Sha, and when the latter was caught off guard, it playfully smacked its rear, laden with mockery. Hey, even if your Baijiao is powerful, there's no need to humiliate Jianya Lu Sha like that. Saint Dai protested indignantly. Jianya Lu Sha roared defiantly, demanding Baijiao to engage in a fair battle. TCH, if you can't even match my speed, how do you expect to confront me head-on? You should evolve sooner to gain the ability to fly. Bai Jiao taunted. That despicable creature. Jianya Lu Sha fumed, stamping its feet in frustration. The evolved Lai Yao Lu Sha possessed the ability to fly and could soar at supersonic speeds, folding its body and extending its wings like a jet. However, Jianya Lu Sha's wings had not yet fully evolved, rendering it incapable of flight. In that case, Jianya Lu Sha, unleash Sandstorm. Saint Dai commanded. Previously, he refrained from using Sandstorm to avoid affecting Xiao Mao, but now that they were fighting independently, he no longer needed to consider his teammates' feelings. The dust coalesced into a sandstorm, providing shelter for Jianya Lu Sha, activating its sand veil ability and consequently enhancing its evasion rate. What the heck? If you don't want us to see, just say so. An audience member, who had been choked by sand, complained, reluctantly shifting focus to the battle between Yi Zi and Xiao Mao. Although they looked forward to the visual spectacle offered by the Golden Bai Diao, they certainly did not wish to eat sand. The other spectators shared similar sentiments, most regrettably opting to watch Yi Zi and Xiao Mao. The beach was ultimately not a proper battlefield, so even the commander Saint Dai could not avoid being choked by sand. Just when he found himself in a dilemma, Xiao Qi's eyes emitted a blue glow, confining the sand around the battlefield of Bai Jiao and Jianya Lu Sha, prompting the previously departing audience to return once more. So cool. Not only is he powerful, but he is also a psychic. A girl watching admired Xiao Qi, captivated by his calm demeanor during battle. How infuriating. Can he not suddenly be so gentle? Saint Dai muttered, misunderstanding Xiao Qi's display of psychic ability as being for his sake. In reality, this was a grave misunderstanding. Xiao Qi had only activated his powers upon witnessing Hua Zi being splashed by the sandstorm, urgently seeking to protect Saint Dai, Professor Oki, and the audience that had previously left. You think hiding in a sandstorm can evade my attacks? How utterly ridiculous. My eyes are locked onto your body. Bai Jiao scoffed. Possessing not only a robust physique, but also the keen eyesight ability, which prevented any decrease in its hit rate regardless of the opponent's evasion enhancements. The sandstorm unleashed by Jianya Lu Sha, while capable of inflicting damage on Bai Jiao, had no substantial effect, which was hardly surprising, given that Saint Dai was unaware of Bai Jiao's dual abilities. In a flash, seeing that Saint Dai was still in a daze, Xiao Qi initiated the attack. With a sharp sound, Bai Jiao, which had been circling above, transformed into a streak of golden lightning, sending Jianya Lu Sha tumbling several meters away, nearly knocking it off its feet. Bai Jiao extended its broad wings, gripping Jianya Lu Sha's shoulder with its claws and forcibly lifting it into the air. Jianya Lu Sha, quickly use Dragon Breath. Saint Dai urged, anxious that once they were fully airborne, Jianya Lu Sha would have no opportunity left. A blue dragon breath emanated from Jianya Lu Sha's mouth. Unwilling to sustain injury, Bai Jiao reluctantly released Jianya Lu Sha, having finally managed to take it on a brief flight. Your master truly lacks appreciation. Why not enjoy the thrill of flying together? Bai Jiao teased, reveling in the joy of teasing Jianya Lu Sha, reminiscent of the times it had tormented Lai Ke on Route 1. Unfortunately, throughout its journey, Bai Jiao had never encountered a formidable opponent like Dazue Ke. Otherwise, it would have surely left the latter psychologically scarred. Jianya Lu Sha trembled momentarily, perplexed by Bai Jiao's intense animosity, wondering why it held a grudge over merely a few retorts. The sandstorm was a nuisance, so Bai Jiao directly unleashed a hurricane. With a fierce cry, Bai Jiao flapped its expansive wings, conjuring a powerful storm that completely altered the present sandstorm environment. How is this possible? The sandstorm hasn't even ended. Saint Dai exclaimed in disbelief, as battling alongside Xiao Qi had once again shattered his previous understanding from his time at the Pokémon Research Academy. This is not a game. Do you think Bai Jiao's strength can't dissipate the sandstorm Jianya Lu Sha created? Xiao Qi countered, explaining that while weather moves could modify the environment, it depended on the user's strength. Simply put, could a cold turtle's sunny day outdo Kyogre's rain dance? That is a glaring example. It is the user's strength that determines the ownership of the environment, not merely possessing knowledge and assuming one can seize control of the weather. Xiao Qi, you've provided me with yet another lesson, Saint Dai murmured. Have you had your fun, Bai Jiao? Xiao Qi observed as Bai Jiao nodded. Then let's defeat Jianya Lu Sha. Bai Jiao swiftly approached Jianya Lu Sha, spinning its body to create a tornado, forcibly drawing Jianya Lu Sha into its vortex while launching wing attacks at its vital points. Jianya Lu Sha quickly dig to evade. Saint Dai exclaimed, suddenly inspired by an escape plan. Initially reluctant, Jianya Lu Sha ultimately succumbed to the necessity of using dig to escape the clutches of the tornado. Jianya Lu Sha held its own pride, believing that a move like dig was beneath its dignity. Upon locating Jianya Lu Sha's position, Bai Jiao prepared for a final strike with Brave Bird. Xiao Qi cast a glance towards the sea, admiring the scenery, convinced that Jianya Lu Sha would succumb to this attack. Don't get too cocky. Jianya Lu Sha, use Dragon Dive. Saint Dai shouted, placing all hope upon this ultimate move. Bai Jiao erupted with blue energy, descending from above to strike Jianya Lu Sha. The green dragon breath enveloped Jianya Lu Sha, transforming it into a colossal energy dragon, which Jianya Lusha defiantly charged towards Baidiao. The fierce clash obliterated the beach, leaving the audience trembling with anticipation, eager to discover the victor. However, the support overwhelmingly favored Xiao Qi and his golden Baidiao, as the visual spectacle they provided convinced them of their impending victory. Baidiao. The dust was swept away by Baidiao's hurricane, revealing it calmly gripping Jianya Lusha's shoulder with its claws before gently placing it on the ground. Though your strength is ordinary, you do possess some talent. I acknowledge you, Baidiao remarked with a light chuckle, deciding to refrain from teasing Jianya Lusha in the future. Despite achieving an overwhelming victory, Baidiao recognized the determination in Jianya Lusha's eyes, willingly enduring its dragon dive. Before Baidiao could catch its breath, the side effects of Brave Bird suddenly struck, sending a sharp pain coursing through its nerves. TCH, I should have known better than to be such a nice guy? Baidiao grumbled. Chapter 48, Baidiao's Fierce Assault, a surge of determination. Jianya Lusha has lost its fighting capability, Professor Oki announced, gazing longingly at the golden Baidiao, eyes revealing an insatiable desire to study it. What s with that perverted look, old man? That s just asking for a beating. Baidiao retorted, utterly speechless. Were it not for Xiao Qi's presence, it would have already lifted Professor Oki into the air to teach him the meaning of joy. Don't be too anxious. Professor Oki merely wishes to observe your body, Xiao Qi reassured, stroking Baidiao's feathers. Observe my body? Why does that sound so strange? Baidiao shuddered, envisioning Professor Oki as a Pokémon enthusiast. At last, I beseech you, Long Longshi, Sheng Dai exclaimed, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. How tiresome. Bibiao sighed lazily, but upon receiving a warning glance from Xiao Qi, he promptly soared into the sky, preparing for battle as he wished to avoid a collective training session with his companions. Long Longshi, your stamina has nearly been depleted by the Sharpedo. Do your utmost in this fight, Sheng Dai instructed, signaling Long Longshi to remain free of psychological burdens. Gulyalu. Long Longshi swallowed hard, recognizing Xiao Qi as the trainer of the fire dinosaur. And the unexpected encounter weighed heavily on his newly regained confidence. Moreover, this opponent was Bibiao, evidently stronger than the previous fire dinosaur. And it was clear that Bibiao had sustained little damage. Faith is one of the keys to victory, yet Long Longshi's mindset was affected, even feeling inferior to Kila Kila. Xiao Qi cast an unhappy glance at Sheng Dai, surprised that after traveling for so long, he had not managed to nurture his Pokémon's mentality. I'm sorry, Sheng Dai murmured, timidly gazing at Xiao Qi. Sensing Huazi's death glare, Xiao Qi trembled slightly, closing his mouth that was poised to scold. Why is this child so harsh towards girls? Huazi shook her head, her expression tinged with helplessness. You may initiate the attack, Xiao Qi indicated to Bibiao not to act impulsively, allowing Long Longshi to adjust his mindset. How kind of the master, even towards the opponent's Pokémon. Bibiao slowly ascended to midair, allowing Long Longshi the opportunity to leap and seize him. Long Longshi, use rock throw. Long Longshi picked up a rock and hurled it into the air, prompting Bibiao to evade, thereby making Long Longshi believe he posed a threat. Effective. That fellow avoided it. Long Longshi wore a naive smile, convinced that his attack had indeed intimidated Bibiao. Are all rock-type Pokémon this adorably oblivious? Bibiao looked at Long Longshi in disbelief. Were it not for Xiao Qi's kind heart, he would have already dispatched him with a swift thunderbolt combined with Steel Wing. Thank you. Sheng Dai understood this was a way to help Long Longshi regain his composure, casting a grateful glance at Xiao Qi, his eyes filled with admiration. How self-indulgent. Bibiao unleashed a fierce hurricane. Bibiao emitted a threatening cry, flapping his wings to create a violent gust. This is more exhausting than actual training. Long Longshi, use Euro Ball to defend. Long Longshi curled into a ball, spinning rapidly to withstand the onslaught of the hurricane, as Bibiao's large wings generated storm-like power with ease. Wing attack. Bibiao rapidly descended, extending his broad wings to strike Long Longshi, who, despite his ability to reduce damage from flying-type moves, found the disparity in strength daunting. Tornado. Bibiao kicked Long Longshi with his claws, spinning around the center and effortlessly generating a powerful tornado that trapped the heavy Long Longshi in its vortex. What are you afraid of? Bibiao remarked irritably. He had lowered himself to be a sparring partner, not to witness Long Longshi's timid demeanor. I don't quite understand, Long Longshi stammered nervously, recalling Xiao Qi's formidable fire dinosaur, which had truly shattered his confidence. Unlike Sharpedo, Long Longshi did not possess divine talent, and Sheng Dai merely knew to hold books during battles, utterly oblivious to the inner turmoil of his Pokémon. The power of Tokiwa, Xiao Qi murmured, his body faintly radiating emerald energy that flowed towards the psychologically broken Long Longshi. What a Warmora. Long Longshi closed his eyes, enchanted by the soothing essence of Tokiwa. Now at ease, Long Longshi reflected on the mistakes made during battle. To win is to persevere, and to lose is to train diligently, then return to challenge once more. How can you be so simple-minded? Don't you understand even this basic principle? Bibiao stated plainly, directly conveying to Long Longshi the importance of maintaining a relaxed attitude. There was no need to crumble under a momentary setback. Bibiao recalled when he was still a Pidgey, having been overshadowed by a fire dinosaur in a state of reverse scale, yet he had tirelessly trained to overcome that past. Long Longshi's eyes brightened as if awakening to a realization. He turned to Xingdai, signaling that he had fully recovered and was ready for the command to attack. Well done, Long Longshi. Use Body Slam. Xingdai's tears of gratitude flowed as he realized that Long Longshi's long-standing psychological shadow had been alleviated by Xiaoqi and Bibiao, simultaneously regretting his previous ignorance and failing to empathize. Steel Wing, give it your all, Xiaoqi commanded, signaling to Bibiao to hold nothing back. Bibiao's wings shimmered with silver light as Long Longshi charged with all his strength, leading to an intense confrontation. There has been some improvement, Bibiao acknowledged, exerting greater force to push Long Longshi back several steps, frantically flapping his wings to apply pressure, astonishingly suppressing the hefty Long Longshi with sheer strength. Damn it. I must become even stronger to defeat this guy. Long Longshi gritted his teeth, resolutely resisting Bibiao's assault, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination not to yield. Long Longshi, Xingdai murmured, praying for Long Longshi to triumph over Bibiao. I will not lose. Long Longshi shouted, reminiscing about the moments spent training with Xingdai, his body beginning to emit the light of evolution. Evolved? Xiaoqi was slightly astonished, not anticipating that Long Longshi's resolve could incite evolution. As the white light dissipated, the well-developed Longlongian emerged, grasping Bibiao's wings with all his might. Surrounded by floating rock blades, ready to unleash his attack. You little rascal, you've stirred my ire, Bibiao declared, annoyed, as steel wings sent Longlongian reeling. Soaring swiftly into the sky. Bibiao, use Brave Bird to finish this. Longlongian's stamina was on the verge of collapse, standing only by sheer willpower. Longlongian, let us use our final body slam. Bibiao's body erupted with blue energy flames, colliding with Longlongian at an astonishing speed. After a brief clash, Bibiao forcefully struck Longlongian, sending him flying 10 meters away. Longlongian has lost its fighting capability, thus the victor is Xiaoqi, Professor Otomaki announced, bringing the duel to a close. Thank you, Longlongian. I have never truly understood your feelings until now. I apologize. Xingdai refrained from recalling him into his Pokeball, instead approaching Longlongian, pressing his face against him, filled with regret for his past ignorance. Longlongian vigorously shook his head, signaling Xingdai not to take it to heart, gently brushing away the tears from the corner of Xingdai's eye. Chapter 49, The Final Battle of Xiaomao. I beg you, Nidona. After being defeated by Xiaomao's Nidorino, Yezi sent forth her own powerful Pokemon. Fortunately, Nidorino does not possess the ability of combativeness. Xiaomao sighed in relief, yet Nidona's strength could not match that of Nidorino. That is uncertain, Yezi replied with a confident smile, causing Xiaomao to raise his guard slightly. He was curious to see what Nidona could do to inspire such confidence in Yezi. Nidorino, Nidona, use Double Kick. X2. The two Pokemon obeyed their trainer's command, swiftly executing Double Kick, yet Xiaomao was surprised to find that Nidorino, who typically had the advantage in strength, was somewhat outmatched in power by Nidona. Could it be? Xiaomao's eyes brightened as he quickly deduced the reason. Your Nidona has the hidden ability Vital Spirit? Vital Spirit. Attack power is increased to 15 times the original, with a 0.8x accuracy for physical moves. Nidona is a child I painstakingly captured. It caused me no small amount of worry, Yezi replied, explaining that Nidona's vibrant personality almost drove her to the brink of despair shortly after capture. What a troublesome Pokemon. You're quite lucky, Xiaomao remarked helplessly, noting how rare it was to encounter a Pokemon with a hidden ability. Certain hidden traits of exceptional genes can significantly enhance a Pokemon's combat prowess. Regrettably, Enduin still falls short. Confidently, Xiaomo commanded, Enduel Nu, use Horn Attack. With a ferocious roar, Enduel Nu advanced, its heavy footsteps alerting YZ. Meowseo succumbed to the raw power of Enduel Nu, utilizing Dig to evade the assault. Enduin sought an opportunity for a surprise attack. Swiftly, Enduin employed its agile legs to excavate a tunnel, successfully dodging the Horn Attack. Apologies, YZ. I am particularly eager for a showdown with Xiao-CH. Therefore, Enduel Nu, listen intently for the sounds underground. Once Enduin emerges, unleash a full-force Drill Run. The Drill Run, a ground-type move, doubles the damage against Enduin and easily targets its weaknesses. Xiaomo intended this move to decisively defeat YZ. Oh no, a miscalculation, YZ lamented, realizing that while Dig seemed a temporary reprieve from Enduel Nu, he had underestimated Xiaomo's cunning concealment of the Drill Run. As if sensing the vibrations from below, Enduel Nu fixed its gaze on the anticipated location, preparing to strike down Endu in the moment it revealed itself. In response, Enduin summoned all its strength for a powerful tackle. Aware of Enduin's position, Enduel Nu charged recklessly, its hind legs propelling it into a spin, sharpening its poisonous horn. To attack first, Enduin leapt from the tunnel, aiming a tackle at Enduel Nu's head. The double damage inflicted a painful cry from N, while N endured a 15-fold impact from the tackle. However, driven by the desire for victory, it persevered, unwilling to concede to the N before it. The clash of strength ultimately culminated in N's defeat. Having sustained both the double damage from the critical drill run and the rebound from the tackle, the cumulative effects of these assaults had drained N's stamina entirely. Following this, a quick attack. Xiaomo pressed the assault, denying YZ and N any respite. With a thud, N succumbed to the damage of the quick attack, collapsing to the ground with swirling eyes. With N rendered unable to battle. The victor of this contest was declared to be Xiaomo. Dr. DM regarded his grandson with admiration. Were it not for the upcoming battle with Xiao-Ch, he would have rushed over to commend Xiaomo. Indeed, you have triumphed. Xiao-Ch remarked calmly, accompanied by the towering golden BDO. In the midst of battle, he had not had the chance to observe, only to realize how remarkably BDO had developed. Looking up at BDO, Xiaomo expressed his excitement for the impending battle. Do you not require a moment to recover? Xiao-Ch inquired, indicating that BDO was nearly restored and unwilling to take advantage of Xiaomo. Suddenly enlightened, Xiaomo understood why a crowd of spectators had gathered around him moments ago. It was because Xiao-Ch's battle had concluded earlier. I apologize, Xiao-Ch. I could not surpass Xiaomo, YZ confessed, her head bowed in remorse. It is of no consequence. To be frank, you and Xiao-Ch currently stand no chance against Xiaomo, thus you need not feel guilty. Xiao-Ch softly reassured, attempting to comfort the despondent YZ. Does this child not comprehend how to console a girl? Huzi remarked with exasperation. Recalling when Xiao-Ch had defeated SHNGDI, witnessing him standing with BD while SHNGD, I wept against LNGL lamenting Xiao-Ch's lack of understanding of girls. Finally, I can cease the back and forth. Dr. DM gasped, exasperated that the doubles battle had inexplicably transformed into a singles match, requiring him to remain vigilant in announcing results on both sides, exhausting the elderly man. Forgive me, Dr. DM, Xiao-Ch offered, though his tone lacked sincerity, leaving Dr. DM feeling uneasy. I apologize for the trouble, Grandpa. Xiaomo expressed sheepishly, acknowledging that this was the final match. Sensing the audience's attention had shifted to the two, YZ tactfully stepped back, intending to find a moment of respite. However, upon turning, she spotted the previously absent SHNGD seated beside Huzi, laughing and conversing. This fellow. YZ glared at the smiling SHNGDI, fully aware of her intentions to use Huzi to draw closer to Xiao-Ch, TCH. Truly a sensitive character. SHNGD, I glanced at the approaching YZ, reluctantly vacating her seat, determined not to let such trivialities tarnish her image in Huzi's eyes. These two children are indeed adorable. Huzi smiled, observing the seemingly amicable, yet secretly adversarial relationship between YZ and SHNGDI, as if she had gained two daughters. After a brief intermission, a re-energized Xiaomo commanded N to attack. N use horn attack. Soaring into the air, BDO executed air slash. While N, with its ability Poison Point, aimed to avoid close combat. BDO ascended rapidly, deftly evading N, and unleashed a barrage of sharp wind blades. The relentless wind blades struck every part of N's body, instilling fear and inhibiting it from daring to retaliate against BDO. N, do not be disheartened. You are a Pokémon of which I am proud. Do not let this minor setback shake your confidence. I have unwavering faith in your ability to overcome this challenge. Observing N's trepidation, Xiaomo encouraged it to conquer its fears. An exceptional Pokémon trainer must possess not only the ability to calmly analyze the battle situation, but also to be attuned to the emotional fluctuations of their Pokémon during combat. Clearly, Xiaomo excelled in this regard, providing a valuable lesson for SHNGDI, who watched from the sidelines. Chapter 50. Absolutely no cheating. N stomped its foot in determination, overcoming its inner fears and gazing resolutely at BDO soaring above. This little one is quite impressive. BDO acknowledged N with a glance, finally encountering a moderately commendable opponent. It seemed N had earned BDO's respect. Xiaomo smirked, having witnessed BDO's disdain for Chien, YLSH, and LNGLNEN, feeling elated by N's potential. Do not lose focus during battle. Xiao-Ch's expression sharpened. BDO, unleash Hurricane. BDO emitted a menacing screech, flapping its wings to conjure a tempest that swept across the beach, leaving lighter spectators prone on the ground, fearing they might be swept away by the force. What a formidable hurricane. Undoubtedly a testament to Xiao-Ch's BDO. Xiaomo marveled, feeling the surge of psychic energy. Casting a grateful glance at Xiao-Ch, aware that this was the result of his psychic powers, ensuring that BDO's attack would not inadvertently harm others. The remaining spectators were similarly shielded by the psychic energy. Xiao was unwilling to inflict harm during an otherwise ordinary Pokémon battle. Recognizing the futility of such actions, I will never concede. For the sake of, Nu exerted itself, anchoring its body to the ground to resist being blown away. Mastering close-range moves alone is insufficient. When faced with an opponent like BDO, your Nu lacks the ability to counterattack. Xiao kindly advised, suggesting that Nu should learn distance moves like Thunderbolt. I failed to consider that. Xiao admitted, feeling embarrassed for overlooking such an obvious detail, acknowledging it as his oversight. This child, Xiao only heeds Xiao's counsel. Dr. DM reflected with satisfaction, yet wondered why the words of this peer would carry more weight than his own as a grandfather. My apologies, Nu. Xiao said regretfully, retrieving a Pokeball. Continuing in this manner is futile. I do not wish for you to engage in fruitless battles. Please forgive me. The determined Nidorino, still yearning for battle, was momentarily taken aback upon noticing the tears in Xiao Mao's eyes, ultimately choosing to be recalled into its Pokeball. Xiao Qi, do you believe I possess the talent to be a Pokemon trainer? Xiao Mao inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Indeed, you have exceptional talent. Your choice to recall Nidorino demonstrates your potential to become a formidable Pokemon trainer. Xiao Qi responded earnestly, his tone markedly more serious than usual. He recognized the emotions of Pokemon, refraining from urging them into futile efforts, and rather embracing the challenges with resilience. As a mere 10-year-old novice trainer, you already surpass many in excellence. Xiao Qi, I never expected you to acknowledge me like this, Xiao Mao expressed, touched by the recognition from his rival. Dispelling any prior hesitation he had felt. This is the bond of brotherhood, the mutual respect between rivals. Professor Okido wiped away the tears that continued to flow, oblivious to the fact that no one was focused on him, lost in his own amusement. I leave it to you now, my dear, to erase the earlier awkward moment. Xiao Mao playfully kissed the Pokeball and hurled it into the air, summoning a well-developed F-So-Dog. What kind of Pokemon is this? Yeezy inquired, pulling out her Pokédex. F-So-Dog, a legendary Pokemon, has captivated many hearts since ancient times with its elegance and can run as lightly as the wind. It is specifically designed to counter the speed of Hyaku. Sheng Dai analyzed. You should focus on the match between Xiao Qi and Xiao Mao. After all, this is a rare spectacle. Quasi chuckled. That is indeed a worthy opponent, but don't underestimate him. Xiao Qi warned, glancing at Hyaku. Continuous victories may lead to a hint of arrogance, so a gentle reminder is beneficial. F-So-Dog boasts an excellent distribution of base stats, and its 3 distinct abilities can yield remarkable effects. Upon hearing Xiao Qi's caution, Hyaku nodded vigorously, signaling its commitment to avoid any mistakes. This left everyone present in disbelief. Was this truly the same golden Haiku that had been so confident moments ago? The match begins. Professor Okido waved his flag, eagerly anticipating the duel ahead. Use Flamethrower. Move at high speed. A scorching column of fire swiftly surged towards Hyaku, which effortlessly evaded the attack with remarkable speed, utilizing the sunlight's brilliance to its advantage. In an instant, before F-So-Dog could react, it executed a quick strike. Such speed. Xiao Mao marveled, having been fixated on Hyaku without effect. Tornado. Hyaku swiftly enveloped F-So-Dog, conjuring a fierce whirlwind, with onlookers only able to catch glimpses of shimmering golden lightning within the storm. Don't underestimate us. F-So-Dog, use Quick Attack. In terms of mobility, F-So-Dog matched other Pokémon, instantly breaking free from the tornado's grasp and colliding with Hyaku. Now seize the opportunity and use Flame Wheel. Xiao Mao shouted excitedly, determined not to let this chance slip away. F-So-Dog engulfed itself in flames, charging at Hyaku like a fiery chariot. Feather Dance. Hyaku flapped its wings above, elegantly scattering golden feathers that obscured F-So-Dog's vision, causing it to miss its target. Wing Attack. Seeing that F-So-Dog had not escaped the effects of Feather Dance, Xiao Qi decisively commanded an offensive, with Hyaku unleashing a barrage of wing strikes against F-So-Dog. Use Fire Fang to bite down on Hyaku's wing. Xiao Mao remained calm, unfazed by the unfolding scene. Agitated by the relentless assaults from Hyaku, F-So-Dog opened its mouth, ablaze with fire, fiercely biting down on Hyaku's wing. Hyaku. It instinctively called out while its other wing continued to unleash Air Slash, attempting to free itself from F-So-Dog's grip. F-So-Dog, hold on. This is our chance. Use Vortex of Flames right where you are. Xiao Mao urged, envisioning the dawn of victory. Unbeknownst to Hyaku, F-So-Dog's stubbornness allowed it to withstand multiple air slashes without relinquishing its hold. The searing flames enveloped both Hyaku and F-So-Dog. Yet the latter showed no signs of injury, instead absorbing the surrounding fire. The Blaze ability, Xiao Qi remarked coolly, I warned you not to overreach. And yet here we are. Had it not been for Hyaku's earlier assault on F-So-Dog, Xiao Mao would not have seized the opportunity for a counterattack. This was a case of self-inflicted consequences. No. Hyaku cried out, quickly signaling its acknowledgement of the mistake. Use sand attack. Hyaku immediately understood Xiaoqi's intent, swiftly scooping up a handful of sand and hurling it into Dog's eyes, blinding it, and causing confusion from the discomfort. Close-range Brave Bird. Hyaku's body erupted with an astonishing blue flame, sending Dog flying several meters before soaring back into the air, reclaiming its aerial advantage. It's all right, Dog. Seeing Dog's dejected posture, Xiao Mao comforted. Xiao Mao, let us engage in the final showdown. Xiaoqi's fighting spirit surged, with both Hyaku and Dog panting heavily, clearly exhausted. No problem. Dog, unleash Flare Blitz. Can you endure it? Xiaoqi gazed at Hyaku above, observing it nod before issuing the command for the final Brave Bird attack. The blue flames enveloped Hyaku once more, and to amplify the power of its move, Hyaku ascended into the sky, intending to leverage gravity to enhance its impact. Dog, undeterred, cloaked itself in searing flames and charged toward the approaching Hyaku. The two Pokémon collided with force, flames and energy intertwining as their fierce gazes reflected their determination to prevail. The clash of their moves culminated in a massive energy explosion, shattering everything around them. The once standoffish beach transformed into a deep crater, and the resultant smoke obscured the outcome of the battle. Xiaoqi and Xiao Mao anxiously peered into the pit, straining to hear any sounds, eager to discover which Pokémon had emerged victorious. As the smoke was dissipated by another gust of wind, Hyaku was revealed, slowly flapping its wings, clutching the unconscious Dog beneath its talons. Dog has lost its ability to battle, hence the victor of this match is Xiaoqi. Professor Okido waved the flag, announcing the final results of the battle. Chapter 51, Daily Life on the Beach. Following the conclusion of the battle, some exuberant spectators engaged in their own Pokémon contests, while a few shameless individuals brazenly approached Xiaoqi, inquiring if he would consider trading his golden Haiku. Some even went so far as to offer double the value of their Pokémon for a chance to obtain the golden Haiku in Xiaoqi's possession. Xiaoqi, naturally, showed no mercy and commanded Haiku to drive them away with force. He was not in the mood for amiable conversation with such individuals. Xiaoqi would never part with the Haiku he had painstakingly trained. After all, what would become of the bond he had forged with it along their journey? Well done, Xiaoqi praised, gently stroking Hayaka's cheek. Hayaka lowered its head obediently, relishing the affection from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, you have truly trained Hayaka well. Professor Okido approached with a smile, his seemingly polite demeanor raising a hint of suspicion in Xiaoqi and Haiku. Could you possibly? Professor Okido rubbed his hands together, his eager gaze fixated on Hyaku, his intentions glaringly obvious. Did I not send the Beedrill back? Professor Okido suddenly erupted in frustration, lamenting that after Xiaoqi had finally returned with a Pokémon, it turned out to be the familiar Beedrill, transforming his joy into despair. He had initially anticipated something exciting, but my current lineup still requires Hyaku. In a moment of exasperation, Xiaoqi promised Dr. Demu that he would return a satisfied Pokémon, namely a Bibichiao. Hehe, it's a deal. Dr. Demu's face lit up with a blissful smile, reminiscent of a peculiar old man preparing to lure a young girl. After indulging Dr. Demu, Xiaoqi quietly turned to leave. Having merely engaged in a playful exchange of words, he never truly agreed to return Bibichiao upon capturing a Pokémon. When asked about the timing of Bibichiao's return to Jinshin Town, it would depend solely on Xiaoqi's mood. Having traversed the forest, the charming trio, Xiaoji, Xiaogang, and Pikachu, finally appeared on the serene and inviting beach. The ocean. Woohoo! Pikachu. Without hesitation, Xiaoji quickly changed into his swim trunks, and, alongside Xiaogang, leaped into the sea. Pikachu, adorably clutching a miniature life ring, cheerfully secured it around its waist in preparation for a swim. Enter the lively idol by the seaside. The spirited Miss Xiaoxia, donning a light pink swimsuit, she intended to showcase her allure before Xiaoji, Xiaogang, and Pikachu. However, upon seeing her, the three stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. Why are you all gaping like that? Xiaoxia queried in confusion. Shouldn't you be praising my beauty? Xiaoji, Xiaogang, and Pikachu silently approached her. Xiaoji, momentarily stunned, managed to utter, I was just thinking, so you're actually a girl. Isn't that obvious? Xiaoxia's face flushed with indignation as she hurled the volleyball in her arms at Xiaoji, the force of her anger sending him back into the embrace of the ocean. You're still as blunt as ever. A familiar voice chimed in. Xiaogang and Xiaoxia turned to see Xiaoqi approaching with a cho-cho-yu, its mouth smeared with juice from consuming a number of sour fruits. It's my older brother, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly, bouncing up from beneath the water. Who is this child? Xiaoxia inquired curiously, scrutinizing the cho-cho-yu, wondering what merits it possessed that warranted Xiaoqi's capture. This is my newly captured Pokémon, brave enough to pursue its dreams, Xiaoqi gently explained. Stroking the cho-cho-yu's head, Xiaogang felt a wave of emotion upon learning of the Pokémon's poignant backstory, admiring its resilient spirit. Oh, I see. So you battled with Xiao Mao before this? No way. I want to duel with you too. Xiao Ji suddenly threw a tantrum, insisting on a match with Xiao Qi. Xiao Ji, you only act like a child in front of your older brother. Xiao Xia teased. Not now, Xiao Qi chuckled, giving Xiao Ji a light tap on the head. I need to relax with Cho Cho you for a bit. I don't have time for battles right now. What a buzzkill, Xiao Ji mumbled, casting a fiery gaze at the Cho Cho you, startling it with his intense stare. Don't frighten Cho Cho you. Xiao Qi sighed, glancing at his younger brother. Hey Xiao Qi, where have you been hiding? Shengdai suddenly ran over, capturing the attention of Xiao Ji and the others, who were curious about her relationship with Xiao Qi in 8 years. You'll surely be a stunning beauty. Xiao Gang knelt on one knee, captivated by Sheng Dai's dazzling appearance and alluring figure. Why has he never reacted like this with me? Xiao Xia fumed, turning away, hoping Xiao Ji would show a bit of maturity, only to find him blushing and shyly looking down, unable to meet Sheng Dai's gaze. What are you two thinking? Xiao Xia yelled, tugging at Xiao Ji's ear and bringing both back to reality. Could this be your identical twin brother? Sheng Dai expressed her disbelief, her eyes darting between the two brothers, ultimately shaking her head in astonishment. Don't you think my brother and I look alike? Xiao Ji exclaimed in distress. Not at all. The trio replied in unison, exasperated by his lack of self-awareness. Thank goodness there one to be another one like you. Sheng Dai sighed, placing a hand on her chest, which elicited a mischievous grin from Xiao Gang, while Xiao Ji, under Xiao Xia's intense glare, finally regained his composure. During their conversation, Xiao Qi learned about the trio's journey after their departure, detailing their encounters with Team Rocket at a colossal mechanical Pokémon island, where they faced numerous challenges before reaching Lon Paluki City. Xiao Qi was well aware that the island served as a significant funding source for Team Rocket, and it was surprising that Xiao Ji and his friends had unwittingly thwarted it. One could only imagine how Sakaki would feel knowing a portion of his subordinates' efforts had been compromised. Brother, you have no idea what we went through, Xiao Ji lamented, eager to share their arduous experiences with Xiao Qi. All right, it's a rare occasion at the beach, so you three should take some time to relax. Xiao Qi reassured them. By the way, Mama, Dr. Demu, and Xiao Mao are nearby. You can challenge Xiao Mao to a Pokémon battle. Upon hearing Xiao Mao's name, Xiao Ji's competitive spirit ignited, but he decided to seek out his mother first, as he hadn't seen her in quite some time. To prevent the world from destruction, to safeguard the peace of the world, to uphold love and truth, we are the adorable yet charming villains, Team Rocket. Musashi Kojiro. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy. White light. A bright tomorrow awaits us. That is how it is. The appearance of Xiao Ji and his friends signified the presence of Team Rocket, who were currently aboard a submarine powered by a mechanical Bully Long, preparing to land while keeping a keen eye on Pikachu. However, due to Xiao Qi's unexpected arrival, Team Rocket had to remain submerged, biding their time. A comedic scene unfolded when Xiao Gang saw Pikachu hop onto a speedboat, mistakenly believing Xiao Ji had borrowed it. In turn, Xiao Ji, spotting Xiao Gang on the boat, assumed Xiao Gang had borrowed it and called over Xiao Xia to join him. Ultimately, the three discovered that this incident had been an accidental consequence of Pikachu's antics. And in an unguarded moment, Xiao Ji crashed their speedboat into Team Rocket's submarine lying in wait. In the end, the speedboat was damaged, leading Xiao Ji and his friends to temporarily work at Grandpa Lu's shop to repay the repair costs. Chapter 52, The Beach Fashion Show. Welcome. With splendid rain gear and delicious ramen, it's the sea home of Grandpa Lu. Come take a break. We can also help keep your belongings safe. At that moment, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang were outside Grandpa Lu's shop, shouting in an effort to attract customers, but its unassuming exterior failed to entice anyone, as most patrons flocked to the neighboring restaurant run by Granny Jean, where Team Rocket was also working. Team Rocket? What are they doing working here? Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang stared incredulously at Musashi in the distance, while Xiao Xia, hearing about Team Rocket, dashed outside, ready for their potential attack. Trendy shops suit a trendy beach. Your shabby establishment won to attract customers. You deserve it. Under the relentless ridicule from Team Rocket, Xiao Ji and his friends nearly lost their composure, their expressions darkening. At that moment, Xiao Qi casually made his entrance, causing Team Rocket to retreat in fear upon seeing him. Older brother, Xiao Ji lamented, hesitant to confess to Xiao Qi about the damage to Grandpa Lu's boat. You must be Xiao Ji's brother. Don't let his impulsiveness fool you. He is actually a kind-hearted boy who helps this old man run the shop. Grandpa Lu stepped forward, attempting to cover for Xiao Ji's earlier blunder. My Xiao Ji has always been a good child. Xiao Qi's lips curled upwards, aware that Xiao Ji was attempting to compensate for the repair costs incurred from the damaged speedboat, yet he chose not to expose Xiao Ji's fib regarding Lu Yiyi. Our shop pales in comparison to the restaurant of Team Rocket. Xiao Gang lamented. Have you forgotten that most of the travelers here are Pokémon trainers? Xiao Qi reminded them. Pokémon are what truly captivate the traveler's attention. You might consider deploying your own Pokémon to assist you. What a splendid idea. Xiao Ji concurred, releasing all of his Pokeballs. Pikachu and Genie Gui helped distribute discount coupons. Bai Niao was tasked with roasting corn. Xiao Hualong aided Lu Yiyi with the fire, while Miao Wajizi joined Xiao Xia in serving customers at the shop. In no time, Lu's home, with its Pokémon-centric theme, became a sensation across the beach. Xiaoqi's frequent appearances turned him into the face of Lu's home and the travelers. Recalling the formidable Golden Baijiao, subconsciously acknowledged the charm of the establishment upon seeing Xiaoqi. Unfortunately, this fortunate streak was short-lived. Following Team Rocket's interference, the once thriving Lu's home fell back into obscurity, forcing Lu Yi, who had hoped to repay his debts and revive his dreams of sailing around the world, to confront reality. I'm sorry, we've tarnished the shop's reputation, Xiaoji expressed with remorse. Please don't say that. There's no need to apologize. I know you all have been working hard, Lu Yi reassured him. But it seems so strange. Why do accidents keep occurring? Xiao Xia exclaimed in frustration, feeling that the situation was far more complicated than it appeared. A mocking voice interrupted, revealing Jean Papai accompanied by the Team Rocket trio, who swaggered into Lu's home, brazenly stating, "Your shop is still as deserted as ever. It wouldn't be surprising if it closed down. Old woman, what did you say?" Upon hearing Jean Papa's provocation, both Xiao Ji and Lu Yi stood up in anger. "I don't care if it closes, but you must repay the money you borrowed from me on time, old woman," Jean Papa coldly retorted, instantly suppressing their fury, as she was, after all, the creditor. "I will repay you," Lu Yi asserted defiantly. "The deadline is tomorrow. If you don't pay by then, I will take over your boat, old woman." With that, Jean Papa departed, leaving Lu Yi, who was still attempting to plead, firmly rejected. While the Team Rocket trio reveled in their newfound dominance over Xiao Ji and his friends, making faces in delight. What a gratifying feeling. Just moments after Jean Papa and Team Rocket left, Xiaoqi arrived with Hua Zi and Professor Demu at the scene, only to find Xiao Ji and Lu Yi in a state of despondency, having seen their hard-earned popularity decimated by Team Rocket. "Mom, our Xiao Ji has truly matured." In order to help Lu Yi realize his dream of sailing around the world, he sacrificed battling with Xiao Mao and specifically came here to assist Lu Yi. Xiao Qi praised, elevating Xiao Ji to lofty heights, causing Xiao Ji to shyly lower his head, for the reality was far less grand than Xiao Qi portrayed. Amused, Xiao Qi stole a glance at Xiao Ji's bashful expression, wondering if this young man would dare to be so reckless again. "I see," Professor Demu exclaimed, slapping his right palm with his left hand as he conceived a brilliant idea to attract more visitors. "Take a look at this. It's a beauty pageant featuring the daylight beauties and the makeup Pokémon." Professor Demu handed a poster to Xiao Ji and the others, who recognized it as a viable plan. "Indeed, it's a splendid idea. The terms daylight beauties and makeup Pokémon are incredibly appealing. I didn't realize our Professor Demu was so knowledgeable," Xiao Qi remarked with a teasing glance at Professor Demu. "I merely stumbled upon it by chance." Professor Demu hurriedly clarified. The plan was swiftly implemented. To further entice visitors, Xiao Qi dispatched the Golden Baijiao, instructing it to soar above and distribute flyers. Upon seeing the Baijiao, 2/3 of the travelers on the beach were drawn in, gradually arriving at Lu's home for the beach fashion show. The Blue Paluki Daylight Beauties and Makeup Pokémon Beauty Pageant is about to commence. We have lavish prizes prepared for the champion, and the winner will also receive an opportunity for a photo with the Golden Baijiao. As the crowd's enthusiasm swelled, Xiao Ji and the others erupted in cheers, while Jean Papa, lurking in the shadows, seethed with anger. "Thank you for your patience. The Blue Paluki Daylight Beauties and Makeup Pokémon Beauty Pageant officially begins. Now, let us welcome our first contestant," Xiao Gang announced as the host. The red curtain parted, revealing Xiao Xia as the first to take the stage. "Apologies aside, I still intend to win the championship." This radiant, sun-kissed beauty was Xiao Xia, who seemed to have a good chance of clinching the title. What would her partner Pokémon dress like? Xiao Gang, responsible for commentary, appeared somewhat reluctant, evidently coerced into it by Xiao Xia, as his interests lay solely with older women. "Oh, it's a UFO-themed alien, performed by the Shiny Starfish and Genie Gue." Just as Xiao Xia prepared to showcase her talents, the flamboyant Musashi and Kojiro materialized, interrupting her performance. "Kojiro, what are you doing? You're a man," Xiao Xia retorted, exasperated. "No worries. My beauty knows no gender," Kojiro replied flamboyantly. "Shut your mouth and go cool off over there," Musashi boasted, asserting that her figure was incomparable to that of Xiao Xia. "Now, it's time for me to provide a special service." With that, Kojiro inflated his prosthetic breasts, leaving Xiao Xia utterly stunned. The sudden entrance of these two mature women was not unwelcome to me, but how would the audience react? Xiao Gang continued narrating, completely oblivious to the true identities of the two. The audience erupted in cheers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, with some even whistling at Kojiro. "Are these people blind?" Xiao Qi lamented, feeling powerless. They couldn't even recognize the most basic disguise. A glance at Professor Demu revealed him, and Lu Yi transfixed by Musashi and Kojiro, with more attention directed at Kojiro's chest. Click. Xiao Qi discreetly extracted his Pokédex to document this scene, intending to use it as leverage against Professor Demu in the future. Musashi and Kojiro's duo was dubbed the Rocket Ladies, with their partners, Aboshi and Wasi Dan, adorned in seaweed, resembling a spiky Guji show. Despite the incongruity, get out of the way. Suddenly, Xiao Mao burst onto the scene with his lovely cheerleading squad, kicking a Bo Shi and Hua Si Dan to the ground. From a corner of the venue, Xiao Ji stated, "I'm not deliberately seeking trouble with you. I simply wanted to show my girlfriends to everyone." Xiao Mao boasted, microphone in hand. That guy Xiao Mao. Xiao Ji felt utterly provoked, angrily rushing to the stage to confront Xiao Mao, eager to challenge him to a Pokémon battle. "Unfortunately, I only brought my girls today." Xiao Mao declined. "You're talking nonsense. I know you just battled with my brother." Xiao Ji refused to back down, continuing to issue challenges. What a stubborn fellow. To be frank, I'm simply not interested in dueling with lower-level trainers. Xiao Mao bragged, simultaneously mocking Xiao Ji and venting frustration over his inability to defeat even a single one of Xiao Qi's Pokémon. Chapter 53, Jiu Port. Just forget it. Xiao Ji, the match hasn't concluded. Xiao Gang intervened to prevent the impulsive Xiao Ji from acting rashly, but Xiao Ji seemed poised to say more. Charging in without considering the circumstances? With that alone, you're guaranteed to lose. Xiao Mao scoffed, yet his gaze betrayed a hint of disappointment. It was frustrating that Xiao Ji still exhibited such temperament. How could he keep pace with himself and Xiao Qi? In a bid to avenge Grandpa Lu's success, Granny Jean had meticulously repaired the Team Rocket's mechanical Magikarp, instructing them to obliterate the beauty pageant venue, promising a handsome reward, so that she could effortlessly seize Grandpa Lu's entire fortune. "Leave the foam Magikarp to us. Everyone, please remain calm and stay put," Xiao Ji calmly announced into the microphone, momentarily startling Xiao Mao, who turned to regard the composed Xiao Ji with a touch of surprise. "Let me witness your prowess, Xiao Ji," Xiao Mao said with a smirk, eager to see the extent of Xiao Ji's growth. "The missiles released by Team Rocket must be heat-seeking," Xiao Gang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ji adjusted his cap and hurled his Pokeballs, declaring, "Pidgey and Charmander, you are chosen." Pidgey grasped Charmander's shoulder and soared towards the approaching missiles, while Charmander unleashed its flamethrower under Xiao Ji's command. The missiles engulfed in flames had their internal systems compromised and inexplicably veered towards the mechanical Magikarp. "Could this scene possibly be?" exclaimed X3. In a frantic attempt to evade the missiles, Team Rocket hastily boarded the mechanical Magikarp and fortuitously arrived at Granny Jin's restaurant, inadvertently demolishing it, leaving the crew charred and transformed into meteors. What an irritating sensation. X3. The beauty pageant concluded splendidly, and Xiao Ji and his companions bid farewell to Grandpa Lu, who was free from debt and ready to traverse the world to fulfill his dreams. Meanwhile, Hua Zi cradled the champion trophy of the pageant and cherished a photo with brothers Xiao Qi and Xiao Ji alongside the golden Beedrill. In a temporary alliance to battle the colossal Tentacruel, Xiao Qi accompanied Xiao Ji and the others to their new destination, while Hua Zi and Professor Oki watched them depart. In the end, neither of the brothers looked back. Professor Oki mused, "That's all right. This is for the best. They each have their own journeys," Hua Zi remarked while gazing at the photo in her hand, already filled with beautiful memories. Under the cerulean sky, amidst the pristine white clouds and the boundless ocean, the four of them, who were late to rise, could only helplessly watch the ferry depart from Jiu Port, the sole port with ferries to the mainland. Although Xiao Qi had a commendable habit of waking up at 6 every morning, he had allowed himself a day of relaxation to ensure his Pokémon could recuperate, preparing them for the impending encounter with the colossal Tentacruel. Xiao Ji and his companions seldom traveled alongside Xiao Qi and, not being in the same room, did not notice anything amiss. Now, with 3 hours to wait until the next ferry arrived, they had no choice but to bide their time patiently. "Pika, Pika." At that moment, Pikachu pointed towards the sea, where a seahorse appeared. "It's a seahorse. How adorable," Xiao Xia exclaimed, as she had a particular fondness for water-type Pokémon. "That's the one. I must look it up immediately," Xiao Ji responded, swiftly retrieving his Pokédex. Seahorse, the dragon Pokémon, lays thousands of eggs each spring, with the male seahorse responsible for nurturing them. "It is a rare Pokémon. It seems injured," Xiao Gang remarked. They observed the seahorse crying pitifully, its right eye sporting a black ring, appearing quite miserable. "Since this little creature has appeared, it signifies," Xiao Qi silently contemplated, preparing for the upcoming battle against the colossal Tentacruel. Subsequently, the seahorse used its ink to sketch the patterns of the onyx and Tentacruel on the sea surface, warning Xiao Ji and his companions of the impending events. However, Xiao Ji and his friends were solely focused on the seahorse's injury, failing to analyze the meaning behind the drawings in time. Just as Xiao Xia was about to capture the seahorse to tend to its wounds, a nearby ship erupted into an explosion, forcing numerous crew members to flee for their lives. Eager to help, Xiao Xia quickly dispatched her water-type Pokémon, Staryu, Starmie, and Goldeen, swimming towards the distressed crew members. Under Xiao Xia's urging, Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang also found a small boat to rescue the drowning sailors, while the seahorse concealed itself in the shadows, silently observing them. "My mother died because of a crew member under paralysis control," one sailor lamented. "Paralysis? It seems a certain water-type Pokémon attacked," Xiao Qi mused, but this statement was swiftly countered by Xiao Xia, who believed that most water-type Pokémon were inherently gentle and would not assault humans unprovoked. Upon hearing this, a vivid image of a blood-red Magikarp flashed through Xiao Qi's mind, but he refrained from debating the truth with Xiao Xia, acknowledging that her point had merit. If humans had not recklessly ravaged the habitat of the Onix, they would not have attacked to warn humans against encroaching upon their home, quickly informed the president. Following the guidance of a recovering crew member, Xiao Qi and his companions departed in their small boat, unaware that several Onix lurked in the depths below, waiting to strike. What should we do? That red figure seems to be a formidable foe. An older Onix expressed concern, its wealth of experience sensing the powerful aura emanating from Xiao Qi. So what? Humans are recklessly destroying our home. We must retaliate. A younger Onix declared angrily, showing no remorse for their actions. It's a pity that the seahorse didn't manage to escape. Otherwise, we would have to teach it a lesson. Another Onix fumed, adamant that their clan's revenge plan could not be exposed by the seahorse. I am the president, Granny. Thank you so much for saving my employees. Soon, Xiao Qi and his companions followed the crew member into a lavish room, the office of the president, where they encountered Granny Jean of Jiuyu Port, who happened to be the cousin of Blue Pluchi Jean. It must be noted that this Granny Jean was far more extravagant than her cousin, surrounded by numerous youthful male companions, proving that some would go to great lengths for profit, even to the extent of exploiting someone like Granny Jean. So, what brings you to us? Xiao Qi inquired, frowning. I aim to construct a tourist resort surpassing Blue Pluchi's, Granny Jean explained, gazing out at the gradually developing resort structures. That's that building on the sea. Xiao Xia suddenly realized. Of course, it's the largest signature structure, the super luxurious ocean hotel. Paradise Resort. Granny Jean proudly introduced the crown jewel of the resort, a honeymoon suite surrounded by the world's most beautiful corals. However, Granny Jean's expression darkened as she explained the slow progress of the project. Those bothersome Onix keep interfering with my construction. You have encroached upon their habitat. Yet you still deny the Onix the right to retaliate? Xiao Qi mocked. According to the official regulations of the Alliance, your oceanic construction seems to constitute illegal expansion. What audacity do you possess to proceed? Granny Jean was momentarily taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a knowledgeable youth as Xiao Qi, but she quickly regained her composure. I have the mayor's permission to construct this oceanic tourist resort. It appears that the tentacruel submergence of this area is not entirely innocent. Xiao Qi pressed his hat down against the cold wind, realizing why such extravagant constructions were permitted. It was evident that the local authorities were not of commendable character, allowing such encroachments upon the habitat of the agate jellyfish. Due to the presence of these jellyfish, tourists flocked to Lan Pu Lu Chi, leaving behind a desolate landscape. Why do such detestable creatures even exist in this world, Granny? Jean Pupa lamented. The agate jellyfish are not detestable beings, Xiao Xia retorted, unwilling to let Jean Pupa insult her beloved water-type Pokémon. You all, since you can use Pokémon to save people, how about helping me drive away the jellyfish? Jean Pupa extended an invitation to Xiao Qi and his companions, adding, Of course, I won't let you work for free. If you succeed, an extravagant dinner for a year awaits you, along with a cash prize of 1 million yuan and a year's worth of hotel accommodations. Jean Pupa attempted to entice them, but to her dismay, no one was swayed. Xiao Ji even quipped, Is that all? It's not even as much as my brother earns. Chapter 54, The Gathering. The counterattack of the agate jellyfish. Thus, Xiao Qi and his friends disregarded Jean Pupa's temptations and turned to leave, leaving her to glare after them, muttering, Where do these brats get their audacity, not even swayed by such lavish offers? Jean Pupa did not take Xiao Ji's words seriously, considering they were merely children around 10 years old, incapable of earning such money. Wait, Xiao Xia, what are you so angry about? Xiao Ji and Xiao Gang hurriedly caught up to the furious Xiao Xia. That Jean Pupa is infuriating. Xiao Xia fumed. She actually thought she could use money to manipulate me into dealing with the agate jellyfish. Thankfully, the three boys remained steadfast against temptation. I'm not good at dealing with people like that either. Xiao Ji consoled her. She even spoke ill of the agate jellyfish. Xiao Xia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with affection. They are so adorable. Seeing Xiao Ji's puzzled expression, she took out her Pokédex and found the entry for the agate jellyfish. Agate jellyfish, a jellyfish Pokémon, composed of 99% water. Xiao Ji stared at the entry in disbelief. Is this what they call cute? It seems everyone has a different aesthetic, Xiao Gang remarked thoughtfully. The adorable agate jellyfish may attack humans. It is certainly as Xiao Qi said. Their home has been taken away by those like Jean Pupa, Xiao Xiao asserted, eager to defend the agate jellyfish. Could the ink of the ink seahorse be from the agate jellyfish? Xiao Ji suddenly realized, recalling the patterns drawn by the ink seahorse not long ago. Just as they were preparing to find the ink seahorse for clarification, a broadcast echoed through the city, announcing Jean Pupa's voice, Listen up, everyone. To drive away our nemesis, the agate jellyfish, we are now recruiting brave warriors. What did she just say? Xiao Xia gasped. I'm offering 1 million yuan to anyone who drives away those jellyfish. I, Jean Papa, am a person of my word. Is she trying to buy people's loyalty with money? Xiao Gang remarked, finding the situation absurd. Those who want money are not the ones who seek local development. They should hurry to the docks. Xiao Xia scoffed. That is not necessarily true. Xiao Qi interjected quietly. In truth, none of us come from ordinary families. We cannot truly empathize with the hardships of impoverished families. Being swayed by money is not entirely their fault. As if to validate Xiao Qi's statement, a commotion erupted nearby, revealing a throng of Pokémon trainers heading towards the port, startling the ink seahorse in Xiao Xia's arms, causing it to flee. So many people are drawn to this. Xiao Ji exclaimed. Reality is always filled with self-interest, just as the seaside hotel was allowed to be built. Xiao Qi gazed earnestly at Xiao Ji. You still have much to learn. These people are merely slaves to the capitalists who drop a few coins. The true puppeteers are the greedy capitalists behind the scenes. And even that Jean Papa is merely a pawn. Hey, citizens and warriors, who will ultimately claim the 1 million yuan. Jean Papa shouted through a loudspeaker atop a tank, igniting the public's fervor with her offer. At that moment, a rose was hurled at the tank. And Jean Papa, sensing trouble, inquired, who goes there? Since you have sincerely asked, we shall graciously enlighten you. To prevent the world from destruction. To safeguard world peace. To enact love and truth through evil. The charming yet nefarious trio. Musashi Kojiro. We are the rocket team, traversing the galaxy. White Hole. A bright tomorrow awaits us. Thus, the rocket team, eager for the 1 million yuan, reappeared before the crowd, prompting Jean Papa to praise them. What reliable individuals. Who will drive them away? Xiao Ji sighed. Why do we keep encountering these guys? The rocket team, prepared in a speedboat, confidently produced a large barrel of homemade vinegar, intending to incapacitate the agate jellyfish and then net them for sale in the market. Their imagination was quite vivid. Before the rocket team could awaken from their fantasies of wealth, they suddenly felt their boat controlled by some unseen force. Looking down, they trembled in fear. They had unwittingly entered the territory of the agate jellyfish, which was swarming with vengeful jellyfish below. Is it about to begin? Xiao Qi remarked calmly, fiddling with 5 Pokeballs in his hand. A jellyfish that appeared to be the leader unleashed an aurora beam, obliterating the speedboat where the rocket team stood. The homemade vinegar accidentally splashed onto this agate jellyfish, and astonishingly, it erupted in a dazzling light of evolution, transforming into a colossal creature larger than skyscrapers. What an exhilarating target! Xiao Qi exclaimed, his tone brimming with excitement, unlike those around him who displayed fear. With a size capable of annihilation, the gigantic poisonous jellyfish led its kin in a vengeful rampage, launching an assault on the city of Jiuyugang as it unleashed a surf attack, submerging over half the area beneath the waves. Xiao Ji and his companions had already retreated to a distant tall building with the crowd, but through the glass, they witnessed the colossal poisonous jellyfish wreaking havoc on the city, plunging them into panic. Even from a human perspective, your destruction has served as a deterrent. My mission now is to halt your further devastation, Xiao Qi stated calmly, observing the immense form of the gigantic poisonous jellyfish, standing alone on a partially submerged building. His expression apathetic as he stared into the eyes of the giant jellyfish. Is this what they call a strong being? It doesn't seem so impressive. The gigantic poisonous jellyfish disregarded Xiao Qi's words, preparing to use an aurora beam to warn him against meddling. Clearly, persuasion has failed. It seems I must resort to force. Xiao Qi calmly adjusted his hat, and suddenly hurled 5 Pokeballs. I entrust you all, my partners. The Dragon Scale Charizard, the Colossal Onyx, the Golden Beedrill, the Crimson Gyarados, and the Azure Scyther materialized before the gigantic poisonous jellyfish. Due to the overwhelming fear of the sea, the Colossal Onyx stayed close to Xiao Qi, remaining on the building to launch ranged attacks on the gigantic poisonous jellyfish. Subsequently, Xiao Qi released the Cho-Cho-Yu, gently caressing its cheek, inviting you to witness how the predecessors engaged in battle. The colossal toxic jellyfish refrained from launching an attack, instead manipulating Meow Meow to initiate a conversation. You are all formidable Pokémon. Why do you heed the commands of those foolish humans? Humph. Do not feign innocence. We only obey our master. As for those human spectators, we have no interest in them. Charizard scoffed, retaliating with a fiery blast that scorched the anemone jellyfish below. The ocean's surface began to evaporate due to the intense heat, with several anemone jellyfish collapsing under Charizard's flames. A splendid target, just perfect for training, Beedrill exclaimed, flapping its wings to unleash a powerful gust, propelling the remaining anemone jellyfish away. Indeed, there are numerous tools to enhance our prowess. The Crimson Gyarados, witnessing this, gathered golden energy particles in its mouth, unleashing a devastating beam that struck down several anemone jellyfish. Its muscles rapidly bulged, stacking its overconfidence ability to an exceptional state, causing the colossal toxic jellyfish of the same water type to feel an inexplicable pressure. Defeating a behemoth like you is certainly a memorable endeavor, the Scyther stated indifferently. Unlike its previous companions, it did not attack the anemone jellyfish, but rather approached the colossal toxic jellyfish on its board, leaving a scar with a dazzling cross scissors. The massive onyx gazed longingly at its freely moving companions, silently remaining in the rear, utilizing Rock Blade to assist in defeating the remaining anemone jellyfish. Chapter 55, vs Colossal Toxic Jellyfish. Damn it. It seems I have given you too much face. The colossal toxic jellyfish controlling Meow Meow fumed, abandoning any thoughts of negotiating with Charizard and the other Pokémon. Looks like we have angered this behemoth. Beedrill jested. By the way, when did you evolve? Silly bird? At first, I thought you were a new companion captured by the master. Charizard glanced at Beedrill, noticing the newfound formidable aura emanating from it, indicating that it had been training vigorously behind the scenes, almost outpacing Beedrill. Do not call me by that nickname anymore. I may not be inferior to you now, Beedrill declared proudly. Look at you strutting about. How about a practice session after this? Charizard chuckled. You all chat. I shall take the lead. The crimson Gyarados roared fiercely, intimidating the colossal toxic jellyfish and the anemone jellyfish ahead, weakening their attack power. Then, through the amplification of its overconfidence ability, it unleashed a water tail that forcefully repelled the colossal toxic jellyfish. Goodness! Beedrill exclaimed in shock. Not believing that such a colossal creature was repelled by Gyarados in a single strike, it was utterly absurd. It seems I cannot fall behind either, Scyther remarked calmly, its body radiating a blue light, eyes slowly closing as it executed a sharpening move, then rapidly unleashed Air Slash. With countless sharp wind blades ruthlessly sweeping across the colossal toxic jellyfish's body, forcing it to retaliate. In unbearable pain, the colossal toxic jellyfish chose to abandon Meow Meow, preparing to resist the onslaught from the Pokémon. I suppose I must also assert my presence, the massive Onix declared, lifting debris from nearby buildings and hurling it into the air, executing Rock Slide against the colossal toxic jellyfish. Seeing the colossal toxic jellyfish ready to fight back, Charizard unleashed Dragon Breath, successfully striking its head, causing paralysis from the impact. What an opportunity! Seeing the colossal toxic jellyfish in a negative state, Charizard's body was enveloped in a purple-golden dragon aura. The terrifying killing intent transformed into a giant energy dragon that enveloped Charizard. With a mighty flap of its enormous wings, Charizard charged towards the colossal toxic jellyfish, allowing the water jets to strike its body. Charizard's current attributes were fire and dragon types, impervious to water-type weaknesses. And with the enhancement of its multiscale ability, the colossal toxic jellyfish's attack was akin to a mere tickle. Oh, did I forget to mention, I fear not water. Just as the words left its mouth, a resounding explosion echoed throughout the city, as the colossal toxic jellyfish was half submerged in the sea due to Charizard's dragon dive. Charizard soared in the air, letting out a victorious roar. Gleelu. In the distance, Ash and his friends watched in astonishment as the battle unfolded. They could hardly believe that the apocalyptic colossal toxic jellyfish was utterly defenseless before Charizard and its companions. Do not get too cocky, the colossal toxic jellyfish retorted, unleashing a light sphere into the air, causing torrential rain to pour over its vicinity, invoking a rain dance. What a troublesome weather, Beedrill remarked unhappily, as its once proud speed was hindered by the weight of rain-soaked feathers. The arrival of the rain invigorated the crimson Gyarados before it could express its joy. Charizard suddenly unfurled its wings, shooting a fireball into the sky, parting the rain clouds and creating a sunny day on its side. Gyarados silently regarded Charizard with a deep gaze, without uttering a single word. You think you can change the weather too? Charizard scoffed, unleashing a fiery blast to defeat an anemone jellyfish attempting to ambush it. Now allow me to showcase my speed. Beedrill transformed into a golden flash, deftly evading the defensive colossal toxic jellyfish, then executing a swift turn to strike the jellyfish's vital points with a quick attack. Dare you confront me head-on? The colossal toxic jellyfish raged, finding itself at a disadvantage under the continuous assault from the Pokémon. Its trusted subordinates merely serving as tools for experience points in the eyes of the Pokémon. Do not be disheartened, Onix. You have always been my pride. Xiaoqi comforted the massive Onix, witnessing its companions courageously battling while it could only stand silently in the back. It was impossible for Xiaoqi not to feel the weight of the situation. The Cho-Cho-Yu in Xiaoqi's arms sensed its predecessor's despondence and joined in comforting the massive Onix. Dragon Dive, Brave Bird, Water Tail, and Cross Scissors. All four Pokémon unleashed their proud moves. The colossal toxic jellyfish quickly retaliated with Surf, causing towering waves to engulf the four Pokémon. The massive Onix, witnessing this, hurriedly executed Rock Blade. Do not worry, these fellows are not so simple, Xiaoqi reassured, stroking the Cho-Cho-Yu in his arms. Roar. Charizard broke through the encirclement first, with several anemone jellyfish still clinging to it. Charizard unleashed Flare Blitz, engulfed in blazing flames, incinerating the anemone jellyfish, which fell into the sea, occasionally evaporating into mist. The fiery Charizard collided head-on with the colossal toxic jellyfish's head. The latter attempted to shake off Charizard, but its extending tentacles were burned by Charizard's intense heat, finally forcing it to relent after unleashing an Aurora Beam at close range. Good morning, dear viewers. We bring you live coverage of the sudden attack by the colossal toxic jellyfish at Gyarados Port, as Xiaoqi's Pokémon battled the colossal toxic jellyfish. A helicopter equipped with live broadcasting equipment appeared overhead, delivering real-time updates to the audience, while also zooming in on Xiaoqi. This young man is the trainer of these powerful Pokémon, and he is valiantly fighting to save Gyarados Port. Let us interview this young man for his thoughts. Upon finishing her words, the helicopter gradually descended, and the alluring female host approached Xiaoqi, thrusting the microphone forcefully toward his mouth, startling the ugly fish into trembling. As it was well aware that Xiaoqi was on the brink of a complete eruption. Get lost, Xiaoqi uttered coldly, his eyes emanating a murderous aura, glowing with a blue light. Utilizing his extraordinary abilities, he compelled the female host to retreat to the corner. The massive Dynsh also cast a dark glare at the female host for provoking its master. Having never encountered such a scene, the female host, driven by the desire for high-performance earnings, had indiscriminately shoved the microphone toward Xiaoqi, unaware of his notoriously bad temper. With a loud crash, as the female host attempted to advance, the colossal Dynsh unleashed its iron tail, shattering nearby skyscrapers to intimidate her. The Dynsh's display of power was evidently effective. It not only frightened the female host, but also deterred the helicopter above from capturing Xiaoqi's appearance for the program. Fearing that the immense Dynsh might plunge it into the depths of the sea, BDO and the flying mantis continuously released countless sharp wind blades, aiming to target the eyes of the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. In response, the latter, terrified of the two Pokémon's ferocity, had its tentacles engaged in defending against the wind blades, unable to spare any to resist the blood-red BOLLing. Although the immense body offered power and stamina, it sacrificed agility, and due to its recent evolution, the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish posed no threat to the fire-breathing dragon. Xiaoqi stated nonchalantly, glancing at the staff member who was apologizing to him, and finally released the female host from his restraint. Next time, it won't be so simple, he warned coldly, causing the female host in the helicopter to flinch again, prompting her to urge the pilot to leave immediately, fearing that Xiaoqi might change his mind. Hurry and retreat, poison sting jellyfish. Your kind has been understood by humanity. You stand no chance against Xiaoqi, Xiaoxia lamented, observing the battle scene from afar, her heart aching for the injured gargantuan poison sting jellyfish and the agate jellyfish. This is inevitable, Xiaoxia, Xiaojing comforted. Had it not been for Xiaoqi's intervention, this city might have been consumed by the poison sting jellyfish and agate jellyfish. Xiaoqi is merely considering it from a human perspective. Rest assured, Xiaoxia, I also cherish Pokémon dearly. Everything I am doing now is to encourage the poison sting jellyfish and agate jellyfish to abandon their vengeful thoughts and leave. Chapter 56. Humanity in the Ocean. DDing appears. Even the most vigorous gargantuan poison sting jellyfish showed signs of fatigue at this moment, while Xiaoqi's Pokémon displayed excitement at the presence of this live target. This one is far easier than the ancient dragon. The dragon-scale fire-breathing dragon laughed, already considering the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish as an ancient dragon. Indeed, BDO chimed in, unable to suppress a grin at the sorry state of the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. TCH, a massive body with no strength? What a disappointing opponent. The flying mantis scoffed, rubbing its scythe dampened by seawater. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself, the blood-red BOLLing declared, once again using its colossal tail to repel the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. I can only handle the cleanup, the Dynsh lamented, continuing to use its rock blade to strike down the recovering agate jellyfish. The strength of these seniors is astonishing. I wish to evolve into my master's combat force soon. The ugly fish yearned, eager to elevate its own abilities. The injured gargantuan poison sting jellyfish, witnessing the plight of its subordinates, shed tears, realizing that it had only sought to reclaim its rightful habitat and that the destruction of part of the city was merely a warning to humanity. What have we done wrong to deserve such injustice against our kind? The gargantuan poison sting jellyfish ceased its resistance, resignedly closing its eyes, awaiting the judgment of the Pokémon. The blood-red BOLLing, eager to launch another attack, halted upon receiving a warning glance from Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi then leaped onto the back of BDO, facing the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish directly. Eternal power, Xiaoqi murmured, emanating a verdant light of eternal energy to heal the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. Why? The gargantuan poison sting jellyfish questioned, perplexed by Xiaoqi's intentions, wondering why he would not seek its total annihilation. Though somewhat embarrassed, Xiaoqi explained, initially, my goal was to persuade you to cease your actions. But it seems these little brats have mistaken you for a training partner. His Pokémon simultaneously whistled, casting sidelong glances elsewhere, feigning ignorance of Xiao Qi's reprimand. I have no intention of capturing you. Even if I did, it would be difficult for you to appear in battles. I do not wish to confine your freedom. Xiao Qi clarified to the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. In Xiao Qi's view, capturing the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish would be tantamount to stifling its freedom entirely. Could such a colossal being truly participate in competitions? If it could not participate in battles, it would seldom remain in Xiao Qi's traveling team, effectively meaning that capturing it would lead to its release at Professor DM's research facility, burdening him and indirectly contradicting Xiao Qi's long-cherished dream of becoming a trainer. A trainer who stifles Pokémon freedom could hardly aspire to become a Pokémon master, Xiao Qi constantly reminded himself. If he could not offer the chance for the Pokémon to participate in battles and accompany him on his journey, he would have no thoughts of capturing it, regardless of its talents. Once you and your kin have destroyed the structures occupying your habitat, please depart, Xiao Qi urged, as the other injured agate jellyfish gradually healed under the influence of his eternal power. Xiao Qi's eternal power was a gift from the most primordial region of the eternal forest, possessing an exceptionally pure essence that yielded healing effects double that of ordinary eternal power. No, I will not allow you to destroy my seaside resort. A corpulent man in a suit interrupted Xiao Qi's thoughts, indignantly commanding him to defeat the gargantuan poison sting jellyfish. Who are you? Xiao Qi frowned, displeased. I am the mayor of this area of GY Port. That seaside resort is my treasure for wealth. I absolutely cannot permit you to destroy it, the mayor exclaimed, even commanding his private army to intimidate Xiao Qi. What a despicable fellow. How can such a person be a mayor? Ash exclaimed angrily, clenching his fists and anxiously looking at Xiao Qi. Are you threatening me? Xiao Qi replied coldly, and at that moment, the private army behind the mayor was suddenly lifted into the air and blown away by Beedrill's gust, landing hundreds of meters away. Do you intend to defy the League's orders? The mayor exclaimed in terror, attempting to invoke the Pokémon League's authority to deter Xiao Qi. As Xiao Qi hesitated on whether to deal with the mayor, a swift Dragonite appeared, carrying a young man clad in a red cape. Long time no see, Xiao Qi. The newcomer was none other than D, the dragon, flying, elite. It seems that the situation with the poison sting jellyfish has even drawn the attention of the League, sending an elite trainer like you to intervene. Xiao Qi remarked coolly, harboring no awe toward D, merely exchanging greetings like old friends. For Xiao Qi's strength was not to be underestimated. You remain as indifferent as ever, D sighed, then turned his fierce gaze toward the mayor. You have violated the Pokémon League's orders by wantonly destroying the environment, forcing so many homeless agate jellyfish onto the path of vengeance against humanity. Upon the appearance of the esteemed Pokémon prosecutor Yulong Shirdu, the mayor, filled with remorse, knelt on the ground, pointing at the recently awakened Jean Papua, exclaiming that this individual had lured him into believing that such actions would prosper GYU Port. Jean Papua, now fully conscious, found herself bewildered, as she had merely been acting on behalf of others, and yet, she was suddenly burdened with blame. Du had no time to listen to the mayor's justifications. He presented his credentials as a senior prosecutor, declaring that what awaited him now would be the sanctions of the Pokémon League. Du, may I command the Doku Ci Shui Zhu to destroy that marine structure? Xiao Qi inquired. If that is feasible, I hope you could address me as Brother Du, however. Given your disposition, it seems unlikely, Du replied with a hint of resignation, signaling for the gigantic Doku Ci Shui Zhu to commence its vengeful mission. The colossal Doku Ci Shui Zhu first glanced at Xiao Qi, and upon receiving his nod of approval, unleashed its destructive capabilities. To the gigantic Doku Ci Shui Zhu, Xiao Qi was the only trustworthy human, which left Du feeling somewhat despondent, as he had aspired to be the savior. I never imagined someone like you would need to rush here to save the day. Xiao Qi jested. This situation is not as simple as you might think. It marks one of the rare instances in the League's history where wild Pokémon groups have attacked human settlements. If the League fails to address this properly, it could be exploited by malevolent organizations, resulting in a scandal that would tarnish the League's reputation, Du explained. To safeguard one's reputation, it is imperative to eliminate such scum, Xiao Qi remarked, casting a glance at the mayor pinned to the ground by Jun Sha. This is far from straightforward, even within the League. There are infiltrators from Team Rocket. Our only course of action is to swiftly uncover the true identity of their leader, Du lamented, acknowledging the difficulty of eradicating such threats. For even the most virtuous organizations harbor a few rotten apples. Xiao Qi remained silent, contemplating whether to divulge the truth about Team Rocket's leader, who was none other than the gym leader Ban Mu in the distant Chongpan city. I understand your discomfort. It is disheartening to see an organization so worthy of admiration harbor such darkness, Du said, noticing Xiao Qi's silence, mistakenly attributing it to disillusionment with the League. Perhaps it is best to let things unfold naturally. Revealing Ban Mu's identity so soon could lead to unnecessary complications. Ultimately, Xiao Qi resolved not to disclose Ban Mu's true identity, trusting that the League's considerable influence would eventually unearth it. He did not wish to endanger his own family by hastily speaking. In the end, The colossal Doku Ci Shueizhu, alongside a swarm of Ma Nao Shueizhu, successfully obliterated the oceanic structure, reclaiming its rightful habitat before gradually sinking back into the depths of the sea. The gigantic Doku Ci Shueizhu cast a lingering glance at Xiaoqi, who waved goodbye in a friendly manner. This poignant scene was fortuitously captured by a reporter, destined to feature prominently in the Kanto Pokémon League's news weekly, which would dedicate special coverage to this event, stirring considerable commotion in the Kanto region. Your Pokémon are growing ever stronger, Du exclaimed, astonished by the remarkable transformation of the Charizard. As a member of the Yulong family, he could distinctly perceive the pure draconic essence emanating from the Charizard, a presence that even the rare Dragonite within his lineage could scarcely rival. It is merely luck, Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly, attributing the Charizard's prowess to the ancient Dragonite's influence, but opting to conceal the latter's identity, offering a hasty fabrication to do. As the colossal Doku Ci Shueizhu incident concluded splendidly, Xiaoqi accompanied Xiaoji and the others aboard the connecting ship, setting sail for a new destination, while Xiaoxia joyfully captured a Muhaima. Chapter 57. The Evolution of Mei Na Si, Qian Nian Gui Si. With the Golden City, home to the Gym Badge, as their target, Xiaoqi and his companions were on the verge of arriving at the shores of Xiaonujiao. They intended to rest for the night before taking the next connecting ship. During this time, the group could not help but air their grievances. Alas, the indifferent sea breeze carries the essence of autumn. This summer has been utterly unremarkable, lamented Xiao Gang, feeling despondent while basking in the sea breeze on the deck. However, I believe many events have transpired, Xiao Ji retorted, puzzled, citing their journey to the Mechanical Island and the Doku Ci Shueizhu incident as noteworthy memories. Countering Xiao Gang's claims of monotony, a child's summer includes beach outings, while an adult summer is a season of romance. Yet, I find myself devoid of summer, with swimsuits, beautiful women, and beach days now a distant memory. Xiao Gang knelt on the ground, lamenting his plight. Turning his head, he witnessed a scene that struck another blow to his already heavy heart. Thank you, but I currently have no intentions of romance and prefer to travel alone. Xiaoqi awkwardly declined the advances of three bikini-clad ladies. Disappointed by his lack of interest, the three women departed, casting one last lingering glance at Xiaoqi, deepening Xiao Gang's sense of sorrow. Why do I not enjoy the same fortune in romance as Xiaoqi? Xiao Gang sobbed, feeling that his own looks were comparable to Xiaoqi's, yet the treatment he received was entirely different. You certainly possess a fair amount of confidence, Xiaoxia remarked, rendered speechless by Xiao Gang's self-assuredness. Indeed, it is clearly I who resembles our older brother, Xiaoji exclaimed eagerly. You are both equally matched. Xiaoxia shot a glance at the impatient Xiaoji, wondering how these two brothers inherited their genes. The connecting ship departing from Jiuyu Port arrived at Xiaonujiao, where preparations for a summer festival were underway. Upon successfully reaching the harbor, an announcement echoed, inviting visitors to partake in the local summer festival activities. A festival? How delightful. Brother, let us go take a look, exclaimed Xiaoxia, excited about the romantic festivities. Xiao Gang, feeling dejected, seemed to hear a calling as he turned to gaze at a young woman lingering at the port. He was captivated by her stunning beauty, momentarily frozen in place. Could it be? Qian Nian Gui Si, Xiaoqi observed Xiao Gang's infatuated expression, realizing the appearance of Qian Nian Gui Si. His eyes shimmered with a blue light, and with formidable psychic energy, he swiftly dispelled Qian Nian Gui Si's hypnotic spell, revealing the once enchanting visage transformed into that of a Gui Si. Am I seeing things? Xiao Gang gasped, hastily rubbing his eyes, while Qian Nian Gui Si, wary of Xiaoqi's psychic prowess, chose to retreat. Pull yourselves together. Let us head to the festival. Yes, let us enjoy the festival, Xiao Ji and Xiao Xia encouraged, dragging the disheartened Xiao Gang along with Xiao Qi towards the festival grounds. Meanwhile, the trio from Team Rocket, having caught wind of the festival, anticipated that the influx of visitors would provide ample opportunities for them to cleverly gather discarded wealth, viewing it as yet another lucrative venture. Disliking overly boisterous scenes, Xiao Qi opted for solitude and returned to the Pokémon Center, bidding farewell to Xiao Ji and the others. Coincidentally, his ugly fish had reached its peak beauty, ready to evolve into Mei Na Si with the beautiful scales he possessed. In his private room, Xiao Qi released the excited ugly fish, which was aware of its impending evolution, gazing fervently at the beautiful scales in Xiao Qi's hand, eager for its transformation. Evolve, ugly fish. Xiao Qi handed over the exquisite scales in his possession to the Cho Cho Yu, which subsequently erupted in a dazzling light of evolution. This radiant glow enveloped every corner of the room, heralding a remarkable transformation in the Cho Cho Yu. Before Xiao Qi stood a Pokémon towering at 7 meters, resembling a sea serpent. Its crimson eyes were accentuated by striking red eyebrows that extended outward, while red fin-like structures adorned both sides of its head. The tail was cloaked in blue and pink scales, featuring black stripes, and at the end of its tail, 4 large blue scales overlapped, each embellished with a red dot, resembling a fan. The newly evolved Mei Na Si gazed at its own beauty in the mirror with delight, tears of joy cascading from its eyes. Akin to a weeping girl who had collapsed onto the bed beside Xiaoqi occasionally, it would extend its tongue to affectionately lick Xiaoqi's cheek, clearly enamored by his presence. All right, my Mei Na Si is now a beautiful girl, no more tears. Xiaoqi chuckled as he caressed Mei Na Si's face. Following its successful evolution, Xiaoqi also bestowed upon it a brand new ability. Pokémon, Mei Na Si. Type, Water. First ability, Adaptability. Second ability, Competitiveness. When an opponent's stats are lowered, its special attack increases by 2 levels for each stat decrease. Moves, Hypnosis, Water Pulse, Water Ring, Charm, Water Tail, Surf. Ice Wind. Personality, no longer shy, brimming with confidence, and adoring its master, Xiaoqi. Introduction. Born in the ocean between the Kanto and Hoenn regions. Xiaoqi, exasperated by the description of Mei Na Si's personality, remarked that it was no wonder it had been gazing at him with such fervor, as it harbored these sentiments towards him. Meanwhile, Ash and his companions once again found themselves embroiled in the mischief of Qian Nian Si. Why do I never get approached by any beautiful ladies? Brock lamented with a furrowed brow. Please wait. Yes. Do you want my contact information, miss? Brock turned around with a face full of surprise, only to be met by an elderly lady with white hair. Who is the one lacking manners here? You impudent little brat. The old lady brandished a magnifying glass at Brock's face, warning him, beware of beautiful women. They will bring you misfortune. Beautiful women? Brock questioned, puzzled. Oh, come on. How could I ever do anything bad to Brock? Misty, with a self-absorbed expression, covered her face, oblivious to Ash and Pikachu, who were sweating nervously nearby. I was talking about beautiful women. The old lady shot a glance at Misty, not some Navi little girl. Navi little girl. Misty nearly lost her composure. At that moment, Ash, oblivious to the danger, chimed in playfully, only to be swiftly knocked down by Misty's punch, causing Pikachu to leap to the ground in fright. What the heck? And what do you consider yourself? You're just a little brat. Fuming, Misty dragged the unconscious Ash and the dejected Brock away, leaving the old lady. Or perhaps Qian Nian Si, with a sinister expression as she silently observed their departure. To perpetuate the existence of the Maiden Ghost, Qian Nian Si would create disturbances during the summer festival at the Maiden Cape every year, ensuring that travelers would never forget the legend of the Maiden Ghost, albeit through a veil of horror. Shortly after Ash and his companions departed, Qian Nian Si set its sights on the Team Rocket trio, who were quietly crouched on the ground, using a magnifying glass to search for dropped coins. Nothing. Why is no one dropping money? Jessie exclaimed anxiously, hoping to secure their dinner for the night, only to find no trace of even a single stone. Not even 100 or 10, let alone a single coin. James added with a sigh. This festival is so pathetic. Meowth complained. You guys better keep looking, or we'll have no dinner. By chance, a 5 yuan coin appeared before James's eyes. Overjoyed, he reached down to pick it up, only to be stopped by Qian Nian Si, who had transformed back into an elderly woman behind him. Did you see that? James awkwardly turned his head. I often see bad omens. You must be wary of women, or you will suffer greatly. This isn't anything new. I've been thoroughly beaten by women for ages. James sighed, feeling defeated. Not about Jesse's violence, but about his fiancée, E. Just as Team Rocket prepared to leave, a patrolling Miss Junshao approached, causing James, fearful, to hand over the hard-won 5 yuan coin, marking it as a rather fortunate day. Chapter 58, The Maiden Ghost? Merely a bound spirit. Nighttime. An environment favored by ghost-type Pokémon presents the perfect opportunity for Qian Nian Si to wreak havoc. Brother, what are you up to out so late? Ash asked Xiaoqi as he intended to leave the Pokémon Center. It's time for children to sleep. Do not interfere with the actions of adults. Xiaoqi gently tapped Ash's forehead, urging him to retire for the night. What? You were born only a few minutes before me. Ash grumbled. Xiaoqi made his way alone to the Maiden Shrine, quietly enjoying the sea breeze of the night before calmly gazing at the Maiden Rock. Since you know I'm coming, why put on such a show? On the way to Maiden Rock, Xiaoqi frequently encountered bizarre occurrences. Either skulls would appear above his head, or in the forest, withered trees would morph into monstrous tree spirits. Yet, none of this frightened Xiaoqi, for he understood it was merely the illusions cast by Qian Nian Si. Ha, being discovered is unavoidable. Qian Nian Si emerged from Maiden Rock, declaring, at times, I am the legendary Maiden Ghost, at others, a mysterious fortune teller, and sometimes, a frail old woman, but my true form is Si. Oh, not only does it possess a millennium of experience, but it's also a shiny Pokémon. Xiaoqi exclaimed in astonishment, having previously failed to discern the nature of Qian Nian Si. Now observing it closely, he noted that it was indeed a light purple, marking it as a shiny Pokémon, while ordinary Si typically appeared as purple gas. I'm curious how you discovered me, especially since I felt no psychic presence from you. Qian Nian Si pondered, surprised at being found despite its careful concealment. My Pokédex has been consistently alerting me to the presence of Pokémon. Xiaoqi replied calmly, producing his Pokédex and scanning it for Qianyan Guac's data. Guac, a gas-type Pokémon, is nearly invisible and loses consciousness if encircled by gas. So what is your purpose in coming here alone? I don't believe you would leisurely reveal the truth behind the mating ghost to everyone. Qianyan Guac retreated cautiously. Xiaoqi remained silent, raising his gaze towards Qianyan Guac before throwing forth a prepared Pokeball. As the white light faded, a massive crimson Ling appeared before Qianyan Guac, which roared ferociously, intimidating Qianyan Guac and diminishing its attack power. Do you think merely sending out a mutated Ling can defeat me? How laughable. Qianyan Guac scoffed, but unbeknownst to it, Xiaoqi and Ling exchanged glances of disdain. If this is the extent of your pathetic illusions, I shall reconsider capturing you. Xiaoqi shook his head and remarked that the hypnotic technique of Qianyan Guac could only frighten ordinary Pokémon. While he felt a sense of satisfaction in the quiet execution of the hypnosis, the overall effect left him profoundly disappointed. Suddenly, with a crash, the blood-red Biao unleashed its water tail, sending Qianyan Guac crashing into a tree stump, reverting the previously transformed black-red Biao back to its original form. Damn it, you forced my hand. Qianyan Guac seethed, its eyes emanating a peculiar light as it sought to induce a state of confusion in the blood-red Biao ice beam. Commanded Xiaoqi. The blood-red Biao opened its mouth, unleashing an ice beam that collided with the strange light from Qianyan Guac. The two forces merging to create an explosive fog. Qianyan Guac, grinning ominously, transformed into a shadow, blending into the mist, and took advantage of the blood-red Biao inattention to morph into a terrifying apparition, executing the Nightshade attack, inflicting damage upon the blood-red Biao. Biao, there's no need for further testing, Xiaoqi declared. Upon hearing the command, the blood-red Biao roared, its formerly pale yellow skin gradually turning jet black, its aura shifting dramatically as it transformed into its evil dragon form. How is this possible? That detestable aura? Qianyan Guac exclaimed in terror, sensing the dark attributes that countered its own. Crunch. Xiaoqi disregarded Qianyan Guac's fearful gaze and commanded the blood-red Biao to execute the move. With a gaping maw, the dark aura enveloped the blood-red Biao jaws, swiftly biting down on the unsuspecting Qianyan Guac. Damn it, Qianyan Guac protested, unwilling to be defeated so easily, launching a shadow ball that struck the blood-red Biao eyes, inadvertently hitting its weak spot, causing the blood-red Biao eyes to turn crimson, intensifying its grip on Qianyan Guac. Please stop. Mr. Guac is only trying to help me. The true spirit of the girl ghost emerged from the statue of the girl rock, casting a pleading glance at the indifferent Xiaoqi. Ling? Xiaoqi mused cautiously, realizing its purity. Ling refers to a soul that, having failed to fulfill its wishes in life, remains tethered to the mortal realm after death, often confined to a specific area. I mean no harm, the girl ghost implored. Seeing Xiaoqi summon the dragon-scale Charizard and hurriedly clarifying her intent, she merely wished for Xiaoqi to spare Qianyan Guac. What? You can't even defeat such a minor character? The Charizard questioned, puzzled as it looked at the blood-red Biao. How could that be? The blood-red Biao disdainfully countered, using its dark pulse to knock Qianyan Guac to the ground, explaining to the Charizard that this was merely the master's plan to reveal the Ling. What? Your initial plan was that? As a Pokémon, Qianyan Guac could naturally comprehend the dialogue between the Charizard and the blood-red Biao. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's objective was the girl ghost, it strained to float before her, attempting to shield her from Xiaoqi's onslaught. Haven't you realized you are perpetuating evil? Xiaoqi spoke coldly, revealing that the Ling was on the verge of ascending. But Qianyan Guac's interference during festival events had caused some travelers to become aware of the girl ghost's existence, thereby thickening her soul that was meant to dissipate. Xiaoqi never understood the girl's obsession. Even if she awaited her beloved's reincarnation, what of it? Her former love had already embarked on a new life, and her arrival would only interfere with his destiny. Yet she persisted, hoping Qianyan Guac would explain further. Enough of this. The blood-red Biao roared, nearly causing the girl ghost's spirit to dissipate, demanding that she listen to its master. You can see her soul cannot endure much longer. Had it not been for your annual offerings, she would have long since vanished. Xiaoqi scoffed, asserting that if she could be reincarnated sooner, perhaps she would encounter her beloved in some time frame, and now she was merely obstructing her original fate. Qianyan Guac continued to argue, but the girl ghost intervened, turning to Xiaoqi. Mighty youth, I comprehend your words, yet my soul has lingered too long in the mortal realm. Having lost the chance for reincarnation, I only wish to witness the arrival of my beloved's rebirth so that I may relinquish my obsession. That is uncertain. Xiaoqi replied calmly, unleashing a tremendous surge of psychic energy, combining the powers of Aura and Tokawadai, generating an astonishing life force that left Qian Nianguasi, who was poised to flee with the girl ghost, rooted in place. There is nothing that can thwart my master, the Charizard declared, casting a resolute gaze at Xiaoqi. Having vowed to follow him since time immemorial, aiding him in becoming the most formidable Pokémon trainer in this realm. Ho-Oh possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased. I believe this rainbow feather can assist you in succeeding. Xiaoqi procured the rainbow feather previously gifted by Ho-Oh from his pocket, confident that its life force could enable the girl ghost's reincarnation. If it is Ho-Oh's power, it may indeed succeed. Qian Nianguasi exclaimed with excitement. Having witnessed Ho-Oh resurrect the legendary beasts, the girl ghost grappled internally, contemplating whether to relinquish her obsession to reclaim her humanity. You can let it go. I believe that in the course of destiny, you will meet again. Qian Nianguasi discerned the girl ghost's hesitation and urged her to release her attachment, recognizing this rare opportunity and not wishing for her to miss it. Thank you, Mr. Guasi. After a tumultuous internal struggle, coupled with the hostility of the Charizard and the blood-red Biao Long, the girl ghost understood that it was time to let go. After all, a millennium of waiting had not led her to her beloved's reincarnation. Perhaps she could indeed encounter him anew in her next life. The girl ghost trusted Xiaoqi's words, for this young man was recognized by Ho-Oh, and it was said that those who encountered Ho-Oh would find eternal happiness. The girl ghost wished to borrow this happiness from Xiaoqi to reunite with her former love. Finally, under the witness of Xiaoqi and the three Pokémon, the girl ghost radiated a golden light, ascending slowly to the heavens. Chapter 59, Capturing Qian Nianguasi. After the girl ghost successfully ascended, the rainbow feather in Xiaoqi's hand dimmed significantly, yet it had not entirely lost its life force, indicating it could still be restored. I did not expect you to be a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. I truly misjudged you, Qian Nianguasi exclaimed, astonished as it gazed at the rainbow feather in Xiaoqi's hand. So, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Xiaoqi inquired. But the disdainful attitude of the blood-red Biao Long made it clear to Qian Nianguasi that it had no choice in the matter. Though your Biao Long possesses dark attributes, do not think I will concede so easily. Qian Nianguasi rallied. What an arrogant newcomer, the dragon scale Charizard teased, lounging on a rock, preparing to observe how the blood-red Biao Long would defeat Qian Nianguasi. If I do not teach you a lesson, you truly do not know the meaning of danger. The blood-red Biao Long growled, its tail thrashing with a torrent as it executed water tail, striking Qian Nianguasi, who was sent flying 10 meters away. That fellow is trying to escape, Xiaoqi remarked nonchalantly, teleporting alongside the blood-red Biao Long, leaving the Charizard, who had just closed its eyes. Capturing me is not so simple. Can't you even catch me if you can't defeat me? Qian Nianguasi bragged, celebrating its regained freedom. Unfortunately, your thoughts are too naive. Xiaoqi's words echoed in Qian Nianguasi's mind as the blood-red Biao Long suddenly appeared before it, opening its massive jaws to clamp down on Qian Nianguasi's body. That hurts terribly. Let out a wretched cry, attempting to free itself from the jaws of the blood-red Biao, but to no avail. I am granting you a chance for a direct confrontation. If you attempt to flee again, do not blame me for being unsparing, Xiaoqi stated coldly, signaling for the blood-red Biao to release. Subsequently, Xiaoqi harnessed the power of Ting to restore to its optimal condition. Should dare to escape again, Xiaoqi would not hesitate to unleash his Pokémon for a thorough beating. It appeared that a battle was inevitable. I have no choice but to fight, lamented. Upon sensing the seriousness in Xiaoqi's words, absorbed the healing energy of Ting, preparing to face the blood-red Biao in a fierce showdown, extracted the evolution stone from its body, and under the astonished gazes of Xiaoqi and the blood-red Biao, it demonstrated the phenomenon of a second evolution, transforming from two, and shortly thereafter into its ultimate form. Due to its shiny coloration, appeared in a unique gray hue, diverging from the typical purple. Allow me to clarify. With my strength, I could have evolved into my final form long ago. However, you are aware that the evolution of a Pokémon accompanies changes in character and mindset. I did not wish to forget my promise to the young girl spirit, which is why I have carried this evolution stone for so long. Elucidated the circumstances to Xiaoqi, considering the young girl spirit's successful reincarnation, thus alleviating its psychological burden and granting it the courage to evolve. That is for the best. It saves me the trouble of enhancing your strength later, Xiaoqi remarked nonchalantly, signaling the blood-red Biao to take action. What a rash little imp, retorted, countering with a dark pulse against the blood-red Biao own dark pulse. However, due to the latter's type advantage, ultimately abandoned its counterattack, retreating into the shadows of the surrounding buildings. Noticing Xiaoqi's intention to empower him with the aura, the blood-red Biao quickly declined, as it wished to display its prowess in front of the newcomer, eager to witness what tricks it might employ. Neither side moved. At this moment, was in a state of adaptation, recognizing that it held no advantage in terms of type matchups. Thus, it sought refuge within the shadows to acclimate to its newly evolved form. Bolling. The moonlight is about to be obscured by clouds, Xiaoqi cautioned, advising the blood-red Bolling to prepare, as the diminishing shadow zones indicated that would soon have to reveal itself. As expected, numerous shadow orbs erupted from beneath the blood-red Bolling's shadow. In response, the blood-red Bolling unleashed a fireball, using Dragon Rage to dismantle S assault, with psychic powers proving ineffective against the blood-red Bolling, ultimately fell victim to a critical miscalculation, becoming encased in ice from a frost beam and subsequently knocked to the ground by a powerful iron tail. Go Pokeball! Xiaoqi exclaimed, tossing the prepared Pokeball. It struck, absorbing it into a beam of red light. The Pokeball then fell to the ground, motionless, signaling Xiaoqi's perfect capture. Welcome to the team, Xiaoqi said with a smirk, but his thoughts quickly turned to which Pokemon he would send back to Professor DM. Reflecting on his earlier conversation with Professor DM, where the professor had implored him through the video screen, Xiaoqi ultimately decided to send back the. He retrieved the Pokédex and pressed the transfer button, dispatching S Pokeball back to Professor DM's lab. Unbeknownst to the slumbering, it was being sold off by Xiaoqi, unwittingly traveling to the eccentric Professor DM's research facility. At least I was sent out to battle, otherwise, I would have been oblivious to my departure from the team. The blood-red Bolling, having witnessed S transfer, breathed a sigh of relief, while the previously drowsy hurriedly flew over, surprised to find that Xiaoqi and the blood-red Bolling had vanished from sight. What is this? No longer enjoying your peaceful slumber? The blood-red Bolling teased. What are you talking about? I simply didn't expect you to change locations so suddenly, replied awkwardly, blushing as it scratched its cheek with its claw. After their exchanges, Xiaoqi withdrew both Pokemon into their respective Pokeballs, sighed, and then utilized teleport to return to the Pokemon Center. After a brief wash-up, he climbed into bed to rest. In order to facilitate the swift acclimatization of and the newly joined, Xiaoqi commenced training activities at 6 in the morning. However, S demeanor drew ire from the other Pokemon. Are you seeking death? Your attitude is so lackadaisical, exclaimed, unable to tolerate its nonchalant behavior, boasting about its longevity and claiming to have grown weary of training. Please grant some time to adjust. After all, it has only recently joined our team. The Massive interjected, serving as a mediator and urging to refrain from being so impatient. Relenting to the S Council, chose to withdraw, ignoring the sluggish. Who cares? It's merely a weak bug-type Pokemon, muttered, considering its type advantage over the bug type, thus dismissing entirely. Mind your tongue. Next time it won't be so simple, warned, glaring at, which defiantly vanished into the shadows. What a troublesome character. I fail to understand what merits the master's attention, the blood-red Bolling remarked, preferring idle chatter with instead. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi was engaged in solitary training with the recently evolved. Be mindful of your evasion frequency. Avoid excessive movement to conserve stamina. Xiaoqi persistently tossed sharp pebbles towards, which would leave visible marks upon contact. A momentary lapse resulted in sustaining an injury, yet it insisted on continuing, eager to grow stronger and not disappoint Xiaoqi's expectations. Take a break, Xiaoqi commanded, ceasing his assault and approaching to administer the T-Ing energy for healing. Delighted, nuzzled against Xiaoqi, relishing his gentle touch. Why do so many Pokemon choose to follow this individual? Pondered from its hidden vantage point, its tone unexpectedly tinged with envy. Although it had initially distanced itself from the team, it yearned for the attention of others. Chapter 60. Farewell to Beedrill, Xiaoqi's growth. After a brief training session concluded, Xiaoqi accompanied Xiaoqi and the others as they resumed their journey. Given the current seasonal changes, it was the breeding period for Beedrill, and most trainers would release them to allow for reproduction. Wow, such audacity is terrifying, Xiaoqi exclaimed, as they arrived at the edge of a cliff, greeted by a refreshing sea breeze and the vast ocean before them. The surging waves crashed against the rocky cliffs below, vividly illustrating the ocean's might. If one were to fall here, it would be certain death, Xiao Xiao remarked. Xiaogang pulled out a map, nodding as he surveyed the distant path. Following this cliffside route will lead us to Hu City. Hooray, let us hurry and challenge them, Xiaoji exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoji, if you had to make a choice, would you grant Pokemon their freedom or confine them for your own sake? Xiaoqi inquired, sounding more like he was conversing with himself. What are you saying, my friend? Each Pokemon is a trusted companion of mine. How could I ever restrain their freedom? Xiaoji responded, perplexed yet addressing Xiaoqi's words. Do you know what season it is now? Xiaoqi turned to look at the bewildered Xiaoji. It is the mating season for Butterfree, the time for them to reproduce. Reproduce? Xiaoji realized, understanding the implication of Xiaoqi's words, which pertained to whether or not to release Butterfree. Indeed, it is the season for Butterfree to lay their eggs, Xiaogang remarked, pointing towards the distant sky, filled with soaring Butterfree. So many Butterfree, how beautiful! Xiao Xiao exclaimed, though afraid of bug-type Pokémon. She was captivated by the stunning sight of Butterfree migrating along the coast. Young girls are naturally drawn to enchanting scenery, and Xiao Xia was no exception. During this time, Butterfree flocked together to cross the ocean. Without this migration, they cannot leave behind their offspring. Xiaoqi explained to Xiaoji, awaiting his choice. Then my Butterfree must also reproduce, Xiaoji said anxiously, resembling a worried father. Shortly thereafter, the group rented a hot air balloon, specially arranged for trainers. At a remarkably reasonable cost. Go, Butterfree. Xiaoji threw the Pokeball, releasing Butterfree. Go find a suitable partner. Butterfree, you can do it. Xiao Xiao encouraged. At that moment, Butterfree flitted about like an eager youth, searching for a mate that met its aesthetic standards, yet thus far had not found a satisfactory partner. Doesn't it have a preferred type? Xiao Gang queried. But does it really matter? Xiao Xiao wondered aloud. I think all Butterfree look alike. This is merely a human visual misconception. In the eyes of Butterfree, each one of their kind possesses a unique appearance. Xiaoqi elucidated. Some are graceful in flight. Some are robust, some have peculiar shapes, and there are even shiny variants of Butterfree. I see. Xiao Xiao nodded, partially understanding. While Xiaoji chose to let the words flow in one ear and out the other, deeming it irrelevant to battle and questioning the need to comprehend it fully. Gradually, more trainers released their Butterfree to allow them to reproduce. Among them, a violet-haired beauty who caught Xiao Gang's attention, causing his eyes to sparkle with hearts. Though the girl's Butterfree was not particularly striking in Xiao Gang's eyes, it was a treasure that could weave a fateful bond. Listen closely, Butterfree. You should seek out that girl. The Butterfree she released will surely be your perfect match. Xiao Gang excitedly pointed towards the girl's Butterfree, asserting that if their Butterfree formed a bond, the trainer would also be brought closer to him. Does Xiao Gang usually act like this? Xiao Qi asked, while Xiao Xia shook her head in exasperation, then promptly punched Xiao Gang, knocking him out. Subsequently, Butterfree set its sights on a pink Butterfree, which happened to be a female shiny variant, the perfect companion for Butterfree. Unfortunately, Butterfree's appearance was not remarkable enough, despite performing a mating dance. It was overlooked by the shiny Butterfree, which even resorted to slapping Butterfree in the face to escape its advances, deeply hurting Xiao Ji's Butterfree. Heartbroken, Butterfree chose to hide in the forest, causing Xiao Ji, the concerned father, to become frantic, hastily guiding the hot air balloon down to the ground. Rushing towards the sorrowful Butterfree. Butterfree, are you alright? Don't look so dejected. Xiao Ji expressed his concern. It was rejected, which is certainly a significant blow. Xiao Gang explained, empathizing with Butterfree's feelings as someone who had experienced rejection himself. I understand you, Butterfree. Allow me to give you a lesson in love. Oh, Xiao Xiao mocked with a sardonic smile. Are you going to teach Butterfree how to get rejected quickly? Xiao Xia's remark left Xiao Gang feeling utterly dejected, lowering his head in silence. It is quite easy to make the opposite-sex Pokémon like you. Xiao Qi interjected. In the world of Pokémon, strength is revered. As long as Butterfree showcases its prowess, it can capture the attention of its counterpart. I see, but that Butterfree truly looks down on my painstakingly raised Butterfree. That's rather excessive. Xiaoji expressed his dissatisfaction, believing his Butterfree to be the most charming. To enhance Butterfree's appeal, Xiao Gang had it don a yellow scarf, making Xiao Ji's Butterfree more distinctive. Butterfree showcased its signature moves in front of the shiny Butterfree, yet still, it did not receive a glance. What is going on? When will Team Rocket's assistance plan make an appearance? Xiao Qi murmured in confusion, as it was customary for the bothersome Team Rocket to disrupt events at this time, aiding Xiao Ji's Butterfree in winning the heart of the shiny Butterfree. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Qi, due to his formidable strength, Team Rocket chose to relax for a few days after seeing Xiao Qi accompany Xiao Ji and the others, foregoing their usual attempts to capture Pikachu, allowing Team Rocket to indulge in a rare hearty meal. It seems I must intervene, Xiao Qi calmly declared, throwing his Pokeball. Charizard, I entrust you with this. What? X3. As the white light dissipated, the massive, scaly Charizard appeared in the sky, its aura of danger causing the surrounding Butterfree to quail in fear. Charizard, perform a show for Butterfree. Xiao Qi instructed Charizard on the plan, then used his psychic abilities to inform Xiao Ji and Butterfree. To win the heart of that Butterfree, you must face Charizard's attacks with all your might. Gulp. Butterfree glanced fearfully at the approaching Charizard, its imposing figure seemingly insurmountable. Brother, is this too dangerous? Xiao Ji fretted, knowing his Butterfree could not withstand the flames Charizard could unleash, fearing it might not have the chance to reproduce before it was lost. Don't worry. Xiao Ji. Xiao Qi is always very cautious. Xiao Gang stepped in to explain. As Xiao Ji's elder brother, he believed Xiao Qi was helping Xiao Ji's Butterfree. For the sake of the act, Charizard refrained from unleashing flames, instead flapping its wings to create slicing air currents that approached Butterfree relentlessly. To win the affection of its beloved, Butterfree did not choose to flee like its fellow Pokémon. Instead, it bravely charged forward. using Hurricane in an attempt to counter the wind blades. Pokémon are influenced by their trainer's personality. Xiaoqi, witnessing Butterfree's reckless behavior, teased the embarrassed Xiaoji. Xiaoji, it seems your Butterfree has yet to master psychic abilities? Xiaoqi pondered aloud, though lacking psychic typing. Exceptional Butterfree can skillfully wield moves like telekinesis and Psybeam. Huh, Butterfree can learn such moves? I thought it only knew Tackle, Hurricane, and Stun Spore. Xiaoji exclaimed incredulously, unable to believe his Butterfree could master so many techniques. Xiaoqi chose to remain silent. Allowing his foolish brother to attempt to absorb knowledge was his own folly. To enhance Butterfree's prowess, Xiaoqi employed psychic abilities to stimulate Butterfree's mind, detailing the techniques for utilizing telekinesis and Psybeam. As expected, after a moment of enlightenment, Butterfree's eyes glimmered with blue light, using telekinesis to withstand Charizard's gentle air slash. Observing Butterfree's newfound grace, the protected shiny Butterfree began to harbor feelings of admiration. Well done, Charizard remarked, releasing a low-powered dragon breath, intending to broaden Butterfree's horizons. The fiery breath unleashed by the Huel-ing instantly obliterated the telekinetic force of the BDTU, striking it directly and causing the nearby Sh-ing BDTU to flail in distress. Yet, the BDTU chose not to flee. Instead, it countered with Illusion Ray, determined to hold its ground against the Huel-ing. What a commendable spirit. Xiaoji, your BDTU has been exceptionally trained. Praised Xiaoqi, which filled Xiaoji with exuberance. For such praise came from an elder brother and was beyond the comprehension of others. Roaring, the Huel-ing enveloped its claws in verdant energy, unleashing Dragon Claw. Despite the warnings from the Sh-ing BDTU, the BDTU resolutely charged forward, ready to risk everything against the Huel-ing, moving the Sh-ing BDTU to tears. Suddenly, another roar echoed, as a colossal crimson L-ing emerged from the sea, casting a hostile gaze upon the Huel-ing. The Huel-ing could not tolerate such disdain. It relinquished the BDTU and turned to confront the L-ing. What a splendid performance, lauded Xiaojiang, noting how the Huel-ing first frightened away the other BDTU, then instigated fear in the two BDTU, and finally, with Xiaoqi's psychic assistance, countered the Huel-ing's onslaught before dispatching the L-ing to divert attention, an impeccable act. Brother, you have worked hard, Xiaoji said, feeling ashamed that he needed Xiaoqi's help to find a suitable partner for his Pokémon, which he had nurtured himself. What are you saying? Xiaoqi poked Xiaoji's forehead. You are my brother. Why be so formal? As dusk fell, Xiaoqi and Xiaoji stood at the cliff's edge, bidding farewell to the departing BDTU. Once filled with joy and laughter, Xiaoji now felt unexpectedly somber and silent. Yet, he eventually smiled, addressing the Sh-ing BDTU. BDTU is an exceptional companion. I entrust you to take care of it. Wishing you both a healthy offspring. Xiaoxia added. We should prepare to leave. Xiaojing reminded. The Sh-ing BDTU took to the sky, ready to migrate, but Xiaoji's BDTU hesitated, reluctant to vanish from Xiaoji's sight. Fear not, I will explain everything, saying you found a lovely girlfriend and are off on an adventure. Xiaoji reassured the tearful BDTU, urging it to depart swiftly. Hurry along, your girlfriend is calling you. With that, Xiaoji stood, lowering his head to conceal his emotions from the BDTU. The two BDTU were the last to leave, while Pikachu, shedding tears, waved goodbye. For Pikachu had been the BDTU's first companion. Xiaoji remained silent, and Xiaoqi encouraged him to rest his head on his shoulder, gently patting his back to help him cope. Xiaoji, with his head bowed, reminisced about his first encounter with BDTU, recalling his naive beginnings as a novice trainer in CHNGPN Forest, where he aimed to capture Pokémon, but unexpectedly met the innocent L-ing. Xiaoji, eager to catch a Pokémon, threw a Pokeball without engaging in battle, only to be astonished as the L-ing was captured without any effort. He shared his joy with Pikachu as the new companion perched on his shoulder. And soon the L-ing evolved through successive battles into a King and ultimately a BDTU. BDTU was Xiaoji's first meticulously nurtured Pokémon, witnessing his growth and holding profound significance in his journey. Brother, my heart aches. I cannot bear to see BDTU leave. Xiaoji sobbed against Xiaoqi's shoulder, trembling as waves of sorrow coursed through him, initially believing he could endure this sadness. The comfort of his brother's shoulder allowed his suppressed emotions to surface. You have grown remarkably well, Xiaoji. I am proud of you. Xiaoqi consoled him, gently brushing away Xiaoji's tears. Say goodbye to BDTU one last time, urged Xiaoqi. Upon hearing this, Xiaoji halted his tears, quickly distancing himself from Xiaoqi's shoulder, rushing to the cliff's edge to gaze at the receding BDTU. Farewell, BDTU. Farewell. You must become even stronger. I will await your return in ZHNX town. The BDTU cast one last glance at Xiaoji, imprinting the moment in its heart before departing with its partner. They have flown far, Xiaoji smiled softly. Xiaoji, while one can nurture Pokémon, one cannot create life. Xiaozhang assured him, placing a hand on Xiaoxi's shoulder. I know, Xiaoxi replied, sharing a knowing smile with Pikachu. Look, how beautiful, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gazing at the distant sunset. Fear not, Xiaoxi. That BDT you will surely return to ZHNX in town, Xiaoqi promised. Having embedded the location of ZHNX in town deeply in the BDTU's mind during their previous encounter. Indeed, Xiaoxi nodded emphatically, anticipating the day he would reunite with BDTU in ZHNX in town. Chapter 61. Arrival at Jiangyuan City. After Xiaoxi emerged from his emotional turmoil of temporarily releasing BDTU, Xiaoqi embarked on his journey alone, now deep within the forest near Jiangyuan City. The nightfall cast an eerie and ominous hue over the woods, with the chilling winds and rustling branches inducing fear in travelers passing through. At this moment, Xiaoqi cradled a Pokémon egg nurturing container in his arms, which contained the egg gifted by the ancient Chogo Eling during their encounter at the Zichengo Lighthouse, capable of absorbing its ancestral power. The egg emitted a faint white glow, signifying its imminent hatching. I eagerly anticipate your arrival, little one, Xiaoqi remarked, and the egg seemed to respond, vibrating slightly, elevating his anticipation to its peak. Xiaoqi's presence caught the attention of NZ, a trainer from the Jiangyuan gym. Through her immense psychic abilities, she had been observing Xiaoqi's journey, sensing a subtle force suppressing her own psychic power, stirring a sense of camaraderie in her otherwise lonely heart. Having observed for so long, it is time to reveal myself, Xiaoqi spoke calmly, his eyes glowing blue as he levitated a hidden YNGWA into the air. However, the YNGWA showed no fear, merely gazing deeply into Xiaoqi's eyes before vanishing. I eagerly await your arrival, a mysterious voice echoed through the forest. Xiaoqi understood this was NZ's way of testing him. She often used YNGWA to intimidate Pokémon trainers passing through, seeking to alleviate her solitude. Upon reaching the entrance of Jiangyuan City, Xiaoqi noted that it was the largest and busiest city in the Kanto region, with the towering headquarters of the Sylph Company at its heart, flanked by two gyms occupying the northeastern corner, the psychic-type Jiangyuan Gym and the renowned Fighting Dojo. In the past, these two gyms had clashed over the status of the official gym in Jiangyuan City, yet due to the inherent advantage of types, the Psychic Gym earned the official designation, relegating the Fighting Dojo to a mere training facility. Although victories at the Fighting Dojo no longer granted league badges, one could still choose between an IB-Ling or SHW-Ling as a prize from the Karate King WD. However, due to NZ's psychic powers running rampant in recent years, the Fighting Dojo chose to close its doors temporarily. Thus, Jiangyuan City, usually a bustling hub in the Kanto region, was oddly tranquil at night, with not a single soul visible on the deserted streets. Due to the encroaching night, Xiaoqi opted to first settle in at the Pokémon Center for the evening. After registering at the front desk and receiving his key, he quickly freshened up before collapsing onto the bed, gradually drifting into the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, the cherished Pokémon egg beside him began to radiate light. At precisely 6 in the morning, Xiaoqi awoke, his drowsy eyes sensing the presence of a creature upon him. Upon fully opening his eyes, he discovered a dazzling purple minior, groggily resting atop him, its drool swiftly wiped away by Xiaoqi's tissue. As the Miniryu became aware of Xiaoqi's awakening, it approached him, playfully licking his cheek and occasionally nudging its body against his chest. Wait a moment, Miniryu. Xiaoqi gently pushed the playful creature aside and retrieved his equipment and Pokédex from his backpack, meticulously scanning the newly born Miniryu's condition. It was imperative to conduct a thorough examination of a freshly hatched Pokémon to preempt any potential issues. Indeed, this Miniryu, imbued with the bloodline of ancient Dragonites, displayed remarkable physical attributes, surpassing those of ordinary Mini-Rias. How extraordinary, Xiaoqi exclaimed. Though the Miniryu stood at a mere 0.6 meters, with diligent nurturing, it would undoubtedly flourish. Pleased by Xiaoqi's praise, the Miniryu squinted its eyes in delight, yearning for his affection. This little one must have hatched in the dead of night, Xiaoqi speculated, stroking the small, adorable creature. The unexpected arrival of the Miniryu had caught him off guard. After careful consideration, he decided to temporarily leave his Minas at Professor Oki's lab, allowing the Beedrill to train it for rapid improvement. Little one, would you like to become my companion? Xiaoqi inquired, presenting a pristine Pokeball to the Miniryu. Although the Miniryu was somewhat bewildered, it willingly entered the Pokeball to remain by Xiaoqi's side, surrendering without resistance. After tidying up, Xiaoqi finished his breakfast and exited the Pokémon Center, making his way toward the Kin Wong gym. As he neared his destination, a middle-aged man, feigning a jog, appeared before him, intending to dissuade Xiaoqi from recklessly challenging the formidable Kin Wong gym. While I am uncertain of the source of your confidence, I must advise you kindly that the gym leader, Naji, is no ordinary opponent. Her prowess surpasses that of any gym trainers you have encountered thus far. There are other cities in the Kanto region where you can earn badges. Why fixate solely on Kin Wong City? The man cautioned. Fearsome, you say? Are you referring to Naji? who cannot control her psychic powers and whimsically transforms those who fail her into puppets for her amusement. She even turned her own mother into a doll and drove her father, who sought to save the family, away. Xiaoqi replied coolly, casting a detached gaze at the man. Who are you? The man stammered, visibly shaken. Perhaps you are Naji's father? I am merely a passing Pokémon trainer. Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly. If you are determined to challenge the Kin Wong gym, allow me to share Naji's story, the man said, settling onto a nearby bench. Xiaoqi, not one to idle, took a seat beside him. Naji was not always this way. By chance, she learned of the existence of psychic abilities. Or perhaps she was born with a remarkable talent for them, yet her powers remained dormant. As time passed, she became increasingly obsessed with honing her abilities. Neglecting friendships and becoming ensnared in her own world of powers, the man recounted, his expression growing somber. Were her parents not concerned? Xiaoqi interjected to avoid raising suspicion. Naji's parents attempted to intervene, but she used her powers to cast them out. From that moment on, she transformed into a formidable figure. Embodying both a powerful persona and a lonely heart yearning for connection, the man explained, producing an old family photograph of Naji as a child, radiating happiness before she became consumed by her abilities. Such a tragic tale, Naji's father, Xiaoqi observed quietly. The man, adjusting his hat, remarked, at this point, even the dullest would realize that I am Naji's father. Just as Xiaoqi was about to confirm, he recalled his brother Xiaoji's foolish grin, imagining that the man was merely the friendly neighbor next door. Rest assured, although I may employ cunning methods, I promise that Naji will return to her former self. You need only act when the time is right, Xiaoqi declared confidently, rising to make his way toward the Kin Wong gym in the distance. That confident expression and crimson figure. Could it be that this individual is? The man suddenly recalled a recent article from the Alliance Weekly, detailing a 10-year-old boy who single-handedly led his Pokémon to triumph over colossal tentacruels and a horde of agate tentacruels seeking to devastate the city. The article featured a photograph of Xiaoqi waving goodbye to a colossal tentacruel. Ah, now I understand. If it is this boy, perhaps Naji will indeed regain her smile. But what does act when the time is right truly mean? Chapter 62, vs Nazi, the blood-red Baku Long's cruel exhibition. Upon entering the Kin Wong gym, Xiaoqi found the DCOR reminiscent of an ancient temple, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Noticing no one to greet him, he wandered around the gym until he stumbled upon a window, through which he observed individuals training their psychic abilities. However, the white-coated individuals lacked true psychic prowess, as such abilities were primarily innate and inherited from one's lineage. Ordinary individuals found it challenging to master the release of psychic powers through mere training. Their so-called training was absurd, consisting of guessing card patterns and staring intensely at spoons in an attempt to bend them with their minds, often resulting in nothing more than the physical exertion caused by holding their breath too long. What brings you here? A young man in a white coat and mask approached Xiaoqi. What do you think? Xiaoqi replied, meeting the man's gaze. Am I not here to challenge the gym leader? Humph. So you seek to challenge Miss Naji? The young man scoffed. You appear to be a novice trainer who has just begun your journey. Allow me to kindly remind you that you have no understanding of Miss Naji's true power. Her formidable psychic abilities are not something someone like you can contend with. With that, the young man produced a spoon, glaring at it with fierce determination, attempting to bend it with his mind. As time passed, however, the spoon remained unchanged, while the young man's face reddened from holding his breath. Ultimately, whether due to psychic influence or sheer exertion, the spoon finally exhibited a slight bend. Do you see? This is the power of psychic abilities. Those without such powers stand no chance against Miss Naji. Upon encountering the bewildered gaze of the young man, the orange-haired individual mistakenly assumed that the boy was awestruck by his extraordinary abilities, and thus he began to boast about them. Most superpowers are innate, unlike yours, which seems to have harmed your health. The boy retorted, unimpressed. Suddenly, his eyes emitted a blue glow, causing the spoon in the orange-haired man's hand to inexplicably levitate in midair. Under the boy's gaze, it was effortlessly compressed into a silver needle, with wisps of steam faintly rising. Meanwhile, the previously boastful orange-haired man found himself suspended in the air by the boy's powers. Forgive my ignorance, esteemed sir, he exclaimed in terror, hastily apologizing for his lack of knowledge, fearful that the boy's temperament might be as peculiar as that of NZ. Had it not been for the pursuit of mastering these powers, he would never have risked his life to join the Jiuying Diogo Inn. Take me to see NZ, declared the boy, promptly withdrawing his powers from the orange-haired man, who then fell unceremoniously to the ground. However, the orange-haired man showed no displeasure. Instead, he quickly rose to escort the boy to the arena where NZ was located. Upon pushing open the grand door, they were greeted by the sight of the Pokémon battle arena, flanked by stone pillars on either side. The arena of the Jiuying Diogo Inn featured an impressive display of flames at the forefront, resembling a mythical temple. Miss NZ, a challenger requests a formal gym battle with you. After receiving NZ's response, the orange-haired man hurriedly fled the scene. anxious that a displeased NZ might turn him into a mere puppet. You've arrived. At long last you've come. As the lights gradually brightened, NZ emerged from the shadows, her intense gaze fixed upon the boy, cradling a doll that held a Pokeball. Engage in a Pokémon battle with me. I shall claim your golden badge. The boy stated flatly, unfazed by NZ's peculiar stare. I am willing to battle. Yet you must agree to one condition. Should you lose, you must remain by my side forever, unwavering in your loyalty. NZ proclaimed. The boy, puzzled by her unusual stipulation, dismissed it, convinced of his inevitable victory. Go, K9, he commanded. Upon the boy's nod of agreement, a faint smile appeared on NZ's face as she unleashed K9 from its Pokeball, using her powers. Elling, the boy shouted, throwing his own Pokeball, which unleashed the blood-red Elling onto the battlefield, its massive form nearly overwhelming the arena. Just as the battle was about to commence, another Pokeball unexpectedly popped open, releasing a mischievous Chi-Nny-Ny-Go, which regarded the boy with a puzzled expression. I should have the advantage against a Psychic-type Pokemon. Chi-Nny-Ny-Go grumbled, displeased at not being called into battle. Why aren't you sending me out? Before the words left its mouth, Elling turned its fierce gaze upon Chi-Nny-Ny-Go, letting out a menacing roar that silenced the ghostly Pokemon. Elling could not tolerate Chi-Nny-Nygo's disrespectful attitude toward the boy, and even K9, who had been dozing nearby, was startled awake by the roar. Before you fully integrate into the team, observe how your companions battle. I have no time to indulge your peculiar whims. The boy retorted, casting a glance at the disgruntled Chi-Nny-Nygo before dismissing its feelings. He felt no obligation to lower himself to accommodate Chi-Nny-Nygo's sensitivities. Without uttering a word, Chi-Nny-Nygo, sensing the warning glances from both the boy and Elling, sank back into the shadows, its previously playful demeanor replaced by a wave of dejection. What a strange fellow. Clearly, Ghost-type Pokemon holds the advantage, NZ murmured. As the match officially commenced, K9 evolved into YNGJL under NZ's telepathic guidance, synchronizing psychic energy. An intriguing strategy, the boy mused, adjusting his cap. Too bad such tricks won't work on Elling. With a ferocious roar, Elling intimidated YNGJL, diminishing its attack power. Before unleashing a water cannon toward it, faced with the overwhelming might of the attack, YNGJL, under NZ's command, opted to use teleport to evade. What terrifying power! NZ exclaimed as the stone pillars beside the arena crumbled under the force of the water cannon. Use telekinesis, NZ ordered. YNGJL's eyes glowed blue as psychic energy enveloped Elling. However, before YNGJ could lift Elling, the latter broke free using sheer brute force, swiftly executing a water tail that sent YNGJL flying. Quick, use recover, NZ urged, her voice laced with urgency as the situation slipped from her grasp. Elling allowed YNGJL to heal, believing that such a Pokemon, relying on feeble psychic abilities, could never defeat it. Crunch, the boy commanded. Teleport. NZ quickly countered. Elling opened its enormous jaws, aiming to eliminate YNGJL in one swift motion, but YNGJL, in fright, executed teleport just in time. The spot it occupied was obliterated by Elling's attack, leaving a deep crater in its wake. YNGJL, drenched in cold sweat, realized that if such crushing force had been directed at it, even if it did not result in an instant defeat, it would certainly suffer serious injuries. If your strength is as feeble as this, I shall claim that golden badge. The boy taunted, urging NZ and YNGJL to deepen their mental link. Do not be so arrogant, NZ retorted, and as the boy had anticipated, her eyes shone with blue light as she reinforced the connection with YNGJL. Psychic surge. A more potent wave of telekinesis seized Elling. Due to the synchronized psychic energies of YNGJL and NZ, Elling struggled against the hold. Is your Elling really that impressive? NZ shot back. Oh, is it? The despair following hope is the most lethal. The boy replied coolly. Elling, reveal your true form. Before their eyes, Elling's light yellow skin darkened to obsidian, a malevolent aura flooding the arena, rendering the psychic hold ineffective. How is this possible? My psychic abilities are failing. NZ gasped, her once frosty demeanor now overtaken by fear. Dark types have a decisive advantage over psychic types. It seems fortune has not favored you. Elling lunged at YNGJL once more. Overwhelmed by fear, YNGJL hesitated to unleash its attack, becoming a victim of Elling's fierce bite. Chi-Nny-Nygo, I have a task for you, the boy called, gesturing toward the shadow at his feet, urging Chi-Nny-Nygo to emerge. What is it, boss? Chi-Nny-Nygo asked, sensing the boy's icy demeanor and promptly adjusting its tone. If you can make that person smile, I shall forgive your previous transgressions. The task elicited Chi-Nny-Nygo's original mischievous grin, for such a simple challenge would pose no difficulty. Chapter 63. NZ's Transformation, the Golden Badge. Miss, do you know why criminals stuff the money they steal into police pockets? Chi Nninyngu floated before NZ, posing the question. Surely, it's to make the officer die laughing. After delivering the punchline, Chi Nninyngu burst into laughter, clutching its belly. Such a cold joke. The boy, Ling, and a middle-aged man lurking in the shadows all simultaneously regarded Chi Nninyngu with bemusement, and as the fight concluded, Ling released YNGJL, tossing it to the ground, remained unresponsive, yet astutely perceived a faint smile gracing the corners of her lips. Do you understand why one should never engage in combat with the wind? He inquired. This time, reacted by gently shaking her head. Even if you possess great strength. If the wind does not injure you but you harm the wind, you will catch a cold. Upon finishing, erupted into laughter once more, clutching his belly, while appeared to comprehend, gradually shedding her previously aloof demeanor. Do you know what happens when it stands up? Asked. At this moment. Was emboldened to inquire what it would transform into. When stands up, it becomes. Ha! How corny. They gazed helplessly at, signaling whether he could unleash a silence. As the joke had genuinely left him in tears. I see now, how foolish I was. Acknowledged, subsequently bursting into laughter. I am truly moved. I never expected. Who has been captivated by psychic powers since childhood, to reveal such an innocent smile. This is the first time I have witnessed that child express such joy. A middle-aged man appeared beside, tears of emotion welling in his eyes as he looked at the delighted. Unfortunately, my plans do not align, stated coldly. Do you know why trainers place hats on, rendering them immobile? Chuckled. Is it a duckbill cap? Correct. You are truly gifted. Exclaimed, visibly pleased with response. Feeling an unexpected kinship with her. All right, the foolish puns must come to an end. Remarked flatly, abruptly commanding to attack. Unleash the on. What? The middle-aged man looked at in horror, unable to comprehend his intentions. Yet, to protect his daughter, he rushed in front of, attempting to shield her from the impending attack of father. Recognized the middle-aged man as her father, despite her emotional detachment from her family. His selfless act of protection rekindled a sense of warmth within her. What are you doing? Shouted angrily, puzzled by his intentions, having believed he had succeeded in bringing laughter to. I do not require anyone's direction to act. Retorted coldly, signaling for to strike. Golden energy particles congregated in the mouth of, and in an instant, a beam of light shot forth. The middle-aged man hurriedly shielded behind him, but his psychic abilities faltered due to his interference. How infuriating! Exclaimed, attempting to mitigate the destructive force of the. Just as the beam was about to collide, S eyes emitted a blue glow as he utilized his psychic powers to swap positions with the others. The original location was obliterated by the, creating an unfathomable chasm, while the ceiling quaked under the beam's might. My father left home when I was young, making it difficult for me to grasp the essence of paternal love, calmly explained to. Now you should understand the warmth of family. Psychic abilities are merely a means of protection for oneself and loved ones, not something to become engrossed in. Memories of a once-rejected familial warmth surged back into his mind. Gradually, she lowered her doll, which began to levitate, smiling at her and bidding farewell. The doll had always mirrored its lonely heart, and now that she had rediscovered herself, it began to fade from view. Simultaneously, S mother transformed back from the doll into her human form. Seeing her beloved daughter restored to normalcy, she expressed her gratitude towards embracing and the middle-aged man. Thank you, young man. Your arrival has reunited our family. The middle-aged man expressed with heartfelt appreciation, finally grasping the significance of his earlier advice to seize the moment. It is nothing. I am accustomed to being the villain, replied calmly. However, discerned the loneliness within, a solitude that exuded an instinctive chill and pride. No wonder each of your Pokémon subtly reflects arrogance, mused, having witnessed numerous bonds between trainers and their Pokémon. Understanding that a Pokémon's character can be influenced by its master. Perhaps I misjudged him, thought, floating obediently behind, shedding its previous confrontational stance, thereby improving its impression in the eyes of. Thank you. If it were not for your efforts, would not have so swiftly returned to her former self? S mother, holding his hand, approached to convey her heartfelt gratitude. Though transformed into a doll and unable to speak, she could still sense everything happening in the battleground through her psychic powers. I am sorry, father, mother, cried, regretting her past selfishness, having been consumed by her obsession with psychic powers and driving away the warmth of her family. Recognizing one's mistakes allows for great improvement, suddenly proclaimed with wisdom. Unable to contain itself, playfully remarked, oh, so our leader is quite the intellectual. With a loud thud, who had jested with, was sent crashing against the wall by a powerful strike from, which left a spiderweb-like crack in its wake. Newcomer, you are still too arrogant, declared, its previously favorable impression plummeting, having assumed that would exhibit more restraint, only to find him unchanged. Indeed, this ghostly Pokémon would never settle down. Really? Can't you take a joke? An injured lamented, this scene eliciting laughter from his family of three, who were genuinely grateful for his cold humor. Had it not been for his jokes, S' frigid heart would not have opened up. This is the golden badge you deserve. Approached and handed the golden badge to. Her face flushed as she glanced away. If possible, I hope you can stay by my side. Having spoken, blushed and retreated behind her parents. Yet occasionally peered out to observe's expression. I have my own matters to attend to. Gently declines request, then gazed at the shattered ceiling caused by. Looking up at the blue sky and white clouds. My journey will not end in the region. This world holds many unsolved mysteries awaiting my exploration. It is quite normal for a boy to have grand ambitions. The middle-aged man chuckled, encouraging and not to dwell on past words. I will forever remember your assistance to our family. In the future, I wish to gift you an exceptionally talented psychic Pokémon. I hope you will appreciate it. When the time is right, I will reach out to you. The middle-aged man exchanged contact information with, assuring him that the promised Pokémon would surely satisfy him. Chapter 64. Yuedin Town, the heartbroken Karakura. Yuedin Town, located in the northeastern part of the region, is a small town renowned as a Pokémon graveyard, where all burial and mourning activities take place at the Pokémon Tower. Folklore suggests that the spirits within the tower belong to Pokémon that have perished or been slain. After acquiring the golden badge they departed from, journeying towards Yuedin Town. The most renowned feature of Yuedin Town is the Pokémon Tower, where departed Pokémon are laid to rest. Even though Xiaoqi was situated in the forest not far from Yuedin Town, he inexplicably sensed a tinge of desolation in the air. The unique geographical structure surrounding the area created a thick mist, causing many fearful travelers to opt for departure. After a half-hour walk, a tranquil yet solemn town appeared before Xiaoqi's eyes. Since Yuedin Town primarily focuses on burial and mourning activities, criminal activities are rare, thus evading the jurisdiction of Miss Junsha. However, a Pokémon Center has been established specifically for the needs of traveling trainers. Welcome. I did not expect a trainer to pass through here, exclaimed Miss Joy at the front desk, as she registered a room for Xiaoqi due to the infrequent travelers. The Pokémon Center in Yuedin Town appeared unexpectedly spacious, with most visitors consisting of local townsfolk. Why did my Pokémon have to die like that? Lamented a townsperson, weeping uncontrollably. It was hard to fathom that the Pokémon they had accompanied for many years had suddenly departed. Every creature has its time to reach the end of life, Xiaoqi murmured, feeling the emotional weight of Yuedin Town's somber atmosphere. If you wish to visit the Pokémon Tower, I suggest you first explore the Pokémon House in Yuedin Town, Miss Joy remarked. The Pokémon House is also one of the town's famous attractions, serving as a sanctuary for abandoned or unowned Pokémon, a home that cares for them. After registering his room, Xiaoqi ventured alone to the Pokémon House, occasionally encountering the sobs of those mourning their lost Pokémon. Yuedin Town is a place where trainers can freely express their emotions, leading many to weep openly. In contrast to the other buildings, the Pokémon House stood out, exuding an inviting warmth. As soon as Xiaoqi stepped inside, a young girl approached him. Hello, welcome to the Pokémon House. Are you a trainer passing through? She inquired. Yes, I am Xiaoqi from Jinshin Town, here to visit the Pokémon House. Xiaoqi conveyed his intent, hoping to ease the girl's caution. I see. My name is Ling Nai, and I am a volunteer here. Ling Nai introduced herself and explained the origins of the Pokémon House. Grandpa Fuji, who established this haven, once said that many people treat Pokémon as mere tools or accessories. This place was originally his home, repurposed for the sake of Pokémon. Ling Nai guided Xiaoqi through the rooms where Pokémon are nurtured, filled mostly with small Pokémon children, many of whom had been abandoned by trainers due to their frail abilities. Grandpa Fuji truly is a gentle soul, Xiaoqi remarked. Indeed. That's why the townsfolk come here to volunteer and assist him. Ling Nai replied with a smile. Every Pokémon here appears so happy, Xiaoqi observed. But his attention was drawn to a small, resentful Pokémon lurking in the shadows. This Korakora seems to be just a baby, Xiaoqi softly noted, estimating its height to be around 0.3 meters, smaller than the average 0.4 meters. Yes, this Korakora is indeed a child, only willing to approach Grandpa Fuji. Remaining wary of others, Ling Nai explained. Xiaoqi suspected something but looked questioningly at Ling Nai. It's because of Team Rocket, Ling Nai whispered. That day, while Korakora was playing near the town, it caught the attention of Team Rocket, and to protect her child, the mother Galaga faced them alone. The result? Ling Nai's voice trailed off, tears welling in her eyes as she mourned the fate of Galaga. Was she killed? Korakora's mother? Xiaoqi asked, lowering his head and grasping his hat, remaining silent. Grandpa Fuji found Korakora by chance, so since then, this child has not approached anyone but him. Ling Nai elaborated. Is that a vengeful gaze? Even as a small child, Korakora yearns to avenge her mother, Xiaoqi thought, disregarding Ling Nai's attempts to stop him as he approached Korakora, unfamiliar with Xiaoqi and harboring a hatred for humans. The frightened Korakora attacked Xiaoqi with the bone it held. Xiaoqi, be careful, Ling Nai exclaimed anxiously. Do not worry, compared to Korakora's inner turmoil. This minor injury is trivial. Xiaoqi reassured her, urging Ling Nai to keep her distance. And then he released the power of Tokiwa to soothe Cora's emotions. You wish to avenge your mother, do you not? I can grant you the strength to confront Team Rocket. Xiaoqi whispered into Cora's ear. Cora's previously dull eyes brightened momentarily, but soon fell back into darkness. Despite receiving Tokiwa's healing, Cora believed that this red-capped boy lacked the power to assist her in her quest for vengeance. While Grandpa Fuji advised her to let go of her hatred and focus on growing stronger. Would you like to witness my strength? Xiaoqi smiled, throwing a Pokeball into the air. As the white light faded, a formidable Scyther appeared before them, emanating an impressive aura. The sudden appearance of Scyther unsettled the other volunteers, and the smaller Pokemon trembled in fear of the energy radiating from it. Xiaoqi. Ling Nai looked at him, a mix of fear and confusion in her eyes, unable to comprehend his next move. Do not worry, Ling Nai. I merely wish to show Cora my strength. I want to understand her heart and help her seek revenge. Xiaoqi clarified. At that moment, Cora was transfixed by the imposing figure of Scyther, lost in a daydream. If this red-capped boy could indeed help her avenge her mother, what would she do then? Xiaoqi, this is far too dangerous. Ling Nai interjected, stepping forward to obstruct him. Team Rocket's power is beyond your capacity to counter. They are a nefarious organization that even the League struggles against. Ordinary folks like us can hardly stop them. Indeed, whether revenge is possible is an entirely different question. Xiaoqi thought, as Cora sank deeper into confusion. Having witnessed her mother's tragic death, Cora's heart was already filled with hatred for Team Rocket. Yet shadows of fear loomed over her. What if I were a psychic? Xiaoqi mused, his eyes glowing blue as he levitated everything around him into the air. The scene astonished the volunteers, who had never witnessed such a phenomenon, leaving them in awe of Xiaoqi's power. Cora clung tightly to Xiaoqi's leg, seeing hope in him. Whether it was Scyther's overwhelming strength or Xiaoqi's uniqueness, both represented a glimmer of hope for Cora's revenge, urging her to grasp that light, even at the cost of her own life. Cora, I did not realize you have been holding on to thoughts of vengeance, Ling Nai said, her heart aching. In Cora's eyes, she saw the flames of revenge. Once ignited, they would burn uncontrollably. Ling Nai recognized the determination in Cora's gaze. Knowing she could not prevent everything, she could only silently pray for Xiaoqi and Cora, wishing for their safe return. Chapter 65. Infiltrating the Pokémon Tower. Xiaoqi, if possible, I hope you can help us find Grandpa Fuji. He suddenly disappeared yesterday, and everyone is extremely anxious. Ling Nai implored, her eyes pleading. Everyone. We have located Grandpa Fuji. A middle-aged man burst through the door, his tone frantic and eyes filled with fear. Where is he? The crowd immediately inquired. He is at the Pokémon Tower. Yesterday, someone witnessed the elderly Fuji entering the Pokémon Tower alone, recounted a middle-aged man. Why would he do such a thing? A volunteer questioned, perplexed. It must be because of Team Rocket. Another volunteer asserted. He surely went to negotiate with Team Rocket at the Pokémon Tower and then got captured. Clearly, they are not an adversary that can be dealt with through negotiation. Could it be that Team Rocket has taken over the Pokémon Tower? Xiaoqi inquired. Indeed. That group from Team Rocket has unlawfully occupied the top of the Pokémon Tower, appearing suddenly and without warning, seizing it with their trucks, and rudely expelling those who came to pay their respects. Ling Nai explained, ever since that day, access to the Pokémon Tower has been barred. To prevent the residents of Yuedin Town from reporting to the authorities, Team Rocket threatened to destroy the gravestones in the Pokémon Tower, forcing the residents to accept the grim reality, as they could not bear the thought of their Pokémon's gravestones being destroyed by Team Rocket. Team Rocket truly acts with impunity. Xiaoqi said coldly, if it weren't for the absence of police presence in Yuedin Town, Team Rocket would not be so rampant. Yet no one anticipated that Team Rocket would choose this forsaken Yuedin Town for their plans. Not only has Team Rocket occupied the Pokémon Tower, but ghosts have also appeared inside. A female volunteer exclaimed in panic, I am not lying, I saw it with my own eyes, a while ago. I sneaked in at midnight to pay my respects, and suddenly a malevolent spirit drove me away, and to this day, I am terrified by its appearance. If we cannot enter the Pokémon Tower, this town will be doomed. The middle-aged man lamented. Most of Yuedin Town's income relies on the worship at the Pokémon Tower, and if Team Rocket continues to occupy it, the townspeople will have no choice but to leave in search of new opportunities. Let us all go and rescue Grandpa Fuji, Ling Nai urged. It is impossible with Team Rocket stationed there. The volunteers advised, those members of Team Rocket are formidable opponents, and we are no match for them. There are ghosts too. I absolutely will not go. Although they despise Team Rocket's occupation of the Pokémon Tower, most people lack the courage to confront them, as Team Rocket's infamous reputation had already left an indelible mark on the hearts of these common folk. What can we do? Grandpa Fuji went to confront Team Rocket for everyone's sake. Can we really just ignore it? Ling Nai exclaimed in frustration. It is not that we are ignoring it. Team Rocket will eventually release Grandpa Fuji. Let us just wait a few more days. The group explained, Yet deep down, fear of Team Rocket lingered in their hearts. Everyone is too apathetic. Ling Nai expressed her disappointment, resolved to venture alone to the Pokémon Tower to rescue Grandpa Fuji. I will go, Xiao Qi declared at that moment. I am determined to defeat Team Rocket. You are going? That is too reckless. A volunteer cautioned. The adults in Yuedin Town cannot even contend with Team Rocket. Indeed, even if you go, it may not solve the problem. Although these volunteers were terrified of Team Rocket. Upon seeing Xiao Qi's resolve, they felt compelled to kindly advise him against acting impulsively. Don't worry, I have confidence in my abilities against Team Rocket, Xiao Qi asserted. To convince the others of his strength, Xiao Qi unveiled the alliance badges tied to his collar, and the 5 badges made it clear that this young man was no ordinary trainer. Coupled with his previous performances with the Psychic Pokémon and the Scyther, everyone began to place their hopes entirely on Xiao Qi in the dead of night. It was the prime time to infiltrate the Pokémon Tower and thwart Team Rocket's nefarious plans. Having learned from Ling Nai and the others that Team Rocket would not be guarding the entrance at night, Xiao Qi, under the cloak of darkness, cradling his Cola, arrived at the base of the Pokémon Tower. Come forth, Gung Gue and Mini Long. Xiao Qi threw 2 Pokeballs, summoning the Millennium Gung Gue and Mini Long. Mini Long immediately perched on Xiao Qi's shoulder, curling up like a scarf, occasionally licking Xiao Qi's cheek, catching the attention of Cola in his arms. On this dark and stormy night, the Millennium Gung Gue murmured, turning to Xiao Qi, Boss, you've called me out at this time. It seems the task ahead is not simple. Against the wicked, one must employ even crueler methods. Xiao Qi said coldly. Cola in his arms also bore a fierce expression, determined to dismantle Team Rocket. It seems this little one seeks vengeance. The Millennium Gung Gue gazed at the smaller Cola, feeling a twinge of compassion for the child being consumed by vengeance, yet understanding that if not confronted, the path to growth would be even more arduous. Pokémon, Mini Long, Shiny, Purple. Type, Dragon. Ability, Marvel Scale. Defense increases to 15 times its original value when affected by a status condition. Moves, Dragon Breath, Twister, Bind, Dragon Tail, Quick Attack. Personality, has a penchant for napping, particularly around Xiao Qi's neck, relying on him. Background, his father is the current leader of the Dragon Clan on Kuelong Island. Inheriting noble lineage and having absorbed a fragment of ancient Kulong's bloodline during the egg stage, mastering the pure essence of dragon energy, currently still in juvenile form. Yet to grow. Pokémon, Millennium Gung Gue, Shiny, Gray. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Levitate, floats above the ground, thus immune to ground-type moves. Though I think this ability is of little use in reality, at most a boon for gamers. Moves, Shadow Ball, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Ominous Wind, Perish Song, Curse, Dark Pulse. Dream Eater, Confusion, Disable. Personality, quirky, dislikes being restrained, cares about the opinions of companions. Background, possesses a millennium of experience. Once forsaking evolution for a promise made with a young girl's spirit, possessing psychic abilities rivaling those of Psychic-type Pokémon. His previous antics were merely to gain Xiao Qi's attention, feeling somewhat envious of Xiao Qi's private training with Min IC. What's wrong, boss? Why do you look at me so strangely? The Millennium Gung Gue asked, puzzled, thinking he hadn't offended Xiao Qi recently, yet feeling the peculiar gaze directed at him. It's nothing, I just find you quite innocent. Xiao Qi jested, having gained further insight into the Millennium Gung Gue's temperament after reviewing its data, realizing it was merely an old rascal craving attention. What's that? The Millennium Gung Gue scratched its head in confusion, but chose not to pursue the matter further. Since Xiao Qi had asked him to take the first strike, he naturally would not disappoint him. Wait a moment, let me enhance your abilities. Xiao Qi called to the Millennium Gung Gue, placing his hand upon it. As the Gung Gue looked on in confusion, he bestowed upon it a new ability. Ding! Cursed Body ability enhanced. Cursed Body. Pokémon with this ability has a 30 chance to induce the target into the disable status when attacked. Oh, it seems I have acquired a new ability. The Millennium Gung Gue observed its body in surprise, yet could not articulate its thoughts, merely sensing its strength had seemingly increased. Indeed, the boss's prowess is anything but ordinary. The Millennium Gung Gue mused, gradually transitioning from acknowledgement to admiration for Xiao Qi me. The Mini Long, previously dozing on Xiao Qi's neck, awoke, and upon seeing the Millennium Gung Gue acquire a new ability, clamored for Xiao Qi to enhance its abilities as well. Alright, you should focus on honing your own strength first. We'll talk about enhancing abilities once you grow up. Xiao Qi patted Mini Long's jealous face, understanding that the immediate priority was to strengthen its foundational abilities, and enhancements would merely be the icing on the cake. Thus, taking advantage of the night when the entrance was unguarded, Xiao Qi, flashlight in hand, with Mini Long around his neck and Cola cradled in his arms, with the Millennium Gung Gue lurking in the shadows, boldly stepped into the Pokémon Tower. Chapter 66. The Spirit of GLGL. Hey, did you know? Recently, Whispers of a ghostly presence have circulated around the Pokémon Tower. At the mid-level of the tower, 3 members of Team Rocket stand guard at the staircase, their demeanor exuding arrogance, as if no one would dare intrude upon the Pokémon Tower. Hey, don't say that. I'm terrified of ghost stories, one member exclaims, his face paling. Humph, what ghost tales? They are merely the ghost-type Pokémon residing within the tower. Another member scoffs, dismissing the rumors as fabrications by the residents of Yuedin Town, aiming to hasten their departure from the tower so the townsfolk can freely pay their respects. By the way, hasn't Captain Xiechi managed to extract the information hidden by that old man yet? Member A inquires. It's quite amusing, really. That old man came over, berating us for torturing Pokémon, which was simply infuriating. Little did we know he was recognized by Captain Xiechi as a former researcher loyal to our Team Rocket. Member B explains. The purpose of Team Rocket's visit to Yuedin Town extends beyond capturing wild Pokémon for the black market. They are also seeking a researcher who mysteriously vanished after once serving the team. It's unfortunate we couldn't capture that GLG law. It would have fetched a good price in the black market. Member C laments, though the tremor in his lips betrays his sinister delight in the thought of inflicting harm. I'm furious. How could you let that GLG law slip through your fingers? While adult Pokémon don't fetch a high price, at least they're somewhat valuable. You were too careless. Member A scolds, expressing frustration over the loss, especially since they had intended to weaken it before dragging it to market. Enough of this chatter. I can't shake the feeling that something significant is about to transpire tonight. Member B warns cautiously. You're not genuinely afraid of those ghostly rumors, are you? Member A mocks, but amidst the laughter, the 3 members of Team Rocket resume their vigilant watch at the staircase. Surrounded by gravestones, the atmosphere is indeed somber. Xiaoqi arrives at the first level of the Pokémon Tower, where gravestones of deceased Pokémon dominate the view, each inscribed with poignant tales of the Pokémon's life and their trainers. Suddenly, a shadow approaches, prompting Xiaoqi's companion, KLKL, to become alert, gripping a bone club in readiness for combat. I'm not a ghost. A woman approaches, reassuring Xiaoqi and KLKL not to be alarmed. Sensing Xiaoqi's confusion, she adds, I simply had to visit my Nidoran, which is why I ventured into the Pokémon Tower at this late hour. There are ghosts about, and Team Rocket is patrolling. I recommend you leave quickly. Although she appears youthful, her maturity is evident. You too must be here to visit your Pokémon, a true trainer who yearns for their companion. Ghosts seem to appear only in the upper levels, so you should be safe. She continues, I'm not here to visit any Pokémon. I have my own reasons. Xiaoqi responds, but before the woman can inquire further, she turns to find he has vanished, as if he had never been there. Could that boy SKLKL be what I think it is? The woman murmurs, a realization dawning upon her. Moments later, Xiaoqi reaches the mid-level, and through the power of aura, he perceives the positions of the 3 Team Rocket members ahead. Just as he is about to step forward, a vague, dark figure suddenly crosses his line of sight. Leave this place. Get away now. The apparition, the rumored ghost of Pokémon Tower, appears before him, yet Xiaoqi and his Pokémon remain unfazed. KLKL, sensing something, leaps from Xiaoqi's arms and dashes toward the ghost without regard for danger. Mother, the spirit of GLG Law materializes before Xiaoqi, who, harnessing his psychic abilities and aura, recognizes it as the soul of GLG Law, lingering in the mortal realm. Is it longing for something, reluctant to ascend? The ancient Gingue, hidden in Xiaoqi's shadow, floats forth, casting a complex gaze upon GLG Law. Although the Mini Long does not comprehend maternal love, it is moved by KLKL's sorrow and weeps. Leave this place. They are here. You must not approach. GLG Law warns Xiaoqi, trying to shield him from Team Rocket's menace. Despite having been brutally slain by humans, GLG Law still strives to warn passers-by to escape, declaring, Your soul is noble. Xiaoqi, pulling down his cap, scowls, his eyes ablaze with fury, not only for GLG Law's plight, but also for the injustice of its fate. KLKL has already recognized the ghost as its deceased mother, yearning to embrace her, yet GLG Law remains merely a spirit. Overcome with emotion, KLKL weeps for the injustice faced by its mother. Enough of this racket. I thought an intruder had come in, but it's just a pesky brat. Member A grumbles, but upon seeing the Mini Long, excitement overwhelms him. A shiny Mini Long. This is my lucky day. KLKL, upon recognizing the Team Rocket members as the very ones who harmed its mother, recklessly prepares to attack. This is dangerous. You must leave at once. You are no match for them. GLG Law urges, desperate to protect its child. It's a ghost. Member A gasps. Finally noticing GLG Law's presence, too entranced by the allure of the shiny Mini Long to have noticed earlier. The ghost has appeared. The other 2 members exclaim in alarm, but their desire for the Mini Long and KLKL overrides their instinct to flee. Come forth, they shout in unison, releasing 3 Pokeballs that summon WSIDN, LD, and BSH before Xiaoqi. However, these Pokémon are of ordinary strength, incapable of hindering Xiaoqi. Eliminate them. Xiaoqi scoffs, sending forth his Mini Long and KLKL to engage in battle. This is too perilous. You must leave now. GLG Law implores, attempting to prevent Xiaoqi from advancing, urging him to escape with his Pokémon. Fear not, GLG Law. Your child is far stronger than you perceive. Xiaoqi reassures, slowly lowering his cap as his left eye glows a fierce crimson. I will avenge you, he vows. The aura of battle envelopes the scene, and the members of Team Rocket, along with their Pokémon, are engulfed in its oppressive influence. In their sight, Xiaoqi emanates a formidable aura, compelling them to gasp for breath, yet no amount of air can alleviate the weight pressing upon them. Xiaoqi, consumed by fury, unleashes the full extent of the battle aura's negative effects, tormenting their minds. However, he does not intend to harm the Pokémon, merely inducing a temporary struggle to breathe. Scum like you are of no use even if captured by the League. Xiaoqi declares, his left eye now radiating a deadly intent. The amalgamation of pressure and malice causes even the ancient Gengui to shudder, having never witnessed Xiaoqi's wrath at such a magnitude. Let us battle. This is your final chapter. Xiaoqi intones coolly. Do not underestimate me. Member C retorts, brandishing a dagger and stabbing it into his thigh, the pain snapping him back to reality. He then approaches Xiaoqi menacingly, dagger in hand. Strike with the bone club. Xiaoqi commands, influenced by the essence of battle. KLKL, despite its diminutive form, unleashed an astonishing aura. Wielding a bone club, it mercilessly struck Member C's thigh, causing a fracture to the bone. Although only DZHNF could perfectly synchronize with Shi-OCH in the essence of battle, the aura released by Shi-OCH alone was sufficient to awaken a portion of the combat instincts within the Pokémon. Ah, my leg! You wretched creature! Member C cried out in agony, clutching his bleeding thigh in tremors. Yet, KLKL showed no intention of sparing him. Its gaze radiated an insatiable killing intent. And the bloodied bone club had become a harbinger of death in Member C's eyes. Shi-OCH and Shi-NNI did not intervene in KLKL's vendetta. If KLK could not exact revenge upon its foe, perhaps its heart would never achieve true healing. Meanwhile, the mother GLGL, unwilling to let her child taste blood, was helplessly restrained by Chi-NNI merely standing by in silent observation. Child, I can no longer watch you grow. I hope this young man can nurture you and provide warmth. Chapter 67. The greatness of maternal love, the golden soul. No, no. The threat of death instilled fear in Member C. His trembling hands tore at the wound on his thigh, and in his torment, tears of terror streamed down his face as he implored Shi-OCH for mercy. Did you not consider the present predicament when you took GLGL's life? Shi-OCH retorted disdainfully. If a deed must be done, let it be done thoroughly. I possess no benevolence to spare this scoundrel. The final blow. Shi-OCH declared coldly. KLKL leapt, swinging the bone club fiercely towards Member C's head. For reasons unknown, Shi-OCH felt no revulsion at this scene, only a sense of inner satisfaction at KLKL's quest for vengeance. Perhaps I have always been a person of extreme indifference. Shi-OCH mused, observing his unwavering hands, feeling a twinge of pessimism regarding his own coldness. Sensing the tremors of Shi-OCH's emotions, Mini Long affectionately nudged his cheek, extending its tongue in a gentle lick, hoping to alleviate the negativity within him. Little one, let us vanquish these foes together. Chi-NNI casting a worried glance at Shi-OCH, resolved to lead Mini Long in defeating the adversaries. Since KLK had reached this point, Chi-NNI had no intention of allowing these individuals to leave unscathed. A surge of aqua-hued dragon breath erupted from Mini Long's mouth, its powerful force creating a spiderweb-like crater where LD once stood. What a remarkable lineage this little one possesses. Chi-NNI marveled, astonished that such raw power could emanate from a mere breath. Albeit partly due to LD's own frailty. Chi-NNI eyes glowed with blue light as he employed hypnosis on the two Pokémon before him, then transformed into a shadow, executing Dream Eater. A rather simplistic and mundane dream, fixated on procreation. How amusing, and the flavor leaves much to be desired. Chi-NNI quipped, mimicking a spitting motion even though nothing emerged. Witnessing their Pokémon easily defeated by Chi-NNI the two Team Rocket members huddled together, attempting to stave off the chilling fear with their shared warmth. Yet, this act served only to comfort their own hearts. Boss, how should we deal with them? Chi-NNI inquired. Shoo, GLGL is bidding her final farewell to KLKL. Shi-OCH signaled for silence. The spirit of GLG was akin to that of a spirit bound to the earth, lingering in the Pokémon Tower to witness her child's last moments. Mama, I don't want you to leave, KLKL sobbed. Attempting to disperse the mist surrounding GLGL with the bone club, believing it would restore her to life. It's all right, my child. I am content to see you one last time. Forgive me my selfishness. I can no longer accompany you as you grow. GLGL embraced KLKL, though due to her spectral form, KLK, I could only dimly sense the embrace. Every creature possesses a uniquely noble soul. GLGL's maternal love radiated with a golden glow. She OCH reflected quietly. Though reluctant to part from KLKL, GLG, I was no longer permitted to linger in the Pokémon Tower. Slowly, under the watchful eyes of She OCH and the other Pokémon, she ascended into the heavens, leaving behind a weeping KLKL who yearned to hold on. The most beautiful manifestation of the soul is its noble golden hue. She and I and G and Gu mused, touched by a newfound understanding of familial love. G and Gu, let these two remain forever ensnared in their own fears. She OCH commanded. Understanding his intent, Chi and I and G and Gu nodded, eyes shining with blue light as he cast hypnosis upon the two, etching their deeply rooted fears indelibly into their hearts. Both emitted blood-curdling screams, soon collapsing to the ground, one even losing control of his bladder, the unpleasant odor prompting She OCH to furrow his brow. One mishap can be brushed aside, She OCH remarked indifferently. Even members of an evil organization would face opposition from the Pokémon League for indiscriminate killings. Fortunately, She OCH's identity was not ordinary. The accidental death of a Team Rocket member could be overlooked by the League, for his personal value far surpassed that of any regular Team Rocket member. KLKL wiped away her tears. She had matured and could no longer seek comfort in her mother's embrace like a child. KLKL, should you wish, you may always weep freely in my arms, if it brings you solace. She OCH said, stroking KLKL's head, almost bringing her to tears once more. Yet KLKL vowed to grow stronger, silently leaping into She OCH's embrace, basking in warmth. Boss, according to these individuals' memories, they have a captain named She CH, a rank resembling that of a squad leader, who is currently interrogating Old F's research notes from the laboratory. Chi and I and G and Gu reported, gesturing towards the staircase ahead, indicating that She OCH could find Old F there. Let us hasten, She OCH urged. And upon seeing this, Minnie Long quickly nestled into She OCH's neck. Upon reaching the top floor, as they stepped inside, lurking in the shadows, Bigui unleashed a barrage of poisonous spikes in attack, while the shadowy DNB and GWS released suffocating toxic gas. Fly Sky Scyther, Swords Dance. The azure-hued Sky Scyther emerged, rapidly spinning and executing Swords Dance, effortlessly neutralizing the poison spikes and toxic gas. Curse it, I never anticipated such a counter. A pale-faced man with purple hair emerged. This was She CH. Having heard the commotion below, the cunning She CH opted not to assist his subordinates, but instead set a trap to ambush She OCH, only to be thwarted by Sky Scyther's Swords Dance. Just a little brat. How arrogant. She CH seethed, throwing another Pokeball, summoning a CHZF to the air, clearly intended to target Sky Scyther. Do you think a poison flying type CHZF can defeat my Sky Scyther with its quadruple resistance to bug types? She OCH scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. Alas, such trivial tricks are futile against absolute strength. Empowered by Swords Dance, Sky Scyther's sides glimmered with azure light as it swiftly advanced to unleash a powerful X-Scissor. Boss, do you not require my assistance? The Millennium Gingue remarked that poison-type Pokémon could mitigate half of the damage from bug-type moves. Although there had been a minor dispute between Gingue and the Flying Scyther in the past, it was merely a trifling matter. Now, witnessing the Flying Scyther bravely facing 3 poison-type Pokémon, Gingue felt compelled to seek counsel from Xiaoqi. Rest assured, these creatures are not formidable enough to defeat my Flying Scyther, Xiaoqi declared proudly, his words imbued with unwavering faith in his Pokémon's abilities. Do not be too arrogant, you little brat. Xiaoqi retorted angrily. ABO monster, use acid. Double bubble gas, unleash mud bomb. Zubat, employ airblade. The 3 Pokémon launched a simultaneous assault, and suddenly, the Flying Scyther's figure blurred, transforming into a multitude of Scythers. TCH, it's merely a shadow clone. Xiaoqi frowned, instructing his allies to remain vigilant. Despite his words, the simultaneous attack from numerous Scythers caught the 3 Pokémon off guard. Double bubble gas let out a screech, revealing that the real Flying Scyther had approached from behind and landed a devastating cross-cut on its vital points, followed by a relentless series of slashes. The consecutive strikes accumulated damage, and with the Scyther's innate ability as a technical expert, Double Bubble Gas succumbed after the 4th blow, collapsing to the ground with spirals in its eyes. Chapter 68, Old Man Fuji. I never anticipated this fellow's prowess to be so remarkable, Gingue exclaimed, having altered his perception of the Flying Scyther significantly. Although he could weaken bug-type moves to merely 1/14 of their original power due to his dual ghost and poison attributes. Witnessing the Scyther's razor-sharp strikes instilled doubt within Gingue regarding his ability to triumph over it. Though I do not comprehend how you offended this Scyther, I must be frank. As the final member of my initial 6 Pokémon, its strength indeed surpasses yours, were it not for your advantageous type. You would truly struggle against the flying scyther, Xiaoqi remarked nonchalantly. I shall have to treat this fellow with more respect henceforth. Gengui replied awkwardly. Since that incident, he had longed for an opportunity to apologize to the flying scyther, as his actions had been driven by negative emotions stemming from feeling overlooked. To Gengui's surprise, the flying scyther was primarily in a training phase, with its occasional pauses merely adhering to Xiaoqi's principle of balancing work and rest. From other Pokémon, Gengui learned that the flying scyther had once suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xiaoqi's initial Pokémon, Beedrill. To vanquish this formidable adversary, the flying scyther had disciplined itself to exert double the effort compared to its peers, which explained its disdain for Gengui's previous lethargic demeanor. Too weak. Your attacks pose no threat to me. The flying scyther scoffed, elegantly sidestepping Zubat's air blade and retaliating with a dazzling air slash that sent Zubat crashing to the ground. Gengui, restrain that creature, Xiaoqi commanded, having noticed Xiaoqi's intent to flee, instructing Gengui to intercept. Just as the flying scyther prepared to deliver the finishing blow to Zubat, ABO monster revealed its venom-laden fangs, intent on delivering a vicious bite to the scyther's back. However, it was struck in the abdomen by Mini Dragon's dragon breath, thwarting its ambush. Useless. The flying scyther pivoted, delivering a powerful blow to ABO monster's head, knocking it out cold. Before casting a bewildered glance at Mini Dragon resting on Xiaoqi's shoulder. Is this the descendant that has absorbed the bloodline of the ancient Dragonite? Its strength is indeed impressive. After a serious appraisal of Mini Dragon, the flying scyther evaded Zubat's sneak attack. As a proud warrior of the bug type, it could not tolerate such underhanded tactics. The flying scyther flapped its wings to unleash bug buzz, the piercing sound causing Zubat, attempting to rise, to writhe in pain, soon to be vanquished by the scyther's concentrated air slash. What a splendid battle, truly befitting a proud warrior of the bug type, Gengui praised, attempting to ease the tension between himself and the flying scyther. However, the scyther merely huffed in displeasure, ignoring Gengui's commendation, mistakenly perceiving it as a sarcastic remark. The scyther's ungrateful response left Gengui feeling embarrassed, leading him to fidget awkwardly to lighten the mood. Enough. Resolve your disputes privately, so as not to provide amusement for outsiders. Xiaoqi interjected, then turned his attention to Xiaoqi, restrained by Gengui. Speak. Where is old man Fuji? Do not think I will divulge that. Xiaoqi began. But before he could finish, Gengui landed a solid punch to his abdomen. Currently, Gengui held Xiaoqi in high regard, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement of him. You may be mistaken. I am offering you an opportunity for survival. Xiaoqi replied coldly, while the cola in his arms purposely displayed its bloodied bone club, making Xiaoqi, who had previously doubted the cries, grasp the gravity of the situation. Gulp. Xiaoqi nervously swallowed, realizing Xiaoqi's seriousness. If he did not cooperate, he might very well meet his demise here. Old man Fuji is tied up over there. Xiaoqi pointed to a nearby corner, assuring Xiaoqi. I did not torture old man Fuji. In a bid to ensure old man Fuji willingly revealed the destroyed research materials, Xiaoqi had been exceedingly cautious, fearing a situation where both parties would suffer. It was well understood that acquiring those destroyed materials could present an opportunity for promotion to captain. Unfortunately, this dream would come to an end tonight. Nevertheless, Xiaoqi's ambitions rendered him more dignified than his subordinates, while he conveniently ignored the plight of one of them, as it was of no concern to him. Xiaoqi approached with a flashlight, while Xiaoqi was humorously bound by Gengui, resembling an art of bondage. Cola. Upon seeing old man Fuji, the cola in Xiaoqi's arms rushed over to gnaw through the ropes binding Fuji's hands and feet. Who are you? Old man Fuji inquired. Puzzled. I am Xiaoqi from Jinshin Town, sent here by Lingnai. Xiaoqi explained. Jinshin Town is the domain of Professor Oak. Old man Fuji pondered nostalgically for a moment before feigning ignorance about Jinshin Town, seemingly eager to dissociate himself from his past life. Now wishing only to be known as Old man Fuji of Ziyuan Town. Reluctant to discuss it, noting old man Fuji's disinclination to elaborate, Xiaoqi refrained from pressing him, as his mission was to avenge Cola and rescue this kind-hearted old man Fuji. Thank you for your assistance, young trainer. Old man Fuji expressed gratitude, astonished that Xiaoqi single-handedly defeated Xiaoqi's squad with such ease. It was nothing. Cola also contributed significantly. Xiaoqi replied. Cola. Hearing Xiaoqi mention him, Cola beamed with pride, joyfully expressing his happiness to old man Fuji, dancing animatedly. It seems the gloom within Cola has truly dissipated. Thank you for allowing the wandering spirit of GLGL to ascend to the heavens. Old man Fuji said, deeply moved. From the moment he entered Pokémon Tower, he had recognized that what was rumored to be a ghost was merely the wandering spirit of GLGL, intended to warn visitors to leave promptly. GLGL is a mother worth respecting, Xiaoqi softly remarked, feeling admiration for this mother's gentleness. As the hour grew late, let us hasten our departure, for I have been famished the entire day, joked old Fuji. On the following day, It was the arrival of Xiaoqi that thwarted the nefarious schemes of Team Rocket. The police, led by Miss Junsha, received reports from the residents and swiftly descended upon Yuedin Town at dawn, apprehending the defeated members of Team Rocket. The unfortunate fate of Member C was met with a solemn silence, as everyone pretended to be unaware of the incident. Old Fuji, privy to the truth, vaguely attributed it to vengeful spirits, instilling such fear in this Team Rocket member that he slipped and injured his head. Although the fabrication was riddled with flaws, Miss Junsha chose to gloss over it, having received a call from her superiors instructing her to hastily conclude the matter, deeming it unworthy of risking the interests of the League for a mere underling of Team Rocket. Despite her lingering concerns, Miss Junsha learned from her dear sister about Xiaoqi's character, and with the investigative findings on the member roster, upon discovering the tragic fate of Galagala's mother, she could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the demise of this scoundrel who had tormented Pokémon. With Team Rocket apprehended, the residents of Yuedin Town were finally able to visit the Pokémon Tower to pay homage to their departed Pokémon. I shall never forget Pippi, alas. Tears are welling up. My kitty dog, why did you have to die? The townsfolk wept for their lost Pokémon, engulfed in sorrow. They were but ordinary citizens, desiring merely to grow old alongside their beloved Pokémon, with no concept of battles or strength, simply wishing to live a mundane life with their cherished companions. Chapter 69. The Gift of Mega Evolution X for Hu Eling. At this moment, Xiaoqi arrived at the Pokémon house. Thanks to you, everything has returned to normal. Old Fuji expressed his gratitude, glancing at the Cola nestled in Reina's embrace, who had finally opened her heart to humanity. You flatter me, Xiaoqi humbly replied. If possible, I hope you can take Cola on your travels. Old Fuji implored, sensing that this child now depended on you even more than on me. Is that so? If she wishes, I would be delighted to take Cola with me to witness the beauty of this world. Xiaoqi responded, eager to nurture the resilient Cola before him, but understanding the importance of allowing her to choose her own path. Although uncertain of its utility to you, I have something I wish to bestow upon you. Xiaoqi followed Old Fuji to his bedroom, where the elderly man carefully retrieved the Pokémon flute and an exquisite gift box from the bookshelf. This is the Pokémon flute. Blowing it will awaken sleeping Pokémon, Old Fuji explained. And this box? Xiaoqi inquired, opening the gift box to reveal Mega Evolution Stones and a keystone. Recognizing that the Mega Evolution Stone within was precisely what Hu Eling required for Mega Evolution X. What a generous gift, Grandfather Fuji. Xiaoqi expressed his gratitude, realizing that these two items could significantly enhance Hu Eling's combat prowess. It seems you understand the significance of these items. They were serendipitously acquired. And sensing their extraordinary nature, I intended to gift them to a benevolent trainer. Old Fuji elucidated, understanding that Old Fuji preferred not to dwell on the past. Xiaoqi refrained from probing the origins of the evolution stones and keystone, recognizing the immense fortune he had received and choosing not to dwell on trivialities. Eager to master the ability of Mega Evolution and release his pent-up excitement, Xiaoqi specifically asked Old Fuji for training locations near Yuedin Town, preferably in spacious areas. If you desire such a venue, the hills behind Yuedin Town will meet your requirements. Furthermore, it is sparsely populated, alleviating concerns of causing harm to others, making it an excellent training ground. Old Fuji suggested. Most residents of Yuedin Town are not professional Pokémon trainers. They generally capture Pokémon for companionship, lacking designated training facilities. Come forth, Hu Eling. Stepping out of the Pokémon house, Xiaoqi threw the Pokeball containing Hu Eling, releasing the magnificent creature. As Hu Eling landed, the ground trembled beneath its weight, its powerful limbs and massive wings instilling fear in the onlookers. Fortunately, knowing Xiaoqi's character, they soon praised him for his exceptional nurturing of Pokémon. Farewell, everyone. Xiaoqi leaped onto Hu Eling's back, preparing to soar toward the hills behind to master Mega Evolution. Cola. The Cola, previously cradled in Reina's arms, rushed out, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Hu Eling's leg, crying out in protest against Xiaoqi's departure. Where did this little brat come from? Hu Eling queried, perplexed, for had it not been for the understanding that Cola sought out Xiaoqi, it might have kicked her away. Cola, do you wish to join me on my travels? Xiaoqi extended his right hand in inquiry. Cola eagerly nodded in agreement, having resolved to follow Xiaoqi's footsteps to fulfill her dreams, unwilling to part ways with him. Then come aboard, Cola, Xiaoqi said with a smile, embracing Cola as they departed Yuedin Town atop Hu Eling. After a brief flight, Xiaoqi and Hu Eling arrived at the hills, surrounded by naturally formed rocky cliffs, with a spacious clearing at the center, an ideal training ground. Everyone come out. Xiaoqi released all his Pokeballs, unleashing the massive Dayin Sha, the Crimson Ling, the Azure Flygon, the Millennial Go, and the shiny Mini Long from their confines. As Cola had not yet been captured by Xiaoqi, the number of Pokémon did not exceed the limit. First, allow me to introduce these two children to you, my esteemed seniors. Xiao Qi said with a grin. Is this the newcomer who has absorbed the bloodline power of the ancient fast dragon? X2. De Yin Sha and Ling exchanged glances, sensing the mutual battle intent emanating from one another. Yet both Pokémon understood that the mini long before them was still a child, merely at play, and lacked the ability to contend with them. The second matter is that Hu Ling will serve as the opponent for all of your Pokémon, Xiao Qi stated nonchalantly, eliciting astonishment from some Pokémon, particularly the three initial companions, who, while aware of Hu Ling's formidable strength, wondered if it was feasible to face 6 Pokémon simultaneously. Hu Ling, you haven't upset the master recently, have you? The Flygon inquired tentatively. How could I? I am about to master a new power. I can hardly contain my excitement. Hu Ling replied, grinning with eagerness. Unable to wait to undergo Mega Evolution with Xiao Qi earlier, during their flight, Xiao Qi had mentioned Mega Evolution, which had thrilled Hu Ling to the point of nearly losing control of its wings. Has it grown stronger again? X2. De Yin Sha and Ling gazed on with envious eyes. Recalling how Hu Ling was merely a small fire dragon when it first joined Xiao Qi's team, now having grown powerful enough to possibly defeat them. It appears that Hu Ling's confidence stems from that. Gu pointed to the Mega Evolution Stone on Hu Ling's left arm. Sensing the immense energy radiating from the stone, break through the shackles, return to the primal form. Answer my call, Hu Ling, Mega Evolution. Xiao Qi pressed the keystone on the back of his left hand, and a bond of power formed a link between him and the Charizard before him. The Charizard, bursting forth in a dazzling radiance, sensed the transformation and inexplicably envisioned the form it was destined to possess. As the brilliant light dissipated, the first sight to capture the gaze of several Pokémon was the ethereal blue flames and the crimson eyes of Charizard, soon revealing its new form to Xiao Qi and the 6 Pokémon. Charizard's primary coloration shifted to a deep slate gray, its scales appearing impenetrable, while its jaw and tail tip transformed into a celestial blue. Blue claw-like protrusions sprouted from its shoulders, small fin-like appendages emerged from the back of its neck, and the inner sides of its wings turned a profound azure, with the tips branching into several arc-edged points resembling talons. The tips of its horns became a striking blue and sharply pointed, accompanied by 2 additional small black horns, while the spikes at the end of its tail resembled deadly serrations. A mechanical voice echoed in Xiao Qi's mind, announcing, "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Pokémon's first Mega Evolution, activating temporary access to the third ability." Stunned by the system's words, Xiao Qi soon deduced the implications and scanned Charizard's current data. Pokémon, Dragon Scale Charizard, Mega Evolution X form. Type, Fire and Dragon. First ability, Blaze. Second ability, Multiscale. Third ability, Hard Claw, increases the power of contact moves by 30. Moves, Flamethrower, Dragon Breath, Outrage, Fire Fong, Dragon Claw, Flare Blitz, Dragon Dive, Overheat, Burnout. Personality, extremely combative, unafraid even when facing formidable opponents, with a penchant for sunbathing. Background, awakened the powerful ancient bloodline of dragons. In Chapter 70, Triple Abilities. The assault of Mega Charizard X, the liberated Dragon Scale Charizard roared skyward, its intimidating roar affecting all Pokémon present. The weakest among them, Calicula, nearly succumbed to the overwhelming pressure of Charizard, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, Xiao Qi promptly utilized psychic abilities to counteract the oppressive force and healed Calicula with the power of Tokiwa. What an astonishing presence, remarked the millennia-old Gingue, whose lips quivered. Despite having lived for a millennium, it was Gungue's first encounter with Mega Evolution, and it was astounded by Charizard's remarkable transformation. The Azure Scyther, witnessing Charizard's might, felt its sides tremble with excitement. What? Are you afraid? Teased the Crimson Gyarados. No, I tremble with anticipation for the impending battle, Scyther exclaimed, eyes shining with exhilaration. Having long harbored the desire to challenge Charizard, it seems your spirits are high, which brings me great comfort. Xiao Qi nodded, particularly pleased by the bravery of the smaller Miniru and Calicula, who showed no fear of Charizard's might, eliciting a smile from him. Let us formulate a strategy. The leader's delay in commanding us to battle must mean he intends for the 6 of us to defeat Charizard through careful planning. Gungue proposed, a sentiment echoed by the other Pokémon. Although temporarily at odds with Gungue, Scyther had not yet stooped to verbal jabs at him. Let us hope this collaboration fosters reconciliation among you. Xiao Qi mused as he glanced at Scyther and Gungue before turning his attention back to Charizard. How are you adapting? Upon hearing this, Charizard excitedly nodded, its mouth enveloped in ethereal blue flames, eager to unleash its power. While aware that Mega Evolution offered only a fleeting enhancement, Charizard reveled in its current form, its smile unwavering. To defeat Charizard, we must prioritize defense against its flames. Gungue turned to Gyarados. Gyarados, you'll handle the fire. Furthermore, Charizard is not intimidated by water, so our primary offensive must rely on the strength of Diting. Rock-type moves will counter Charizard effectively. As for Calicula, Act as the situation dictates. This is primarily for your training. Scyther and I will provide support, while Miniryu can assist Diding in battle, utilizing Dragon-type moves to counter Charizard. But do not act recklessly. Upon hearing Gungue's battle plan, the other Pokémon nodded in agreement. Scyther regarded Gungue with newfound respect. Realizing that this ghostly Pokémon was not as lackadaisical as it appeared, I merely pondered the situation. Anyone could arrive at similar conclusions. Gungue humbly replied, instantly elevating the other Pokémon's fondness for him, showcasing his emotional intelligence. I didn't expect Gungue to possess such eloquence. Xiaoqi praised, signaling Charizard to prepare itself. When this stone touches the ground, your battle will commence. Xiaoqi declared, holding a stone levitating with psychic energy before all the Pokémon. With the Pokémon's gazes upon him, Xiaoqi tossed the stone into the air, and moments later, it fell to the ground. I shall go first. Gyarados roared, unleashing a powerful roar to weaken Charizard's attack before executing a sideways tail whip aimed at Charizard. Bring it on. Charizard's claws glimmered with verdant energy as it countered Gyarados' assault with Dragon Claw, utilizing its Hard Claw ability to forcefully repel Gyarados. What a pity. It seems Charizard's scales remain unyielding. Gungue noted, realizing that the Multiscale ability had not faded. Sharp stone blades floated beside the massive Diding. While Calicula prepared to swing its bone club, Scyther began to gather energy, and Gungue formed a shadow ball with its hands. Following Miniryu's Dragon Breath, the four Pokémon launched their attacks in unison toward Charizard. The best defense is a good offense, Charizard believed, enveloped in azure dragon energy, which coalesced into a fearsome dragon apparition. Dragon Dive received a significant boost from the Hard Claw ability, increasing its power by 30. The clash of their assaults resulted in explosive devastation, startling the residents of Yuedin Town, who observed the explosion from the hillside. Some were nearly compelled to call Miss Junsha, but fortunately, Elder Fuji and Ling Nai swiftly intervened to clarify the situation, preventing unnecessary misunderstandings. The sound of friction emerged from the smoke, revealing that Charizard's scales had contracted from the immense damage endured, indicating that the effect of Multiscale had dissipated. What a remarkable ability. Gungue admired as the combined efforts of the 6 Pokémon struck Charizard, seemingly having little effect, as Charizard appeared full of vigor. Excellent. My flames are now fervently ignited. Charizard unleashed searing azure flames, prompting Gyarados to swiftly retaliate with Hydro Pump in an attempt to counter the intense flames. However, Gyarados underestimated Charizard's current strength. Even facing Hydro Pump, Charizard swiftly overpowered it. Sensing the impending danger, Diding executed Iron Tail, barely managing to block the scorching flames with a boulder. Though the immense heat began to melt the stone, Calicula tenderly caressed its bone club, nearly losing it to the flames. But Charizard, recognizing the club as Calicula's weapon, casually swatted it back to prevent it from being melted away. Before their encounter, only 5 silhouettes of Pokémon appeared. At that moment, Hueling realized the scheme of Qi Nni Nyangu. Qi Nni Nyangu's eyes emitted a blue glow, attempting to control Hueling with hypnosis, while the prepared Tien Ling unleashed its air slash. A mere trifle, Hueling scoffed, utilizing Flame Vortex against the ground. The fiery column surrounded and obscured Qi Nni Nyangu's vision while defending against the wind blade attack. Lie down obediently. Hueling shattered the rocks on its body with its wings, enduring the powerful rock slide from the colossal Dynsh, seizing the moment. It used Dragon Claw to pin Qi Nni Nyangu to the ground, then forcefully blasted flames into the downed ghost. The flames engulfed Qi Nni Nyangu, who transformed into mist amidst a wretched scream. A substitute? Quite the strategy, Xiao remarked, not believing that Qi Nni Nyangu could be so easily vanquished by Hueling. Otherwise, a millennium would have been wasted. It seems my tactics have succeeded. The grinning Nyangu floated out from the shadows, embodying the essence of a successful plan. Meanwhile, Hueling sensed something amiss. Realizing it could not temporarily use Dragon Claw, it is the effect of the immobilization technique. Xiao explained to the confused Hueling. I have layered the Cursed Body ability onto Nyangu, granting a 30 chance to seal the opponent's prior moves for 4 turns. What a cunning and insidious ghost-type Pokémon. Hueling expressed its displeasure, feeling frustrated that its proud move was sealed for 4 turns. Isn't this to defeat a master like you? Qi Nni Nyangu awkwardly scratched its head, flattering words bringing Hueling some satisfaction. However, Qi Nni Nyangu's eyes now glimmered with a faint blue light, preparing to cast hypnosis on Hueling. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Hueling roared, unleashing azure flames from its mouth. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it summoned a heat wave. The searing breath enveloped Qi Nni Nyangu, who abandoned its hypnosis attempt and turned to control the heat wave with psychic. This is not a one-on-one duel between you and Nyangu, Xiao kindly reminded. Suddenly, the massive Dynsh and the crimson Ling attack from Hueling's side, executing Iron Tail and Water Tail respectively. Excellent. Hu-El-ing exclaimed, preferring a contest of strength over the cunning tactics against Yin-Gu. At that moment, Hu-El-ing's wings shone with white light, utilizing Steel Wing. Its colossal wings, as sturdy as steel, absorbed the Iron Tail attack from Dynsh. Quickly, it charged its left fist with electricity and unleashed Thunder Punch against the Lkil-ing. A thunderous collision ensued, and as the dust settled, Lkil-ing had already transformed into its menacing dragon form, mitigating half the effectiveness of the Thunder Punch. Before Hu-El-ing could recalibrate, the Mini-Long's Dragon Breath struck its arm. The naive KLKL, bending low, executed a headbutt attack that left the other Pokémon astonished. What a foolish child. How can it be so headstrong? Ch mused, recalling that KLKL belonged to the ground type. Its recklessness surpassed even steel-type Pokémon. Under the watchful eyes of several Pokémon, Hu-El-ing gently kicked the headbutting KLKL away, as its small stature nearly led to it being squashed. Embarrassed and blushing, KLKL chose to feign defeat, lying on the ground. Thankfully without its companions mocking it. After all, its brave spirit deserved commendation. Have you rested enough, Hu-El-ing? Yin-Ling approached. It seems you wish to engage me in a solitary contest. Truly remarkable. Hu-El-ing replied helplessly, noting that instead of capitalizing on its exhaustion, Yin-Ling stubbornly clung to its warrior's pride. Perhaps not. Yin-Ling's arms swelled with energy, a green glow emanating from its sides. To amplify its slashing power, it even flapped its wings, seeking to enhance its might through acceleration. With the 4-turn limitation lifted, Hu-El-ing could once again employ Dragon Claw, emerald energy enveloping its claws to form enormous talons. With a resounding clash, Hu-El-ing single-handedly withstood Yin-Ling's X-Scissor, while its left claw rapidly descended under Yin-Ling's gaze. That was close. I made it just in time. Yin exhaled, having witnessed Yin-Ling faltering. Immediately using Psychic to restrain Hu-El-ing's left claw, allowing Yin-Ling to evade. Though it was quite unpleasant. Thank you. Yin-Ling extended its scythe to touch Yin-Gu's right hand, symbolizing the two Pokemon's reconciliation. Well done. Ch remarked with a smile, pleased to see the two finally resolve their differences, validating this collective battle. Countless sharp stone edges floated around Dynsh, rapidly hurtling towards Hu-El-ing under its control. Dynsh, you should know that such an attack cannot defeat me. Hu-El-ing scoffed, turning and unleashing Flamethrower to merge the stone edges, shattering the remaining remnants with Dragon Claw. What a pity, this was merely our tactic. Yin-Gu laughed, gathering light of various hues in its hands, preparing to unleash Dazzling Gleam to inflict a state of confusion upon Hu-El-ing. As Hu-El-ing attempted to flap its wings to evade, the Crimson Lkil-ing behind it had already summoned a beam of destructive energy, combined with the Dragon Breath from Mini Long, directly targeting Hu-El-ing. How careless. Hu-El-ing was momentarily stunned, turning to counter the assault from Lkil-ing and Mini Long with Dragon Dive. Success. Yin-Gu cackled. The explosion stirred up dust, revealing the heavy breathing and furious red pupils within the sandstorm. This is no mere confusion. It's berserk. Lkil-ing exclaimed, realizing Hu-El-ing's current state was far from ordinary. The searing flames swept across everything before it, in its berserk state. Hu-El-ing was unrestrained, eager to annihilate its foes. This battle has escalated, Ch remarked, preparing for any eventuality. If Hu-El-ing could not regain control, Ch would have to employ psychic abilities and the power of nature to restore its clarity. Enraged, Hu-El-ing set its sights on Yin-Gu, the ghostly Pokémon that had been meddling all along. With a roar, Hu-El-ing unleashed Azure Flames, flapping its wings to execute Air Slash, while its body radiated with draconic energy to perform Dragon Dive. Help! Boss, save me! Yin-Gu was taken aback, astounded that 3 moves were unleashed simultaneously. Realizing Hu-El-ing was brimming with energy, Yin-Gu waved the white flag to Ch in surrender. Power of nature, Ch murmured, his eyes glowing blue as a verdant aura enveloped his body. The frenzied Hu-El-ing found its movements restrained by psychic energy, the green power of nature swiftly enveloping it, restoring Hu-El-ing to consciousness. Yin-Gu is out of the battle, Ch declared. Plans are no match for change. Hu-El-ing's power is now too formidable. Dynsh lamented. We can only rely on the 3 of us. You 2 youngsters should simply observe. Yin-Ling stated coolly. I refuse to believe I can't freeze its body. Lkil-ing asserted. The azure breath of the dragon erupted from the mouth of the Charizard, and upon witnessing this, the Mini Long unleashed its own dragon breath. However, within less than a moment, it was countered, the residual force striking the Mini Long and forcing it back into a deep pit. Truly, It does not heed the words of its predecessors. The Scyther, witnessing this, lamented and charged forward to engage in close combat with the Charizard using its Fury Cutter. The Charizard, aware of Scyther's intentions, refrained from recklessly unleashing flames, choosing instead to confront Scyther with its Dragon Claws. Yet, the superior lineage of the Charizard rendered its forelimbs robust, remaining as formidable as in its earlier days. In no time at all, it had forcefully pinned Scyther to the ground. Mini Long and Scyther are out, exclaimed Xiaoqi. You're not much better off yourself, retorted the Millennium Gungue. The Colossal Onix and the Crimson Gyarados, observing the situation, swiftly joined the fray. The former executed a body slam, while the latter unleashed a waterfall, both relying on sheer strength. Well done, cheered Charizard, as its hands enveloped in a verdant glow formed two massive dragon claws to withstand the attacks of both Pokémon. This fellow seems rather overconfident, remarked the Millennium Gungue in confusion. Why not evade the attacks with its wings, instead of wasting energy to resist? If you could Mega Evolve, perhaps you'd be even more arrogant than this Charizard. Xiaoqi jested, causing a slight blush to appear on the face of the Millennium Gungue, which ultimately stemmed from envy of Charizard's ability to harness Mega Evolution. Fear not, for you are not the only one capable of Mega Evolution. You can achieve it as well, Gungue, Xiaoqi replied nonchalantly, igniting a surge of joy within the Millennium Gungue, who realized it could also attain Mega Evolution. So, when can I Mega Evolve, boss? The Millennium Gungue inquired excitedly. There's no rush. Mega Evolution requires not only the Evolution Stone, but also a bond of synchronized consciousness. Although your recent performance has been commendable, you still slightly fall short compared to Charizard and its 6 companions, Xiaoqi elucidated. I see, the Millennium Gungue exclaimed, grasping Xiaoqi's intention. Realizing that brute force was ineffective, the Colossal Onix resorted to using Rock Slide, while the Crimson Gyarados unleashed Hydro Pump. Both strikes landing squarely on Charizard's form. Damn, that's against the rules. Charizard exclaimed in frustration, its wings flapping wildly to execute Air Slash, while its mouth unleashed scorching azure flames. What an opportunity. The previously feigned, incapacitated Caracara seized the moment, hurling a bone club with great force toward Charizard's head. A dramatic scene unfolded as Charizard, struck on the head by the bone club, instantly reverted from its mega form, collapsing to the ground before it could regain its footing. Alright, the match is over, Xiaoqi declared, noting that Charizard had performed admirably during its inaugural Mega Evolution, especially against 6 Pokémon. The earlier Bone Boomerang from Caracara had momentarily confounded Charizard's tense nerves, leading to its reversion from Mega Evolution. Chapter 72. A Grave Crisis at Shiru Company. Scyther, use your Blade Dance, commanded Xiaoqi following the conclusion of the battle between Charizard and the 6 Pokémon. Xiaoqi utilized the power of Tokiwa to heal all the Pokémon, in an effort to expedite Caracora's growth. Xiaoqi captured it in a Pokeball and opted to teleport it to Professor Okito's lab, instructing him to provide Caracara with the necessary nourishment for development. Subsequently, Xiaoqi made his way back to Kin Wong City alone, and on his journey, he fortuitously encountered a woman being pursued by Team Rocket. Observing this scene, Xiaoqi dispatched his Scyther and Millennium Gungue to assist, thwarting Team Rocket's attempt to capture the woman. Damn, this kid's Scyther is too powerful, one Team Rocket member exclaimed in terror, as all the Pokémon he dispatched were swiftly vanquished by Scyther's sharp strikes. Boss, how should we handle these intruders? Millennium Gungue inquired, not believing Xiaoqi would be foolish enough to let Team Rocket leave unharmed, thereby exposing their whereabouts. Gungue, use hypnosis to immobilize their movements, commanded Xiaoqi upon receiving the order. Millennium Gungue's eyes glowed blue as it employed hypnosis to restrain the Team Rocket members, preventing them from moving an inch. To avoid alerting Team Rocket still operating within Shiru Company, and to prevent them from suspecting the disappearance of Xiaoqi's group, Xiaoqi instructed Millennium Gungue to hypnotize them with suggestions to erase their memories of the current events, thus concealing their whereabouts. Once the hypnosis was successful, Xiaoqi utilized his psychic abilities to teleport the incapacitated Team Rocket members elsewhere, allowing the woman to escape safely. Thank you, young man. The woman expressed her gratitude. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been captured by Team Rocket. Who are you, and why were you being pursued by Team Rocket? Xiaoqi inquired, glancing at the woman's injured thigh. I am the secretary to the president of Shiru Company. The company has now been taken over by Team Rocket. She explained. What is the reason for Team Rocket's takeover of Shiru Company? Xiaoqi asked, perplexed. It is for the Master Ball. The Master Ball had been strictly prohibited by the Pokémon League. But recently the League seems to have obtained intelligence from agents indicating that Team Rocket is developing powerful Pokémon akin to war machines. To counter these Pokémon, the League has exceptionally instructed Shiru Company to resume production of Master Balls. The secretary elaborated. Is it to prevent the birth of Mewtwo? It appears that the Pokémon League has secretly dispatched agents to infiltrate Team Rocket. Indeed, none of these organizations are simple, Xiao Qi speculated that perhaps some high-ranking officials within the league were aware of Sakiki's true identity, yet due to issues of vested interest, they chose not to expose him. After all, certain unsavory dealings are best left to overtly villainous organizations like Team Rocket to preserve the league's reputation. However, it is evident that Team Rocket's creation of Mutwo as a war machine has crossed a line, trampling upon the tacit agreement formed with the league. The Master Ball is a Pokeball capable of perfectly accommodating the powers of legendary Pokemon, almost guaranteeing a 100 capture rate of any Pokemon. Yet, such Pokeballs have been met with resistance from various righteous individuals who deem them contrary to the trainer's handbook, as they forcibly restrict the freedom of Pokemon and disdain the aspirations of trainers who genuinely wish to become Pokemon masters. Most Pokemon, when battling against trainers, are sometimes captivated by the trainer's commands or are impressed by their exceptional training skills, desiring to become powerful themselves, which is why they willingly allow themselves to be captured, becoming companions to grow alongside their trainers. However, the Master Ball entirely negates this process, ruthlessly trampling it into the mud. Regardless of whether a battle occurs, or if the Pokemon truly wishes to follow the trainer, it is forcibly captured within the Master Ball, effectively imprisoning Pokemon in an endless cage. What a terrifying Pokeball! The Millennium Gung Gue trembled, murmuring. Part of the reason it was captured by Xiao Qi was to become stronger. If it were to be captured by such a Master Ball, it would be a torment of the spirit for a Pokemon like Millennium Gung Gue. Nonetheless, the reintroduction of the Master Ball is not going smoothly. It is still in the development phase. However, the shadowy leader of Team Rocket has threatened the president and researchers, intending to monopolize the Master Ball production for himself once it is made. Currently, the researchers are under surveillance and house arrest by Team Rocket as they work on the Master Ball. More distressing is the fact that the members of the Rocket team within the organization have actively proposed to conduct experiments using wild Pokemon to ascertain whether the Master Ball can forcibly capture them. Due to these experiments, the lives of many wild Pokemon are now in peril, lamented the secretary. If this continues, even more wild Pokemon will fall victim to the Rocket team's persecution, remarked Xiao Qi coldly. After hearing the secretary's words, Xiao Qi grasped the gravity of the crisis facing the Zilluofa company. Should Sakiki truly obtain the Master Ball, it would mean that Mutwo, this artificially created legendary Pokemon, would be compelled to obey Sakiki's commands, for Sakiki, in daring to create such a being, must possess considerable power. The president shared this concern and sought assistance from outside. But the very act of restarting the Master Ball was a covert mission, hence it was kept under wraps to prevent too many factions from discovering the plans. The secretary, feeling helpless, expressed that unbeknownst to them, spies from the Rocket team had infiltrated Zilluofa company, and their surveillance was so meticulous that any contact with the outside world was impossible. Entrusted by the president, I barely managed to escape to seek help from the police in Rainbow City, so I cannot linger here any longer. With that, the secretary rose, preparing to head to Rainbow City, for Golden City was already infiltrated by the Rocket team, making it impossible to receive assistance from the police. Do you think it is still timely to seek the police's aid? Xiao Qi stated flatly, fearing that once the police arrived downstairs, the Rocket team would swiftly retreat, and the radicals might resort to cruel measures. Xiao Qi's words left the secretary momentarily stunned. Indeed, reckless actions could lead to adverse consequences. I will assist you, Zilluofa company, Xiao Qi declared confidently, expressing his strong belief in his ability to confront the Rocket team. He retrieved his Pokeballs, calling back his Scyther and Jengar. Placing a reassuring hand on the secretary's shoulder, under the secretary's puzzled gaze, he used teleportation to arrive at the Pokémon Center in Golden City. Upon learning that Sakiki was at Zilluofa company, Xiao Qi intended to visit the Pokémon Center to gather his initial team of 6 Pokémon to ensure he could challenge Sakiki on equal footing. Xiao Qi, is there a significant matter prompting such haste in your team adjustment? Inquired Professor Okido. At this juncture, I must trouble you, Professor Okido, to request the Dragon-type elite to come to Golden City. The Rocket team has already discovered Zilluofa company's plan to restart the Master Ball, and the company is now under their control. Xiao Qi explained. What? The Master Ball plan has been restarted, and the Rocket team has taken control? Professor Okido exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that if assistance was not rendered promptly, the Pokémon League would lose yet another means to suppress the Rocket team should the Master Ball fall into their hands. I have received all the Pokeballs. Please take care of the Pokémon that have been teleported. There is no time for further explanation. I must head to Zilluofa company. With that, Xiao Qi hung up the phone, ignoring Professor Okido's attempts to stop him, gripping the Beedrill's Pokeball tightly, his gaze radiating the confidence of a true champion. I implore you, my initial partner. Chapter 73, The Infiltration, Commander Duanmo. Xiao Qi and the secretary stealthily approached the alleyway, concealing themselves as they observed the Rocket team guarding the entrance to Zilluofa company. To maintain their disguise, the Rocket team members stationed at the entrance had disguised themselves as company personnel, even arranging some members to impersonate pedestrians, greeting the guards in a seemingly casual manner. Quite an impressive ruse, Xiao Qi mused, were it not for the information provided by the secretary. He might have genuinely believed that the guards were security personnel of Zilluofu Company. Once I infiltrate the interior of Zilluofu Company and create chaos to divert the rocket team's attention, you must swiftly make your way to the Golden Gym to seek help. This is far too dangerous. You may not realize, but the trainer at the Golden Gym, Nashi, is not easily approachable otherwise. I would have sought the gym leader's assistance long ago. The secretary exclaimed in panic, indicating that Nashi had left a rather negative impression on her, to the point that even mentioning her name instilled a sense of fear. Xiaoqi paused for a moment before confidently assuring the secretary, "Do not worry. Nashi has returned to her usual self. You can safely seek her assistance." With that, Xiaoqi displayed the golden badge on his collar, urging the secretary not to dwell on Nashi's past, for seeking her help now was in the best interest of Zilluofu Company. Hearing this, the secretary's expression turned resolute. Although venturing to the Golden Gym seemed perilous, she resolved to go forth for the safety of Zilluofu Company. Observing this, Xiaoqi ceased further explanations, aware that Nashi's behavior over the years had indeed left a lasting impression on the residents of Golden City. Under the guard's radar, Xiaoqi utilized teleportation to enter the interior of Zilluofu Company. Onyx, unleash Sandstorm. The sudden appearance of Xiaoqi startled the patrolling members of the rocket team. Before they could react, Xiaoqi threw the Pokeball in his hand, summoning Onyx, which triggered a massive sandstorm. Iron Tail. The colossal Onyx's tail erupted with radiant light, landing a decisive iron tail on the Pokémon released by the rocket team, leaving them utterly defenseless. It seems that the underlings have been dealt with, Xiaoqi remarked nonchalantly, and upon hearing the guards approaching, he threw another Pokeball, releasing Scyther. Air Slash. As soon as Scyther emerged, it executed an air slash, sending two blades of wind that shattered the wall, blocking the path of the approaching foes, and swiftly followed up with a Fury Cutter to incapacitate any enemies attempting to approach. Unexpectedly, the arrogant voice of Yamato and Shinsuke echoed, as they brandished their Pokeballs to challenge Xiaoqi. "To think you managed to escape from confinement so swiftly?" Xiaoqi teased, feigning surprise at their appearance. "What do you mean by so swiftly? You have no idea what we have endured during this time." Shinsuke seethed, revealing that both he and Yamato had been tirelessly executing tasks to repay the bail Sakaki had provided for their release. Just when they were on the verge of clearing their debts and receiving their labor rewards, they encountered Xiaoqi once more. "Come forth, Darubii. Arise, Solgaleo." Yamato and Shinsuke simultaneously unleashed their Pokémon, but it was evident that, merely based on their presence, the Pokémon they summoned were already at a disadvantage, as their previous Pokémon had been defeated by the still-growing Scyther. Darubii, unleash Flamethrower. Solgaleo, employ Confusion. Yamato and Shinsuke initiated their attacks first. Xiaoqi, however, refrained from giving commands, allowing his Pokémon to battle autonomously. The enormous Onyx and Scyther swiftly executed their moves. Onyx, leveraging its sheer strength, broke free from Solgaleo's confusion, following up with an Iron Tail that struck Solgaleo squarely on the forehead. Using the dust left by the earlier sandstorm, Scyther spun around, performing Sword's Dance, creating a miniature sandstorm that neutralized Darubii's Flamethrower, and swiftly advanced to unleash a Fury Cutter. "How is this possible?" exclaimed Yamato and Shinsuke, overwhelmed with despair as they witnessed their Pokémon succumb without enduring a single attack, both collapsing to the ground in defeat. Realizing the dire situation, the duo from the rocket team recalled their Pokémon and turned to flee, yet Xiaoqi had no intention of letting Yamato and Shinsuke escape. Just as he was about to use his psychic powers to control them, a blade of wind swiftly surged towards Xiaoqi from the shadows, narrowly avoiding the attack. The crisp sound of applause resonated from above, revealing a young man with black hair and crimson eyes, donned in a dark trench coat adorned with an emblem on his left chest and black trousers, standing before the crowd. His initial impression to onlookers was that of a friendly older brother. Yet it was noteworthy that the glasses perched on his face appeared to lack prescription and seemed rather inexpensive. "Lord Duanmu!" exclaimed Xiao Sanlang in terror, nearly collapsing to the ground, astonished that such a prominent figure would appear here. "Allow me to introduce myself, young one," Duanmu said with a gentlemanly bow to Xiaoqi. "I am Duanmu, the commander of Team Rocket's 1st Division. I have heard of your exploits, having thwarted our battle strategies time and again single-handedly. A genius youth recognized by Lord Sakamoto." Duanmu's outwardly amiable facade prompted Xiaoqi to furrow his brow, for he knew well that the deadly wind blade he had just witnessed was unleashed by the Zubat lurking above Duanmu. It seems you have detected the Zubat's position. I had hoped for another ambush," Duanmu remarked with feigned disappointment, commanding the Zubat to reveal itself. The Zubat swiftly descended from the sky, joining Duanmu's side. "You two worthless beings should leave at once. I cannot afford distractions," Duanmu stated calmly, though his tone was unexpectedly frigid, causing Yamadu and Xiao Sanlang's faces to pale, prompting them to hastily flee the scene, fearing Duanmu might resort to dangerous actions. "It seems you are regarded as a ruthless superior by your subordinates," Xiaoqi commented coolly. undeterred by the chilling aura emanating from Duanmu. Humph. I am loyal only to Lord Sakamoto. The lives of these individuals are inconsequential to me. Duanmu replied with a cold voice, adjusting his glasses as the Zubat unleashed an airblade. You seek death, the Scyther retorted coldly. Using its blade dance to intercept the airblade, though its scythe-like arms trembled momentarily from the force of the wind blade. This individual's strength is no trivial matter. Xiaoqi noted the slight injury on Scyther's arms. Although it was a minor rupture, it significantly hindered Scyther's attack speed. It seems you have become aware. Duanmu smiled, stroking Zubat's head. This child is my starter Pokémon. It is not a foe to be easily vanquished by your shiny Scyther. Scyther, eager to prove its strength, was halted by Xiaoqi's outstretched hand. Xiaoqi understood that the Zubat before him was formidable. Rather than wasting energy in a futile battle, he preferred Scyther to conserve its strength for future opponents. How infuriating. If only I could evolve, Scyther thought, feeling increasingly outmatched compared to its contemporaries, and as it could not battle for Xiaoqi at that moment. The desire for evolution began to bloom within. Chapter 74, The Realm of Battle vs. The Realm of Kill. Return, Onyx, Scyther. Xiaoqi summoned both Pokémon back into their Pokeballs. The Golden Scyther had no chance of defeating the similarly strong Zubat, as its Bug-type moves were rendered ineffective due to type disadvantages, wasting its energy. Although the massive Onyx had a type advantage, its size impeded its speed and maneuverability in the confined battleground, rendering it incapable of engaging Zubat. Another wind blade rushed forth, prompting Xiaoqi to respond swiftly, evading Zubat's ambush with ease, his expression darkening as he glared at the grinning Duanmu, coldly stating, "You truly are a cunning and treacherous individual. How can you speak of me in such a manner, Xiaoqi-kun?" Duanmu teased, relishing in the game of manipulation. Though he was disappointed that Xiaoqi had yet to sustain any harm, a fact that dulled his amusement. Unbeknownst to Duanmu, he had failed to notice the chilling gaze emanating from Xiaoqi. Since you wish to compare speed, I entrust this task to you. Pidgeot, Xiaoqi exclaimed, throwing a Pokeball that released a golden Pidgeot, which surged forth like a streak of golden lightning towards Zubat. Wing attack, Duanmu commanded upon seeing this. Zubat's wings glimmered with white light, clashing with Pidgeot's own wing attack. In the ensuing exchanges, it was Pidgeot that revealed a flaw first, forced to distance itself from Zubat. What of your starter Pokémon? I have heard it is a Beedrill, much like Lord Sakamoto's. Why not send it into battle? Duanmu inquired, stroking his chin in curiosity. But Zubat seemed to have received a command, launching another airblade towards Xiaoqi. Pidgeot reacted instantly, countering with its own airblade to negate Zubat's attack. Oh dear. I did not expect to be defended again. Duanmu lamented, waving a hand dismissively. You see, in the world of Pokémon battles among adults, the role of a trainer is perilous. My philosophy is that defeating the trainer will incapacitate the Pokémon in battle. As soon as the words left his lips, a murderous intent filled Duanmu's gaze as he drew a concealed dagger from his waist, thrusting it menacingly towards Xiaoqi. Pidgeot, sensing the danger, attempted to shield Xiaoqi. But Zubat, ever vigilant, exploited the opening and struck with a poison fang, fortunately missing the chance to inflict poison. Fool. Xiaoqi effortlessly evaded Duanmu's attack, delivering a powerful kick to Duanmu's abdomen that nearly left him gasping for breath, astonished by the young one's strength. Idiot. Worry about my safety once you have grown strong enough to defeat me, Xiaoqi retorted, gently tending to Pidgeot's injury with the power of healing. Pidgeot nuzzled against Xiaoqi's cheek, having forgotten its limitations in the chaos and failing to notice Zubat's approach. Indeed, you are recognized as a worthy opponent by Lord Sakamoto. Duanmu slowly rose, his playful demeanor darkening as he shattered his glasses in a fit of rage, a chilling aura emanating from his blood-red eyes, synchronizing with Zubat above. The realm of kill. The terrifying murderous intent erupted from Duanmu and Zubat like a raging tide, overwhelming all in its path. Even Pidgeot, soaring above, trembled in fear from the oppressive aura, providing Zubat with the opportunity to unleash another airblade. Is this the battle intent formed from murderous aura? It seems your hands are stained with the blood of many, Xiaoqi remarked coldly, lowering his hat to obscure his right face, revealing only his left eye, which turned crimson. You were the one who proposed using the lives of wild Pokémon to experiment with Master Balls, weren't you? The realm of battle. The previous murderous aura was swallowed by an even more powerful presence, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from Xiaoqi, single-handedly countering the murderous intent unleashed by Duanmu and Zubat. Impossible. You are an intent trainer. A battle intent of such rarity. Duanmu gasped in horror, astonished that the mere 10-year-old Xiaoqi possessed his own intent, and at such a pinnacle level of battle intent. If battles among adults also involve trainers, then I shall gladly partake, Xiaoqi remarked coolly, extending his left hand to gather the power of aura, easily forming a pure aura sphere in his palm. This sight left Duanmu in a state of disbelief. Unable to comprehend how such an extraordinary phenomenon could occur, how could a human wield a Pokémon's move? What manner of monster are you? Du Nim could hardly believe it. If he were to endure a single wave missile, he would need to remain hospitalized for at least a week to recover. He was merely a novice trainer from ZHNX and ZHN. As soon as he finished speaking, a pure wave missile surged toward Du Nim, prompting the X above to swiftly launch an aerial attack, attempting to shield Du Nim from the oncoming missile. You pesky bat. Don't forget that I am still here, Beedrill boasted, transforming into a golden flash that rapidly reached the rear of X and executed a splendid, yet powerful YNFN, striking the bat's vital points. Observing Du Nim's ability to evade the wave missile, the mischievous Xiozh decided to gather more wave missiles. Since Du Nim insisted that a true battle required the trainer's involvement, Xiozh was more than willing to use his own inexpensive wave power to joyfully knock Du Nim unconscious. How infuriating! How can there be such a perverse human? Du Nim could no longer maintain his previous calm demeanor. The unfolding events were entirely unexpected. He initially thought Xiozh was merely an exceptionally talented Pokémon trainer, just an ordinary boy, and he believed he could defeat him with personal attacks. Little did he realize that Xiozh's level of abnormality surpassed even that of his Pokémon. My dear Captain Du Nim, why do you keep evading? Aren't we supposed to engage in a trainer battle? Xiozh mocked, continuing to launch wave missiles. One missile was narrowly avoided by a terrified Du Nim, crashing through a wall and leaving a spiderweb-like crater. With a gulp, Du Nim felt a wave of fear wash over him, drowning out the previously released murderous intent. X was equally affected, unable to withstand Beedrill's relentless assaults. In contrast, Beedrill, empowered by the intention of battle, grew more formidable as the clash progressed. Swiftly overpowering X. I could never concede so easily. I am a follower of Master Nim. Du Nim furiously drew a dagger and slashed his own arm, the pain forcing him to regain composure. As he saw the wave missile approaching, he hastily hurled his dagger, dissipating its power. Subsequently, he donned a psychic protective gear on his wrist, bracing himself against the missile's impact. Now restored, Du Nim unleashed his murderous intent once more, and the previously suppressed X regained its fighting spirit, matching Beedrill's prowess. It seems that someone capable of becoming the chief commander is not to be underestimated, Xiozh remarked with mild astonishment, not expecting Du Nim to regain his calm so swiftly and effectively neutralize his wave missiles. Although part of this was due to the psychic protective gear, Du Nim's strength was undeniable. My apologies, old buddy, I inadvertently exposed my own weakness. Du Nim gently caressed the injured spot on X, then turned to Xiozh with serene determination. The boy recognized by Master Nim. Let us engage in a splendid contest. Chapter 75, Defeating Du Nim vs Nim. As soon as the words left his lips, both Du Nim and X sprang into action simultaneously. Xiozh and Beedrill swiftly retaliated, to the astonishment of many trainers. Not only were the two Pokémon engaged in battle above, but the trainers Xiozh and Du Nim were also locked in combat. What remarkable protective gear! It can actually mitigate part of my psychic powers, Xiozh complimented. This is the masterpiece of Dr. Shiem, a leading figure in our rocket team's research field, specifically designed to counteract psychics like you, Du Nim declared confidently. While part of Xiozh's powers were indeed curtailed, it should not be forgotten that he possessed an extraordinary physique, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with the adult Du Nim, even matching him in skill. The clash of battle intent and murderous intent shattered the surrounding walls, causing even the equipment nearby to tremble under the magnetic influence. A flaw. Du Nim sensed an opportunity, brandishing his dagger to deliver a lethal blow to Xiozh. Regrettably, that was a deliberate opening, Xiozh replied nonchalantly, bending low to evade Du Nim's thrust, swiftly concentrating wave missiles that struck Du Nim's abdomen head-on. Wow. The force of the wave missile caused Du Nim to spit blood, not missing the chance. Xiozh executed a flying kick that sent Du Nim crashing several meters away. Do you really think you can delay me? Xiozh said coldly. I have no fondness for someone whose hands are stained with the blood of Pokémon. X, witnessing the scene, rushed to assist its master. But the increasingly emboldened Beedrill would not allow X to interfere easily. You should stay put, Beedrill announced with a resounding cry, transforming into a golden flash that swiftly encircled X, unleashing a whirlwind that trapped it within a storm, followed by a quick electric attack that overwhelmed X's defenses. Xiozh, leave this to me. A melodious voice chimed in, causing Xiozh to turn and find the poised and elegant NZ arriving, urging him to swiftly rescue the XLF company and not be delayed by Du Nim. I'm counting on you, NZ, Xiozh replied, taking flight on Beedrill to leave the scene. Fear not, I shall not disappoint you, NZ said, blushing slightly as she watched him depart. The trainer from the Golden Gym, NZ, I never expected you to oppose our rocket team, Du Nim coldly remarked, wiping the blood from his lips and injecting a painkiller into his body. then exhaling deeply to calm himself. I had hoped for a response to my invitation to join our rocket team, but to be ignored is an insult. How dare you reject Master B in MS recognition, you ignorant woman. Ignorant woman? You despicable creature. Do NM's precise provocation ignited NZ's fury. Fortunately, seeing that she OZH and BDO had already departed, she decided to teach Do NM a lesson in the power of psychics without the need to maintain her image. I beseech you, Ying JL, NZ called out, throwing her Pokeball. Upon release, Ying JL immediately used its psychic powers to control X, whose poison typing was doubly weak against Ying JL's abilities. Coupled with NZ's synchronization with Ying JL's mental strength, X was thoroughly subdued. Meanwhile, Shiozh entered the room where Pokémon were imprisoned, and BDO unleashed a fierce storm to defeat the resisting rocket team members. Seizing the moment, Shiozh threw the Pokeball containing the Crimson LBOLing, commanding it to use Bite to shatter the cage holding the imprisoned Pokémon. Everyone, hurry and escape. There will be someone waiting for you outside, Shiozh shouted. The released Pokémon promptly fled the cage, casting grateful glances at Shiozh before vanishing from sight. Following this, Shiozh instructed BDO to deal with nearby rocket team members while he dashed alone to rescue the confined researchers, liberating them from their captivity. After rescuing both the Pokémon and the researchers, Shiozh sprinted to the top floor of the president's office. Upon pushing open the door, he found S&M, clad in a black suit with an R emblem on his left chest, calmly gazing through the glass window at the night view of J.N. Huing SH, while an assistant stood beside him, threatening the president of XLF Company to sign a contract. Ting PNDO gym trainer. No, it should be the leader of rocket team. S&M, Shiozh calmly stated, showing no surprise at S&M's appearance. Ah, the boy from ZHNX and ZHN. It seems you are not overly astonished by my true identity. The commotion downstairs was instigated by you, wasn't he it? Truly, you are the genius boy who has repeatedly caused me headaches. Reluctantly shifted his gaze away from the enchanting night scenery, and, after meeting the eyes of Xiao Qi, leisurely approached the president of Zillifu. He spoke slowly. I am currently engaged in a discussion regarding work with the president of Zillifu. Might you refrain from interrupting the affairs of adults? Work matters. Don't take advantage of the situation, the president of Zillifu retorted. However, under the pressure of and the rocket team's influence, he chose to remain in place, preparing to sign a contract with. The Dragon-type champions soon arrived, and the police dispatched by the Alliance would swiftly surround Zillifu. Do not entertain illusions of seizing the Master Ball, Xiao Qi remarked coolly. To have defeated my trusted subordinates to reach this point is indeed commendable. Thanks to you, the plan has fallen apart, sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. The rocket team's scheme has been thwarted by just a mere child. Lord, we must leave at once, urged an assistant nearby. Since the plan has failed, it would be wise for Zillifu to abandon any further confrontation with Dato and the incoming international police. Regrettably, at this moment, you have no opportunity to depart. No matter how many times your trivial schemes arise, I shall obliterate them, Xiao Qi declared, blocking his path. What an impudent child. I had thought to spare you. S expression suddenly turned icy. It seems I must teach you a lesson. The assistant, observing the situation, presented a box containing Pokeballs, allowing him to select his Pokémon. However, the assistant, perplexed, inquired, Lord, why proceed in this manner? He is merely a child and not worthy of your attention. He is no ordinary child, retorted, taking 2 Pokeballs and locking eyes with Xiao Qi, who radiated an undeniable fighting spirit. Let us battle. Simultaneously, Xiao Qi and threw forth their Pokeballs, unleashing the Dragon-type Charizard and the Crimson Gyarados, while summoned Nidoking and Nidoqueen. It appears your strength has grown remarkably. Commended. As a seasoned Pokémon trainer, he recognized the exceptional prowess of Charizard and Gyarados. The Crimson Gyarados roared first, forcibly diminishing the attack power of Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Subsequently, Nidoking's eyes glowed a fierce red, exhaling tainted air as its muscles swelled, triggering its ability, Anger Point. Due to environmental factors, both sides' Pokémon reached an unspoken agreement. Engaging in close combat. Nidoking, use Super Horn Attack. Nidoqueen, follow up with Double Kick. Charizard, unleash Dragon Claw. Gyarados, utilize Water Tail. Charizard's claws shimmered with verdant light, sturdily absorbing Nidoqueen's Double Kick before delivering a powerful strike with Dragon Claw. The Crimson Gyarados retaliated with a sweeping tail, countering the toxic spikes of Nidoking, thereby having the power of the Super Horn Attack. Your Gyarados seems to have mastered its strength effortlessly, remarked calmly, having swiftly analyzed the situation upon witnessing Gyarados' transformation. Lord, we must retreat swiftly, or Yulongshi Dato will soon arrive, the assistant urged, wanting to temporarily abandon his confrontation with Xiao Qiha. Do you truly believe that arrogant young man can contend with me? Scoffed, his eyes igniting with the fervor of battle. This child before me has thoroughly provoked my senses. The cramped office could not accommodate the clash of their 4 Pokémon, and it did not take long for the ceiling to be breached, transforming the upper-level office into an expansive battlefield that connected to the sky. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. Gyarados, use Ice Fang, with the sky as their battleground. Charizard flapped its massive wings, soaring above, while Gyarados opened its gaping maw, filled with icy fangs, to bite down on Nidoking. Nidoqueen, use Water Pulse. Nidoking, unleash Thunderbolt, commanded with unwavering composure. The searing flames were consumed by the water pulse, evaporating into mist. Fortunately, the damage to the office allowed the airflow to remain unobstructed, causing the mist to dissipate swiftly. Gyarados, meanwhile, was compelled to shift into its dragon form to withstand Nidoking's Thunderbolt. The power of that water pulse exceeds all expectations. Could it be that Nidoqueen possesses a unique ability? Xiaoqi speculated, his tone resolute as he had already deduced Nidoqueen's ability. The ability is called Sheer Force, enhancing the power of moves with secondary effects by 30, while negating their additional effects. Stated nonchalantly, revealing his confidence as a formidable trainer. Then I need not test further. Xiaoqi declared calmly, lowering his hat to reveal only his left eye, which gradually transformed into a crimson hue, an overwhelming aura enveloping the battlefield, causing the 4 Pokémon to undergo a transformation simultaneously. The essence of battle, truly an exceptional youth. It reminds me of your Na vet when you first arrived at the reminisced, a verdant aura manifesting around him, enveloping Nidoking and Nidoqueen, alleviating their wounds and countering the oppressive atmosphere of battle. This is the essence once possessed by, Xiaoqi mused. Is this the power of? He felt the uncontrollable resonance with the power of, which merged with zone. Indeed, you have also been blessed by the forest. No wonder I sensed the essence of within you. S expression reflected realization, as a holder of could detect others of their kind, even as my own power wanes. Sensing kindred spirits remains effortless. I never anticipated that the boy once graced by the forest would now become the leader of the rocket team, aiding in malevolence. Time is indeed relentless, Xiaoqi retorted, noting that was intended for those benevolent souls, yet had strayed from his youthful path, causing his own power to become unstable. Ha! Do you know why I have chosen to forgive you time and again? Chuckled, covering his face before coldly locking his gaze onto Xiaoqi. Because you remind me of myself, ignorant and arrogant, just as I once was. But now, I shall utterly dismantle your blind confidence. Following's command, Nidoking swiftly executed a double kick, striking the Crimson Gyarados. Due to the previous Thunderbolt, Gyarados had been unable to change form in time, suffering significant damage from the double power of the attack. Dragon Dive. Charizard roared as it flapped its wings, plummeting from the sky, enveloped in a golden aura, transforming into a colossal dragon poised to consume all before it. Nidoqueen, use Iron Tail, directed coolly. Nidoqueen leaped with force, her tail glowing white, aimed at Charizard. However, Charizard's Dragon Dive was not easily countered, and in a brief struggle, Nidoqueen fell to the ground first. Meanwhile, Nidoking, engaged with Gyarados, suffered as Gyarados willingly absorbed the damage from the double kick, viciously biting down on Nidoking's arm, freezing it with its icy breath, before being struck by Water Tail and sent flying. It appears that these 2 Pokémon alone will not suffice to halt your advance. Withdrew his Nidoking and Nidoqueen into their Pokeballs, stating that his release of CHNGP-NYJ-ing was to convey an important message. The opponent he faced was not the notorious leader of Team Rocket, but rather the Pokémon trainer. Subsequently, amidst the witnesses, gently tossed forth a meticulously prepared Ultra Ball. A brilliant flash of white light dissipated, revealing a Beedrill that darted forward with the speed of lightning, delivering a brutal fury cutter that forced the massive, Crimson Gyarados back several meters. Witnessing his comrade's injury, the Charizard erupted in fury, unleashing a flamethrower aimed at the Beedrill. Drill run, commanded. The Beedrill rapidly flapped its wings, spinning like a steel drill to pierce through the flames emitted by the Charizard, landing a decisive blow to the creature's neck, rendering it temporarily unable to breathe. Charizard Gyarados. Return. Xiaoqi called forth his Pokeballs, recalling the 2 Pokémon. Just as President Shirafu prepared to sign an unequal agreement with Team Rocket in despair, Xiaoqi once again threw a Pokeball. I beg of you, Beedrill. What? Both President Shirafu and the Team Rocket aide exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Xiaoqi to unleash a Beedrill akin to's. It appeared that the Beedrill from earlier had indeed matured significantly. I am aware of the profound bond between us, and it shall not falter against you, Pokémon trainer. Xiaoqi declared resolutely, the overwhelming pressure of his synchronized battle intent surging forth. I am heartened by your growth. You are truly the boy I have recognized. Remarked with a hint of excitement, acknowledging that only Xiaoqi could invigorate his senses, the boy from CHNX and ZHN. The power of CHNGP and dissipated beside, only to be replaced by an even greater aura. This is the new realm I have comprehended after losing CHNGPN, a domain of Earth that surpasses even that of CHNGPN, explained, revealing that this new Earth domain was more fitting for him than the previously recognized one. If the battle intent was the release of combativeness and instinct, and CHNGPN embodied an enduring belief, then the earth domain he now wielded represented an insurmountable peak, capable of burying foes beneath the soil. Is this the reason you are known as the earth? Indeed, you are an unfathomable adversary, Xiaoqi remarked seriously, recognizing that the earth domain emanated was also of the highest caliber. Chapter 77, Battle Intent vs. Earth. Pin Missile. Both Beedrills unleashed their attack simultaneously, countless needles striking like projectiles, resulting in a violent explosion upon impact. Fury Cutter. They echoed. The two sides executed the same move, emerald light intertwining in the sky, creating intense collision sounds and generating formidable shockwaves that stirred hope within President Shirafu, who prayed for Xiaoqi's Beedrill to triumph. U-turn, called calmly. The Beedrill, employing brute strength, forced the opposing Beedrill aside, transforming into an afterimage as it darted behind, swiftly piercing the back of the Beedrill. Fortunately, the Beedrill had utilized double team just in time to evade the lethal blow. A commendable strategy, but I shall not waste time any longer, declared, as a brown earth aura erupted from him, causing his Beedrill's muscles to swell, its form visibly growing more robust, with its stingers appearing significantly more formidable. My Beedrill, and I shall not fall so easily, Xiaoqi asserted, his body radiating a fierce crimson aura, as his Beedrill, in synchrony with him, gained strength. Its muscles bulging and its stingers sharpened to a lethal point. Battle Intent vs. Earth. Drill Run. Commanded. Fury Cutter. Xiaoqi shouted. The two Beedrills clashed like lightning in the sky, their stingers continuously opposing each other's might, the battle intent's aggressive advance and the Earth's steadfastness devouring one another. What a captivating sight. The night sky seems even more resplendent because of it. Mused, expressing his admiration for Xiaoqi and his Beedrill. If he would surrender, perhaps the nights to come would be even more enchanting. Xiaoqi replied coolly. Regrettably, young one, I shall not relent until my objectives are fulfilled. As soon as the words left his lips, Earth domain intensified once more, nearly overwhelming the Beedrill, which almost exposed a vulnerability. Beedrill, unleash a series of slashes. Xiaoqi commanded. Do you think you can defeat my Beedrill through accumulated damage? Such a naive thought. Retorted, Beedrill, use Drill Run. The Beedrill continuously struck its Beedrill with its stingers, and through the instinct of battle intent, it sensed an opening, landing a devastating Fury Cutter that struck a vital point. Furrowed his brow in confusion, recalling how he had witnessed the Beedrill trigger its bug sense during their previous gym challenge, thus dismissing the severity of the damage. However, the power of the strike now seemed exceedingly exaggerated. Glanced at Xiaoqi's crimson eyes, chuckling softly. Perhaps it is the awakening of battle instinct. Is the injury healing? Xiaoqi inquired in surprise, observing the wounds on's Beedrill slowly mending. The Earth domain embodies perpetual life, albeit not in such an exaggerated manner, replied nonchalantly, seemingly indicating that Xiaoqi need not be overly astonished, as they both possessed the power of Siege and GPN. Where's D? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xiaoqi thought irritably, urging D to come quickly for support, frustrated that his Dragonite, known for its swift movements, was failing him at this critical moment. Meanwhile, D was desperately racing on his Dragonite from the Quartz Plateau to Jin Huing City. Strange. Why was I only notified about the incident at Shirafu Company a mere 10 minutes ago? What is the intelligence team of the League doing? D said urgently, having hurriedly mounted his Dragonite upon learning that Xiaoqi was engaged in a confrontation with the leader of Team Rocket. Although D was a champion-level trainer in the Pokémon League, he was not privy to intricacies involving interests. The League's higher-ups, upon discovering that had yet to obtain the Master Ball, intended to continue their covert negotiations with, avoiding an early confrontation, as this world prioritized self-interest. Furthermore, the Pokémon League had yet to nurture a trainer capable of rivaling, thus they were cautious about openly opposing him, despite previous intentions to monopolize the Master Ball for his nefarious plans. Xiaoqi, please do not come to harm. I shall arrive shortly, D thought anxiously, gazing at the increasingly clear silhouette of Jin Huing City. The intelligence team from the League has instructed us to evacuate swiftly. YLNGSHD has already reached Jin Huing City. The aide whispered to, signaling that it was time for him to leave. In the distance, a helicopter emblazoned with the letter R gradually descended. Upon witnessing this, Banmu donned his sunglasses, subtly altering his appearance. I have no intention of letting you escape, exclaimed Xiaoqi, his eyes glowing with azure light as he attempted to forcibly employ his psychic abilities to bind Banmu's movements. You are still far too arrogant, Banmu replied coldly, conjuring an energy barrier before him that thwarted Xiaoqi's psychic powers. In this world, technology reigns supreme as the ultimate weapon. Your psychic abilities are merely trivial tricks. As he sensed the approach of the fast dragon, Banmu's Beedrill unleashed its full might, launching a final strike against the other Beedrill. The latter, undeterred, countered with its own ultimate attack, and the two engaged in their decisive clash. I must say, in just a few months, your growth alongside your Beedrill has astounded me. Banmu praised, recalling when Xiao Qi's Beedrill was unable to contend with his own during their challenge at the Tokiwa gym. Now, however, it could hold its own, albeit partly due to Banmu's clandestine leniency. I am here to support you, called Dui, riding on his fast dragon as he swiftly approached the battlefield where the two Beedrills clashed. Such a reckless individual, truly a headache, Banmu remarked coldly, unleashing the full force of his earthly intent, which suppressed Dui and fast dragon's speed as if it were a mountain. Dui, having detected Banmu's position, intended to expose his true identity, but Banmu had sufficiently disguised his features, rendering him unafraid of Dui's revelations. Though the League has bestowed upon you the title of Dragon Master, do not flaunt it in my presence. Banmu scoffed, as his Beedrill, having regained its footing, aimed its attack at Fast Dragon's vulnerabilities with a direct drill. Watch out. Fast Dragon, evade. Dui ordered, fully aware that Banmu's strength was not something he could defeat alone, especially with Banmu's most formidable Pokémon, Beedrill, in play. Despite the hindrance of Banmu's earthly intent, Fast Dragon skillfully evaded the Beedrill's assault. Before Dui could react, a barrage of lethal needles surged forward, leaving no opportunity for Dui and Fast Dragon to respond. Fast Dragon, use Dragon Claw, Dui commanded, as Fast Dragon extended its claws, enveloped in verdant energy, and took flight towards Banmu's Beedrill. Empowered by the earthly intent, Banmu's Beedrill appeared to possess boundless strength, even daring to engage Fast Dragon in a test of power. This scene may have left aspiring trainers like Dui bewildered. How could an ordinary Beedrill contend with the pride of the Dragon-type elite, Fast Dragon, in such a fiercely competitive manner? Fast Dragon, unleash Flamethrower, Dui ordered. A fierce blaze erupted from Fast Dragon's maw, yet Banmu's Beedrill chose not to evade with Shadow Clone, but charged forth, using its drill to dismantle the flames. Curse it, not only has this delayed my time, but even the Pokémon dispatched to me are not my main forces. What is the League thinking? Dui thought anxiously, casting a glance at the departing Banmu, wishing to immediately expose his true identity. However, the relentless onslaught from Beedrill prevented Dui and Fast Dragon from breaking free. To protect the Pokémon League from the encroachment of evil organizations, most elite trainers would entrust their main Pokémon to the League, inadvertently weakening their own capabilities. Seizing the moment, Banmu and his assistant boarded the helicopter. The assistant released a wheezing, which emitted smoke to obscure everyone's vision. Soon, a thick fog enveloped the area, providing ample time for Banmu's escape. President Zillafu, I hope you do not act foolishly and expose my true identity, Banmu whispered threateningly, subtly advising Xiao Qi to consider their relationship carefully, implying that he did not wish to sever ties completely. One day, I will catch up to you and defeat you with my own hands, Xiao Qi proclaimed defiantly. Is that so? Banmu responded with a slight smirk, tossing an object resembling a gem towards Xiao Qi, who caught it. Is this a Mega Evolution Stone? He exclaimed, recognizing its potential for his Beedrill's Mega Evolution. Banmu, as the leader of Team Rocket, would not resort to underhanded tactics against his adversaries. So Xiao Qi felt no need for excessive caution. It seems you are already aware of Mega Evolution. It is no surprise, considering you are an honorary research doctor of the Pokémon League. Such information is difficult to conceal from you, Banmu remarked nonchalantly. I just happened to acquire another one, he added, glancing away from Xiao Qi, who was puzzled by Banmu's demeanor. I look forward to the day we can truly face each other in battle. I hope our relationship remains that of rivals, not enemies. Farewell, young man from Jinshin Town. With a piercing voice, Banmu had already boarded the helicopter and departed, leaving Xiao Qi, President Zillafu, and the regretful Dui behind. Banmu, to you, are Pokémon merely tools for business, or are they companions? What has your life truly entailed? Xiao Qi pondered, gazing longingly at the retreating helicopter. Banmu's Beedrill, having ensured its master's escape, forcefully pushed Fast Dragon away with a cross cut and swiftly departed the scene. Are you alright, Xiao Qi? Dui inquired with concern. I am fine, though your timely arrival could have made a difference, Xiao Qi replied, his brow furrowed in displeasure at Dui's failure during such a crucial moment, naturally breeding frustration. I apologize. This was my oversight, Dui expressed remorsefully, refraining from offering excessive explanations. To dwell on the League's shortcomings would only disappoint a young trainer like Xiao Qi, who still held dreams of the Pokémon League. I too have my faults, my apologies. At least the Master Ball did not fall into Team Rocket's hands, Xiao Qi said, calming down and recognizing Dui's reasons for his delay, allowing him to absolve Dui of excessive guilt. Did you discern the true identity of the Team Rocket leader? Dui inquired cautiously. Upon seeing Xiao Qi shake his head slowly, he sighed in frustration. The leader of Team Rocket, entrenched in both regions for so long, could hardly have their true identity easily unveiled. The smoke had obscured Dui's view of Xiao Qi and Banmu's conversation, leading him to believe that Xiao Qi was condemning Banmu's cruelty. Unaware that Xiao Qi had received the Mega Evolution Stone from Banmu, thus casting no suspicion on the veracity of Xiao Qi's words. Thank you, young man. Without your intervention, the Zillifu company would not have been saved from Team Rocket. President Zillifu expressed gratefully, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Xiaoqi. He had not witnessed the moment Banmu gifted the evolution stone, clearly a part of Banmu's deliberate design. At this moment, the defeated Beedrill returned to Xiaoqi's side, its expression downtrodden. While it had managed to exchange blows with Banmu's Beedrill for a few rounds, it ultimately did not yield a decisive victory. Lord Banmu, why would you give away the hard-earned evolution stone to that young man, when it is a recent achievement of Dr. Evilwood? Questioned the assistant, puzzled. However, upon noticing Banmu's growing displeasure, he quickly fell silent, gazed out at the enchanting nightscape, gradually articulating his desire. From the very beginning, I have yearned to encounter a worthy adversary. That boy possesses a talent that even surpasses my own, achieving such prowess at a tender age. Compared to him, the characters like Yulongshi are mere jesters. Lord Sakaki, since you hold such admiration for that boy, why not recruit him into our rocket team? An assistant inquired. Do you think that is feasible? An opponent capable of constantly stimulating my nerves would never willingly become my subordinate. He is destined to become a Pokémon master at the pinnacle of success. Sakaki murmured, his eyes gradually revealing excitement as he anticipated a rematch with Xiaoqi. Chapter 79. The Gift from Shalufa Corporation, Xiaoqi's Arrival. The following day, in light of the exposure of the Master Ball restart plan, Shalufa Corporation decided to temporarily halt the research. The rocket team, having already arranged an escape plan, found the international police could only apprehend a few isolated pawns, who, after rigorous interrogation, were confirmed to be low-tier personnel that had not accessed true information, merely casualties of the rocket team's ruthless downsizing. Moreover, Duanmu, who had previously clashed with Xiaoqi, seized the opportunity amidst the chaos caused by the international police's incursion into Shalufa Corporation. Mistakenly believed to have been defeated by Naz and Yongjila, and escaped by grasping the wings of a Zubat. In this incident, Du also comprehended the true strength of the rocket team, realizing that their influence had infiltrated the upper echelons of the league. Had it not been for the internal traitors among the league's higher-ups, this operation would not have ended so abruptly. The Shalufa Corporation incident sounded an alarm in everyone's hearts. Tonight's confrontation was indeed a comprehensive victory for the rocket team, delivering a severe blow to the league's reputation. Although they did not obtain the Master Ball, the rocket team's researchers still procured a substantial amount of research data. After the event concluded, Xiaoqi received a letter of gratitude from the president of Shalufu, inviting him to visit the company to personally express his appreciation for Xiaoqi's kindness the previous night. Not wishing to go through the tedious formalities at the entrance, Xiaoqi utilized teleportation to arrive directly at the president's office on the top floor. His sudden appearance startled both the president and his secretary, but upon recognizing him, they immediately extended a warm welcome. Xiaoqi, thank you once again for saving our Shalufa Corporation, the president exclaimed, embracing Xiaoqi in gratitude, gesturing for his secretary to step aside. This is merely my duty as a Pokémon trainer. There is no need for such formality, Xiaoqi humbly replied, urging the president not to be overly enthusiastic in his hospitality. Your Excellency Xiaoqi, if possible, please allow Shalufa Corporation to provide evolution services for your Onyx and Scyther. We will offer the finest conditions for the metal membranes, the president assured him. The metal membranes are essential for the evolution of Onyx and Scyther, and high-quality membranes can significantly enhance the combat capabilities of the Pokémon preparing for evolution. It is an honor. I believe that with Shalufa Corporation's financial resources and technology, my Pokémon will surely acquire the optimal metal membranes, Xiaoqi replied with excitement, as both the massive Onyx and Scyther eagerly awaited their evolution, their eyes reflecting a desire for strength, clearly ignited by the previous night's battle. You've seen through me, Your Excellency Xiaoqi. I had hoped to surprise you, the president said with a slightly downcast expression. The emergence of Steelix and Scyther was first recorded in the Chengdu region, where researchers were initially unable to ascertain the conditions for their birth. However, upon discovering the vague outlines, they identified them as the evolved forms of Onyx and Scyther, and it took a long time of research before they found out the necessary metal membranes for evolution. Here is the data for Onyx and Scyther, Xiaoqi declared, producing his Pokédex to transmit the information to the office computer. The materials for the metal membranes suitable for both Pokémon differ. They require rigorous scrutiny, and once the membranes are customized, please send them to Professor Oki's lab. If possible, it would be best to dispatch a few researchers to assist Professor Oki. Rest assured, we at Shalufa Corporation will strictly adhere to the evolution requirements for Onyx and Scyther, ensuring that not a single oversight occurs, the president solemnly promised. Although Shalufa Corporation can provide high-quality metal membranes when it comes to Pokémon evolution technology, Xiaoqi places more trust in Professor Oki, who resides in Masera Town, as he is an authority in the field. Subsequently, amidst the gratitude of the entire staff at Shalufa Corporation, Xiaoqi awkwardly exited the building. Should anyone pass by, the president would enthusiastically run up to them, expressing immense gratitude while introducing Xiaoqi's remarkable achievements. This scene left Xiaoqi blushing with embarrassment, prompting him to hasten his departure from Shalufu Corporation. With the information provided by Xiaoqi, Shalufu Corporation recognized the differences in the two metal membranes. The first required a heavy and highly defensive structure, 3 times thicker than ordinary membranes, evidently for the massive onyx, while the second required a reduction in weight by half, ideally achieving a lightweight version that maintained agility, clearly intended for Scyther. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Xiaoqi teleported back his massive onyx and Scyther, reminding both Pokémon to show respect to Professor Oki, as their evolution would require his assistance. As for the vacant positions, Xiaoqi decided to recall Milotic and Jengar, while the 2 younglings, Dratini and Corphish, would remain at Professor Oki's lab to replenish their strength. He believed that too early an exposure to training could hinder their growth, and he did not wish to overlook the childhood that both Pokémon deserved in the pursuit of mere strength. Meanwhile, Beedrill and Charizard would stay by Xiaoqi's side, adapting to the power they attained through Mega Evolution. Xiaoqi was confident that his synergy with Beedrill during Mega Evolution would be remarkably effortless, requiring no deliberate adaptation. What a pity. I can't use the photo from when I was with Blue. Xiaoqi lamented. What photo? Xiaoqi, feeling regretful, hung up the phone amidst Professor Oki's bemused expression. Recently, Professor Oki had been thrilled to study the Pokémon Xiaoqi had teleported back, so he was hardly fatigued by the tasks assigned by Xiaoqi, even boldly proclaiming that he was eager for more. The trio of Xiaoji, Xiaoxia, and Xiaojing, who had been missing for quite some time, finally arrived in Kin Wong City today. Wonderful. Finally, we won't get lost in the forest anymore, Xiaoxia exclaimed, touched. Although they had followed Xiaoqi's guidance to the correct route, their innate talent for getting lost meant they still arrived late in Kin Wong City. Alright, I'm going to challenge the Kin Wong gym right now, Xiaoji declared excitedly, with Pikachu on his shoulder exuding energy. Let's first find the Pokémon Center to register for a room, Xiaojing suggested. Recently, due to the stabilization of Kin Wong City's security, more and more travelers had begun to visit, and the trio was determined to secure a room before it became fully booked. Indeed, I wonder who managed to restore order, Xiaoji remarked. At that moment, Xiaoqi, who was at the Pokémon Center, inexplicably sneezed. Could it be that Sakaki regretted his decisions? Chapter 80, heading to Kin Wong Gym. Bro, I missed you so much. Xiaoqi turned to see the disheveled Xiaoji rushing towards him, eager to embrace him. Observing this, Xiaoqi silently unleashed his psychic powers, creating a barrier to prevent Xiaoji's enthusiastic hug. You should go take a hot shower first. Xiaoqi, feeling exasperated, remarked. I have already pointed out the shortcut to Jinhuang City. How can you still look so lost? Indeed, Xiaoxia chimed in. It is all Xiaoji's fault for insisting on venturing into the forest to capture new Pokémon. As a result, not only did he end up going in circles, but even our travel map was blown away by the wind. She lamented, recounting the hardships of their journey. It truly mirrors your travel style, Xiaoqi sighed. I am heading to the Jinhuang Gym shortly. I can take you along. Yay, I can hardly wait to earn the golden badge, Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly, eager to rush to the Jinhuang Gym for the gym challenge. Alright, Xiaoji, I understand your fervor for the badge, but let us first take a proper bath, Xiao Gang urged, noticing trainers entering and exiting. Some beautiful young ladies whispering about the disheveled appearance of Xiao Ji and his companions, which left Xiao Gang feeling quite flustered. I'll be waiting for you in the private arena at the Pokémon Center's backyard. Xiao Qi waved goodbye to Xiao Ji's group and made his way to the private arena. Come forth, he called, tossing 2 Pokeballs, summoning the long-awaited Mei Na Si and Qian Yin Gung Gue. Upon their arrival, Mei Na Si excitedly leaped onto Xiao Qi, affectionately rubbing against his cheek, nearly toppling him over. Boss, I missed you so much, Qian Yin Gung Gue lamented, gazing at Xiao Qi. You have no idea how peculiar Professor Okito is. He has been performing his so-called Pokémon haiku for me from dawn till dusk. I dream of him reciting haikus, even in my sleep. Qian Yin Gung Gue dramatically mimicked the professor's torment, recounting the horrors of being teleported back to the Okito Research Institute. Through Qian Yin Gung Gue's narrative, Xiao Qi grasped the situation. It was merely that Professor Okito, intrigued by Qian Yin Gung Gue's ability to speak human language, insisted on researching his latest Pokémon haiku, leaving Qian Yin Gung Gue with no personal space, which truly caused him psychological distress. Alright, for now, you and Mei Na Si can stay by my side, Xiao Qi conceded, urging Qian Yin Gung Gue to cease his complaints. To assess whether Mei Na Si had been slacking off recently, Xiao Qi instructed Qian Yin Gung Gue to serve as Mei Na Si's training opponent. In the spirit of fairness, he decided to let the 2 Pokémon battle freely while he observed from the sidelines. Mei Na Si initiated the contest with Water Pulse, leading Qian Yin Gung Gue to counter with Shadow Ball, then slipping into the shadows to seek an opportunity to attack Mei Na Si. Not one to idle, Mei Na Si employed her psychic abilities to use hypnosis, aiming to pinpoint Qian Yin Gung Gue's location. As expected, due to the interference of hypnosis, Qian Yin Gung Gue was forced to reveal himself, promptly followed by an ice beam from Mei Na Si. In response, Qian Nian Gung Gui utilized Psychic to redirect the Ice Beam back at Mei Na Si. However, Mei Na Si remained unperturbed, deftly flicking her tail to execute Waterfall. Leaping into the air to evade the attack, using the icy ground to enhance her speed. After half an hour, freshly bathed and well-fed, Xiao Zhi's group arrived in the backyard, finding Xiao Qi who had recalled his Pokémon and was ready to depart. Since you are all prepared, let us set off. Xiao Qi declared, his eyes radiating a blue light as he employed instant transmission to transport Xiao Zhi's group directly to the entrance of the Jin Huang Gym. The Jin Huang Gym specializes in Psychic-type Pokémon, so Xiao Zhi, do exercise caution, Xiao Gang advised, noting that Psychic types held a significant advantage over most Pokémon, especially those capable of synchronizing their psychic powers. Rest assured, while I may lack psychic abilities, I possess ample courage. Hee, no need to praise me. Xiao Zhi grinned foolishly, mistakenly believing his demeanor was impressive. How embarrassing. Xiao Xia covered her face in shame. Indeed, let us pretend we do not know him. Xiao Gang blushed. Casting his gaze elsewhere to avoid eye contact with Xiao Zhi, Xiao Qi looked at his brother in disbelief. How could he still behave like this? Suddenly, a figure appeared before them, revealing himself to be the father of Na Zi, who greeted Xiao Qi with enthusiasm. Ah, it is Xiao Qi, my esteemed nephew. I did not expect you to arrive at the Jin Huang Gym so soon. Thanks to you, Na Zi assisted in rescuing the Shi Lu Fu company last night, greatly improving the public's perception of her. I cannot thank you enough. In Na Zi's father's eyes, Xiao Qi alone was capable of defeating Team Rocket, so there was no need to send a secretary to inform Na Zi of the request. However, upon hearing it was Xiao Qi's request, Na Zi promptly rushed to the Shi Lu Fu company, defeating numerous Team Rocket members, thus restoring her reputation in Jin Huang City. Not at all. I am here to challenge the Jin Huang Gym with my brother. Xiao Qi pointed to the still grinning Xiao Zhi in the distance, sighing. This spirited young lad is indeed Xiao Qi's brother. He clearly possesses the potential to become a Pokémon master. Na Zi's father was taken aback, then began to lavish praise on Xiao Zhi. No, I am actually a bit less capable than my brother. I am not as exceptional as you say, sir. Xiao Zhi blushed, his pride swelling to the point of making others believe his nose had grown larger. Haha. Enthusiasm is one of the essential traits of a Pokémon master. Since you are here to challenge our Jin Huang Gym, let me be your opponent. Na Zi's father proclaimed. Wait, isn't the trainer of Jin Huang Gym a woman named Na Zi? Xiao Gang asked, confused, as he pulled out the Kanto region gym leader's detailed guide, pointing to a photo of Na Zi's cool demeanor, drooling in admiration. Xiao Gang's reaction drew Xiao Xia's disapproving gaze. Na Zi and her mother have gone shopping recently to unwind. I am temporarily taking over as the gym leader. Na Zi's father explained. Well, Pikachu and I are eagerly anticipating this. Xiao Zhi exclaimed, thrilled to finally challenge the gym. The group followed Na Zi's father to the Pokémon arena of the Jin Huang Gym, to warm Na Zi's heart. The arena had been redesigned to allow ample sunlight to illuminate the space, creating a warm atmosphere, a stark contrast to the previously ominous temple-like environment. Chapter 81, Xiao Zhi vs. Jin Huang Gym. The gym challenge battle is about to commence. The participants are Lu Qi, the gym leader of Jin Huang Gym, and Xiao Zhi from Cheng Xian Town. Each side may use one Pokémon, and there is no time limit for the match. The battle officially begins. The referee announced. Since you are Xiao Qi's brother, you must undoubtedly be a formidable Pokémon trainer. Let my old companion battle you, Lu Qi declared, releasing his Pokéball. As the dazzling white light faded, an experienced Hu Di appeared on the battlefield. What Pokémon is this? Xiao Zhi wondered, instinctively retrieving his Pokédex to analyze Hu Di's data. The device chimed in with a mechanical voice. Hu Di, the Psi Pokémon, can freely control psychic powers and prefers not to rely on brute strength. Ah, I see. It is a psychic-type Pokémon. Xiao Zhi pondered for a moment, seemingly formulating a strategy before exuberantly exclaiming, all right, Pikachu, you are up. He sent forth Pikachu from his shoulder to face the challenge. Little did Xiao Qi know that the situation would unfold so absurdly. He had aimed to make Xiao Zhi's gym challenge an easier task by altering Na Zi's fate, only to have Uncle Lu Qi mistakenly believe Xiao Zhi's abilities were noteworthy, sending out his starter Pokémon to battle. Upon encountering his opponent, Hu Di, Pikachu remained unfazed. Gesturing for Ash to initiate the attack, Ash murmured to himself, though he felt no trepidation regarding Hu Di's prowess. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt. He commanded. Pikachu's body erupted with electricity, the high-voltage current surging forth like a lightning serpent, seemingly intent on engulfing Hu Di. Yet, both Uncle Lu Qi and Hu Di exhibited an unwavering calmness, exuding an air of steadfastness. Psychic, Uncle Lu Qi instructed. Hu Di's eyes glimmered with a blue light as he harnessed Psychic to control Pikachu's Thunderbolt, twisting the spoon in his hand to redirect the high-voltage current back towards Pikachu. Trouble. Pikachu, quickly use Iron Tail to anchor yourself. Ash ordered urgently. Pikachu's tail radiated a brilliant white light as it burrowed into the ground. absorbing the incoming high-voltage current without sustaining any harm. An impressive strategy. It seems Ash has not been idle since his previous battle at the Kuyu Gym. Xiaoqi acknowledged with a nod, relieved that Ash had shed his earlier naivety. Truly, he is Xiaoqi's brother. I must step up my game. Uncle Lucci remarked seriously. Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang exchanged helpless glances, realizing that the situation had transcended a mere gym challenge. Uncle Lucci had evidently envisioned Ash as Xiaoqi in this duel. Hu Di employ psychic. Hu Di, previously relaxed, suddenly vanished from sight, inversely floating in the air, crossing his spoons to unleash his psychic abilities, forcibly immobilizing Pikachu. He then wielded the spoons, causing Pikachu to repeatedly collide with the ground. This is clearly an uneven match. Xiao Gang exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing that this challenge at the Golden Gym was far more daunting than Ash's previous encounters, as Uncle Lucci's seriousness contrasted sharply with the leniency observed in earlier battles. Forgive me, Ash, Xiaoqi lamented, feeling sympathy for Ash's plight, realizing that the difficulty of the Golden Gym challenge had escalated significantly. Although Ash was spared the fate of becoming a plaything of Nasi, the prospect of earning the Golden Badge seemed bleak. The courage of Pikachu, and I shall not falter here, Ash proclaimed. Inspired by Ash's stirring words, Pikachu, drawing upon its own conviction, broke free from Hu Di's psychic grasp. Pikachu, since Hu Di can teleport to evade attacks, let us gather all the lightning above and unleash a comprehensive thunderstorm. Ash commanded. How reckless. Xiaoqi shook his head, aware that blindly expending all of Pikachu's energy would only lead to exhaustion. Moreover, such a high-voltage release would pose no threat to Hu Di and could be turned against Pikachu instead. As Pikachu released its electrical energy across the arena, Hu Di, floating calmly in midair, raised a spoon to collect all the currents, redirecting them towards Pikachu. To prevent Pikachu from using Iron Tail to dissipate the electricity, Hu Di employed Psychic to restrain Pikachu's movements. Just as the electrical surge was about to strike Pikachu, Xiaoqi discreetly threw a Pokeball, summoning a 1,000-year-old Gungue, which used Psychic to channel the colossal current into the ground. Let this farce come to an end, Xiaoqi stated calmly, acknowledging Ash's growth, yet recognizing that Ash's current strength was insufficient to best a seasoned gym trainer like Uncle Lucci. It dawned on Uncle Lucci that he had misjudged Ash's capabilities, and upon witnessing Pikachu collapse, he realized his subconscious error. He offered an apologetic glance toward Xiaoqi and Ash. It's all right, Uncle Lucci. I was too presumptuous, Ash admitted, recognizing that his blind confidence was one of the reasons for his defeat. This is my fault. I raised the level of the gym challenge without your consent, which was a lapse in my judgment, Uncle Lucci expressed regretfully, indicating that Ash could challenge again. However, having witnessed the true strength of the Golden Gym, Ash was unlikely to easily accept Uncle Lucci's notion of leniency. In truth, Ash, you need not dwell so much on this, Xiao Xia advised, stepping forward. Huh? Why is that, Xiao Xia? Ash questioned, turning his head in confusion. Because not all 3 of your league badges were earned solely by your own merit, especially the gray badge from Xiao Gang, which he intentionally forfeited to you, Xiao Xia explained, urging Ash not to take the authenticity of gym battles too seriously. Is that so? Ash sank to his knees in despair, recalling his earlier gym challenges, realizing that, as Xiao Xia suggested, none were won through his true level of skill. The only battle he could take pride in, against the Kuyu Gym, had been aided by Xiaoqi's training. Pika. Pikachu, Ash's steadfast partner, approached him, gently patting Ash's shoulder in consolation. Chapter 82, The Duel at the Fighting Gym. While Ash reflected on his missteps, Xiaoqi summoned a guilt-ridden Uncle Lucci and discreetly departed from the scene. Xiaoqi, feel free to berate me, Uncle Lucci remarked, adopting a penitent demeanor as he lowered his head in sincerity. No, the reason I called you here was to ask for your help in training Ash, Xiaoqi earnestly requested. You want me to help? Why? Uncle Lucci inquired, puzzled, as he believed Xiaoqi could train Ash himself. I plan to head to the fighting gym for a challenge shortly, making it inconvenient to train Ash. Besides, isn't it the responsibility of gym trainers to develop challengers? Xiaoqi replied with a hint of a smirk. Claiming a lack of time was not entirely truthful. Xiaoqi entrusted Uncle Lucci with Ash's training for Ash's well-being. If Xiaoqi were to train Ash alone, it might hinder Ash's growth and potentially cultivate a negative mindset. After all, during each training session, Ash had consistently been unable to defeat his own Pokémon. Prolonged training under such conditions could foster detrimental emotions, a scenario Xiaoqi wished to avoid. Though he believed his foolish brother would not consider these factors, Xiaoqi silently reassured himself that this approach was undoubtedly the right one for Ash's holistic development. Since you trust me so much, I will not let you down, Uncle Lucci assured Xiaoqi after briefly bidding farewell to Ash and his companions. Xiaoqi made his way to the fighting gym, situated not far from the Golden Gym. The fighting gym served as a battleground specializing in fighting-type Pokémon. Although defeating the Karate King, Wuda, would not yield a league badge, challengers could select a fighting-type Pokémon to their liking, which was a commendable choice. Upon reflection, Xiaoqi realized he lacked a dedicated fighting-type Pokémon, thus deciding to challenge the fighting gym. Hiya. As he approached the entrance, the sounds of training resonated within. Though lacking the grandeur of the previous league gyms, the fighting gym was still frequented by many aspiring youths, including a few young women. Master, we have a challenger. A youth clad in a white karate gi and headband exclaimed, rushing to inform Wu De, who was training his disciples in the back. Unexpectedly, such youth has ventured to challenge others. It seems I must demonstrate the prowess of my karate master, Wu De. The burly Wu De stepped forward, casting a gaze upon Xiaoqi with an air of superiority. Unfazed, Xiaoqi merely glanced at Wu De before making his way to the battlefield. Ready to engage in a Pokémon battle. The challenge of the fighting dojo commences now, with the participants being Karate Master Wu De and Xiaoqi from Jinshin Town. Each side may utilize 2 Pokémon, and there is no time limit to this match. The referee declared the official start of the competition. I entrust you with this battle, Xavalang. Wu De called out, sending forth his Pokémon first. You shall take the field, Biao Diao. As the blinding light faded, the magnificent golden Biao Diao materialized in the air, its radiant feathers captivating the audience, while Wu De scrutinized the impressive physique of the Pokémon. Oh no, I did not expect a flying-type Pokémon. Indeed, those who come to challenge me are well prepared. Wu De muttered, realizing that flying types hold a double advantage over fighting types, presenting a significant dilemma for him. You may initiate the attack, Xiaoqi said calmly, conceding the offensive to Wu De, as he did not wish to embarrass his opponent in his own arena. I did not anticipate that you would be so agreeable, young lad. Wu De chuckled, immediately grasping Xiaoqi's intention. Xavalang, execute a double kick. Wu De commanded. Wing attack. Xiaoqi instructed. Biao Jiao glowed with a white light, swiftly approaching Xavalang, who bravely responded with its proud legs, fiercely engaging in a contest of strength against Biao Jiao. Create some distance. Noticing the inability to overpower Biao Jiao, Wu De ordered Xavalang to retreat, remaining vigilant of Biao Jiao's swift maneuvers. Yin Fan. Biao Jiao flapped its wings to accelerate, deftly maneuvering behind Xavalang to deliver a critical strike. Xavalang, unleash a million-ton kick. Wu De commanded, deciding to confront the attack head-on since evasion was no longer an option. The clash produced a deafening sound, creating a shockwave that pushed everything aside, the force of which left many karate disciples struggling to maintain their footing. Only Xiaoqi and Wu De stood firm, unyielding amidst the chaos. Your Biao Jiao exhibits remarkable prowess, Wu De remarked, his expression solemn. As the air settled, Biao Jiao remained effortlessly soaring above, while Xavalang heaved. Clearly exhausted from the earlier confrontation, we are approaching the final showdown, Xiaoqi kindly reminded. Indeed, Xavalang, utilize Mind's Eye, Wu De commanded. Employing this technique, the Pokémon could lock onto its target, ensuring a 100 hit rate. Biao Jiao, execute Brave Bird. Xavalang, perform Flying Knee Strike. Biao Jiao emitted a resounding cry, enveloped in a fearsome blue aura, charging towards Xavalang with incredible speed. Not to be outdone, Xavalang leaped, delivering a knee strike with all its might. Both Pokémon exerted their power, attempting to dominate one another, while Wu De anxiously awaited the outcome of this pivotal clash. Under the gaze of the onlookers, the previously opposing Pokémon began to transform. Biao Jiao, shrouded in blue flames, crashed heavily into Xavalang, creating a deep crater upon impact. What power! It seems your Xavalang possesses the reckless ability, Xiaoqi deduced, fully aware of Biao Jiao's strength as its trainer. It was impossible for Biao Jiao to have engaged for so long unless Xavalang's flying knee strike exceeded expectations. Indeed, my Xavalang's ability is reckless. Numerous times, I have turned the tide with this trait. I never anticipated losing to your Biao Jiao. I accept my defeat with grace, Wu De expressed, retrieving the fainted Xavalang into its Pokeball. Then I choose you, AI Bailang, Wu De proclaimed, tossing forth his final Pokeball. As the light dissipated, a warrior clad in a skirt-like armor, wearing boxing gloves, emerged. AI Bailang. AI Bailang. It appears its ability should be. Xiaoqi mused, scanning AI Bailang's data with the system. Pokémon, AI Bailang. Type, Fighting. Ability, Iron Fist. Power of punching moves increased by 20. Moves, Sonic Punch, Comet Punch, Fire Punch, and Million-Ton Punch. Indeed, it is a Pokémon specializing in punching techniques, Xiaoqi remarked thoughtfully. Let the match begin, the referee declared. Sonic Punch, Electro Ball. AI Bailang and Biao Jiao surged towards each other, creating another standoff. How is it possible that you anticipated my strategy? Wu De exclaimed, astonished that Xiaoqi had discerned his intent to initiate with Sonic Punch. Regrettably, Biao Jiao's Electro Ball also possesses priority. Xiaoqi explained. Very well, AI Bailang. Utilize Fire Punch, Wu De commanded. With fists ablaze, AI Bailang charged at Biao Jiao. Air Slash, Xiaoqi ordered. Biao Jiao soared into the air, flapping its wings to unleash a barrage of razor-sharp wind blades, avoiding a direct confrontation to protect its splendid golden feathers from the flames. Use Comet Punch. Just as the wind blades were about to strike, AI by Lang swiftly countered, executing a flurry of punches to block the attack. Wing attack. Biao Jiao unleashed a powerful wing attack that struck AI by Lang, who valiantly attempted to defend itself, yet was ultimately overpowered by Biao Jiao's might. Sent flying through the air. Hold on, AI by Lang. You are the hope of our fighting dojo. Wuda rallied, as the surrounding karate disciples cheered for AI by Lang. Upon hearing the encouragement, AI by Lang resolutely rose, regaining its composure, and prepared to confront Biao Jiao once more. Regrettably, while your persistence has earned recognition from all, I cannot simply relent. Biao Jiao lamented, shaking its head, its form suddenly blurring in the eyes of the spectators. Bang! The swiftly moving Biao Jiao appeared behind AI by Lang, and before Wu De could issue a command, it struck down AI by Lang with its steel-like wings. This is the end, Xiao Qi stated calmly, preventing Biao Jiao from delivering a finishing blow. Biao Jiao, upon realizing the situation, ceased its attack and returned to Xiao Qi's side, nuzzling against him with contentment. Master has actually lost. How could this happen? The karate disciples in attendance looked on in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the fall of their revered karate master, Wu De, who had seemed invincible. Mr. Wu De accepted my challenge and fought valiantly to uphold the dignity of the fighting dojo. What is there to disdain in that? Xiao Qi rebuked, chastising the murmurs of discontent. Youth, your words have touched me, Wu De said, surprised that Xiao Qi would defend him. As disciples of Mr. Wu De, should you not strive harder to enhance your own strength in order to defeat me and continue preserving the honor of your fighting dojo? Xiao Qi scolded, questioning whether such disparagement of Mr. Wu De was the conduct befitting of a disciple. After hearing Xiao Qi's admonition, the disciples reflected upon their true purpose for being at the dojo, not for hollow prestige, but out of admiration for the art of combat. Please select a Pokémon that you favor, Wu De suggested, leading Xiao Qi to the designated area for choosing Pokémon. Before Xiao Qi's eyes were several AI by Lang and Xiaohua Lang. These Pokémon have been meticulously selected by me as a token of gratitude for your graciousness during our earlier battle, Wu De elucidated. Although the AI by Lang and Xiaohua Lang were initially meant to be chosen by the challenger, Wu De had randomly selected 2 for the day. However, due to Xiao Qi's respect for Wu De's dignity in battle, Wu De decided to allow Xiao Qi to select any Pokémon he desired. Thank you, Mr. Wu De. Xiao Qi expressed his gratitude, turning to gaze at the multitude of fighting-type Pokémon. A few of them, upon locking eyes with Xiao Qi, were intimidated by the aura he exuded and dared not meet his gaze. Observing this, Xiao Qi shook his head and summoned his blood-red Biao Li Long. With a thunderous roar, the blood-red Biao Li Long emerged, startling the surrounding Pokémon into a standstill, except for one eager AI by Lang that rushed forward, ready to engage in a duel. This one, Xiao Qi declared, pointing at the enthusiastic AI by Lang, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, you have a keen eye, Xiao Qi. The talent of this AI by Lang is remarkable. I had only captured it by chance, and it has yet to acknowledge me until now, Wu De remarked, reflecting on the fateful circumstances that seemed to dictate this AI by Lang's destiny to join Xiao Qi's team. Wu De's encounter with this AI by Lang had been serendipitous. It was engaged in battle against another AI by Lang and a Xiaohua Lang, holding its ground valiantly against 2 opponents. Yet, ultimately, it succumbed to defeat, losing its hard-won territory. Noticing the AI by Lang's severe injuries, Wu De disregarded its protests and forcibly captured it in a Pokeball, sending it to the Pokémon Center for treatment, leading to the present moment. The AI by Lang, sensing Xiao Qi's bold intent to capture it, displayed a demeanor of nonchalance, yet it called out a few times. Recognizing that the blood-red Biao Li Long belonged to Xiao Qi and wishing to seize the opportunity to battle it. So you wish to test my worthiness as your trainer through combat? Xiao Qi remarked, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he grew increasingly pleased with the AI by Lang's response. The AI by Lang nodded, indicating its readiness for battle. Such an audacious newcomer, truly courting disaster. The blood-red Biao Li Long growled, its temper flaring at the perceived slight against its master. Engage autonomously, Xiao Qi commanded. The blood-red Biao Li Long initiated the confrontation with a roar, attempting to diminish AI by Lang's attack power. Surprisingly, the AI by Lang remained unfazed, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as it kept its legs moving in preparation for combat. So it possesses the inner focus ability, no wonder it is unaffected by intimidation. Xiao Qi discerned. Realizing the intimidation tactic was futile, the blood-red Biao Li Long unleashed a water tail, its massive tail swirling with water as it struck fiercely at the AI by Lang. In response, the AI by Lang promptly countered with Thunder Punch, its fists crackling with electricity, unperturbed by the towering presence of the blood-red Biao Li Long, aware of AI by Lang's specialization in fighting-type moves. The blood-red Biao Li Long refrained from changing forms and braced itself against the super-effective Thunder Punch. However, the ferocity of the blood-red Biao Li Long's retaliatory strike sent AI by Lang flying. Enraged, the blood-red Biao Li Long opened its gaping maw and unleashed an ice beam aimed at AI by Lang's legs, encasing them in ice and restricting its mobility. Oh no! AI by Lang exclaimed, hastily employing Fire Punch to melt the ice encasing its legs, enduring the searing heat. As the ice melted rapidly, AI by Lang attempted to evade the approaching attack, but the blood-red Biao Lilong's onslaught was relentless, offering no time for a response. The close-range Ice Fang ensnared AI by Lang's fists in ice, and despite its determination to turn the tide with Fire Punch, the blood-red Biao Lilong struck again, ultimately defeating AI by Lang with a powerful Iron Tail. Though AI by Lang briefly fell to the ground after taking the brunt of the attack, it struggled to rise, maintaining a stance that suggested it wished to continue the battle. The blood-red Biao Lilong, observing this, could only shake its head in resignation. Another stubborn one. How tiresome. Following a subtle signal from Xiao Qi, the blood-red Biao Lilong unleashed a gentle water pulse, knocking AI by Lang back down. Are you willing to concede? Xiao Qi smiled, addressing AI by Lang. After a few moments of struggle, AI by Lang finally nodded in acceptance, acknowledging that it could not defeat the blood-red Biao Lilong and that further resistance would be futile. With this realization, AI by Lang looked earnestly at Xiao Qi, hoping that he could nurture it to become strong enough to challenge the blood-red Biao Lilong one day. Seeing AI by Lang had accepted Xiao Qi, Wuda retrieved the Pokeball from his disciple's hands. Xiao Qi, this is AI by Lang's Pokeball. I now formally transfer its usage rights to you. Wuda extended the Pokeball towards Xiao Qi, who politely accepted it with both hands, grateful for Wuda's trust in handing over such a talented AI by Lang. Choosing not to immediately recall AI by Lang into its Pokeball, Xiao Qi turned to the blood-red Biao Lilong. The latter seemed to sense something amiss and feigned a pitiful expression, pleading with Xiao Qi not to send it back to Professor Demu's laboratory. Fear not. This is merely a temporary separation. Shortly, I shall return by Jiao to accompany you. Xiao Qi reassured, stroking the blood-red Biao Lilong's cheek, encouraging it not to be so sorrowful, as Bai Jiao was also being sent back twice without complaint. Upon hearing that Bai Jiao would also be sent to Professor Demu's laboratory, the sorrowful blood-red Biao Lilong felt much better, knowing it would at least have Bai Jiao's company. Xiao Qi activated his Pokédex, sending both Bai Jiao and the blood-red Biao Lilong back to Professor Demu's facility. Afterwards, Xiao Qi utilized the power of the Eternal Oak to heal AI by Lang's wounds, and together they departed the fighting dojo. As they passed through a secluded alley, Xiao Qi augmented AI by Lang with a new ability. Ding! Successfully added Iron Fist ability. AI by Lang gazed in astonishment at its fists, feeling an unfamiliar surge of strength and casting a disbelieving glance at Xiao Qi. Pokémon, AI by Lang type. Fighting first ability. Inner Focus second ability. Iron Fist moves. Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, Absorb Punch, Sonic Punch. Bullet Punch personality. Skilled in rapid punches, yearning to encounter formidable foes. Experience. Possesses keen perceptive abilities, capable of identifying weaknesses in close combat, allowing it to claim a resource-rich territory. However, this fortune was short-lived. One day, a duo of AI by Lang and Sha Hua Lang challenged its dominion. After being defeated by the brothers, it was fortuitously captured by Wuda and has remained in the fighting dojo since. You shall accompany me to the Golden Gym, Xiao Qi declared. No sooner had he spoken than AI by Lang excitedly began to wave its fists, mistakenly believing Xiao Qi intended to take it to battle at the gym. That's not the case. I merely wish to introduce you to our new companion. Little Qi, feeling helpless, activated the Pokémon Pokédex in his hand. During the previous battle, Uncle Lucci had informed him that he could now claim his Pokémon. After a brief moment, Little Qi and AI by Lang arrived at the entrance of the Golden Road Gym, where they immediately spotted Pikachu being trained by Uncle Lucci and Hu Di, alongside a worried Xiao Ji who was cheering them on. As for Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang, they had already returned to the Pokémon Center ahead of them. Little Qi, I didn't expect you to acquire an AI by Lang from the fighting gym. However, the Psychic-type Pokémon I am about to gift you is far more precious. Uncle Lucci lamented, believing that Little Qi should not waste time training a fighting-type Pokémon. This reaction was understandable, as Uncle Lucci, the former gym leader of the Golden Road Gym, instinctively looked down on fighting-type Pokémon, considering that most of them were no match for Psychic types. Otherwise, he would not have relinquished the rights to the gym so easily. AI by. Upon hearing Uncle Lucci's words, AI by Lang became indignant. Why should it be belittled? If not for Little Qi's intervention, AI by Lang would have already thrown a punch at Uncle Lucci. Is this your new companion? Xiaoji exclaimed excitedly upon seeing AI by Lang, hurriedly pulling out his Pokédex to analyze AI by Lang's data. AI by Lang. The punching Pokémon, its strikes are akin to drill bits. Under its assault, even concrete walls will be punctured. Wow, that sounds incredibly formidable. Xiaoji exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback by the information from his Pokédex. I intend to train it into an exceptional boxing expert, Little Qi assured, patting AI by Lang on the shoulder. Xiaoji, let's take a break from training for now, Uncle Lucci announced, signaling Hu Di to cease its telekinetic pressure. Pikachu let out a long sigh of relief. finally getting a moment to rest after an exhausting session. After receiving Little Chi's request, Uncle Lucci promptly approached Xiaoji to inform him that they could begin training to overcome psychic control. Both Xiaoji and Pikachu, upon hearing this, eagerly accepted the training opportunity. Uncle Lucci, can Pikachu really overcome psychic control? Xiaoji asked anxiously, desperate to know the outcome of the training. Complete mastery is impossible. I can only say it may gain some immunity. Uncle Lucci explained. Unless one possesses a dark-type Pokémon that perfectly counters psychic types, most Pokémon cannot wholly resist psychic powers. Rest assured, Xiaoji, Uncle Lucci's expertise in overcoming psychic abilities certainly surpasses mine. This is precisely why I entrusted him to train you. Under his guidance, Pikachu will undoubtedly be able to resist psychic control. Little Chi encouraged. You're right. I believe that Pikachu and I can surely obtain the golden badge. Xiaoji declared confidently, with Pikachu at his side displaying a matching confident smile. Chapter 85, The Proud Kaishi. After granting Pikachu half an hour of rest, Hudi once again employed its telekinesis for training Pikachu to overcome psychic control. To genuinely empathize with Pikachu's experience, Xiaoji insisted that Hudi also apply telekinesis to him, allowing them to confront psychic control together. This is so typical of Xiaoji's style, while he may be somewhat reckless in his approach. His determination to stand shoulder to shoulder with his Pokémon is one of his unique charms. Little Chi quietly praised, wanting to avoid inflating Xiaoji's ego further. Little Chi, while Hudi is still training you and Pikachu, let me take you to collect your Pokémon. Uncle Lucci suggested. That sounds good. Little Chi nodded in agreement. AI by Lang, standing nearby, waved its fists, eager to see what sort of Pokémon would warrant such attention. As they pushed open the door and entered the Golden Road Gym, some staff members were still diligently engaged in psychic training, although most had not made significant progress. Uncle Lucci led Little Chi to a room, and upon opening the door, they found the aloof Nazi engrossed in a book titled The Ultimate Guide to Successful Romance for Beginners, occasionally displaying curious smiles. Utterly unaware of her father's and Little Chi's arrival. Ahem. Uncle Lucci was the first to break the silence, knocking on the door to announce their presence. Ah, Dad. When did you and Little Chi arrive? Nazi hurriedly tucked away her book, her cheeks flushing red, completely abandoning her previous cool demeanor. I brought Little Chi to collect his Pokémon. If it weren't for your insistence on personally gifting it to him, I would have entrusted it to him long ago. Uncle Lucci replied helplessly. Weren't we supposed to keep it a secret? Nazi retorted, puffing up in annoyance. You've changed a lot, Little Chi remarked, reflecting on how this might be the life Nazi was meant to lead, rather than the one where she closed herself off with psychic powers. This is all thanks to your help, Uncle Lucci said, tears of gratitude welling up in his eyes, thankful for Little Chi's arrival, as without it, the scene before them might have remained a mere dream. All right, enough with the sadness. Hasn't everything turned for the better? At that moment, Nazi's mother stepped forward, urging Uncle Lucci to take the hint and leave the space for Little Chi and Nazi to be alone. Even AI by Lang, following Little Chi, was reluctantly dragged away by Nazi's parents. It's been a while, Nazi said awkwardly, unsure of how to initiate conversation. Well, we did just see each other last night, Little Chi replied leisurely. The conversation abruptly ended, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped every corner of the room, while Nazi's parents, who had left earlier, secretly observed from the shadows, quietly watching their daughter navigate this encounter. After a moment of tension, Nazi broke the silence, producing a beautifully wrapped gift box and handing it to Little Chi. The bow on top appeared to have been tied by Nazi herself, albeit somewhat carelessly. Yet Little Chi sensed her goodwill through this detail, offering a gentle smile in return. This is a Pokémon for you. I hope you will like it, Nazi said softly. Little Chi thanked her quietly, unwrapping the box to retrieve the Pokeball resting atop. Come forth, my new partner, Little Chi exclaimed, tossing the Pokeball into the air. As the white light dissipated, a shimmering silver Kaishi appeared in Little Chi's arms, seemingly just awakened, yawning and rubbing its sleepy eyes. Just as Little Chi reached out to stroke Kaishi's forehead, it suddenly emitted a blue light from its eyes, using telekinesis to restrain Little Chi's hands, then promptly teleporting away from his embrace. This child is indeed a bit of a troublemaker, Nazi explained. As a shiny Pokémon, Kaishi possesses an extraordinary psychic ability from birth, unlike ordinary Kaishi that require 18 hours of sleep daily. Sometimes, it isolates itself in a corner, muttering to itself. It seems this child must have exceptional parents. Little Chi pondered for a moment. No, possessing such remarkable talent, its parents must be outstanding. Hudi. I suspect its parents abandoned it early due to its unique coloration. While its dazzling silver hue may seem curious to humans, ordinary Pokémon often view shiny Pokémon as possessed by demons, making them wary of approaching. Nazi recounted Kaishi's backstory, explaining how Uncle Lucci had encountered Kaishi rummaging through trash cans in an alley. Out of compassion, Uncle Lucci attempted to offer it some food, but the proud Kaishi refused to accept his charity, leading a frustrated Uncle Lucci to leave. However, just a few days later, Uncle Lucci encountered Kaishi once more. This time, Kaisi lay weak and emaciated in a narrow alley, unable to rise due to hunger, unable to bear the sight. Uncle Lucci resolved to take her to the Pokémon Center for treatment, only to be met with Kaisi's resistance. With no other option, Uncle Lucci dispatched Hu-Di to battle, forcibly capturing Kaisi in a Pokeball, which allowed him to bring her to the Pokémon Center for care. Subsequently, Kaisi remained by Uncle Lucci's side, who tenderly nurtured her, though she has yet to acknowledge him. Kaisi seemed to regard Uncle Lucci as a father figure. Through Nazi's narration, Xiaoji gleaned the timeline. When Uncle Lucci first encountered Kaisi, Xiaoji had not yet arrived in Jinhuang City, indicating that Nazi was still in a tumultuous phase, and thus Kaisi was solely raised by Uncle Lucci. Kaisi possessed considerable talent, but this also contributed to her proud demeanor. Nazi explained that unless someone could demonstrate power worthy of her loyalty, she would not recognize them as her trainer. Don't be so anxious, AI by Lang, Xiaoji said, exasperated. Kaisi's current strength is insufficient for you to engage in battle with her, so temper your excitement. AI by Lang, upon hearing this, displayed a disappointed expression, having anticipated a chance to showcase his prowess. Kaisi ignored the others, retreating into a corner, muttering to herself. However, AI by Lang, understanding her words, looked astonished, seemingly questioning what kind of troubled child Kaisi was. Kaisi disdainfully thought, foolish mortals. Do you really believe that mere appearance can earn my allegiance? Such folly. Had it not been for Uncle Lucci saving her life, Kaisi would have fled long ago, never remaining in this modest Jinhuang gym. Chapter 86. The Delusional Kaisi and Xiaoji's Challenge. Could this foolish child be? Xiaoji mused, casting a surprised glance at Kaisi, sensing he was onto something, and he accessed the system to research Kaisi's information. Pokémon, Kaisi, Shiny, Silver. Type, Psychic. Ability, Magic Guard, which prevents damage from weather, items, abilities, status conditions, and recoil damage from moves other than struggle. To be fair, this ability is truly formidable, at first glance. I deemed it excessively powerful, far exceeding the utility of Hard Head. Moves, Teleport, Psybeam. Personality, optimistic and cheerful, with a charming contrast of aloofness and a touch of delusion. Background, her parents, exceptional Hu-Di, instilled fear in their peers due to their remarkable psychic strength. Kaisi's shiny silver form was viewed by her kind as a monster possessed by demons, prompting her parents to abandon her under familial pressure. Yet, Kaisi did not wallow in sorrow. Instead, she comforted herself that this was merely a trial to grow stronger, maintaining an innocent hope that strength would lead to acceptance by her kin. Having fortuitously witnessed the performance of a delusional youth, she became enamored with the fantasy of a beautiful world. What is delusion but a refusal to accept the harshness of reality? Xiaoji shook his head pityingly, realizing that sometimes shiny Pokémon do not inherently possess great talent. Rather, they become strong out of necessity after being forsaken. Based on Xiaoji's conjecture, while shiny Pokémon are indeed rare, their occurrence is not as improbable as 1 in 10,000. Most are likely unable to survive alone in the wild, and thus are forgotten by the world. As Xiaoji contemplated how to care for Kaisi, AI by Lang, unable to tolerate Kaisi's continuous taunts, charged forward, intending to unleash a flurry of punches to showcase his prowess to the newcomer. Though AI by Lang had only recently joined Xiaoji's team, his tenure was merely 3 hours. Foolish creature, do you not comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Kaisi scoffed, using teleport to evade AI by Lang's attack. Though the room was not particularly small, the arrangement of furniture limited AI by Lang's movements, while Kaisi, familiar with the layout, effortlessly teleported around, teasing AI by Lang. Alright, you both are to be good partners from now on. Do not let your relationship become so strained. Xiaoji interjected. Upon hearing Xiaoji's command, AI by Lang wisely ceased his assault, while Kaisi, still intent on teasing AI by Lang, was forcibly restrained in place by Xiaoji's psychic power. This formidable psychic strength, could this individual be the fabled Mage King? Struggling against Xiaoji's mental hold, Kaisi was astonished to find her psychic strength powerless to resist, gazing at Xiaoji with a mix of disbelief and admiration, envisioning him as a character from an anime. Permit me to pay you this great homage, revered Mage King. Once Kaisi settled down, Xiaoji released her from his grasp. Unexpectedly, Kaisi approached Xiaoji, kneeling before him in a knightly gesture. It seems you have won this child's recognition, Xiaoji, Nazi congratulated, appearing more pleased than if she herself had earned Kaisi's acknowledgement. It appears my choice was indeed correct. Seeing that Nazi and Xiaoji were not pursuing further conversation, Uncle Lucci reappeared with his wife before them. Our family has only ever partnered with one Kaisi. Even if separated by misfortune, we would never seek another partner. Thankfully, your timely arrival, Xiaoji, has alleviated my concerns regarding this child's future. Uncle Lucci elucidated. Rest assured, though this child may seem unexpectedly naive, I will nurture Kaisi properly. Xiaoji assured. Late at night, in an effort to soothe Kaisi's inner loneliness, Xiaoji decided to let her out for a while, embracing her as they both drifted to sleep. Kaisi, cradled in Xiao Zhi's arms, did not struggle, presenting a surprisingly calm demeanor. What a warm sensation. Oh, how I miss my parents. Thus, Xiao Zhi and Kaisi gradually slipped into slumber, the night passing in silence. The following day, spirited and confident, Xiao Zhi and Pikachu, accompanied by his travel companions Xiaoxia and Xiaojiang, arrived at the Jin Huang gym, brimming with assurance. After 2 days of training, Xiao Zhi and Pikachu had discerned Hu Di's general weaknesses, intending to successfully obtain the golden badge from Uncle Lucci that day. Indeed, this confident demeanor of Xiao Zhi feels most familiar, Xiaojiang remarked with a smile. Yes, while he may occasionally act recklessly, he surprisingly displays confidence in battle. Xiaoxia praised. Hey, Xiaoxia, are you complimenting me or mocking me? Xiao Zhi responded with a helpless expression. The trio entered the arena of the Jin Huang gym, where they were greeted by the sight of a silver Kaisi, alongside a Millennium Yunge, exerting psychic pressure on her, and Xiao Zhi, who was providing training guidance. Could these all be my brother's Pokémon? Xiao Zhi exclaimed, quickly retrieving his trusty Pokédex to scan Kaisi and Yungue's information. Kaisi, the Psi Pokémon, sleeps for 18 hours a day. Even while asleep, she utilizes various psychic powers. Yungue, the Shadow Pokémon. If you suddenly feel a chill, it signifies Yungue is nearby. Perhaps it has already placed a curse upon you. Wow, it can cast curses. Xiao Zhi exclaimed, alarmed, as Pikachu trembled on his shoulder. Fear not. This fellow harbors no malicious intent. Xiao Zhi clarified. Indeed, who concocted this Pokédex data? It is sheer slander against me. My Pokémon is quite amiable and would never secretly curse anyone. The ancient spirit of the millennium, Gung Gue, expressed his indignation, saying, Here I am, simply assisting in training Kaisi, yet I have been inexplicably wronged by Xiao Zhi. At most, he would openly cast a curse. Ha ha ha. It can even talk, exclaimed Xiao Zhi's companions in unison, astonished. Haven't you all become accustomed to Team Rocket's Meowth? Xiao Qi retorted, somewhat speechless. It's just talking. Is it really that exciting? Speaking of which, they hadn't encountered Team Rocket in the past couple of days. Xiao Zhi pondered, his tone oddly nostalgic for their presence. Considering their frequent appearances in daily life made their absence somewhat disconcerting. The reason for Team Rocket's disappearance was largely due to Xiao Qi's presence. Once he joined Xiao Zhi's traveling party, the trio from Team Rocket wisely took a leave of absence to enjoy a well-funded vacation. At times, the members of Team Rocket wished fervently for Xiao Qi to remain by Xiao Zhi's side daily, so they could justify their leisurely breaks. Indulging in hearty meals without the burden of repaying debts from failed schemes, an absolute delight. Chapter 87. Pikachu vs. Hu Di. The battle for the gym challenge now commences. Featuring gym leader Lu Qi and Xiao Zhi from Jinxin Town, each able to utilize one Pokémon, with no time constraints on the match. The referee waved the flag and explained the rules of the competition. The arrival of Xiao Zhi and his companions soon caught Uncle Lu Qi's attention. And seeing Xiao Zhi and Pikachu exude confidence, he agreed to the challenge. It's you, Pikachu, Xiao Zhi declared, sending forth his most trusted partner. I'm counting on you, Hu Di. Uncle Lu Qi responded, releasing his initial Pokémon, Hu Di. As the white light dissipated, the familiar figure of Hu Di materialized in the arena. The match begins. The referee announced. Pikachu, use quick attack, commanded Xiao Zhi. Well done. Xiao Qi nodded approvingly. Recognizing Hu Di's vulnerability to physical attacks, blindly using electric moves would only allow Hu Di to exploit the situation. While a focused melee approach was the key to victory, Xiao Zhi pondered long and hard about defeating Hu Di last night. Xiao Gang explained. So our Xiao Zhi can strategize too. Xiao Qi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, questioning if this was indeed the same naive Xiao Zhi he knew. Teleport. Uncle Lu Qi ordered, opting not to engage Pikachu in close combat. Pikachu, pay attention to Hu Di's position and use Iron Tail. Xiao Zhi commanded once more. Pika Pika. Pikachu's tail glowed with a white light, striking with the force of steel towards Hu Di's revealed location. Hu Di, seeing this, could only barely muster a psychic shield to defend, but still suffered a critical hit from Iron Tail. These days of training have allowed me to discern Hu Di's patterns. Xiao Zhi explained to the puzzled Uncle Lu Qi, clarifying why Pikachu could pinpoint Hu Di's position. I'm truly amazed, Xiao Zhi. Uncle Lu Qi praised, astonished by the significant progress Xiao Zhi and Pikachu had made in just 2 days. In that case, I want to hold back. Hu Di, unleash Psybeam. Uncle Lu Qi commanded. Oh no, Xiao Zhi, you must guard against Psybeam's attack. It has a 10 chance of inflicting confusion on the target. Be cautious. Xiao Gang hastily warned, fearing Xiao Zhi might recklessly instruct Pikachu to attack. In that case, Pikachu, counter Psybeam with Thunderbolt. Xiao Zhi decisively shouted. Pikachu. Electricity surged from Pikachu's body as the high-voltage current collided with the Psybeam, resulting in a violent explosion. Now, use agility. As the explosion enveloped the arena in smoke, Xiao Zhi intended to exhaust Hu Di's stamina. Want to engage in close combat? Hu Di, use Reflect. Uncle Lu Qi ordered, aiming to diminish Pikachu's physical attack power. Reflect? Xiao Zhi, with minimal theoretical knowledge, was momentarily bewildered. A transparent wall suddenly appeared beside Hu Di, but its precise effect was unclear. Reflect is a psychic-type move that halves the damage of physical attacks like Quick Attack. Xiao Gang explained to Xiao Ji, exasperated. No matter, Pikachu, use Iron Tail now. Xiao Ji shook off his unnecessary anxieties, realizing that a trainer like him, who could adapt on the fly, would be hindered by overthinking strategies. Bam! Pikachu's Iron Tail struck Hu Di accurately, but the wall absorbed half of the damage. Hu Di swiftly retaliated. Hu Di used Psychic. Hu Di's eyes glowed blue as it crossed its spoons, unleashing powerful psychic energy that forcefully controlled Pikachu, lifting it off the ground and repeatedly slamming it down, draining Pikachu's stamina. What should I do? How can I escape Hu Di's psychic control? Xiao Ji's mind raced to devise a strategy to break free. Focusing on the ground beneath Pikachu. My brother once said, in Pokémon battles, one must always utilize the terrain to their advantage. Ground is key. Pikachu, when you're close to the ground, use Iron Tail to anchor yourself. Xiao Ji commanded, remaining entirely composed. Great idea, Xiao Gang praised. As Hu Di controlled Pikachu, it plummeted toward the ground, and just before impact, Pikachu leveraged the force and skillfully executed Iron Tail, embedding itself into the earth. Taking advantage of Hu Di's moment of concentration, Xiao Ji ordered Pikachu to unleash Thunderbolt toward Hu Di. Teleport. Hu Di vanished from sight, effortlessly levitating above, manifesting its psychic energy and launching it like a projectile toward Pikachu, executing Psychic. Pikachu dodge. Xiao Ji commanded. The smaller Pikachu used its agility to evade the attack, leaping up with Quick Attack to strike Hu Di, who fell to the ground upon being hit, revealing a sinister smile. Now's your chance, Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Xiao Ji exclaimed, exhilarated, as if witnessing their victory. Xiao Qi shook his head in resignation, realizing that against a psychic-type Pokémon like Hu Di, one should not relinquish their advantages without a guaranteed means to secure victory, as psychic types possess numerous escape tactics. Hu Di, use Kinesis. Uncle Lu Qi ordered. This statement left Xiao Ji and Pikachu puzzled. What was this tactic? They watched as Hu Di's spoon inexplicably bent, leading Pikachu to mistakenly believe a formidable psychic attack was forthcoming. Pikachu, you must be cautious. Xiao Ji warned, unaware that his words played directly into Hu Di's strategy. Xiao Ji, you are still too naive, Uncle Lu Qi declared. Hu Di, now unleash Fire Punch. What? The fiery right fist of Hu Di struck Pikachu's abdomen with tremendous force, scorching flames searing Pikachu's body, eliciting a cry of pain. I didn't expect it to be a trap. Xiao Xia gasped in shock. One can only say that Uncle Lu Qi's tactical experience is profoundly rich, having thoroughly deciphered the intentions of a trainer like Xiao Ji. Xiao Gang felt a chill of apprehension, contemplating how to triumph against such a cunning opponent. Psychic. A barrage of psychic waves surged from Hu Di's crossed spoons, mercilessly striking Pikachu. Pikachu, hold on, quickly evade. Xiao Ji shouted. Pikachu struggled to rise from the ground, but could not due to the burns. Psycho Cut. Hu Di's spoons crossed and slashed downwards, sending two solidified psychic blades toward Pikachu. Chapter 88. Earning the badge, the fiery monkey's debut. Do not harm my Pikachu. As the attack from Hu Di was about to hit, Xiao Ji rushed forward to embrace Pikachu, exposing his back in an attempt to shield Pikachu from harm. This scene startled Xiao Xia and Xiao Gang. Yet Xiao Qi and Uncle Lu Qi simultaneously displayed expressions of knowing approval, nodding in admiration. Xiao Ji, you have earned my recognition. Uncle Lu Qi praised, his eyes shimmering with a blue light as he used his psychic abilities to redirect the mental blades elsewhere. Why, Uncle Lu Qi, have I not yet achieved victory? Xiao Ji questioned, bewildered, as he opened his eyes to find that the attack had not come his way. No, obtaining the Alliance badge is not the only measure of victory. The most crucial aspect is the recognition of the gym leaders. And your act of protecting Pikachu has completely won my approval. Uncle Lu Qi produced a golden badge from his pocket and placed it in Xiao Ji's hands. Hu Di's strength already surpasses the level of a gym challenge. My purpose this time was simply to witness the determination of you and Pikachu. Can I truly possess the golden badge? Xiao Ji asked with a hint of insecurity. Rest assured, with Pikachu's prowess, it has long since passed the assessment. It is merely your stubbornness to compete against Hu Di that has delayed you. Xiao Qi stepped forward, giving Xiao Ji a reassuring pat on the back, encouraging him not to feel so lost. After all, it would be even more peculiar for an esteemed gym leader like Uncle Lu Qi to be defeated by you and Pikachu. Indeed, Xiao Ji exclaimed, striking his right hand into his left palm as realization dawned upon him. You are already exceptional, Xiao Ji. Did you not notice how Hu Di was nearly unable to withstand Pikachu's assault just now? Xiao Xia surprisingly complimented Xiao Ji. Who are you? The Xiao Xia I know would never be so gentle. Xiao Ji exclaimed in terror, staring at the figure before him, unable to comprehend what creature dared to masquerade as Xiao Xia with such cheap theatrics. Take care, Xiao Ji, Xiao Qi said solemnly, placing a hand on Xiao Ji's shoulder before stepping back. Xiao Ji, you rascal. The familiar Xiao Xia returned, delivering a punch to Xiao Zhi's head, leaving a noticeable bump. Woo, it really is Xiaoxia. Xiao Zhi began to retort, but suddenly trembled as he caught sight of the terrifying murderous intent in Xiaoxia's eyes, compelling him to retract his words. All right, let the farce come to an end. Xiao Zhi, you have yet to strike your victory pose, Xiao Qi remarked. In that case, Xiao Zhi displayed the golden badge in his hand, jumping excitedly alongside Pikachu, both beaming with joy. The golden badge, I have obtained it. The following day, having bid farewell to the Jin Huing Gym, Xiao Qi had intended to travel alone, only to encounter Xiao Zhi at the exit, who insisted on dragging him into the group. Thus, the trio set off on their journey to Kaihong City. While passing a stretch of road lined with telephone booths, Xiao Zhi eagerly dialed Professor Oak's number, wanting to boast about the 4 badges he had acquired. That's too few, Professor Oak replied helplessly. Xiao Mao and Yizi have already obtained the rainbow badge. Xiao Mao just called me to share the news. How could this happen? Xiao Zhi exclaimed in despair, collapsing onto the ground. Hey, is Xiao Zhikuan still alive? Darn it, Xiao Mao, I absolutely must surpass him. Mentioning Xiao Mao's name revitalized Xiao Zhi, pulling him from his brief despair. He resolved to head straight to Kaihong City to claim his 5th Alliance badge. Xiao Zhi, how is your situation? Just a reminder. The foundation of being a trainer is capturing Pokémon. If you aspire to become the world's greatest Pokémon master, you must solidify this foundation, Professor Oak advised. As Xiao Zhi's recently captured Deqianxia made an appearance. Deqianxia, how have you been? Xiao Zhi inquired, concerned for his friend who had been residing at the lab for so long. He is now my friend. We were just about to engage in some daily fun, Xiao Zhi said, preparing to recite a verse. Both Professor Oak and Deqianxia struck a pose and recited a haiku, together with Pokémon, enjoying sweet treats. Ah, so delicious. What do you think, Professor Oak? It's better not to recite your haiku in front of us. That Gungue still fears your poetry. At that moment, Xiao Qi approached, munching on rice balls while engaging in conversation with Professor Oak. Well, Professor Oak said, blushing with embarrassment as he fiddled with his hair. In any case, Xiao Zhi, you should capture more Pokémon. To this day, you have only transferred back to Qianxia. Professor Oak continued, even Xiao Qi, who follows the elite path, has captured more than you. I look forward to your next contact. As Professor Oak hung up, a mocking breeze swept through a patch of grass, as if hinting at something. Do not worry, Xiao Zhi, there are certainly Pokémon nearby that will catch your fancy. Xiao Qi comforted, patting Xiao Zhi's shoulder. Is that true, brother? You mustn't deceive me. Xiao Zhi exclaimed with excitement, envisioning the rare Pokémon waiting for him to capture. Come on, Xiao Zhi, don't be so downcast. Eat some rice balls to boost your spirits, Xiao Xia suggested, perched on a rock with Pikachu beside her. Savoring the rice balls. Yes, you have yet to try my rice balls. The round ones are pickled plum flavor, and the triangular ones are kelp rice balls. I managed to get some excellent kelp this time. Xiao Gang beamed, holding up his rice balls. Don't be in such a rush. As long as we keep walking down this path, we should reach Kaihong City in about a day. Xiao Qi pointed out the broad road ahead, stating that even a fool could find their way to Kaihong City with ease. All right, I am invigorated. My immediate task is to capture new Pokémon, Xiao Zhi declared with determination. Just then, a serendipitous event occurred as a wild Ho-Guai peeked out from the bushes, curiously observing Xiao Qi and the others. It's here. Xiao Zhi exclaimed excitedly, pulling out his Pokédex. Ho-Guai, the pig monkey Pokémon, belongs to the fighting type, known for its swift punches and agile movements. Typically, it has a gentle disposition, but once provoked, it can become uncontrollable. The emerging Ho-Guai, unafraid, leaped in front of Xiao Gang, sniffing at the rice ball in his hand. Are you hungry? Xiao Gang asked, producing another rice ball to offer to Ho-Guai. This is a very delicious rice ball. Ho-Guai took the rice ball and hopped onto a stone pillar, relishing the delightful taste. It seems to enjoy it, Xiao Zhi remarked. That's because I made it using only the finest ingredients, Xiao Gang replied proudly. Indeed, it's fantastic. The fighting type is a rare new addition to my team, Xiao Zhi exclaimed, feeling that the Ho-Guai before him was the destined Pokémon he must capture. Chapter 89, Xiao Zhi vs. Huobaoho. Wait a moment. Are you really going to throw a Pokeball suddenly? It's still eating its rice ball, Xiao Xia reminded him. I will not let this opportunity slip away, Xiao Zhi declared as he threw the prepared Pokeball, aiming to capture Ho-Guai. A comical scene unfolded as the clever Ho-Guai tossed aside the rice ball, causing the Pokeball to collide with the rice ball and subsequently absorb it in a flash of red light. I captured the rice ball, Xiao Zhi said, speechless, as he opened the Pokeball to reveal the uneaten rice ball still inside. Xiao Zhi, this Ho-Guai's temperament is unexpectedly fiery, Xiao Qi teased lightly. Noticing Ho-Guai displaying signs of aggression, he threw out his own Pokeball, releasing the fighting-type Pokémon AI Bailang. AI Bailang, unleash Sonic Punch, Xiao Qi commanded. AI Bailang began warming up by swinging its fists, then, in a flash, launched a punch that landed squarely on Ho-Guai's face, knocking it to the ground. That was quite a solid hit, Xiao Zhi exclaimed in astonishment. Zhi. The downed Ho-Guai rose once more, glaring angrily at AI Bailang. Its small stature appeared to swell with muscle, presenting a rather intimidating sight. What are the characteristics of this monkey-like creature? Xiaoqi utilized the system to query the data of the monkey in front of him. Pokémon, monkey monster. Type, fighting. Ability, anger point. When struck in a critical area, its attack power escalates to level 6. Pokémon in a substitute state cannot activate this ability. Moves, Fury Swipes, Leer, Focus Energy, Seismic Toss, Cross Chop. Nature, quick to anger, it can erupt in rage over trivial matters. Experience introduction, a lone wolf of its kind. It often resides here awaiting offerings from travelers, but can frighten them away due to its explosive temper. This is the fiery monkey that Ash is destined to encounter. Anger point. What a terrifying ability. Xiaoqi remarked cautiously. Abelang, unleash Ice Punch to help this monkey calm down. Abelang exhaled a chilling aura as its right fist struck towards the monkey. The enraged monkey, however, did not evade, charging in with Fury Swipes. Sonic Punch followed by Ice Punch. Xiaoqi commanded. Abelang's left fist executed Sonic Punch first, swiftly hitting the monkey's body, followed immediately by the icy blast from its right fist, freezing the creature in place. Hey, isn't this the Pokémon I intend to capture? Don't incapacitate the monkey. Ash interjected, worried that Xiaoqi might inadvertently throw a Pokeball and capture his monkey. Rest assured. Ash, do you think I would do something to betray your trust? Xiaoqi retorted, flicking Ash's forehead in exasperation. It was outrageous that his naive brother would dare utter such words, considering how well he had treated him. It was just a reflex. Ash awkwardly replied, preparing to throw the Pokeball to attempt capturing the monkey again. Unexpectedly, the furious monkey shattered the ice on its head, angrily kicking away the Pokeball Ash threw, and amidst a flurry of curses, its body began to emit a glow of evolution. The monkey is evolving. Xiaoxier exclaimed in surprise. Under certain power thresholds, it can evolve through the accumulation of rage. It seems that this legend holds true. Xiaojing was astonished, gazing at the fiery monkey, which was undergoing transformation before them. As the white light dissipated, a robust fiery monkey appeared before them. Its spherical body was covered in light yellow fur, its limbs lost their fur and donned black rings, its hands morphed into fist-like shapes, and its feet resembled human soles with only 2 toes. The fiery monkey's tail had vanished, presenting a more muscular appearance. Its eyes had shrunk into slits, exuding a more menacing glare, with a pronounced cross vein bulging on its forehead. Fiery monkey, the evolved form of monkey monster, is perpetually enraged. Once it sets its sights on a target, it will pursue them relentlessly. Lacking theoretical knowledge, Ash pulled out the Pokédex to learn more about Fiery Monkey. Let Pikachu battle Fiery Monkey, Ash declared, stopping Abelang's movement, indicating that he could defeat Fiery Monkey alongside Pikachu. Do your best. But don't let Fiery Monkey fixate on you, Xiaoqi warned. After speaking, he used his psychic abilities to cast hypnosis, redirecting Fiery Monkey's aggression towards Pikachu, which ceased to target Abelang and instead lunged at Pikachu. Pikachu, use Quick Attack, Ash commanded. Leveraging its speed, Pikachu struck Fiery Monkey first. But the enraged creature retaliated with a series of Fury Swipes, landing multiple hits on Pikachu. Pikachu, unleash Thunderbolt, Ash ordered. High-voltage electricity surged from Pikachu, hitting Fiery Monkey directly, causing it to char and emit a faint burnt scent. Ash, don't let your guard down. Fiery Monkey is no pushover, Xiaoqi cautioned. Fiery Monkey shook its head vigorously, regaining its composure, and then charged at Pikachu, delivering a menacing glare that intimidated Pikachu. With crossed arms, it executed Cross Chop, empowered by its anger point ability, landing a critical strike that overwhelmed Pikachu. How is this possible? Just one hit, Ash exclaimed in disbelief, having always trusted Pikachu's strength. Yet it was unexpectedly defeated by Fiery Monkey. That's why I warned you not to be careless. If you can capture this Fiery Monkey, Ash, your team's strength will significantly improve, Xiaoqi stated, emphasizing that the prerequisite was Ash's ability to tame this furious Fiery Monkey. After witnessing its opponent defeated, Fiery Monkey gradually calmed, no longer displaying its previous fury. Once settled, it fixated on Ash's hat, clearly enamored by it. No way. I can never part with this hat, Ash protested, but Fiery Monkey was unyielding, rushing forward to snatch the hat from Ash, even delivering a kick to thwart his attempts to stop it. This little creature is quite fond of your hat, Ash, Xiaoxia remarked. Strangely enough, Fiery Monkey wearing the hat resembles Ash, especially when mimicking Ash's throw of a Pokeball. Xiaojing joked. What? I would never act like that, Ash retorted, exasperated. I must get it back. It's just a hat. Why are you so serious? Be careful not to get beaten up by Fiery Monkey, Xiaoxia warned. No, this hat is my treasure, a limited edition from the Pokémon League Tournament's grand prize event, a birthday gift from my brother, Ash insisted, vowing to reclaim his cherished hat.